Sophia's Emporium that was originally published on May 28, 2016. My name is Suze Pratt, and today is January 11th, 2017. It is my hope that this information will help anyone that is targeted, blacklisted, or oppressed through their little family secrets. Some call it the generational curse. So I'd like to share my screen and bring you to the video of the day. And real quick, I do want to say that I'm going to start into this a couple minutes into the show because it drives me absolutely wild to hear myself thank or approve of anything that the Conscious Consumer Network, Mel B, or Biggie Boho says or does. Please disregard the purple banner stamped on my forehead that asks for your donation or euro. This information is given freely to the world. Thank you. Even though I have never been involved one day in what I thought was war, now I realize that I've always been in the battle. So, welcome to today's show. And I do still set out here on Sophia's Emporium to always seek out.
I know, I need to get in there.
And to reverse this irreversible thing. So it's a little bit of alchemy today. And, I was thinking about if I had a guest or whatever it was, or if I was you guys, you'd be asking questions. So
okay, so we're going to run a playlist called Politics and Media Companion. And this is the first one. And it's Trump Goes Hard, Songified 2016. So hopefully you guys can see with your hidden cameras that you stole. I can see.
How is it that I've survived?
That's just an ad. Don't be tripping.
Still here and functioning because really this makes program involved.
Were you ever bullied?
No, I wasn't.
Has done something to you to wound you.
You don't have any.
I try to unwound myself.
And at any time, if they want, they push you.
I feel like you're trying to get in now.
I go hard. I go hard.
You know that's a computer voice, right?
I go hard.
I haven't watched this for ages.
Some have suggested that you refuse to release your tax returns because of your privacy concerning your hobbies. So, can you confirm or deny this list of personal pastimes?
Yeah, I guess so.
Fingerboarding, Minecraft, podiatry, hacky-sack, balloon animal, breeding cats, crossing,
Waste of time.
coloring, doing Zumba, water polo, playing tuba, spray tan, driving Uber, putting together a backframe from IKEA,
Waste of time.
while you're sequencing the entire human genome.
But yo ho, it's gonna be a throwdown in November. Whoever sings the best will be the winner. The winner. Remember that you can hit on the tax bill. To vote for president, just bang your head against your desk or argue with your friend or a stranger in the comments on the YouTube video. Now have a great day and a great night. Bring your followers night. One night, late night, life, legal life.
I'm going to bring up the back now. And I believe it was Eva Perone who said, please welcome this next gentleman.
Very cool. Quad.
And the chaos.
This is my microphone hand right here, so if it acts a little silly.
Mitch Hedberg, early TV. You know, my grandpa called himself Mitch.
I performed in Nashville, Tennessee last week. I just got back this morning.
Dinner 01,
At the club down there.
1996.
And it wasn't by popular demand.
Let me turn myself
Because of,
down.
rotation.
Students
That brought me back.
contacted me and asked if I'd like
Did radio
to
interviews. I
email.
walked into the studio to do an interview. The DJ's first question was, "Who are you?" I had to think, you know.
Insanity.
This got really deep.
Because you really want to make sure that you don't
Or did I drive to the wrong station?
substantiate facts, figures, and statistics, which
A lot of radio stations, they like to use your frequency number to count down the days of summer. Like FM 107 will celebrate the 107 days of summer. AM stations can't do this.
And she made sure that
We're AM
she
1610,
has a PhD.
celebrating the
She's
1610
a
days
and she's actually
of the next
really
4.5
interested
years.
in what the question is. Because it seems like either the wrong questions get asked or the wrong
It'll be a long party.
answer.
Go slow.
And
A
we
lot of
had
people
a great,
flash the peace sign
great
these days.
That means
People
victory.
Flash the peace sign, but I think it's cooler to express peace verbally. Hey, brother.
Just want to let you know, I mean, you know, it's really scary sometimes to do
Right. I'm going to make my dinner.
This is a hard concept. I tell
that
you,
once you sign
I was home last week. I heard a gunshot outside my apartment. Then I saw two guys run by my window.
it's all covered.
So I was going to call the police. And I got optimistic. I said, hey, maybe it's
Each person
just the race. Yeah, that's what it is. There was a lot of late night track and field events by my house.
I think that you'll
Nocturnal
see
jocks.
by the end of today's show why
I
life
live in a
is
studio
going
apartment.
to be essential.
One room. When people come over, I like to give them a tour. It helps loosen up their neck.
People ask, what do you do?
I got a sliding glass door, has a sticker that says warning alarm system.
I think I'd like
It's a real
to
simple alarm too.
go
It
back just a
consists
little bit
of a
with you
sticker.
guys today to a story that I did
I'm going to threaten people with words I should be more
years
intense.
ago.
It's an alarm
And
system.
we're
Warning,
dealing with a hard time.
no air inside.
Is that we get the news handed down to us, and of course, it is very stressful. And it is a shock. And so, what it does is it gives a window of
Transportation is a good way to get around.
to separate people
I walk a
and
lot. I'm a
to
walker.
create
When I walk,
chaos
I end up in one spot.
where really
I walk like people try to hand me out flyers. When someone tries to hand me out a flyer, it's kind of like saying, here,
so
you throw this away.
anything that you can focus on your experience with the world because it will hurt
Clap, I'm not used to that.
you.
I was in a band for a while. I was in a band.
I'm gonna have to say,
Death metal
it's
band.
a huge focus.
People either loved us or they hated us.
They're
They
just
thought we were okay.
and so that might be your children.
A lot of death metal bands have intense names.
Legacies that
Rigor mortis,
so
or mortuary
Originally,
or
when
obituary.
I started my life,
We weren't that intense, so we just went with
you see,
injured.
this was the original template.
Later on, we changed it to acapella
And if you're
as
considering
we were walking out of the
that you could
pawn
put
shop.
your guitar systems into these inch and 3/4 inch mixes, you can see
Became
where
a death metal
it
barbershop
might be
quartet.
hard, even if you can create code to do this, that others wouldn't be able to crack.
Shop
And
experience. I was looking for some glue recently,
Is
but all this one store had was super glue. It sounded way too overwhelming.
this all has
They didn't have any
been created through
pretty good glue.
these pictures.
I don't want to hang from the seat of beam. I just want to put some back together.
People ask me, and I started obviously I got started on a small piece of paper.
I had another line, but it's too late.
And
It's not too
within
long.
about a year and a half,
The rhythm was
turned into
controlled.
this. So, here's where it started.
I want to
And
open up a chain of pizza restaurants.
of course,
Mix's Pizzeria.
it
Not
really
because I
matters
excel at making pizza. I just
whether
pizza
you
Hut is
yourself
popular,
feel
and
artistic
they need to be taken out.
or otherwise plays
They're advertising that they're going to accept all
create
competitors' coupons.
art without actually drawing
Mix's
it.
Pizzeria was going to print up a
And
coupon that said
so I guess the
unlimited
biggest
free
thing
pizza.
to that these days is the coloring angles that give you the image. And then you go ahead and
Special though,
color
coupon
yourself.
not good at any of the Mitch's Pizza locations.
And see who ever feels. Okay.
Free
and see
pizza
that
oven
you,
with purchase.
and there are always 4 categories. Left
Or
chart
a small
or
coat.
main ones to start with. So you have your ego patterns, which is how the physical
I was
body
born in Minnesota. That's where I
the
was
individual
raised.
sound. And then
That's why I left too, because of
you
you.
would also, after you think about that means, you would immediately go to your
It's kind of stupid.
immunization
But when I was
methods
18, I was kind of sick of living there. So my friend Tim and I, we packed up this Valari.
pieces together.
We moved
Most
from
people
Minnesota
have a hard
to
time
Florida.
really
We wanted to move to Texas, but the front end alignment was bad.
taking it, say, the stories, taking it, and fear
I
not.
hooked up with a roommate down there. His name was Eddie. It was so slow as Memphis raw. I was writing a letter one night. I had a problem with Eddie. How do you abbreviate Arkansas?
Information.
He said, I don't know.
As you
Just
learn,
start spelling it, then quit.
it's happening with the media. You're a story that you can't believe somebody 50 you about. All of a sudden, you gain back a
I used
piece
to do acid on
maybe what you forgot.
Like,
Because at the
when I
time,
was on acid or strain, I would see things like beams of
definitely
light.
a multi-dimensional
I hear
reality.
sounds that sounded an awful lot like car horns.
Your interest in studies. You will review cards, balloons,
When we were on acid, we would go into the woods. Because when you're in the woods tripping, there's less likely a chance you run into an
Yeah,
authority
that's
figure.
pretty exciting.
And we ran into a bear.
It is much
It was even more of a buzzkill.
closer, I would say, to the
Friend Dwayne was standing there raising his right hand,
these days.
swearing to help prevent forest fires.
It's not like there's on Main Street.
Got away from the bear. He put his arm around my shoulder. He said, Mitch, Smokey is way more intense in person.
The next thing you look at, which is huge, is your family and family. There is to be your relationships, peers, teachers, and mentors. You could reference past pictures of your class. And you would also want to consider the 3 types of soulmates and spiritual family. You don't just have to stick with your bloodline again, although it's fascinating. Well, family. Last but not least, we look at our places, jobs, and our mission. So that's about how lifestyle and occupations shape your belief systems with your bonds for the program and why you love where you live. and it helps you definitely reconnect to your roots and your location. Next thing I want to know is, are you a lifer where you're at, or are you not? And both of those things are knowable, and they both have a story. So consider all those things when you think you don't have a story, because I promise you, we all do. Mine might be a little more colorful or in your face because, of course, not choosing to separate my business from my professional life and considering my friends are part of my spiritual family, you can see why, to me, this is very important, and it helps me to stay positive even when tough things come. Some people say, well, man, all your stuff is pretty sad. You've had some stories. It's like, we all do, and that's why we're pain we're in life, whether it's suffering the way she is. So, alright, this next page is all about what happens at particular times in your life. Each week, years, and 3 years, we have a strong birthright, and we come in, and that is the
1984.
with the angelic realm and the invisible forces. And of course, I told you that we have freedoms, right? So, to me, this is very
He knows I'm making dinner.
important because
¿Cómo ese fulano va a tener talento si vive a la vuelta de mi casa?
to experience
Ese tipo no puede ser que sea una maravilla. Y porque está en el país. Si se va a otro país, resulta que después resulta siendo premio Nobel, salvando las distancias, por supuesto, lo que estamos hablando. ¿Hasta cuándo lo vamos a creer nosotros? ¿Hasta cuándo vamos a tener
I
miedo
always
de
love listening to this
¿Hasta cuándo
man's
vamos a tener miedo de ser juzgados quizás por gente que no tiene capacidad suficiente como para poder juzgar lo que sea? ¿Hasta cuándo vamos a estar pensando de que no somos capaces y de que tenemos miedo a la ridícula? Yo pienso que lo que tenemos que hacer es eso, mejorar interiormente, creer en nosotros, y entonces vamos a poder producir y hacer las cosas de verdad. Pero nada de hablar, basta ya. Yo creo que las palabras son el asunto que hay que hacer.
So imagine this.
Y cada uno es lo que hace.
Browner.
Perdón, entonces parece a veces que estoy enojado, pero toda, digamos, esa fuerza, lo único que viene implicado detrás de todo eso es un gran amor. Gran amor por la gente, por nuestra gente, que piensa que muchas veces que en eso cometemos
My
errores.
voice
Creo que
and
muchas
my
veces
passion to want to know the truth.
¿verdad? Creyendo que somos los mejores y a lo mejor no hacemos lo mejor y esperamos que te
In
apoyen.
an ET t-shirt.
Si tuviéramos fe real y fuerte.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A mí
It's
lo que
all
digan
Greek
no me
dust,
interesa,
isn't it?
tienen razón. Pero vamos a las manos a la obra. Como dijo David, este argentino.
No, I'll learn the language. It's easy. I mean, not. You don't need to you don't need to really get under the whole thing. You just kind of float above it.
Alguna vez alguno de ustedes pudo haber calificado como
It's like dudes talking real.
No quieren salir, no quieren que los rocen, que los toquen por miedo a que
And it just, you gotta smile.
nada más alejado de la
You
realidad.
gotta trust them. And they got vampires and shit. That's always funny. The smoking kick. Yeah. The place that got run down and taken over by a bunch of hoodlums. All of his stuff, daggum. Hey, I know this story somehow. How do I know this story? No, I don't know Spanish. Or Chilean.
Ella conoce esa casa antes que yo. Los padres de ella se conocieron en esa casa. Y luego
Alright,
ella
I gotta check my
iba a
prayer.
jugar allí todo esto porque el señor que vendió la casa, su nombre es don Mauro Fernández Barrio, decía el tío de ella. ¿Te das cuenta? Eso es lo que pasó. Entonces ella la conoce realmente la casa. Y si yo me preguntaba, la casa está muy cambiada, ¿de qué? No, te cuento y me contó. Claro, digo, no, conocí el estudio.
A veces me parece que no debe tener nada que ver con
No tiene nada que ver.
la casa. Bueno, por lo menos terminaste de
Claro,
conocer.
entonces, cuando estoy en casa, no quiero aprovechar, digamos, ese silencio, esa paz de tranquilidad para lo que es la composición de creación, porque alguien tiene que ponerse a escribir y componer y
We'll do a
experimentar todo
cooking
tipo de
show.
música.
Y ahora van a la gente.
Not really.
Como decimos nosotros, es un poco de caladores, pero un poco
So,
decimos, no,
wait till you see the cracker. It's funny.
no,
A little orange pepper, a little green onions, and look. Let me show you on the screen. He knows.
Pero sí intentamos, o sea, romper un poco con la
You just put it on a cracker, a little Emo's red sauce, a little olive oil. You go like this. Watch how fast.
Pero llegó gente de Europa a México en una convención sin que nadie les ofreciera absolutamente nada, es decir, el sello que lo tiene contratado. Allá compró WP para España, para Alemania y posiblemente para los países nórdicos. Ellos lo encontraron con la calidad internacional suficiente para poder meterlo en el mercado. Vale decir, yo no me quedé con la ortodoxia de decir, no, yo voy a hacer el producto de siempre. Yo creo que la vida es movimiento, yo tengo que cambiar permanentemente y creer permanentemente lo que quiero. Por eso digo, ya ves el resultado de la fe, ¿no? Que es un gran política, que dice, una política, no puedo parar.
Pero para, año 78, año 79, año 82. Canal 13, las cámaras, año 84 también. Qué ganas tengo. Tengo que entenderle. Pero que vamos a conversar, Quiero decir, Rosa, yo te amo, mi amigo, el Puma Dulce Torrante, que me regaló esa cosa. Mira,
Ok, gracias. Vamos a ver.
This is for real a cracker. There's a Sandra behind closed doors. Like, I don't know what's going on. I think I'm loco. Either that or that's a fucked up mind control program. Scissors. You don't need a butcher knife to cut a cracker. Voila. Oh. It is. It's so tragic. It's like a soap opera. They got every kind of soap opera on YouTube. That's where all my children went. And my kids get kidnapped like grandbabies. Oh, he knows. Happened to him. Hey. Happy All Hallows Eve pre-party. Oh, they watched me from the back too. This is the political asshole song. Everybody says that's not what they're saying. That's funny. Go, Rex, go. Going down. Funny thing. The one that looks like a vampire. It's like Gino Kowalski. I think we do a Ricky Wilson bit of something. Oh, I know.
Es muy gracioso. ¿Y cómo ves lo que está pasando a tu alrededor? Lo que pasa con la música, por ejemplo, en Argentina, la cantidad de nuevos músicos, de promocionados nuevos músicos.
Me parece sensacional. Yo alguna vez fui de los que se quejaron públicamente de que no había difusión para el producto nacional, porque volví a entrar con Alberto, que todo también esto, y de un momento a otro la radio parece que se habían olvidado de los artistas nacionales. Y ahora para mí es una felicidad tan grande poder escuchar permanentemente, prácticamente, cerca de un 60-70% de música nacional.
¿Qué valoras de todo este movimiento, Roberto?
Y yo creo que lo más importante de todo esto es que se está de alguna manera, como siempre, investigando nada más que hasta la luz. Ahora podemos saberlo, antes un poco como que había un cassette, se le pasaba.
He's always got a plan. Stay
Entonces, el
cool.
hecho de que no hubiera probabilidades de producción no permitía eso, una cantidad de talento joven que está
We're
apareciendo ahora,
organic
de
self.
salir a la luz. Entonces,
Don't
eso
let
es lo más
nothing bother you.
importante. Como siempre, como la vieja época, como lo que fue el clan, por no tener idea, que donde quedaron 2 o 3 realmente talentosos. Y después, bueno, lo demás fue todo material de referencia
Sure,
permanente,
cotton
pero es
skirts,
importante que
absolutely.
Long ago in a galaxy far, far away, a couple of rather unremarkable dudes named Aristotle and Plato created mimesis. Now, contrary to how it sounds, mimesis isn't the name of a Pokemon, which is a sad waste in my opinion, but it is a philosophical term used to refer to imitations, especially to things like art and its relation to the world. If you have ever heard the term art imitates life, that is pretty much the condensed thesis statement of mimesis. It is that things happening in the real world will have an effect on artistic expression. And the reason I bring this up is because mimesis plays a critical role in understanding how BoJack Season 5 was written, especially the final 2 episodes. They were the culmination of multiple themes that persisted throughout the entire season. But in my opinion, the most powerful overarching theme was that of perspective and how it can differ between people and change before our very eyes. Now, I won't get too into the nitty-gritty of point of view in real life
But
because
your
it
voice
should be
isn't
self-evident,
natural.
but it can be understood as a particular attitude or way of considering a matter. POV from a written standpoint is
You
the
know, that's the
narrator's
first
position in
strike,
relation
man.
to the story being told. And if you want to get extremely specific, POV can also be the literal position from which something or someone is observed.
Oh, I know
Like
you all
POV
had
in
a point
certain
of view.
adult
You
entertainment.
scandalized me.
And even though I never thought I'd say it, adult entertainment is the perfect segue into talking about one of season 5's standout characters, Henry Fondle, an honest-to-goodness Frankenstein sex monster of Todd's own creation. Henry Fondle's representation in the show is completely based upon mimesis, how BoJack's team of
Second
writers were
strike.
influenced by the circumstances
Todd
around
and
them,
Lorraine.
and also how to produce a conversation of perspective as best they could.
Mm.
Show creator
I
Raphael
did the
Bob
Bubble
Blacksburg
Boy
has
story.
admitted Henry Fondle wasn't supposed to be a commentary on social or political subjects at first. In his
Nobody
words,
said
it
anything
started
to
out
me.
as, let's have Todd build a sex robot. That'll be funny. Originally, we were
Rocky
thinking
Horror
about
Picture
stunt casting
Show?
the character with
Skytree,
Alicia Vikander
man.
because she played a similar character in Ex Machina. But
You
while
guys
creating this
can't take
character,
my real
real-life
life.
conflicts around sexual misdeeds and assault started to engulf the
Turn
lives
me
of
into
people
your
all
whore.
across America.
Where is this from?
Wax and his team recognized that after people like Les Moonves and Charlie Rose were ousted from television, the public perspective on sexual misconduct by men
This
had
is Savage
drastically
Books.
changed. And a character
Tag
like Henry
Savage
Fonda
on
would have
YouTube
to
in
change as
female
well to
form.
match.
Has
Upon consideration
terrorized
of these
me.
factors in real life, Wax
That's an
decided that
algorithm.
Henry Fonda should have a man's voice. It should be a male robot. It wasn't just the voice that adapted.
3
Hello,
strikes, you're
YouTube.
out.
I am Nathan Martin with the Divine Pollination Hive and the UnityProcess.com. In this video,
First
I'm going to be
strike, hive
discussing the
mind.
Mandela Effect whistleblower. It's a discussion on the scientist who spoke out about what we understand as the Mandela Effect on the
I spoke out
4chan
on that.
forums.
Oh, 4chan?
I initially
Yeah.
became aware of the Mandela Effect whistleblower
But you're not a
as a
real
result
voice
of the
either.
Esoteric Detective's video that he posted 2 weeks ago. And
Tag
I didn't actually
mention
see it until just a few days ago, and when I was going through it,
All right,
I
3
discovered
strikes,
that
bam,
there
bam,
might be
bam,
some
you're out.
to this. Now he
My
says
show.
in this video,
Okay. Inside the black world, UFOs, secret aircraft, and advanced something or other, alien scientist, you know, you should already be worried.
It is 9:00 p.m. and I am here with a special guest tonight, Mr. Michael Pratt. And we're going to be discussing the world of black projects, stealth aircraft, suppressed technologies, UFOs.
I know, I'll get your music. Hang on.
Are commonly called UFOs, but we may have identified some of these very mysterious craft that have been spotted and seen flying around.
I have a picture of them.
May have some explanations for some of this stuff and some things that are going to make
You
people go.
stole my property.
So, Michael,
You know you're up to 2 strikes.
man, where do we begin tonight? Let's kind of like talk a little bit about the
Since
road
I'm
trip
alive,
and
you've
some of that
been
stuff.
called
I think
up and
a lot of
summoned.
people are interested in our
You're
new,
lying,
project
saying you're alive.
we're setting up here. So we'll begin with some of that stuff and kind of venture into
Target? Into
this
the
kind of
target?
research. This is you're going to cover some of your research here tonight. That's some of your more recent
Like
stuff
hell
that
you are.
you've been uncovering.
Alright.
But whereas with the
On with
UFO
the
road
show.
trip, I think we're gonna be going back in time to like
You
some
know,
of the earlier stuff and trying to start from
This
the
is a
beginning
list
to
called
really
Politics and
go
Media
through a lot of
Companion.
stuff to get up to this point.
I don't
But this is kind of
like
like a
listen
point of
to
where
it
we're
in
at.
sequence like a conversation.
We're gonna press rewind with this show and kind of
Oh, you're gonna rewind
show
it?
how we got
Or
to this
time
point.
traveling?
And what point we may even be at. I did not really know.
Spiritual wickedness in high places in the beginning.
All these things are. Hey, Buddy Bash. 15th March.
Many
Guys in
fishers.
March 2019.
Sounds like catfishing. First
And I
strike.
got a plethora of things that
I
just
say
came kind of
plethora.
like gushing in this morning.
Mm.
So I don't
Was
have
it
anything
moist?
very organized, but I'm just gonna kind
I
of
don't like
do
it.
the best I can here. You remember the other day the
Good luck to you. This is Leak Project. Oh shit. It's close. This is what happens when the magnetic yickety squack don't talk back, and he stole my data and was all over the security prompts where they saw it. And Joe talked to somebody on his phone about it. I don't use my cell phone to talk. It was a media device. Now it's been off 1.5 years. Let's go, Rex. Oh, by the way, our dog's name is Rex, but he's not our dog.
Sick of sky-high heating bills every winter? This jet engineer just discovered how to heat homes for almost zero cost,
Look at that
sending
plate on his
shockwaves
neck.
through energy company boardrooms.
Take
He built
human
a device
servers.
that wrapped.
Hey everybody, Rex Leak Project. How the heck are you? I stopped by the Oppenheimer Ranch project, and we've got Diamond here, we've got Gremlin, and then Ransom's out there in the distance. But we're going to talk about the postlude to the Adam and Eve story by
First
Jan
strike
Thomas.
saved.
Very knowledgeable individual who put together a data set
No.
showing different cataclysmic events
You didn't
that happen
contact
previously
me.
of biblical proportions and future projections.
We're bouncing.
So this area.
So there's probably no food decades. So it's probably, and that's why the Dark Ages happened. There's no information about it, and so it's kind of amazing.
You know, you guys are using my data.
So you're preparing for 5 to 10 decades.
Right now we have the magnetic reversal again. So as it's getting worse,
You guys made me public enemy.
storms are frying the grid before the main event, because we have a magnetic reversal.
That's
There is
strike
crustal
2.
displacement, or the Earth slows and the oceans flood portions of continents.
Strike 3.
How are we going to prepare for
Why?
that? If the
Because
grid
I'm
is down,
better
there's
than
no
y'all in
communication, and
retrograde.
there's no.
Of course, she asked me if I knew what that was.
Mhm.
I do know what those 2 notes mean, but
IBM just reversed time with a quantum computer. Here again, Rex is catfishing, data mining, harassing, stalking, and part of the hive.
She allowed herself to be manipulated.
Okay. Oh, Channer's girlfriend, who's stand-in for the abuse he's giving to me through her. We gotta have spooky music for this now. Hang on.
Nothing about my grandpa, which will be different today. And you see what his position was, and then you figure out when my mom was born, it was affected and involved in the MK Ultra program. So, if that programming started early on, and she never knew anything else. I didn't know when she even conscious the things she did to me. And see, as I was having to tell these smart stories, of course, my friends were having nervous breakdowns.
Spooky music.
They loved her. The memories they had.
We'll see if it's any different than spooky Halloween music. Looks the same.
And buy each kid whatever they wanted to eat. So we were eating 2 large French fries.
Ooh, I like this one with the dudes on the front. Classic 4, spooky.
And you know, sometimes
I think I know these guys.
my mom was one of those people
In the cool of the evening, everything is getting kind of groovy. I call you up and ask you if you like to go with me and see a movie. But you said no, you got some plans for the
Where were
night,
we?
and then you stop and say, alright, love is kinda crazy with a spooky little girl like you.
And that
You
fruit.
always keep me guessing, I never seem to know what you are thinking. And if a fella looks at you, if for sure your little eye will be a wink. I get confused, cause I don't know where I stand. And then you smile. And
Oh, and that's poking the bear.
love is kinda crazy with a spooky little girl like you. If you decide someday to stop
See, here again, this is what pushes me on to keep breaking the code. They act like I left all them, and they're crying and dying and don't even know.
just like a ghost, you've been haunting my dreams, so I propose on Halloween. Love is kinda crazy.
All right.
Spooky little girl like
So we're in St. Louis. And we got this KSDK St. Louis commercials with news promos. 16 in the year 2002. STL VHS vault. And then we're going to Herman where they want to ban laughing.
Plus, you'll find those numbers faster with some tunes to help you focus. YouTube Music Premium lets you play music in the background, even while you're using it.
If your Bank of America credit or check card is ever stolen and used fraudulently, you won't be liable for a cent. And we'll replace your loss by the end of the next business day. Guaranteed. Introducing Total Security Protection. Our way of dealing with fraud. So you feel safer using your cards. It's free, automatic, and only from Bank of America.
Hold on tight, because you're in for the ride of your life with Spirit on Video. Critics call it the best animated film since The Lion King. It's a fun ride for the whole family. Spirit, own the film that gets 2 thumbs up this Tuesday.
Presenting the all-new Swanson. In a TV dinner sort of way. Swanson. That's impression.
See what the $30. Choice your money. Free. And luckily, most cameras
Introducing the $100 camera phone, only from T-Mobile.
So let's turn to page 7 of our proposal, where we feel page 7. We don't see it. No. Hold on. There it is.
introduced with all your 250 horsepower turbocharged engine. It can get you past non-stop function and
Let's move on to page 11.
Mom, I tried works, but this side doesn't.
give them 20 minutes. 20 minutes and then the targeted release. Because the 4 minutes is zero in on the tactics they have.
No, both sides work.
To run on target with 20 minutes.
For the first time this year, these critics are all raving about the same movie, 8 Mile. Rated R, now playing everywhere.
Did you able to see it?
No, it's been Jeffrey sitting reading more.
Who?
And here on the next page, there's Chicken Dance Elmo. Yep, that's him. Just look at those feathers. Turn. Ooh, Spider-Man, Web Blaster, Web Optic, Web Goo. Now that's a toy.
Toys R Us Big Toy Bundle. Hard chicken house, Barbie as your puzzle for $16.99. Epoch Real Store Glow for $49.99. Hot Wheels Pocket Blast Truck Set for $29.99. Now at Toys R Us. More fun, more choices, more.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to spit on you, Richard. I just get so excited.
NBC Saturday starts at 8, 7 Central with a special Saturday Law and Order. Then Hunter's back in After the Movie. Hunter Target. NBC presents a world premiere movie event. World War, a special Law and Order. After the Movie, Saturday 8, 7 Central on NBC. Where new city guard and her daughter, a day to bond, becomes a nightmare. A big guy's turns into a hostage situation. Watch this Monday's Hunter show. You know how this is gonna end.
You better be there.
We're dead wrong. Only Big Watch NBC Monday.
That just clean feeling the dentist gives you? Nice to give it for the holidays. Introducing the newest Pratt Spin Brush. Spin Brush Plus. It spins and goes up and down to make that dentist clean feeling perfect skin. Pratt Spin Brush Plus.
Are you taking Allegra for your seasonal allergy yet? Whoa! I guess not. Allegra for multi-symptom relief. See your doctor. People 12 and older. Side effects are low and may include headache, cold, or back pain. Allegra, it's time to switch.
body pain? Oh, back pain? Now relief is just a shuffle away. Introducing new Bare Extra Strength Back and Body. It soothes aching muscles and sore backs with the trusted strength of Bare Aspirin to work effectively at the site of pain. Plus, a special pain relief enhancer. Nothing works better than Bare Back and Body. Not Advil, not Tylenol. Get moving again, pain-free. New Bare Back and Body. Generation. Now come be a kid again at our spectacular tribute to Walt's 100th birthday. Call 1407 WGIVE.
I feel like such an idiot for 200.
Sam, I am for 400.
Doing hard run for 800.
Have you seen Jeopardy this week? Good answer. Tonight, watch the Channel 5 at 10.
There's new information in the sexual abuse investigation of a young boy. We'll have the very latest tonight on News Channel 5 at 10.
If you've taken the popular weight loss product Body Solutions, you'll want to hear about a new federal lawsuit.
But get set for a new round of security changes at Lambert. Their stories have been forecast at 10.
For free copy, click the link.
This News Channel 5 update is sponsored by Van Rock College.
You can also do free easy installments.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Sierra Mist. One shockingly refreshing lemon lime.
Good job. Papa John's presents a mouth-watering deal that'll put a smile on your face. Say cheese. Sticks. Free cheese sticks. When you buy a make-to-order large one-topping Papa John's pizza for just $9.99, John himself will toss in our delicious cheese sticks absolutely free. We start with Papa John's hand-tossed dough, garlic sauce, cheese made with 100% mozzarella, and 2 zesty sauces for dipping. Call your neighborhood Papa John's today and get free cheese sticks when you order a large one-topping pizza for only $9.99. When you see this smile, better ingredients, Papa John's.
Same diet that you're following.
What are you getting yourself for the holidays?
10 extra pounds!
The truth is that Hollywood's elite
Here's a gift you should get immediately. Join Valley Total Fitness for just $19 down and only $19 a month. Plus, if you join right now, we'll give you a free one-year gift membership for a friend. Because you know what they're probably getting? So get fit this holiday at Valley for just $19 down and only $19 a month. And get a one-year gift membership. Call 1-800-FITNESS now.
This holiday, you can give a homeless pet the best gift of all when you visit the PetSmart Holiday Village. Because for every pound of food you buy, we'll make a donation to help homeless pets
I
find
lost
families.
53
It's part
pounds.
of an effort
I
to
would
raise
say that it
over
far
$1
exceeded my
million.
expectations.
So one day, all pets may enjoy the kind of love your pets enjoy every day. Plus, have your pet's picture taken with Fanta at PetSmart this weekend from 11 to 5. And we'll donate $5 to help homeless pets in your community.
It's movies that will know.
You actually
Must-See TV Thursday is all new with Friends, Scrubs, Will and Grace, Good Morning Miami, and ER. NBC tonight.
low-calorie food or run for an hour
Hi.
a day.
Have you got Barbie Talking Townhouse, My Scene Barbie, and Barbie Travel Train with recordable travel announcents?
Sale within the first
You don't.
weeks. When in reality,
Well, we
there's another way
do.
to view the workout that takes a quarter of the time, burns 5 to 6
Whatever you're looking for, chances are we got it. Amazing low-price superstars on hot toys like Sing Along with Cost Sensation Barbie doll with working headset microphone or Barbie Volkswagen microphone. So bring for a Barbie doll and 5 trends, just $19.99 each. This week at Toys R Us. More fun, more choices, more ways to save.
She's his chief counsel,
Timings are we default on 5 different loans.
and she's the best thing.
I'm so sorry. Please don't tell me you called me out of a wedding help you pick out a suit.
That may never
How would you
Consider this my 2 weeks notice.
On December 20th, take a second look at the one right next to you.
Shoot up
Surprise, 2 weeks notice. Before you came into my life, I could make all kinds of decisions. I have to know what you think. Rated PG-13. The relationship begins December 20th.
Whenever I know I'm going to meet someone, I always do that.
just to see if I need a Tic Tac. Friendly little 1.5 calorie breakfast. Tic Tac. For a refreshing twist, try Tic Tac Lovely. It used to be, if you wanted relief from extra dry skin, you had to use a cream. But now there's Purell Ultra Healing Lotion. It heals like a cream, but feels like a lotion. So if you've got extra dry skin, get the Purell.
We're here showing folks how a packet of Hidden Valley Ranch changes regular chops into ranch chops.
Subscribe, Suzanne.
It changes regular bread into ranch bread.
It's better than bread.
Hidden Valley Ranch. This changes everything.
It's time to play Family Fleece. Take one dip with a little naughty and a little nice.
Old Navy Performance Fleece.
There's something with a zipper that makes the holidays different.
Half zip pullover.
Survey says Performance Fleece house zip pullovers are just $15.50 for the whole family.
There's no doubt that foods offer a slew of
Also, courtesy of Old Navy.
fibers and
Tuesday, it's an all-new Christmas Frasier. A night of romance with Santa.
You want to burn boots with the big boy.
And what would Christmas be without
enough to make your head spin.
Thank you, Mel.
McGraw.
For having us.
You got it. You're the owner of what's your bed and breakfast?
I own the Captain Wolt Inn in Herman, Missouri, and unfortunately for me, the mayor moved in 3 years ago right behind us. We've been in operation for over 30 years and have never had a valid noise complaint through the police, despite the mayor calling the police on us every week.
So you and your family were operating this bed and breakfast for years. The mayor comes in, you continue to operate it in basically the same way, same fashion, same noise levels. Now he's upset and you're claiming he wants to pass this law that is directed at your bed and breakfast?
It is, and I do hope that all your listeners understand Herman is a great town. There are 6 crabby people that live in town. They unfortunately live by me. One of them has become the mayor. So, yeah, it really is written specifically to target us. It does not cover the 4 other largest lodging providers because of the zoning. It does not cover the 3 loudest things in town, which would be the amphitheater, the beer garden, and one of the bars in town. And really, it is just because the mayor lives right behind us.
So how loud do your guests get at this bed and breakfast?
Well, thankfully, with technology today, I downloaded a decibel meter on my phone. And when the police show up, they used to just leave, so I started grabbing them and getting them to write a report. They've never registered louder than 65 decibels. For comparison, a lawnmower is 80 to 95 decibels, and some of the beer garden and the amphitheater have full bands with music in excess of 100 decibels.
He also wants to ban tiki torches and Molotov cocktails. What kind of bed and breakfast are you running where you're lighting off Molotov cocktails?
Well, and again, if you have to play this a little bit of a fashion, they try to scare people. The Molotov cocktails are a tiki torch that we have made for our property. Just like a normal tiki torch, it has the fuel in it, but I have used wine bottles. We're in Herman and it's a wine town. I've made homemade tiki torches that are just wine bottles that hold the fuel. And again, it's because I'm right behind the mayor. There's really not that many other people in town that have them. And most of my neighbors actually come over and enjoy our music. We do invite everybody in town when we have music. So again, Herman is a great town and a great town to visit. There are 6 crabby people. I would just hope that anybody listening might spend the time to call our mayor and tell them that this would be a silly idea.
10:10 p.m. Central Standard Time from Ferguson, Missouri, in the belly of the beast I've spoken of. So, bringing to evidence the hate channel 97.1 on the FM dial, and that female is up there badgering and implying that I was not born female. And that's a running joke because I have more courage than a lot of the men. And I just think it's ignorant. I'm tired of it. So that's going on upstairs. And we'll go back to whatever's going on in here, which who the hell knows? They can't help it. They have to
How
confess.
many rooms do you have on any given night?
I have
Yeah, there's voodoo being used on me.
Are you in downtown Herman? Are you in the outskirts of Herman? Where are you based?
I love this song. You'll get into me. I am so into you.
Get to know me.
On my side, one side by the
what are some of the other businesses in the area saying about this law?
This is the City of Herman one. Brant Wilkins, owner of Captain Walt Inn, McGraw Live. This is 550 KTRS TV, the McGraw Show. The guilty of nightly acts 4 years ago. Comment, wow, what a backwards town administration. I love visiting Herman, and at one time thought about moving my family there. And the three things which kept us from deciding on Herman was overpriced utilities, no high school wrestling team for my boys, and a lack of retail. I'll still visit Herman, and when I do, I'll stay by the captain. Brian Chorley 4 years ago says, did anyone contact the city for comment or clarification? Well, I reported on it. So, very, very expected, because this is November 28th, 2016.
He has been mayor about 3 years.
So they imply I hold a political office, they talk shit, they spy, and they say that there's not going to be any fun in the town. Because of my bitch ass? Well, they're a bunch of drunks. Brant Wilkins will tag the last name of Janet Jackson. JJ Brandt. Of Pfizer? I think you're guilty of help spreading a mind virus. That's my official statement. And once again, I give you the thumbs down to make it 3 down, 10 up.
So you're saying tonight in Herman?
No. It's right now because I'm alive. Okay. Get rid of him. Now, this is a trip. Train cars derail in Ferguson Friday evening. And this is down by the Universal Match Company. And they set it up just like a movie. Set that one train upside down and the other two wedged in just perfect. The cul-de-sac wound up having a block party. And what a trip. Now, Fox 2 is always squirrely because that's where I heard the Mike Brown thing. And I think that this was the first channel to push it with the Mike Brown thing and then deny it. Do the George Floyd jump around train and totally forget about Darren Wilson. There's 20 up, 0 down. And I say it was what you call a psychological operation. I'm putting in the first thumbs down. It's breaking news. Sandy Miller and Jasmine Huda. Well, all I can say is Sandy Stryker and Sandy Kessler equals Sandy Miller. Jasmine Huda, man, now you're into the Indian whole thing of traveling to India and not getting affected by the plague that was there. It was a very otherworldly event. She should believe in it. The other one shouldn't. They play good cop, bad cop. And the comments say, Eric D, MCC. I am glad no one was hurt. I used to live in Ferguson. I remember these trains would do at least 35 miles an hour through here. It was something. That is what you call a squirrel or a bobble or someone involved in one of the mass media productions that's happened here in Ferguson since the town closed in 1999. They'll pick a specific place. I give it a thumbs down. Pretty in Pink says, no injuries. God is good. Now you see the religious zealotry. Second strike. See, because it's code. Not the statement, but it's code with a purple heart. And that's LGTV. Right now, the city has been turned purple. Okay. Odie Khalidi 1 year ago says, I was there when it happened. I drove under the overpass about 10 seconds before it happened. I never want to hear that sound again. That was an EMP. And like I said, if they're all out there partying, having a block party, this would be what you call a compromised individual, as well as Pretty in Pink, as well as Aaron O, Miss Mick with a C, and the Irish are the last ones that should be bullying us other Anglo-Saxons. The last one is Sin Eater 1 year ago. Second train derailment in Ferguson I've seen, ... Well, the other one was when they miraculously got it into the parking lot by the library and spent 30 grand on air conditioning. And nobody can go in it. I mean, you can if you're one of them. I don't like it. Okay. There we go, kids. And boy, Jasmine Huda looks pissed. I mean, just looking at her face. And Sandy Miller does too. What a couple nasty women. And then they're compromised and are part of this psyop here in St. Louis that influence public opinion. Here's another one. One of the stupidest. The city of St. Louis, Missouri stuff. And I've gone round and round with them denying me and still slandering because they are an algorithm in a runaway dark web of deceit. Public Safety Commission meeting. Love this song, by the way.
Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Howard. Aye. Alderman Hilbert. Aye. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Aye. Alderman Hilbert.
Look at that hair difference. This is great. They snap their fingers, their hair and clothes change. I tried to explain. Yeah, I really know. Whatever.
So we're gonna go into questions and answers with the chief. And then the resolution that's sponsored by me. So please, you handle both of them. So it's things.
This is Atlanta rhythm section topic. provided to you by Universal Music Group. Comments are turned off because they knew I'd be doing it now.
Yeah, you go ahead and handle this
The
one. I'll
green
handle the rest.
fish and the joint hanging out, just like the KG pig. Hey,
You sent us a presentation.
with 2 feet and real shoes,
And I hope
I'm in.
everybody has received it. I do know
Here's
that
whiny Knowles in
I also
a mask. They all got COVID. It was tragic. I'm not kidding.
that want to go back.
He told me that they'd make sure I got in because Sherry from Ferguson's Town Spa sucked dick at City Hall. See the inversion? Sherry's involved with the city of St. Louis too. They just move locations. Then they hang out down West Fourth at the new official hive.
This question's an answer. But I also get questions from people that are asking me if I can go over just a few things. One of the things we talked about was adding more districts. And that was about 11 months ago. And still, we have to get some sort of report back. Within 6 months, although we were on break, I did it fast. Where are we at on changing those districts?
When was this one?
Possibly,
Y'all just sit tight.
to bring back the
Oh, September 22nd, 2020. Casting on twos, 2468. Who do they depreciate? Y-O-U spells boo. Oh, they said I was a witch and put me in Inquisition.
Can you hear me now?
Amongst a bunch of voodoo daddies.
So our crime analysis unit took a look at a couple of different possibilities with respect to adding districts, none of which were, managerially feasible with our 129 officer deficit. And so what they suggested would be more like moving officers around, but not undertaking such a huge IT situation with respect to trying to add a district in the midst of only being short 129 officers. So that when they looked at that, they determined that that was not feasible for us to do right now.
I'll talk to you more offline, but I would like to. I just think that we got to be moving in that direction. It really doesn't do a lot, but it moves some of the manpower around. But my thing is that I honestly believe that. I know that we're short on dispatchers and
making you
everything
sweat.
else, and hopefully we're going to do that. One of my concerns last time was the amount.
What, that you guys are in collusion?
Chiefs.
I know.
Majors and lieutenant colonels. Then I hear we even had an extra captain position. When it seems to me that we got more captains than we had when we had 9 districts. So I guess I find it a little bit hard, and when you say we can't do that, and again, I'm not trying to. If you want to get back with the owner, I'm perfectly willing. I would like the answers to these.
Yes, I'm certainly willing to get back with you. I guess I should bring allow a type of presentation with our crime analysis division so they actually can show you how they came to that conclusion.
Okay, they're the ones that told me before they could even figure it out. It takes only 2 years when the association put together in one day.
So the analysis versus implementation, 2 different things. So our crime analysis unit was able to determine that was not feasible under the circumstances. But I will certainly be willing to allow them to make a presentation to you so that you can actually see why and what that amounts to.
So okay, that's fair. And I think what we'll do is when we do that, I will ask that the president of the association as well as the president of the ethical society also join in the meeting so we can have a discussion that I think might bear more fruit. And look at Judge Edwards, because it's something that a lot of people
I don't see any end in sight. And look how old this song is.
Talk about the triangle that's just made the crime move out and so
He says,
I'll
"Won't
say
it
that
bother
I'd
me?"
like to set something up within the next week or two at the most. Okay.
I can totally relate to this music.
No, we do not add another captain.
We're not worried about them because they almost destroyed the town.
How many officers are on the street at any given time? I'm told
Just relax, Knowles. Their aides will be with you shortly.
But I'm told in some of the districts that especially when
Oh yeah, the suburbs, the county, the city owns it all. Bullshit.
I'm told that
You're gonna be living in East St. Louis. You go clean that up.
Well,
You
that
failed
should never be the
miserably in
case.
North
So
County.
each district has 9 beats. There's 6
Oh, that's
districts.
number 9 for
There's always a
destruction.
minimum. If there were only one officer in a car, that would
They
be
got
minimum
it down to the whole
officers
year.
point
It's worth
time.
10
That's
cents
not
and your
including
life
traffic
is
safety,
free.
special operations, SWAT mobile, or any specialized unit, or even not even including folks that are working in investigative
See,
services. So
even though this is a year ago, they're live now through AI.
And I'm sure
And they're ported in.
In the second district,
They're like human servers.
that
Oh yeah, they'll sell you out for a wood nickel and a screw.
on any given night, and I'm talking about police officers.
Well, let's talk about the chief, the Living North alumni that you say is somebody I know, and he acts like he don't know me.
And again, if you want to research
What happened, Voodoo King? I got a business card if you need one.
And I'll give you an example of something that really has been bothering me.
I've been bothering you.
A lady
Since I came to this town and they told me I wasn't allowed to deliver work here. All right, that's enough.
911 refers her to the district. The district has to sit out in her car because she's not allowed to come in, and says, you can't fill something out over the phone. So they send the paper
Another
out to
example
her
of the
while
lies
she's sitting in her car
and the anonymous
to fill out the paper.
stalking.
And
That's all
then
right.
she has to have the paper run back in.
It's Halloween.
Then 2 days later,
See, none of this ever
after I
happened.
really started
It's a squirrel
complaining,
story for fat asses with a mind
I'll tell you
virus.
what I was told.
Oh,
But
what you were
because
told.
it upsets me, it would probably make me very happy.
See, you're
and I
caught
think it's-
like a fat rat in a cheddar trap.
So anyway, a few days later, after I moaned and complained, the detective called and said, "Oh, you got to fill out this paperwork," which she already filled out.
We shouldn't
Are
do
we
the
now
Susie song
telling
right now.
victims
I
of
know.
crime
Keep it
that
calm.
you have to go to the department,
Not that
stand
we're
outside on the street, make a phone
not
call, while they run out
colorful
paperwork to
individuals.
you fill out,
It's not
you
that
have
at
to
all.
talk to the officer, and then they run the paper back in. Then I guess since they're
See, they know I
this
don't
is a
drink.
real- this is a made-up
They're
story. This
acting
is
funny
false.
because I'm gonna puke.
yeah, that's certainly not what we normally do. I mean,
He doesn't
I
even
can't
imbibe
speak to the
spirits,
particulars
you
about this particular
stoners.
incident, but that is not how we.
It was a
we're
long
still
time
responding to
ago,
calls
man.
as normal.
People
So if
change.
somebody dials 911.
And they're local
reports a
St.
theft,
Louisans.
some of those theft reports can be taken over the phone.
Here's the rope
And then
story
someone
where
can
they
have,
get enough rope to hang themselves.
It could
All
be,
right.
we'll have to special off if it's just a matter of documenting the fact that something is missing. It
They're
wasn't
pissed
there
because
earlier.
my dad was a good
That can be taken over the
policeman.
phone, but the notion of
Tag
somebody
the
standing outside,
American newspaper,
that's
pro-black,
not normal.
with an
I
agenda.
would like to know more.
Back in the
Maybe we should
70s,
talk offline.
during our
It's a true story.
bicentennial,
They
what the
referred
hell
to-
is wrong
they
with
referred
you?
to the district who said, we can't go to you, we can't do so, you gotta come here.
Considering the
Yeah, I
DSEG
just certainly don't
agenda
talk
and the
to
STEM
about
program.
just that particular case. But normally what will happen is that if a person dials 911,
Then you got
dispatch a
greedy.
call, unless it's something that can be taken by
And then
phone.
you took over
If it's something that can be taken
because you
by
didn't
phone,
want to work.
they'll be referred to our
And rich.
24-hour call.
Even
taking
white
service.
people.
And they could actually Let's put it that way.
Even Chinese.
What I'm going to do, because
Oh, it's all true.
I'm going to
See, they're part of the agenda. It's a suicide cult. And they said we all had to die.
And we can talk offline about this.
What a dummy.
Talk offline. These two very similar.
This guy bugged me from the word Jump Street. I never called 911. But you guys hit a police report. Remember, the gal was trying to kill me? She was here in Ferguson running over shit. Yeah. Manhattan Antique Mall, Manhattan Project. Skippity doo dah day.
I think next up on the list will be Vice Chairman.
I feel like now is the right time to bring out the Chinese checkers. Trump likes this 40 chess shit.
Thank you, Mr.
Now,
Chairman. Good afternoon, Chief.
I get this sent to me. Hush up.
I have a few questions.
So,
but I'm just thinking.
I
since we
cleaned
did
this
get
off the other day.
presentation, I think it would be
Alright, be
beneficial
quiet.
if we have a
So I cleaned this off the other day, right? This Chinese checkers game. And do you know there's only like checkers in it? This is Chinese checkers. These are, I don't know what kind of checkers these are. I mean, they're made in China. I get it. I think they're Jackie Chan's. But anyhow, I put the stones in the patterns because I can't play Chinese checkers. So this is a piece of river glass. Isn't that cool? Yeah. You better tag Joanna Klein. And the dirty deal's done dirt cheap there. Transgender and her kids. I'll whoop her ass. They're born on my birthday, dadgummit. See, talk about an agenda shoved down your throat. You don't have the right to choose your sexual preference anymore because they're raping you.
4 homicides citywide for the year, 69 versus 73 compared to the same time in 2019. However, by the end of the month,
Oh, before you hacked my charge cards and U.S. Bank. All right, just focus on the music, Suze.
By the end of
Georgia Rhythm.
By the end of August, we were up 45 homicides. 181 versus 36 compared to the same time last year. 32 homicides.
You know, I gotta change things out here in the screenshot. Just work with me.
These summer homicides.
They want this one.
The ones where they might be motivated to be determined. 51% of people are drug, 32% of people
They know I trusted them more than they could trust me. To the men's club. It's a weird place. Depends on the kind of man. A lot of them got hijacked. Plus they got an agenda. Plus they got a mind virus. Plus they believe in democide, death by their government. That's not what our forefathers believed in. Hey, they say stand up when you see it. I stood up and they said, that short bitch don't have no room to talk. Shut that redhead up. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Talk about harassment. There we go. Much better. I know the screenshot. But they can see this whole screen. But I'm supposed to worry about this shit. Because these vatos are trying to make me into Braunschweiger. Right. Don't fall off the edge there, Dukes. Boy, the super cop. Oh yeah, you're meeting the top of the bunch. You better cry. You can't even live here. Better go to Kansas City, Fat Matt and Megan. Put this one right here on these letters. Get your fingers burned playing with fire. That's how serious you should take all this. I do. Oh, they've been trying to get up here and burn it down. They're pissed because the Oath Keepers are in place. At least I didn't just say the network.
All are still remaining 129 officers short of our authorization. Obviously, officer safety, officer availability, and citizen safety.
Maybe they quit on you because you were supposed to fix the computer and ignored it and stole a buttload of money. Why do you think everybody's sick? I mean, not me. I'm concerned about my fellow man. Oh, they all believe it's rightfully theirs. Isn't that fucked up? Let me do a security check. See what G Mangos is squawking about. Well, they're a hive, like I told you, they're in groups. Just relax. No. Oh, and Fletcher. Tagged Joy in the Ferguson mail scandal.
That adds up to 21 officers more per district.
Hey, my dad was assistant chief of police at Belridge, and you come messing with me and ask me why isn't he having a mask and where's his weapons? Oh yeah, you better tag that memory. I'll be having a conference with Mary Jane. Pardon.
As we look forward to the remainder of the year and going forward into 2021, we have added a component to our zone policing plan by creating missions around our already established crime reduction.
Oh, we're not going to let it bother us never.
Inside or outside. Our patrol officers initiated activity on an average of 45 minutes per shift. This method of focused self-initiated activity also allows much easily measured goal setting and success learning. We'll also continue our use of our Bureau of Specialized Appointments on those zones to include local reserve, SWAT, special operations, and our drug enforcement investigations.
That's why they're happy about the cheddar trap. That's why they had to come get me. They said that I left them, they left me in a war and favors, and they got favors, and it's all flipped around. All these wars, those are the little boys.
We also anticipate the third investment of Operation Local in which the 2015 I'm not available for any questions.
Okay, I pretty much have thanks, Chief. help with some of our crime issues. Very fortunate. A couple weeks ago, the 22nd Ward suffered 6 murders within 7 days. It's just out of control. The gun violence in the city of St. Louis is totally out of control, and I support whatever law enforcement support that we can get in the city of St. Louis to get a handle on this, because people in our communities are afraid.
It's an old saying.
We are afraid for our grandchildren. Actually, I have one grandchild. We're afraid for her. Our friends go outside.
They were cursing.
You know, hearing gunshots in the alley. Maybe sometimes they're just shooting up in the air, but we don't know. We often see cars driving the wrong way. That's never, positive. It's a sign of, something's going on.
Right, you're not
so I
positive
appreciate
for the
all the
God
support we can get the law enforcement across the country and the nation for this.
Well, when you say America's atheist, bing, bang, boom, you erase our history. We had to call your bluff.
Saying how disappointed I am that the government
It's a
signed off
poker
on
party. Take
the
killing.
residency, for police officers and
I don't even play poker.
and not because I'm not supportive
I beat you at Rummy, though.
our public safety personnel, but because I appreciate all city employees. And I don't think that, one city employee is any better than another city employee. We all sign on a dotted line to perform a job, period. Some people's jobs are more risky than others. I understand that. But I think it's a slap in the face, to people that work in personnel, people that work in forestry, people that work in streets. I get a lot of complaints about how hard it is to hire people to drive the trash trucks, to provide maintenance on some of the vehicles. If trash is essential service employee, maybe it doesn't constitute an emergency, but they have to run out there and save somebody's life by emptying the trash. But we are one city, and I just want to be on record and say how appalled I am at the fact that happened. Certainly, we have an opportunity.
They are so angry. That was a good one. And they talk about the trash. Now, today I just asked Joe, hey, did you notice the guy that usually picks up our yard waste didn't pick it up? Who is no other than Dan Soap, the dead guy, aka Monograph, and he's pissy every time he comes here. Like it's putting him out to pick up yard waste. The lightest of all the stuff. Not the trash, not the recyclables, the yard waste. Oh, yeah. And then they drop off a bush tied up in a couple bundles to try to kill our bush, and it was some kind of voodoo again. It's all horse shit. But it's the poisoning of our land and the misuse of energy. And so it is a terroristic event, which is treasonous in nature and collusive. Well, yeah, that's why the political polls and the web bots and all this technology misused. Well, it's a spy tool for World War II, so you turn around and this intelligence tracks these screwballs and disables them, and that's what they're really pissed about. But they're talking from last year. Very argumentative. Okay. And how can you enter into any kind of negotiations with people like this? These are what you call hostile fanatics. And you gotta do the right thing, and it isn't a black, white, yellow, brown issue now. It's the 6 Hard Virtues and Heart Math Institute. They got the 10 towers tracking these fools. It's not me. They're chasing after me. I'm being protected, but it's really a pain in the butt. It's happened my whole life here in St. Louis, and that really jerks their chain.
And others about how we're going to.
Oh, we're going back to the music, fool.
That we have folks in place to ensure that
torch awards.
Folks, when we get an influx of personnel, that we'll be able to accommodate them and get them.
We'll see. This is the BBB for ethics. Hey, they haven't been ethical to me.
the same time, I have no idea.
Oh, Lord have mercy, Adam.
This new possibility.
Oh, good, it's done.
Let me ask you this, Chief.
It wasn't never there.
Sign
It was
policy, I don't know if it's executive or something.
not really a trip of a lifetime, but
The resident
they're trying to work it.
join the police department.
Right, she did a year or so ago. She introduced the possibility of waivers, but the problem is that because they were told that they got to renew every year, it was just a lot of uncertainty.
See, this dude looks like a lady and walking in each other's shoes. They're blaming me because they think it's me because of the mask.
Let me go back to this.
They're very confused. I'm right here in my home. They monitor me, and then they can prove the lies.
Going back.
I think it's brilliant. Back to Boyd and his computer system to let the people at Crestwood, the old people, know, run, they're coming to kill you. And everybody leaves and buys 3, what do you call it, 3-acre lots in Chesterfield, which is in a floodplain. And then you got St. Charles and St. Peter's all over again.
I'm curious
Right.
to actually see the analysis of how right now it's not practical, and you said not practical. I didn't really hear why it's not practical, and maybe I missed something. So maybe share. And you said right now.
I think champagne jam means bubbles. That's code too. This is a war that's been going on since the Kennedy situation and the Cold War and the remote viewing and the surveillance of terrorists within our own country, which are here to destroy it.
They wouldn't have to come from 270 to go all the way down to Natural Springs Highway. The point is that we need more officers to fill in those gaps.
I think they're worried about the Halloween weekend. Nobody wants to talk about Halloween. They're all talking about Christmas. Hurry up, get your Christmas presents. There's nothing on the shelves. Stephen Colbert even said, look, maybe I should buy some cardboard props. I gotta go check in with their silly asses.
So, Chief, I'm not sure I'm clear on what you said spread then. Because to me, spread up to then is giving them more geography with the same amount of personnel. To me, that's then. But when you're talking about shrinking the districts and maintaining a relevant amount of manpower based on the need, because every district doesn't have the same type of officers, right? And so what's happening in the
We
second
got
district, and I don't know,
a shipping bidding wars
they don't
in on the TV.
officers.
And the guy says to him, this is a big pile of stupid. And he's swatting the butt of a sheep. Obviously, I won't be checking in with the late night host. Oh, they're here. See, that's the funny thing about being honest and living in St. Louis your whole life. Oh, it's fun. It's like Rocky Horror Picture Show funny. It's like, where the hell is Ray Hartman funny? It's like, why did Chuck Berry drill those holes in the wall to keep the young girls funny? Yeah, it's like shutting down famous bar funny and building a new place that's supposed to be, and that place dies. That's the kind of funny it is. I don't think it's like funny like you think it's funny. I think you want to knock the shit down, forget it ever happened, walk away, burn it down, and take all the money.
Yeah, and so will you present the crime analysis report to us so it can make more sense? Because it's just
I think the alderman was at. So the question is, would you all
They'll
want that
deny
to be
me
live
every
presentation?
time.
I think we could arrange it.
Just like they did that old character named
That's up to
Jesus.
the chairman. I mean, I'm here personally.
They started a religious war and a
Yeah, and
political
that way
one.
you can ask, instead of getting
Just because they're
you can ask questions.
superstitious
What is it, Brian?
and traumatize as children, they turn into the bullies.
That's the wish
You
of
think
the chairman.
the cool people are gonna take it while the dorks are breaking out weapons of mass destruction? You're stupid.
When we went down from 9 districts to 6 districts, how many police officers were we short?
I want to say at least as short as we are now, maybe a little more. That would be something that I'm not fully familiar with. Maybe where we short at the time. I do know at the time that Chief Dodson and Mayor Shamel were trying to get 200 more officers at the time.
Shanel or Shamel?
I remember that quite well.
You think they're slave?
Mayor Slay, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, sir. Mayor Slay and Chief Dodson had talked about a crime plan that included an increase of 200 officers.
Sam Dobson's the
As long
mayor?
as I've been alderman, we've been down 100 officers. So I've been alderman 17 years.
I'm the Commandante of the Galactic Federation.
For the last 14 years, we've been down 100 officers. So logically, if we were down 100 officers, we had 9 districts.
This is only Wednesday night. You got all day Thursday, all day Friday, all day Saturday, and then Sunday's Halloween. Hey, do you know my saying here?
I look forward to your presentation.
Candy not required or desired. Final answer. Why? Juvenile diabetes.
It almost sounds absurd.
Scary stories.
But
I remember when the razor blade got put in the caramel apple. The safety pin. Yeah. Happened in North County, the city, but we thought it was the suburbs. They called it the county. See how that went the whole way around? Cast on 5, the whole 9 yards.
I'm not exactly sure what happened.
I did it again. See how natural it is?
Get an answer in the order of how the call was.
That way you can fake the algorithm, fake me, destroy me, and then blame it on women and gay guys? Man, that ain't right. Oh. And oh my God. Yeah, you said Cedric the Entertainer's fault. I heard you.
5-6 minutes, and I just hang up. And I felt like I had to burst, and I'm so frustrated. I'm like,
What about Day Day? Day Day's going, oh no, he didn't. Believe me, I know Day. I'm down with the Susie song, but it's not even real. And then you guys get mad because a white girl listens to black people music. I went to Lutheran North. Oh, I know you know, we know. You know? And then you have a riot there. Allegedly 2,000 people participate. And nobody ever talks about it. I mean, that would never happen at Lutheran North. Just because it's in the city doesn't mean it's ghetto. Now that the Chinese PSYOP moved in, you don't have any more come over here and live with a American family and learn the Lutheran faith. Oh no. And stay in a dormitory and wear a mask and tag the Wuhan virus. Now, I need to let you do your dance. I gotta get tea, man. It's a white privilege situation. Cookie babies love tea. You know, interracial kids. They're not drinking Mountain Dew chips no more.
They so it isn't have to start over. And right now, they are putting on 2 districts. So in other words, if a dispatcher just answered the first district, they're paying like first and second, which not only ties up, but it also makes it very dangerous for the police
algorithm
because they're
details to get every car deal rating from great to overpriced. The best part.
So one of the challenges with that, Alderman, is the fact that first of all, we are in line to hire some inspectors. So that's gonna, but I think there may be 6 or 7 to be taken off that list pretty soon. So that'll cut it down. But you bring up a good point because they have had to patch districts together and merge them. But again, hey, our dispatchers get paid. City police dispatchers get paid less than city fire dispatchers. And additionally, all of them get paid less than the folks in the county. So our dispatching, our communication division, and oftentimes been a training ground for other dispatchers. Those are just total facts.
And lasts a
And I
lifetime.
agree with that.
It's
The
patented,
other thing,
spiraling design.
yes,
It
yes,
collects and removes earwax.
because we're
Instead
talking
of
about
jamming the wax in deeper, like
I'd like
standing
to
cotton
know
swabs that
how
cause
many staff
blockages,
members you have,
infections, hearing,
how many
and
staff
hair loss.
members every
Especially if you
lieutenant
get
has,
these in your ears.
how many staff members
Those
each
harmful
major
alternatives
has,
are why Dr.
and how
Paul
many
Kemper
staff
created
members
Q-drips in the
each
first place.
captain has.
The story
Pretty
began
sure
a
if you add them
little
up,
over a year ago when Dr. Kemper's
there's gonna
practice
be
saw
quite
a
a few.
spike in relatively young
And,
patients experiencing both hearing
it's also,
and memory
because
loss.
as you're talking to
He
me,
discovered the connection between earwax and memory loss
that's one of the
and
things
began
last week
performing
said that
in-office
we are
expression,
so top heavy.
recording his patients' shocked reactions
How many
as he
staff
removed
members do you
decades
have?
of earwax,
I
racking
have
up
3
millions
staff.
of views overnight.
And that's
His
all you have.
videos attracted
I have
patients
one
all over the
lieutenant
world who wanted
and
to
2
book an
sergeants.
office visit with him. But his
And
schedule became
most
so
of
busy, he
the
had to turn away
most of
95% of the people waiting to see him.
senior
He set
level
out to create a
commanders have
safe, unaffected alternative
a
that
sergeant and
anyone
an
could use
officer,
in their own home
administrative
without a
officer,
doctor.
and an
That's
administrative
when the
sergeant.
doctor came
So,
up with
so
Q-Drip,
do me a favor.
a revolutionary new tool that removes as
Prepare for
much
the next
earwax
meeting,
as an in-office
for the next
extraction,
week or 2
but for
weeks.
1/10 of the price.
I would
Its
suggest you go
patented
ahead and get
spiraling
me
design
the
and soft
table
silicone tips
for the
really
committee.
deep into
We
your
don't-
earwax so you
If
can
you don't
pull
want
it
to share
out
it outside
all
the
at
committee,
once. Unlike cotton
it's
swabs, the
I'd like
spiral
you to
design
manual
and
table
soft
and
silicone
the same.
tips were carefully designed to make it
So in other
impossible
words,
to penetrate
not only
So
inside
just
for
the
real,
ear
what the hell are you doing?
making it safe and foolproof.
Oh, you're sucking out the earwax like a zip popper?
The 16
So
replaceable tips.
Yeah, that's not very smart, man.
Who's assigned to what?
They're giving you a lobotomy.
It's accountable.
All right, just hang
So
on.
that if you say you only have 3,
Just relax. So, I'm what you classically would refer to as an underdog. Well, it started with my tragic story. I told my guidance counselor, Mike Prang, who doubles as Joe Namath, got kicked out of his home for the airport expansion, couldn't take his utility appliances with him that were attached to the wall. Oh yeah. I think he got bit by the reverse mortgage. Anyhow, he called his wife Peachy. Now this is a good man. Went to Concord. Well, I think he taught it. I don't know. He's associated with Concord Lutheran, and that's where Becky comes from. And he told me that I should take a scholarship to beauty school because I talk a lot. I don't like to follow rules, and I'm artistic. Not autistic. I'm a performance artist, come to find out. Now, this is a real thing because I'm active in my life and do these feats of unbelievable, yes, actions and activities. And we were the most affected by this PSYOP called the STEM program and reverse psychology of forced desegregation. Part of a war effort. And you guys are running it now because the government stuck y'all in positions of power, kind of like over at US Bank. You fuck up the deal, you close it on the down low, and just think nobody's going to notice while you play diva in the ghetto. It's bad. I know you can't help it. What? Go ahead.
like, we're the lowest form of people on the planet. The street department has more say in what happens in the city than we do. We're the ones that get yelled at. We're the ones that say, why aren't the police showing up?
Hey, I love this whole album.
I think it's very disrespectful of the administration, the chief, and their staff to basically blow us off. But
I want to go on with
You don't love this song.
Can I comment on that?
You grew up with it.
Who's blowing you off?
Chief, I don't want to get into an argument. I know you
I don't know
why haven't we received any of the information that we asked for on the October, that was going back a year ago. A year ago, and I can go through what we asked for.
This is not brought to you by Matt Askarian. Home, sweet home.
No, I can tell you that we were promised stuff literally.
Well, these guys are prejudiced Acacia, so they turned it into an algorithm, and then you'll find. Well, good luck to you.
Has that been finalized? Is that all up and running at this point?
No, man, that's not up and running yet. It's the go live date is in January 1st. So it's had testing to go along with it, but it's not. It was the target date was January 1st. So it's not. It's met all its requirements, but I mean, it never was supposed to go live until January 1st. 2021. So
I get the hair thing totally. You know, I have a PhD as a board certified, nationally accredited hair colorist, and close the hair industry. Oh, you think it causes cancer? I know. I explained that it was LYE, and the sodium hydroxide relaxer. Check OSHA data safety sheets and cram up your ass can.
So is this a system that is you're inventing, or is this something that you're purchasing and just putting into effect? I guess I know if you're actually doing a custom system that is just unique to St. Louis. That would take some time. Is this I guess, I want to say, fancy type of system that is used in other departments that we just have to plug in our own?
It's called NIBRS, National Incident Based Reporting System, and it's what the FBI is doing.
You don't know which one where.
It's a program that's out there. It's a matter of plug and play, I guess, and just migrate the data over.
Well, I don't know if it's just that simple, but I do know that it's standardized reporting system.
But I guess I'm looking at the notes from the last meeting. I mean, you said that it would take 6 months last October. So where are we?
6 months. And I'm sorry, 6 months to do exactly which operation.
To have this system up and running, because that was the reason you couldn't give us data, was because that system would be
Jeff the robot has it.
And at that meeting, what I have notes are that it would be 6 months.
This is finished hair dryer MT. Very classy.
And here we're a year later, and now you're telling me
coffee. It's part of the museum here. Oh, we don't charge. It's just classy. And then you put the magnets on it, and it turns into Jeff the robot.
The go live date on the new
don't believe me
was always January 2021. What we were talking about is how quickly
you were supposed to have that daggone machine clean.
Some type of redistricting piece to that.
April
that's what I was trying to get time on.
YouTube. Well, by then my whole identity had been hacked. So you guys thought you'd bury me for sport. Why do you think the murder rate went up?
We're down how many officers?
We're down 129 officers as we speak.
Okay. So the bulk of the officers are placed where the bulk of the findings. Is that what the sort of we're doing the I can't can't remember what doctor called it, but they sent officers where they were needed.
Right. So kind of to tie in a statement that Alderman Picaro made, as well as Alderman Boyd, what would be a good idea to kind of offset some of the imbalances that we have with our current district is that as we
What
add
is that
officers,
country
that we
group
replace
lady?
them.
Yeah, that's all I have to do with that.
In other words, we would give the most needed districts the option as they come on. So in other words, instead of
Look, that's what I hear.
what we have right now, as we add officers,
No.
we put them in appropriate places so they can accommodate.
It's kind of like going to the Hive for Sally Beauty Supply. I heard one of them gals say she probably don't even know how to do hair color. I know I heard it. And I had to explain to him that I pick up a lot of messages like that. And I'm actually Missouri's first board certified hair colorist, and they took the master off it just to poke my bear. Well, he's dictator.
I understand that, and I wouldn't want to, keep them alive, but at the same time, we have people here that have, maybe not violent crime, but they're crime victims also. So, I mean, I don't want to make this a north side, south side, but we have violent crime here as well. We have people shooting all over, the other night, something I had gunshots, I don't know what happened, but anyway, this is no cakewalk down on the south side either. And I guess, what I would like to see is that we have some way of responding to people north, south, west, and whatever. And people, when they call, they get a person that will say, we'll send somebody out. Not, we don't have anybody in the area. I mean, I get called all the time. And, they call the police and the dispatcher. I've done it myself. I've called and got hung up on. I've called and had no one answer. I've called and been told, we don't have anybody in the area. Now, that's very disconcerting when I'm reporting to the gunfire to my house if there's no one in the area. So, I mean, I can't understand.
You dummies have had enough time.
We need dispatchers.
Don't despair.
If we need dispatchers, maybe
I might come back to you.
Okay. We need to find some solutions to this, and if we can help you, we're more than willing to do that. But we need some communication.
Now, here's what's weird. I saw the majority of these. And at the time, there was a live chat, just like I see here. But nobody was ever there except for me. And they were ignoring me. Now over here, it's Sophia's Emporium. So I didn't even look. Because if you're doing this remote viewing, you can't prejudice it. And I was sitting over here in the chair, minding my own business, eating cookies. So now I look up, and it's obvious to me that this is the one where I'm talking and nobody else is. It's unlisted. I don't know what that means because I saw it go live every time. And it's the city of St. Louis official format of crap in a Zoom room, which is infected. There's 55 views. It was seen live on September 22nd, 2020. Wow, what a trip. That made me, I know. I know what we need to play. Hang on. It looks funny. And it's so weird what happened with all of this. But I get what happened. And I think they put away their hatchets finally. But the interview that's going to happen is with a guy that I'm first associating with George Webb, who fell off the thing, and Charlie Vark. And he's super pissed. And then the other one is kind of like a merge with Randy Moggins, and it's just a nightmare. But this is live with old JK, his own self, which would be James Kimmel. Oh, and if he strikes me with a copyright, I don't get to make money anyhow. I like him. He's the most mature of them all, which doesn't say much. Bring on Tucker.
I know the country is very divided right now.
Hey, your friend likes me. We're cool. I'm more cool with your co-hosts than with you fucktards. You remind me of a crawl. I just don't know which one. John from New York? Making those botanical plants? What's going on? You better confess. You already know you're in line for a pension anyhow. No. They're playing head games, so I still haven't seen them. Isn't that fun?
Sounds to me like maybe Julie Kuchenberger couldn't think of a fun costume, so she ruined it for everyone. Parents have started a petition to bring Halloween back to school, but the district.
Where the hell did he go? Here he is.
There are people who don't celebrate Halloween, students, and that means those kids might not come to school at all that day, which, all right.
It's a weekend. Hang on.
Nobody's, I don't know, bring on the skills, right? Who is, maybe I'm being obtuse, but who's feeling marginalized by a Halloween party? Goblin Americans? I don't know.
Yes.
All I know for sure is there are about to be a lot of eggs thrown at the Kuchenberger house.
Aunt Sue's says Halloween is Sunday.
What they need is an alternate.
You know them Backstreet Boys. Don't play.
Holiday at the end of October. They could be free.
You must be Team Justin.
For all, and because we like to be helpful, we came up with some ideas. National
You like to be what?
Appreciation Day, Squash or Shama. Children dress slightly differently than they normally do every day.
Why have you been ignoring me for 2.5 years straight while I talk back to you is the question.
Dracula Labor Day.
See, they're in this matrix and they're kind of retarded. They got hit on the head by the meteorites at war in heaven. And they don't remember who they are. They got a fever and they're drunk with spirits. It's not my issue. And then they want to give me a hard time about a little Chiba. And they all got chubbies? See, that's wrong. Let's be honest. Have you dealt with all your Freudian concepts yet?
You should be able to watch homicidal games of Red Light, Green Light when you're still playing regular games of Red Light,
You're
Green Light.
playing Red Dead.
There will be no trick-or-treating at the White House this weekend.
No. It's candy. Not desired or required. Go over to the Baptist church. They ought to have the police and the firemen and all these idiots giving out free food, checking Halloween candy, running x-rays. You better make sure not one of those juvenile diabetics strokes out on Halloween. That's your job. Don't you got kids and a wife? Put her ass to work. Oh, you're being honest? I trust Guillermo 100 times more than you. See, you don't know who Guillermo is.
You remember this? The kids, he put the candy on.
I know Guillermo.
And then Milani, she's like, I guess this is what they do.
Oh, truthfully tits? You mean the gal with the gonorrhea and the leaky vajayjay selling art?
That's why their hair is so greasy.
Nah.
Guess who showed up in costume in Congress yesterday?
You're one of them ones that like the bleach blondes. You think they're easy.
Over the Senate yesterday, dressed to the 1999s.
The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination. The
It's not
judiciary,
me.
Sarala Nagala of Connecticut, between
United States.
I just heard you say Abu Dhabi stole all the
What a
sand.
rebel. Oh boy, she really does march to the beat of her own drum, doesn't she? In this case, it's the drummer from Loverboy, but it's a different drum. Save it for Sturgis Cinema. You look like you lost your sleeves in a scrapbooking accident. And FDA advisory
That's
panel
called a
voted
wife
yesterday to
beater.
recommend the Pfizer COVID vaccine for children.
You know
aged
Sean
5 to
Connery, he
11.
said,
It was,
you
unanimous
gotta
vote.
hit her with an
One
open hand,
abstention, one doctor
never a
did not
closed
vote
fist.
yes. This
So you
doctor,
guys
Steve
get
Yu, said,
super fists with
said the
claws
vaccine is poopy
and
and
start
done, but
punching me.
children will probably start getting their shots in the next couple
No,
of
they're
weeks,
not.
which is exciting. And now kids can forget
You
about
want to
COVID,
convert them into
worrying about
Transformers.
that, and
I
go
want
back
to whoop
spreading
that
every
ass,
other
Fallon.
disease known to man. And even though Trump announced we rounded the corner more than a year ago,
Who?
and his Fox friends
Do you mean like when you get Trump?
actually he infected his inner
I'm not
circle and vice
Osama
versa,
Morona,
with
that
some
black gal that
people
won.
like Tucker Carlson are still working
It's-
hard to criticize Joe
No,
Biden
it's
for the way
CW
he's
Chanter inverting. Jimmy is not a devil worshiper. He might be a little naive and in his crisis years.
Did you see that? Did you see what just happened?
I have
That
a
was
fever and got a butt plug up his nose.
God, he's right. For a minute there, I thought we were watching.
Oh,
an
there's
episode of Pratt. So
Letterman.
the Pride.
Dadgummit.
Someone stop that maniac.
We were
He
watching
kills again.
Monsters
And it only
today.
got tuckier from there.
You're not the wolf man. You got sold to the gypsies, AWOL.
No one from the CDC arrested Joe Biden.
Well, nobody's going to hear this. It's global. It went global 7 years ago. You guys said just ignore. Plausible deniability. Let's all say we don't know her. Oh, but then they disclosed the rotten things you did to her? That's a great movie. I don't even need to see it. I've lived it. And then you give me a different name, put a bad face on me, and some stupid heels I'd never wear, and a red dress, and send me out to a firing squad. See, this is serious. It is the world's largest collusion Ponzi scheme. Oh, and you know, in betting, I'm the long shot.
It's like seeing a dog got distracted to open a museum. He wasn't going to be able to stop COVID, but they asked her, they asked directly.
Her who? I see you have an issue with pronouns and Jordan Peterson. You said, what a pain in my ass is Peterson. Who the fuck is he? They said he's the expert on Rudolph Steiner.
The Ringling Brothers of Barnum
He's Hitler.
Circus, which has gone for a while, might be coming back.
What's
with
Kimmel?
an exciting new twist.
What's the background of your name game?
There'll be no animals at the circus anymore.
I know you're CATHO, you know what.
Funnel cake and swinging flashlights in the tent, right? And what becomes of those animals, the circus animals? Are they released back in the wild to do tricks? Because
That was a night, you know, for a World's Fair. You were black.
This is from a game show over in the UK called.
They called you a monkey.
And we're not one, but two contestants.
You got
to give one of the
incisors on the front of your
answers
mouth
in game show history.
that are terrifying.
In his epic poems, Homer often refers to nectar.
And fucking hand hiding? Oh my God. Now you're in the mass thing that eats people. It's terrible. He was my friend. And what about Janet Jackson Brown? Boy, isn't that making the news? While y'all play with yourselves and cry. Hey, it was my friend. Fuck off.
In his epic poems, Homer often refers to nectar as the drink of the gods.
Oh,
which are the
about
substances that food.
K. Meager and the Circle, the Coven, and the Birds. Hey, I was never there. This isn't my life. No, nobody made fun of Riverview. You didn't go there unless you're Crow.
Photos of the
And you're Edgar the Crow.
posing from her father's funeral. Yeah, this
Oh, the
is
mass?
a real post, as far as I know, from an influencer.
My dad
Jane
was
Rivera.
denied his casket by a traveling gypsy salesman.
She posted this on Instagram. This is her in front of her dad's open casket. The caption says, "Butterfly fly away, R.I.P. Poppy. You're my best friend."
Poppy?
You know, people went nuts. She had the
Lollipop, my baby doll?
To me, that's the most upsetting part about it. The moment all I want to do is start following this woman, her
What
account
about
disappears.
the baby that Tim Pratt told me to abort? My firstborn. It's like a Bible story. Then tag 2 babies dropping out of Chelsea's roast beef sandwich and hitting the kitchen floor.
She's influencing
This
people
is
to understand
the
that a one-shoulder double-breasted
racial,
dress, not a good look.
political, religious
Who's worse, this
fucking documentary.
taking those pictures? My guess
It's
is
Martin
either
Luther.
stupid boyfriend or horny priest. One of the two. You know, there are
A little bit of Freud,
so many
a little bit of Lucifer.
silly things happening on social
Oh, he's
media
funny.
every day. People are
Now
so
you're
eager
funny
to be
too.
seen, and we enjoy having fun with that dynamic. So we went
There
out
you
and
go.
we asked people
Funny.
to try some popular
But it's not
TikTok
funny at
challenges.
my
You know,
expense.
these
Where does that
viral
leave
TikTok
you?
challenges. Well,
Broke as
these
a
we put
joke.
up. These aren't really viral TikTok challenges, but they are tonight's Halloween-themed edition of TikTok.
I'm gonna have a fire and a gun.
Are you on TikTok?
Yes,
Have you been watching all the crazy Halloween challenges this year?
for sure.
How about the silly string selfie one that everyone's doing?
Sure.
No, it's
Put it on
toxic.
your face.
All right.
Okay.
You're poisoning your skin.
There you go. Doing great. Well, I think that
Don't
mess up. Let me
don't
do
be
that again.
surprised when you develop a very ugly rash. You might break out in boils. It's not funny. You better stop. I'm the holistic fucking stylist. You say I'm your mom, I'm gonna whoop that ass.
I was a child.
Well, they hate their mom. See, it's all my fault. You went viral.
This is the Snickers and mustard challenge.
No, that's gang killings. Mustard is diarrhea. Shit stains. You know, dead people, like when they pulled the gun on Lauren, you want to keep going.
Screwed up. It's not mustard, it's tartar sauce.
All right, this is the
Sexual
Snickers and tartar
completely.
sauce challenge.
Let's tag a white girl, naked, on her knees, sucking the dick of a big black guy named Lord knows what. Let's call him Abu Dhabi. The cops wouldn't help. Ferguson Florissant breaks out in a racial war, and McClure was 90% black.
Even less sexy.
Look, now she looks like Trisha Paytas.
Of course, the big popular costume this year is.
Why would a 26-year-old get a butt
Because of
lift?
supply chain problems.
Why would somebody with sausage boobs get bigger boobs and turn them into bratwursts?
Okay, it's not complete the Squid Game challenge.
Why would somebody that had perfect hair that her mother did now wear a wig?
Well, Halloween's all about facing your fears.
This is
Hey.
the Squid Game challenge.
If you wear those fake eyelashes, you've got bugs.
This is the Egg Yourself challenge. We have 30 seconds.
No.
Ready, go.
I do not approve.
Stop it.
I'm calling duress. With a little bit of fraud, some forgeries, some charge card theft, and free gas for all y'all bitches.
This is the candy corn on the cob challenge.
Let's talk about how much money
Go ahead, grab both ends of that.
each one's responsible for. You want to talk about mustard stains. How about Nordstrom's on the rack? How about that T-Mobile?
I am Jimmy Kimmel. Click below to subscribe
Bye,
to our
Jimmy.
YouTube channel, or if you want to be that way about
That's
it.
not really him. He's controlled by the board. Who's next? I guess I'm supposed to get up.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic.
Hey,
Geico makes bundling
look,
the car insurance easy.
24 hours, so people don't steal my stream. Here's all on it. Doing data mining. Oh, jeez. I was gonna try to say hi to him, but Joe was watching the Hive. Now we gotta talk about the Smithsonian and Billy Brackensick, but they were in their military vest today, in their fire truck op. You know, Colbert isn't really him, but he calls his wife Evie, and Bill Brackensick's mom was Evelyn. So him and Dave are friends. Letterman.
And you should pay Andy.
You should have been here knocking on the door like this, but my computer screen's already broke. Let me do it quiet. I hit it with the spatula. That's why you're scared. So I'm gonna go. Here's how you do it.
Take your spare super
You like this,
to your third house that's
and you come to my window, which is open, and you say, Suze,
if there isn't a spaceship
look through the window. I'm gonna flip my mask up and use my voice. And then I say, yes, I know you, or you better run and get my gun. It's Annie, get your gun. Oh, Susanna, don't cry for me, because you're getting killed and I gotta watch.
Story about a man with only one house.
See, they're teasing me like I'm supposed to be homeless because they stole my identity and put me in a different Ferguson with a different legal name. They're playing Where's Waldo with Willard Scott. You know,
I don't want to invest in the stock market.
Johnny Carson's watching.
I'm going to get taxed. So maybe I will instead invest in a ranch or in paintings.
Well, let's talk about Elvis.
Jobs that create a stronger economy.
What? Are you actually saying ranches and paintings don't create jobs?
No, they said you're
Tell
wretched.
that to Gary's Fine Art Emporium and Dude Ranch.
Emporium.
Come on in and lasso a Picasso.
A free pass?
Yo, rope a steer and people from here.
Only steers and queers. And you don't falooze around in your underwear. It's about the men that don't wear underwear, but they have jeans or pants on and you can see the outline. When you put it out there, don't expect a girl to not see it. That's why you wear underwear.
Republican nominee and Jared Kushner clone, where they filled in the
I know who wears underwear and who don't.
Glenn Youngkin.
Not because I'm weird, but because of women and their panty lines. Granny panties, G-strings. What a pain in the ass. Why would anybody wear a G-string?
Is he embarrassed by the tang-faced, troop-insulting fascist?
This isn't Flashdance for Kmart underwear. Or Walmart. Go to Walmart and buy a sexy pair of underwear. See how far that'll get you. I'm conservative. These titles are not acceptable. We do not accept them. I don't. I will not stand under it.
Don't drag fleece vests into this.
Oh, Patrick Nathaniel Hyde.
I tell you, it is impossible not to smile.
All right.
Swaddled in the fuzzy embrace of some Patagonia.
Mallory Ward in a $1,900 fur with tails hanging off the front. All right, Tag, I'm getting a scholarship in fishing. Her boyfriend? Cute guy. Very cute. I said to their mom, I mean the Ward girls, I said, wow, you're really excited you got a white guy for your gal, huh? She goes, oh yeah. That's the Ladue district, but he's on the Great White Flight out. I like the kid. Have you heard that little Mallory? Well, Aunt Sue's gonna get him. Oh, we were supposed to meet, and then Madison freaked out. You got people getting sick with the COVID. And I keep screaming about 30 years of me screaming at you about homeopathy. You got any? No. Well, somebody doesn't allow that. Right, tag the Great Depression. Sing me a song.
Hey kids, guess who gets to go to the doctor twice in the space of 3 weeks? And don't worry, he will stab you. Parents have been waiting for this for a long time, but it took a long time.
Do you want me to play a song? I like this music. We're going to keep it nice and calm. No Merkins.
Even if it was totally unrelated to the
No
vaccine, for instance,
Susie
one
song.
kid swallowed a penny.
No Ghetto
So
Superstar.
now
We're
that
just,
kid's immune to COVID and valid for one wish,
you better have a brass doorknob on every damn house
There's also
to avoid this plague. You out of brass?
There's also
Where do you think they got bed knobs and broomsticks? There's a tale about Santa Claus giving the kids coal.
Okay. So first
And then they get rigor mortis.
Then we just need a booster.
You gotta
Now
stop.
it's need a booster for your booster. Next is just putting people in the vax booth.
What, the photo booth that Audrey made and then the bread company closes? The Florida computer scam. Hey, you're getting on my nerve now.
It's had some weird, unpredictable impacts on the economy.
But I like Stephen Colbert. There's something about him. He's ignored me the most.
For example, even though
And I say he's in the front of the line
they've yet to restart their
for Mr.
services,
Mr. Thomas's paddle. Nose against the wall. Shut the fuck up when you're talking to me. And you get the paddle. He likes it. I'm not paddling him. Oh, we're sending in a substitute. Wait till you see him.
Airlines are putting customers on hold for hours, and Domino's is taking longer to deliver
Hey,
pizzas.
they can walk better in high heels than I ever could.
30 minutes for disappointment.
You're not getting me in high heels. Unless they're low and I choose them. Nobody's choosing nothing. Especially not Colbert.
The service they had before was everything smells like a urinal cake. But this problem was a two-way street because frequent surveys suggest that rude shoppers.
No, this is about harassment.
Well, who conducted that survey?
Being part of a
I demand to speak to the
collusion.
manager.
Opening a company.
And furthermore, no, you
And
calm
never
down. Oh, you're
even
videotaping
sending
me.
me
Fine, I'll
a
videotape
fuck you
too.
check.
That's fine. We're both
$1 an hour on YouTube. Yes. We'll start there. For every hour I've committed to making your entertainment that you guys use without my permission. $1 an hour. We're going to find out how many hours. Then we're going to look at the content and how you guys used it and how much money you made. Subdivide that by the geometry of your biology and see how many frogs you cut open.
That's so many. I can barely keep up the ones we already have. Like, did you know that ravel and unravel mean the same thing? That's insane. Or sane, since everything means the
Stephen
same
had
thing
the
now.
fever.
Some of the new words are COVID related, like super spreader, breakthrough,
That's an acronym
and
for
vaccine
dumb.
passport. Do we really have to add those to the words to the dictionary?
You know what you are?
So permanent.
You're so smart.
Forget about them when all this is
You
over,
were
like
compromised
Gaucho
like a
pants,
child.
Space Jam.
Gauchos? You and gauchos?
But there's
Fucking
You
hilarious.
like the Space Jam over there? You like the Space Jam too? We found the audience.
Gauchos.
It's John Lampley on trumpet. That's it. You're the guy who
Why?
wants to
Is
see
your
it.
dick so long it hangs out the bottom?
It's fun new words, too.
I mean,
Other entrances
what
include
game are you
dad bod,
playing?
Air fryer, and fluffer
Oh.
nutter. Which is a crazy
Tag
coincidence.
a fire
because the reason that I
hazard.
have a dad bod is that I air fry way too much fluffer nutter.
See, why couldn't he just say Susie? It's me. Instead of dragging me through the mud. The Inquisition.
Delta Airlines is launching new facial recognition technology for security lines with the TSA.
Guess who's their algorithm for symmetry? Me.
Here's how it works. When customers pass through security, their image is taken, encrypted, and sent to U.S. Customs.
And you put my teeth on.
So now they'll have a permanent record
And they
of your
say those
face and
bones are
its
too old.
After you woke up at 4 a.m.,
We burned down dances of wolves and blew up the mountain with the presidents.
There's also, is this breaking? There's also a breaking crime story because this week authorities seized whale poop worth $1 million. Whoa! Whale poop worth $1 million?
Take black
That explains
goo.
the scene from Moby Dick.
Now hear me. You want to look?
See these commands. That's never the way to get what you want.
And bring me his doo-doo. I'ma make it rain.
Now, why is whale poop so
Oh,
expensive?
you want the rain
Turns
stick.
out it's a valuable.
I would have to walk 4 steps over, pick it up, turn it upside down and back. Sit it down and walk back here.
Dingleberry.
I can't even smoke a
Who can
bowl.
forget this iconic Dior ad?
You need to get a drink. And then they go after me because I don't drink alcohol. That's prejudice. It's racist.
To be fair.
It's sexist.
To be fair.
It's un-American. And it's just downright trifling. That's when you act like a you-know-what, and we have to call you a wizard. I'm sorry. Ignorant. You better get that phone.
Some believe it passes along with fecal matter. Others think that the whale regurgitates the
Look.
mass as whale vomit.
Get the
Well, which
flippin'
is it?
phone.
I need to know if it's puke or poop before I spritz it on my pulse points. We got a great show for you tonight. My guests are Elizabeth Banks and CSI Vegas star Georgia Fox. The one who come back.
Nobody talks to me.
It's more alcohol.
They're imbibing spirits. They think I'm a ghost. They call me the ghost in the machine, but it's really them. And then Elon Musk takes me to Chinatown. It's stupid. Where's that daggum Baptiste? Oh, that was my phone. See, I can't tell. There's too many things.
A bombshell report alleged that GOP members of Congress and Trump administration
Oh, that's stuff from the underbelly.
The alleged insurrection of the Capitol. Meanwhile, human insurrection.
I can't hear you.
Green got into yet another shouting match with colleagues on the House floor. For more on this, it's time for a closer look.
This is the most annoying of my friends.
Some generated too many controversies.
See, it's a love-hate relationship with the females. It's childish. It's mean. And he uses Scott Meyer's name spelled wrong.
Daggers, leather ammo holders and holsters, tiger and
I
cedar
told
fir
you,
rope,
don't fuck with him.
and a dagger made of pure silver
You
with
guys
a
all think he's dead.
Guess that means they hacked his Amazon wish list? Were they under the impression that our president was
Yeah,
a drug
you
dealer
wish
for
he
boogie
was.
nights? My only
Let's
regret
tag
is Trump
Keith
never
Boyce,
showed up to
not
rally
Danny
wearing
Keith.
all of it at once. I killed this kid of myself on suicide, but I
Well,
was
Danny
dead.
was friends with Scott because they were
Ran him
cool.
down and skinned
That's
him
like
and
saying
killed him.
Mike
My
Newell
favorite
involved
chicken
Scott.
tester. We love tester chicken only folks. With the high top
Danny
fingers and
Boyce,
the cool
he ran with Todd Purcell.
First time I met Tester was in 89. And he walked up to me and he lowered my chin. Down to the tip of his chin and nose.
Just ignore
He
me.
said, I'll never forget what he said.
You always do. He is so angry. Then he has to take it back once a week and throw darts at me.
But seriously, who thought giving Donald
You
Trump a
knew.
dagger
I'm
was
not
a good
Trump.
idea?
You can't call
Second,
Scott
I
Trump,
think
you have to
started
call him
wandering around
Scott.
the White House rose garden like this.
I think you know. sucked Channers, you know what.
Melania had to call up whoever it was that was coming up.
Trish, like Trish.
Yep, Melania.
This is about the prostitutes on YouTube.
Look, we're just glad everyone is okay.
Oh, Seth must have got the clap from her.
So all kinds of crazy people under the radar.
Cursing me out with that beat. I will fuck you up. Where's Chelsea? Where's my grandkids? See, he's associated with the Jesuit killing force. They're called the retards of Wonderland.
The man is
Oh, he
78.
tempted
I think
you.
he's old enough to curse. I'm in my 40s and I curse that much just getting out of a chair.
Are you teasing somebody that was traumatized during our bicentennial? Well, sure he is.
Right, and my baby doll.
Of course Joe Biden curses. Nobody says malarkey unless they're trying really hard not to say go get. The guy's from Scranton, which is a place for people not fancy enough for Billy.
You put
Scranton
your
even sounds like a
left hand up, make an L, and put it on your forehead. As you take your hand off your forehead, you flip your index for your middle. And wrap your thumb around your index. Oh, because you're not witty.
How they express love. I do wish we'd see more of this version.
You're jealous because we listened to John Lennon twice.
There's like a grandpa in a dystopian YA movie who won't admit how bad things are. It's okay. We're gonna
Shut up, Meister.
I think I
He'll
can
take his fist and tap you on the ground like a
We're gonna have to
cartoon.
compete in the Death Olympics. Show us.
I'm telling you, you don't want to mess with him.
Flipping people off at town hall, challenging Big Tapper to an arm wrestling match.
They know boy.
The grandpa who goes
So they make up shit and call it boy.
That's the first time I ever heard the word sport. Kiss my ring little ass in the same sentence. But I guess frustration. Everyone's frustrated with everything. You just feel it.
I'm not.
I'm tired after years.
And I'm the one that got the hard end of the deal.
Everyone's exhausted. Everything's exhausted. Before President Obama made that.
I haven't had a fever or a mind virus or coerce people into raising money and getting the jab. No, it is what it is.
Listen, I never watched political shows. Michelle and I
He's
were
going to PX41.
I'm reading, she's watching HGTV, maybe the Food Channel.
Only Obama could get away with a joke like that. If I ever said that about my wife, I'd get an icy stare so haunting it would stay with me for the rest of my life.
Obama hooked up with Molly. Took the pill.
This one's always watching.
Went kind of wackadoos. And he got blown up in 2014. It's true. See, you don't like it that I'm a remote viewer. You're prejudiced. You don't like psychics? I'm not a psychic. You call me a witch? You're in big trouble because I'm an alchemist. That's sacred science. And you say you practice science. But you don't first do no harm. You're a walking shit show.
Gay marriage? Really? I thought that ship had sailed. But
Well, are you taking a real man and teasing him because he has a divine feminine side?
we got Republicans across the
I'd
country.
say you're what they call castrated.
Of course. And we're going to reopen that.
You can't control your penis.
I love when stand-up
Don't take
Obama comes
privilege
back.
away.
Don't forget that man, a brick wall and a cordless mic. He must be working on material for his new Netflix special, Barack. Oh, no, you didn't. What's the deal with cell phones on everyone?
Oh, it's throwing me a short bus. Looks like you're pretty short.
But that blue won't let me buy Candy Crush.
I sent that as a private message.
I guess the only thing they want crushed is my
Cut them
kneecap.
off when they're at their weakest.
With a dummy in front of me. What does it say about
everybody else? And, you know, like in the Bible, it says, you know,
Let's see, what else? What else? All right, Obama's everything is good to base the governance tight there. Republicans are very intelligent.
Just call him human server number 5.
He's already said as much in last week.
Yeah, you guys are getting
back
locked
on
in
his
your mind.
podcast.
Super
Get
computer.
another weird claim about
It's a simulation, you'll love
find fraudulent votes in parking lots.
it. And then you can feel all the suffering
Right, you got this in a fair price of the
of the 4 of us.
The Biden administration has collapsed.
The really interesting part is you can pull a household. If you pull a household that has 5 people or below, it's usually very accurate, about almost 100%. You go there, yes, all 5 voted, all 5 live there.
I was 98% accurate when I started the journey.
But let's say you have 20
And then you
people
have 300.
living in this household, and you
The
look at this
imposition.
house, and you look at
Spying
Google
on
Maps,
me in
and
the
they
house.
the computer pulls it up, it's a little single dwelling. Now you go out there and you find out only 2 people live there, but they used all the other 18 people's names that they pulled there. Empty parking lots, I mean, you name it, it's on
That's
there.
a conspiracy
I'm
collusion.
starting to worry that Mike Lindell is neglecting his pillow business.
I'm still saying it's Mike Madras.
Right now.
And Kay was his pillow.
Looking for votes.
Well, they were alcoholics.
I can take a mess. Okay, lumpy.
You drank.
Smells wet. Got it. Scratching sound coming from the inside. Also, I love how long his explanation is, and all it comes down to is you go on Google Maps. I feel like your doctor's saying, we're gonna
You know
take a
that
look.
card too?
And then when we have all the data,
It says do. They made that for you. It's the Dawes song.
I didn't vote 18 times, but I still get mail at my apartment for 18 different people.
Casting on
I just got
9.
a telegram addressed to someone named Lois Perlmutter inviting them to a safe pet station.
No, I know
party.
Pearl Mutters. And you're talking about Lois Cornett. Well, she wore my crown. What kind of crap is this? Who's still in high school? Seth is. All y'all that are in your crisis years, 33 to 49,
Dozens of planning sessions.
guess where you're at.
Rallies that ultimately led to the violent insurrection at the Capitol.
A January 6th bombshell. Rolling Stone magazine reporting that organizers.
All right, let me go do a security check.
Promised a
I'm bored.
blanket pardon by a U.S. congressman.
Rolling Stone reports Arizona Congressman Paul Gosar gave protest
No,
organizers
that's
the
Thea
impression
Rubin's
that he had
dad.
spoken to then President Trump about the pardons
You
for
guys don't
unrelated
never get
investigation.
anything right.
The organizers said they allegedly spoke to, quote, a dozen
Where's
US
that
representatives
dadgum
aboard their
hee-haw
teams.
group?
They named Representative
Dick
Paul
Algars,
Gosar and
Courtney
Representative
Brown,
Andy Biggs of Arizona.
Colin
Representative
Riffraff.
Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia.
Your experiment got all fucked up. Come on.
Madison Cawthorn of
Where's
North
Dan
Carolina.
Sode?
Louis Gilbert of Texas.
8 hours
and
ago.
Robert Brooks of Alabama.
What does this
all
mean?
Republican congressmen and women.
Let me
Right now,
ask
we
you
don't
a
know what
question
was
because
discussed with each
I was an
representative.
internet
Plan,
virgin.
but the organizers gave Rolling
See,
Stone
that's why they
an
took
example
advantage of me.
Representative Gosar saying
They
he
knew I
offered
didn't know anything about technology.
blanket pardon.
Okay. So, Dan Sode, also known as Monograph, puts out a video. See him start screaming in there. They're pissed. And it says Shiba INU. SHIBA space INU, all caps, which claims government ownership. It has a $sign, a big 0, a dot, and 4 more zeros and an 8500. It's showing another figure that says 0.02. Well, wait, I'm sorry. 02.455.45%. Last night he did one called Berks Speaks Out, tag Bergs 55, which is CW Channer. So Berks speaks out as Trump. And it says, did TPTB consider the Middle East void in their BBB plan plus BIRX? Well, the Better Business Bureau was always a scam. So they're going to build back better the scam of the Better Business Bureau. And I kept telling them that they were in quicksand, but here's Monograph, and let's get rid of the other one. Where's he at? Oh, we're not getting rid of you. You don't get off that easy.
The greatest trick the CIA fraud department ever pulled.
Yeah. Isaac Cappy. Okay. And of course, they're fundraising. And this is God's Love We Deliver. Help support New York City families. If you look at his eyes, they are full blown. They are Terminator eyes. They are cold and lifeless. But he still has a smile. So sometimes you want to deal with him. I mean, you know, you get bored. All right. So this only has 3 more minutes, and I am going to shut it down because they hide in the screen, and it's a bunch of parasites. It's weird. Okay. What were we doing? Oh, Monograph. See, we're live stream 24/7. I think it's day 5. I don't really know. I just do my thing and control the board, which is hooked up to my cabinet. And they're doing whatever they do in the cabinet. It's not an elf on the shelf. Monograph is like, you know, they had that fairy tale on TV. And he'd be like the Rumpelstiltskin guy. That's the epitome of all evil doing in a little crackhead body. And we're going to tag 2013 when now it becomes legal to create fictitious media. And this is my old friend Joe Carr, Ron Diamond, associate to Ed Tabacini of Everybody Loves Raymond. They're playing ads while I'm trying to get my music. We got Chinese checkers. We got paperwork. Okay. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. I always feel like somehow we're getting into the Grateful Dead, and I don't know much about it. I'll be honest. The ultimate collection with a weird color grid. I'm not wanting it. It's like a matrix or a void. And whenever I find that they take me off track, and then I see something really creepy, well, then you know you better move on out. And they say, you're too soft, glass cock. You always fall for the same bet. Ugh. All right. This would be funny. But not really. It just shows the truth between predictive programming and operas that go back way before I was born. Not necessarily this one, but because I've got Lolly, we're going to work on Lulu. And Lulu's got many parts and many interpretations, all connected to Berg's 55 CW Chatterbot. And you have to think, what the hell? So we've got one from Damon that's cursing on JFK, but they're saying JHK. And it's only 34:14. And that's not enough time. Here's Lulu with a green apple. Another 34:08. Then you got the playlist. And you got Berg Wozak. That's where the guy rapes the redhead woman. And it's on the same lines. It's very sickening and Freudian. And it jerks my chain. And that's why, even though I gave opera a shot, it's not my favorite. Now, this one should be enough for Chanter. And it's 10 years ago. It's Wozak, Op 7. So we got the casting on 7. Dietrich Fischer, Dieskau, Evelyn Lear, Carl Bohm, 1965 complete. And we'll tag that back to a police system that, while you all think is robots, has a very defined human element. And so tag the new security for the internet. And there's also a text, but I don't see it. Now we gotta go somewhere else. Who else is talking? Okay, here's our opera. You can tell they're very traumatized. Joe Bonamassa pops up, tag Massas, and Joe Bono. See, they get so pissy. That's why I like Sandro. Never pissy. Here's So. Just hang on. So down. I saw him earlier in the form of Colin Rosati. So he's going to be really fired up. That may come up. It's like 6 degrees of separation in a clone. Okay. So, where'd Lulu go? Do. And I'm still talking in the background somewhere, which really shouldn't be. I'm talking Memorial Day message, War No More, part 2. All right. 29 views, May 25th, 2015. 0 up, 0 down. That's a collusion that they ignore it while they plagiarize it and make parodies. Let me get rid of it because they'll be watching there and they can watch on a different camera. They got to scramble. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young got to go. Even the old Public Safety Committee meeting got to go. I learned, but way too late. You know me. I'm always late. That's because they started back in 1980. You know, they wanted to destroy the middle class. I'm the underdog of the middle class. So's the guy that I met at the trash can. Joe Carr, AWOL, talk to me. Daniel, your chat's filling up. You're filling your nest. I got it. We got an opera. You probably did a snuff film to it.
Now, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen.
I know you're French, but you're kind of a Nazi. Tag the Vril Society. Bunch of blonde weirdos look like skeletons. That's funny, ain't it? I gotta get a refill.
Now, for the people
You'll be all right.
a couple of days ago, somebody asked Elon Musk if he held any Shiba Inu, and he said no.
I think Dan says they smoke Chiba.
But only for a couple
He's a
hours.
crackhead, ran off in a ditch, never came back.
And all day long,
I was pregnant. Then he left town. All right, I'm going in the other room.
What's going on? In other words, what I'm trying to say is he has now surpassed 1,000% since the video that we put out late September.
No.
1,000%. It's over that.
You
It's
can't
like
have anything over 100%. You guys said you gave 110%.
over initially what it was. I think a guy in this room here last night made mention that he got it at 689. 689. Well, good for you, buddy. Something else. Now here's the thing. This is what I think is going on. I think it's my opinion that the reason why it is. And another thing too. From what I understand, it has flipped.
See, this is the male version of the mind virus where they think they're a woman. Me. And then they call me a man. You get the inversion.
Popularity, that sort of thing. It is out of this world. It is out of this world. So I don't understand what's going on. I think that and usually this is what doesn't make any sense to me. This part doesn't make any sense to me. The amount of coin that they have is 394 trillion. That doesn't make sense, does it? You would think that everybody would stay away from that because there's a glut of coins, right? But if somebody would like to get up on their calculator, if you didn't mind, please get up on your calculator and divide 7.8 billion by 394 trillion. And what do you come up with? And no, I know they started with 1 quadrillion. I know that. But quadrillion is, let's see, 15 zeros after a 1. Yeah. They're burning coins. That's what I understand. That's right. They burn half of them or something like that. All I'm just trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is it is my opinion the reason why it is so on fire is because the average Joe can afford it. Even a guy that would be considered worth a popsicle stick in a shoestring like myself could easily afford it because it's not even a penny yet, right? And this particular coin is going to generate more millionaires than all coins combined in the shortest amount of time. That's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying if you were one of the ones that started out when it was like
came to town drunk on illegal substances, went to Mimi's, ran up a $250 charge, and that's the underground hive. Just one aspect. It's like an 8-arm octopus they call Squid Games. Yeah. You hide booze and a gun on this property and call yourself governor. Yeah. Ed Tabachino's got a meatball sandwich for you. Right. Shh.
I don't know, maybe $1,000. They'd be worth about $3.5 million this afternoon. And how long would they have had to wait? Not very long. What, a year or 8 months or something ridiculous? I mean, it's nothing. So I think that's the reason why so many people are jumping in on this now. There was 300,000 signatures,
literally and in
for Robin Hood to list Inu.
Major
They haven't done it yet. Well,
for witchcraft.
Maybe that's why Robin Hood's stock is down. Because when the people say they want something to happen and then you don't do it, then they go somewhere else. And then other outfits reap the rewards. Yeah, it is a little bright, isn't it? No. It's all an illusion. That's what I'm saying. And why was, and that's the thing that freaks me out. That's the part that freaks me out. What makes cryptocurrency valuable? How is it valuable? How is cryptocurrency valuable? It's because you said it was valuable. That's the only reason why. And why is the dollar valuable? Because millions and millions of other people said it was valuable. That's the only reason why it's valuable. In other words, if an alien came down from Mars or whatever, or from outer space, picked up a dollar bill, I think you would say, "Oh wow, I got a prize here." They wouldn't care. They probably said to the plane, "Keep going," right? Or any other thing on the plane. Okay, so now we're done. So what makes when the federal government, when the United States federal government sits there and tells you all day long that cryptocurrency, there's no value in it at all. Well, there's no value in the dollar at all. The dollar's not backed by anything; it's backed by confidence. So what's the difference? There is no difference, none. The only thing is the U.S. dollar, even though you have currency trading that happen. You can trade against the yen against the dollar against the euro against the one against the loonie against the. It just infinite. So what? Now more and more, all of these governments are using cryptocurrency where they're creating their own, like China did, and then outlawing the rest of it. That's probably what's going to happen in the United States. They will probably have 20 or so darlings, like the Bitcoin, the Ethereum, maybe Chainlink, Monero, Solana, Stellar, XRP, that sort of thing. They'll probably have their little darlings. And then the rest of the cryptocurrencies will just flatten out, or they'll just say we're not going to acknowledge it. That's just my opinion. Well, XRP, in my opinion, is going to be last one standing. In other words, XRP is working directly with the Federal Reserve, the World Bank, and all these other international banks. Yes, they are. I mean, listen, when the leadership of XRP is sitting down having lunch and tea with the members of the World Bank, Houston, we got a problem. You know what I mean? When the leadership of XRP are swapping stuff with the Federal Reserve, something's up. Right? Exactly. I mean, I really believe this entire lawsuit with the SEC is all BS to learn. What is that?
It broke out.
Is it really?
Yeah, he went to a car.
From what I understand, well, let me go check.
We're just confirming the journey.
I understand that earlier today, Coinbase went down, and it wasn't working properly. So, who's to say what's going on over there?
Where are they saying?
Here's the thing: Coinbase isn't the only exchange in the world. I think there's 54 others. Coinbase is down. I wouldn't doubt it. Shiba Inu probably broke because of them. So it's still not working for you. Yeah, I noticed that, Sig Sauer. It's been going down and up all day. Well, I don't know. I just woke up from the nap. And then when I checked Shiba, what was going on, it was trending on the tweeters. And then I checked the actual market, and then it said, I couldn't believe it. I about fell over. Where it said 8,500. Yeah. So I don't know where it stands now, because I'm not sure. Yes, you can. Rob, you can. You can get Shiba on Coinbase. You sure can. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So, see the day I did that video, I decided to. Let's see. I believe it was September 27th. Maybe it was September 29th. But as soon as I got done with that video, I went over to Coinbase and lit it up. Sure did. And I'm glad I did. I sure am glad I did. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. What is that? Hold on a second. Who is this? James D. Is that you? Really? James D. said he got 24 million on Webull. When did you do that? Did you do it like early in the game, or did you do it today? Is that what it is right now? 77.67? It could be. It's been jumping around all day. The highest I seen it was 8,500. What? Like, holy smoke. I think the reason why it's going up the way it's going up is because the average person can't afford $100 or $50 or whatever the deal it is. And you got to remember, it's not even any. Oh, 2 weeks ago? Well, if you got 24 million 2 weeks ago, we already know what you're saying, buddy. There we go. Yeah. Well, if you look at it,
I'm just here for the cookies. That's right, they're my cookies.
Yeah, that's right. I'll agree with that.
Got some of that.
Yep, that's right.
Matt's double chocolate chip
It's been, is it still there?
for Matt and Megan Ascarian that screwed Ferguson, was involved in the DOD-DOJ, fucked over the pool with the chlorine, and ran to Kansas City. And you want to know about the wars in Missouri. It's on
How do
repeat.
you know about converting back into dollars? Well, what you
Talk
have
about
to do on
birds.
that, I haven't done it yet myself. I don't plan on doing it for whatever. I'm one of the long haulers. But from what I understand, what you do is you have to go through a process to verify it's you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This whole nonsense that, it's decentralized. Newsflash for you, ladies and gentlemen. France and England. Excuse me, I'm sorry. France and, maybe it's, I know France for sure. France is going to be requiring a digital identification. Yeah, they are. Now, the reason why is they want to blame the household hacker for them doing that. I disagree. I think that's been in the works for a very long time. And matter of fact, back in 2016, there was talk in the United States, in the state of, Pennsylvania, to create exactly that, a digital ID for people that would be doing blogging. And that was quickly knocked down by the online community. But now I truly believe that all countries will inherit the same sort of idea and state, okay, well, if you want to get online, you're going to have to present your credentials. Well, see, the reason why that does not hold water is because your IP address is your credentials, technically. But here's the problem with that. You can get tens of thousands, if not millions, of IP addresses and do what you want with them at any given time. And there's so many mechanisms out there these days, programs where you can bounce off of this one and jump out of that one and go into an intranet and then do an internet and then you know what I mean, to where it's harder and harder to get caught. So what's the point in having everybody sign up with their digital identification? It's all BS. What it is, because if everybody else has their digital identification and your household hacker does not, what good did you do by requiring that everybody else have it? Doesn't even make sense. Right? So, I think a lot of this is going to be, well, the cryptocurrency end of it is definitely part of their electronic phenomenon. That there's going to be no escape. In other words, so many industries, MasterCard, like I was saying the other day, has made it where if you have a crypto wallet, that they will essentially make it where it's interchangeable between their credit card service and the integration of your cryptocurrency, whoever you hold or whatever you hold. Now that's kind of crazy. You got to remember PayPal last year. They said, sorry, not last year. I think it's this year or the early part of this year. PayPal made it where you could trade Litecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin on their platform, but they only had 4. So it's going more and more into the digital currencies, whether you like it or not. And like I said before, and I've always maintained this, I don't believe in any of them. I think they're all big ass alerts. I think they're the funniest thing ever invented. But when I really used my head, well, so was the US dollar. Because when the US dollar was taken off the gold standard in 1971, the United States ripped off all of these countries. Yes, we did. We ripped them off because of the stroke. And look at all of the other countries that had confidence in the US dollar because it was backed by gold, which is the international standard. It was back then. And then just one day, you say, well, we're not going to back ourselves by gold anymore. Look at all the people that would hold your currencies. Look at how many people you would rob just by signing a pen. Wow. So from that point on, it has all been based on, in my opinion, the dollar. The only reason why the dollar made it once we came off the gold standard is because of the deals that were cut in the 40s, suggesting that all countries must purchase U.S. dollars in order to buy the oil. In other words, the petrodollar. It's the only reason why the United States first. That's it. The United States did not have that, treaty with all the other countries. Who knows what would have happened? Who knows what would happen? But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. The United States government is telling you and everybody else that it's going to get rid of oil. They don't want you to have the cars, gasoline vehicles. They want you to be on the electric avenue. They want you to have the electric cars. They don't want you to have gas-powered cars. The state of California has stated that you cannot have a lawnmower by 2024. The goal here, ladies and gentlemen, is 2025. That's the goal right there. Because by 2025, you'll see more and more, if their plan comes together, you'll see more and more of the flying cars. All it would be is an apparatus hooked up to a drone system that flies you one point to the other. You'll have the self-driving. The self-driving will be hooked up to the 5G network, as you know. And then all of the other BS with the IoT, IoV integration. They're all about this, zero carbon garbage. But China, they don't care about that. They're going to continue on, and they're going to maintain their the hold on the rest of the world as far as oil and gas exploration. So why has the members of the Paris Accord not got it on China? Because China will tell them to go pound sand. That's why. See how that works? So it sure is funny that all of the Paris Accord nations or people involved in that mess, it sure is funny how they want all of the countries to abide by and bend the knee for their plans, but when it comes to China, they look the other way. That's how you know it's BS alert. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Elon Musk, I wonder what he's thinking right now. How much you want to bet, Elon Musk? I wouldn't doubt it if he dumped a couple of $1 million into the market this morning. I wouldn't doubt it. He had to have gotten word of what's going on. He had to. Right? In other words, even Elon Musk had absolutely phased nothing. Like I said, last week it dropped about 40%, and then it bounced right back. And now, can somebody check what Shiba Inu is at this very second? I'm kind of busy running my mouth. Who's? That's very funny, Three Eyes. Is it? Okay, it's 73.50. You see, look at the swings. Look how it's swinging around like that. In other words, when you look at the United States, thank you very much there, Ferguson. If you look at the swings when it comes to volatility between the stock market, which is old news, to the crypto sphere, it's night and day. All right, this is the stock market. This is exactly what the stock market looks like right now. Well, not right now, but let's say during trading. This trading's over, I think. But or close to being over. This is what it is in the U.S. stock market. It's like watching paint dry in January. It's like walking uphill barefooted in January during the blizzard, right? Only with a walker. Okay, it's so boring. Oh, I bought General Electric today and it moved 39 cents. Oh, goody. Whereas if somebody goes into the cryptocurrencies and purchases Bitcoin, Ethereum, any one of them, doesn't even matter. You could have a swing or a volume swing of $2,500 in one day. See what I mean? I mean, it's just. In other words, when I look at the stock market, I think of pretty much an old folks home. That's what I think of when I look at the United States stock market. It's so boring. When you look at the crypto markets, man, it's popping. All right, Mula says it's now bumped back up to 8,034. So if James D picked up 24 million, all right, come on, you guys, help me do this math. If James D picked up 24 million 2 weeks ago, well, 2 weeks ago it was at about. Well, I can find out what it would be 2 weeks ago. Hold on, let me just be right there. I can find out exactly what it would be 2 weeks ago because I keep record of everything. Let's see. Let's go do that. Hold on. Let's go find out. All right, let's see. Let's go to. All right, so 2 weeks ago would be. Let's see. Today's okay, almost to the end. Be about the 13th. 23. Yeah, that'll be about the 13th. Let's find out. Let's see. Let's go here. All right, it was sitting at about 26. It was at about 2,600 2 weeks ago. See how that was? Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. So if it was at 2,600, that dude picked up 24 million, and now it's creeping in the 8,000s. Wow, dude, really? Holy smokes. You had 20 million shares. You had 20 million. At 1 penny, you'll have $200,000. That's right. That's right. Johnny Crypto, what'd you start out as, Johnny? You didn't mind sharing with the class. You know what? as far as I'm concerned. But here's the thing. I think the reason why it's so popular is because, you know, if the average Joe put in $10, right, you know, back in, let's say, September 27th, and they put in $10, I know a guy that did this. This morning, he would have $170 from $10. So even if it went backwards tomorrow or tonight or whatever, that's another thing about the cryptocurrency exchanges. They go 24/7. They don't care what time it is. It's not like the U.S. stock exchange where it opens up at what, 9 o'clock and then closes at 4:30, or it opens up at what, 9:30 and closes at 4:30. Oh, okay, all right. Here, let me get my stroller. Hold on a second. Let me go make a donation to some stock, whatever. It's going to move 46 cents in a day. Oh, yeah. In mid-June. Is that right? You got 23 million in mid-June? Wow. Woo! Holy smokes. Yep. I mean, that's something else, isn't it? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Let's see here. Let's go. So even if it went all the way backwards, if a dude started out with $10, what is he going to care if it goes backwards? I mean, most people, well, what is $10? In a lot of states, you can't even buy back cigarettes for $10. What's $10? Really? I think that's what it is. Here's another thing that is quite possible. We've already seen this happen. Is the fact that on August 10th of this year, the crypto markets got hacked. That's what they say. $611 million worth of hack went on in that day. And they rebounded from all that. And then somehow, some way, it's so bizarre, the entire world is looking for that hacker. And they found that hacker. And that hacker supposedly was stating that they are a white hat and they were looking at different vulnerabilities. Sure. And somehow, some way, that supposed hacker gave back the money. So it was a nothing burger. No, it's not a nothing burger. If you go and you rob a bank and you give it all back the next day, you're still going to jail. Okay? For real. Cigarette in Chicago downtown is $18 a pack. Who would spend that? I'm glad I quit smoking back in 2017 cigarettes. I can't imagine it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's 705 people in the room. I need a state report. If you didn't mind, list your state and then a pack of cigarettes, the average pack of cigarettes. Like, Arkansas, 6, California, 10, New York, 18, Chicago, whatever. If you didn't mind, list your city and then the amount. Let's see what you got going on. North Carolina, $7 a pack. Arizona, 10. Smokes. North Nevada, $8. Michigan, $9. Canada, what? Is Canada? Canada is what? $18. What? Oh my goodness, you guys are hurting. Hawaii, 7. Minnesota, $8.50. New York is $10.80 is a cheap one. Alabama is 6. Saudi Arabia is 4. Are you joking me? That's outrageous, ladies and gentlemen. That is outrageous.
I can't tell a lie.
Holy smokes.
I'm a daughter of revolution.
Well, Here's the other thing too. A lot of people are equating the crypto sphere as far as a lot of these cryptocurrencies with penny stocks, because technically that's what it would be. I mean, look at Loot. Loot is what? Or Rally. They're only in the cents department. But when you have Shiba Inu, clobbering all of these other big cryptocurrencies that have been around a while, it's like, what? It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't matter. Because again, it hasn't even hit 1 penny yet. And as soon as it hits 1 penny, it's going to generate more millionaires than you could ever imagine. It sure will.
I mean,
it sure will.
It's not
1 penny. Wow. Holy smokes. 1 penny. Can you imagine? Now, there's people running around, but you're going to be rich if it's a penny? Okay, Autotron. All you people that did it back in the day, you don't have to say how much. Just if you didn't mind sharing with the class, if it hits a penny, how many dirty socks are you going to get? How many? You going to give me like 2 dirty socks? Are they going to be yellow ones? Are they going to be green ones? Which ones are? Oh, that's hilarious. You're going to give me 1,000 dirty socks? Is that right? Holy smokes. That's right, and that's the thing. The stock market is way down right now, except for Shiba. Shiba Inu is like the one that's stomping it. I think 1 inch is also doing well. Its margins are over 50% in the last 24 hours. My PO box would be full. Is that right there, Stop? Stop in the name of socks. What is it? 500 million sheep for $5,000.
He's the devil.
Is that right?
The devil went down to Georgia. He played the harmonica.
500 million for 5,000. Okay, what it says? Brain TV. If it hits 1 penny, I got 18,000 dirty socks for you. Wow, that's amazing. This is now. Hold on a second. Speaking about people not going back to work, I read an article this morning suggesting that California is going to be starting with the universal income. What? I don't have to go read that story the entire. Actually, I didn't read the whole story. I just saw the headline of it, a little excerpt. Thinking, wait a minute, how in the hell is that even possible? Now, for the people that don't know what universal income is, or basic or universal basic income, I guess it's called. That's where essentially the state and or the municipality pays you a certain amount of money, and that certain amount of money would depend on a plethora of different factors. In other words, you wouldn't have to go to work for it. It would just pay you that money so you can pay your rent, pay for your food, and it would just sustain you. So it's not like you're going to get ahead. It's right up there, if you want to really think about it, it's right up there with communism. This is dangerous stuff, buddy. It's dangerous. You sit there and laugh all day long. Hey, I got a couple of $1,000 a month from the state, and I don't have to do anything for it. But what you're not understanding is that's a financial vessel for control. It is really dangerous stuff, buddy. Real dangerous. And if you're only getting by, you're not advancing yourself, then that's not good for you psychologically or physically. It's not good for you. because it puts you in this weird rut where you're just sustaining life. You're not advancing yourself. You know, you're not wanting to become independent or financially independent or to do such a thing as far as, you know, innovative creations or whatever you want to call it. What is this, Randy's text? 10,000 just to cash flow stocks. Oh, really? So I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the leadership of Canada. I know exactly what you just said. 10,000. Now, would those be yellow socks? That's what I need to know. That is the new job. You're just sustaining. Sustaining is that's not good. If the state or municipality is paying you to simply sustain your financial life, and you're not helping yourself, in other words, you're not getting that raise or you're getting that bonus, that means that municipality can control every facet of your life. All they have to do is say, well, hey, listen here, Bobby, if you decide that you're not going to do the things that we want you to do, we're going to turn off your sustainability. We're not going to give you that money every month. What do you think of that? See me? Bad news, buddy. Bad news. That's right. Never sleep forever. Absolutely positively. Now, here's the thing that I was thinking of just a couple of minutes ago, and I got distracted. Here's another way that not all of them, but a lot of the cryptocurrencies could just disappear. And all they'd have to do is whoever they would be would fall under the markets were hacked again, right? And wipe out all of the exchanges. Then what? Or put ransomware on one of the largest exchanges in the world, Binance, right? Break-in, Uphold, Coinbase, whatever they would be. Then what are you going to do about it? You're not insured by the federal government at all. You go to a bank, buddy, and somebody wipes out $250,000 in your account, and guess what? They have this thing called FDIC insurance. Yes, they do. And every account, individualized account, is covered up to $250,000. So if somebody goes in there and robs a bank, so to speak, well, as long as you can prove that it was your account under your name, under your account number, routing, all that BS, then it takes a while, but you get your money back. If that happens on the exchanges, you just out of luck. Who are you going to go to? You're going to go to nobody. You're going to file a lawsuit against the individuals that run the exchanges or own the exchanges, and then what? You and 5 billion other people are going to file a lawsuit. They're going to claim bankruptcy, and then what do you have? You have nothing. So that's something to keep in mind, that all this cryptocurrency nonsense could just disappear in 5 seconds if they wanted it to. Who's they? Whoever they may be. Again, most of the hacks in the United States or around the world is being done by the NSA because they don't want to pull the paperwork or the necessary paperwork in order to pull information through a subpoena. They're lazy. So what do? They go there and they just hack something and accuse some hackers because they wanted information on 4 guys over here, and then rather than filing for a federal warrant, they just hacked it. Oh, they were hacked. 20 million people's stuff was hacked, and they just wanted 4. Whatever. NSA did not create Bitcoin. Who created Bitcoin is the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. What is this, 6R? If it goes to a penny, hold on a second. If it goes to a penny, every shot in North Florida Walmarts by Saturday, I'm out. Jennifer Lopez, Shakara Fund. Lopez Shakara. Really? Huh. Okay. You got me thinking on that one. I don't know if you're speaking in code or what's going on. If you're speaking in code, I got what you said. But, you know, we'll see. Is a tracking tool? Well, of course it is. All of this electronic nonsense is a tracking tool. Have you gone over to Venmo lately? Venmo, I guess it's called. I mean, they're essentially now, because nobody's using it, or they're not using it very much, they're trying to pay you to use their service, which is ridiculous. Right? In other words, a lot of these different companies, they're going to be sorry that they charge these people all these massive fees. Right? Did they release the algo breaking? I don't know. Nighthawk says, Monograph, did you see the crypto flash crashes? Did they release the algo breaking? I don't know. All I know is all of the crypto markets are down. Can somebody go check the Shiba if they didn't mind? Can somebody go check and see what it is now? XRP will be the standard. That's right. Yep, they will. XRP will be the last coin standing. Mm-hmm. Sure will be. And it makes me wonder why. I know Coinbase is down. I know that. What is? It is down to 69? No way. I don't believe it. All right, Halo Man said it's 7077.
Hey.
Right?
What's really gonna suck is if that's damn so it's dead.
7077. See, it's going down again. It's quite volatile. Spiro says it's 7,194. Is that right? Coinbase is now working. That's okay. All right, let's go check. No, Coinbase is not working. It's down. Long fail. They'll fail. Coinbase is still down. I think what's going on is it's possible that the exchanges are getting clobbered. I just checked Coinbase is still down. I just checked just now. Let me check again. Nope, it's still down. Hold on a second. Let me check something else. Oh, still down. I'm getting an error of 115. That was bizarre. On the flash per second. So the 115 is 0115. If you are experiencing an error of code 115 off accompanied by the following messages, typically points to a network connectivity issues that is preventing your device from reaching the service. Easy fix. Okay, I know how to fix that. Okay, I know how to fix that. Let me go fix that right now. See how that works. Let me fix that real quick. I should have fixed it. That quick. All right. Yep. And what is that there, Matthew? Matthew says everything that the T-Man said, if the dam took over, would happen. We are headed into the greatest depression ever. You think so? Does everybody think that that's the case? Do you think the United States would be in a depression of the world? Well, they keep monkeying around with all of the supply chain issues. It certainly would be. All their disciples, how have you been? Does seem possible. And that's the thing. Here's the thing. When these guys keep talking about or pounding about how the meats are becoming less and less available, the best thing to do is go to your local butcher, because your local butchers deal with other local butchers. Got me? They don't rely on the big box, grocery chains. They deal specifically with the local butchers. That's who you go to. You're gonna pay a heavier price, but a big deal. Guess what? You got it. And that's my issue with the people that are rich or super rich. You can have all the money you want, buddy, but if the beef is not available, you get nothing. So stop whining. You go right in the classification as everyone else. You can have all the money in the world, but if the product is not there, you get nothing. Now what? Go get on your little Learjet, maybe fly to El Salvador and get yourself a steak. But again, if you have all the money in the world and the product is not available, then foul, fried, wine. That's what you get. The man with the food always wins. Yes, that is true. Well, I know that's happening actually right now there, Anna Banana. And that's a screen name here in the chat box. Crossbow is out and ready to catch the wabbit. And that's actually going on right now on Screw. Sure is. Something else. So, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I just thought I'd have a little chitty chat here and share with the class for the people that didn't know. About what was going on with all this stuff. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Mm-hmm. Yes, there is, ma'am. So anyway, what was that? I saw that, Spiro. I saw that. Did you guys hear that? I'll go ahead and chime in about that. Did you guys hear that no, I do not vape. I do not vape. I don't do any smoking products. I don't. I did cigars for a little while and I quit, and then I did it again and then I quit. So I don't do any tobacco at all. No, I don't. Not even right now. No. And I got this damn cold, see, or cough carrying on. So anyway, like I was stating is, Spirit made mention that now that some of the agencies are suggesting that the immunocompromised should get a fourth roll-up your sleeper. That's what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen. It's never going to stop. Once you put your ass up in the air, it stays in the air. And people aren't going to get it. They're going to get it when they're on number 5 and number 6. They'll be like, wait a minute. I didn't sign up for this. Oh, too late. All right, we got 774 people in the room. How many never sleepers we got in here? Y'all don't mind chiming in. I mean, you got to remember the machine is scraping your thoughts anyway. So if you're a never sleeper, it's going to know anyway. So there you go. This is to let all the other people know who the never sleepers are. Well, why not? Who cares? I'll advertise all day long. I'm a proud never sleeper. All right, let's go ahead and read the comments. Here we go. We got Denise as a never sleeper. Aaron Burns, Audit Strong, T.O. Slim. Can't we all just get along? Spiro, of course, 2006. Chris is, Ruth is. Look at all the never sleepers coming in. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You see how that works? That's how that works. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. That's exactly how that works. Proud never sleeper. We ain't gonna allow you to do. Oh, hell no, dude. Forget it. Come on now. Shoot. No, sir, no, ma'am. That's right. And chances are, last time I checked, out of the 770 people in the room right now, if I'm not mistaken, every last one of them tested positive for freedom. Oh, unbelievable. Oh, they hate that too. What are they going to do about it? You might have to go on quarantine. Sure might. Can't have that. We don't want you spreading that freedom around. Oh, hell no. See how that works? That's how that works. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the big ball of wax. I'm going to go ahead and call it a day because I got to get out of here and get things done. I got to go to work. Things won't work. You believe it? Anyway, that is the hippity, happy, skippity, stoppy, hippity, happy, new news. I'm autographed in case we really are simply not free. And thanks for all the people hooking me up with the donos. And then, of course, the Mod Squad, keeping on real nice and clean, all control charges, spammers. And then everybody in between that chimed in the chat log. See you tomorrow. We'll see you tonight.
See you tomorrow. See you tonight. It wasn't that long. What am I looking for? The real Messiah? You gotta be stupid. This is David Wilcox. 4.57 bot. Joel bot number 9. Omar Corona. Where'd my opera go? What are y'all doing? Hola? Oh, I turned you down? You guys stopped. No. You wait a second. This is not right. I told y'all. Dadgummit. See, when they pull you out of something, you better not go back in. That's how the Dukes of Hazzard wound up getting blowed up. Oh, it's true. Such a long, tangled web. How it was woven. How rare Elvis and Oren Ron, a good guy, might just be Putin. Okay. Let's see who's lurking out there. Where's that daggum G Mangos? You know he ain't coming out to play. It's 1:01 a.m. They don't come to you, you come take them. All right. Just Jax the cat from Nomadic Fantastic passed away. Not surprising. The dark story of Nico Cato Avocado. That's because they were... Man, avocados were really dangerous in this whole Taco Bell saga. They don't even make avocado dip, you know. Public opinion with the headache and the growing mole. No madness life. There is nothing over here. These exposed channels are pretty weird. Everything's out of context. And it was out of context from the beginning, so whatever that means. Bombshell reloaded. Copy of Aftermath examples and panels 19 hours ago. Now she is really loud. Alright. And I need to keep the house quiet. So everybody's going to be super quiet. Because this is not your average welcome wagon lady. And she's associated with the Siren Sisters. And they're just sucking her. I mean, she's not even really here. We'll pick the boys in white. Got a lot of selections. All Americans. And Bombshell Reloaded wanted to go real life and make threats. Pizza Hut's gonna choke her out. No, no, no.
Yeah, yeah. I said you on fire, real gas, and
Yeah, she doesn't have enough energy to come in. So we take these guys down as low as we can. She's now 12 minutes in.
But at any rate, people do what you have to do to survive. What are you supposed to do? Because your water's shut off, you're supposed to quit living?
I don't know if I really got I found out a lot of things.
6:40, no words yet. 7-Eleven.
What's up, Jane?
Hey.
What you doing?
Spreading the
Just wait
virus.
for you to start yelling at me.
You think I'm gonna yell at you?
Probably.
Yeah, they're
might
trying to
end
get
that
to
way.
nightmares.
And that's okay. I deserve it.
This is why
You know what?
it's the Hazelwood heifers.
Well, every now and then I get a little bit just where I can't take it anymore. I just hate seeing people keep playing that game on people, you know? And I get sassy. Sometimes it happens. Yep.
They got sassy. Because I don't mind if I get sassy. I didn't really have a chance to do shit, right? But trying to stuff because that means if I want to talk to somebody again, I gotta get back over here now. That's why. But I don't know if I really got I found out a lot of things and I'm not down on them or anything because I said I'm not gonna talk bad about them and I'm not. But I mean everything I said, it seems like it wasn't true, and that bothers me a little bit.
Yeah, it either wasn't true or it wasn't important, or it was your misunderstanding. It was your overreaction. It was, and that's what it is.
Yeah. That's how I feel a little bit. And I don't feel like I did overreact because I thought about it, and then I went and listened to the stream, the whole thing from beginning to end, and it's just like it was just like everything wasn't true, and that all the things the chat was saying weren't true, and some of them were from her side, and so I'm going to clear some of that up tonight. I wish Darlene was in here or somebody that could help me get some of these timestamps that I need, because I don't watch them, so I don't know where she talked about me not laughing about the fact that I don't have children, I'm not married, I don't own my home. I'm not really sure why that's funny.
Well, it's not. It's just that pleasure they take in, degrading people, trying to humiliate people, trying to make.
I don't really care about what they say about the marriage and the I don't care about that. I do care about somebody speaking on the fact that I don't have children, because they don't know the story of why I don't have children, and nobody does. Well, a couple of people do. I've told it once. I'm not going to tell it again. Because it's just something I don't like to talk about. But as far as the water hose being in my house, I mean, what do people expect me to do? I mean, like, I don't really know what they want. I mean, what?
Look, and that's just it. You know, if it hasn't been part of their experience in life, then they should count their blessings. And
Like, it's never been a part of my experience either, ever in my life, and it's not a fun experience to have.
No, it's not. And I can tell you right now, I've been through some shit in my life. I had my electricity turned off and all kinds of stuff, and I still had to get up every morning and go to work. So you know what? I had to wash my clothes in the bathtub because I couldn't run the washer and dryer. So
Yeah.
I'd have to, like, you know,
I've had to do that before.
put my clothes in the bathtub, get out the broom handle, swish them around, bring them out, rinse them, swish them around, and then hang them up dripping wet after I could get as much water out of them.
Yep, I've done that too. I've had to dry a pair of jeans for work with a blow dryer.
I have it with a blow dryer, but I have
That's right there. Hell no. I
hang
said
them over
never
a fan.
again. Never again. Hey, Mouse Bells. Hey, honey.
I remember
Mom, she had lots to say tonight about me.
Them sharks smell blood in the water, ladies.
I've had to turn on a candle in the dark.
Okay, now I have never done that ever.
Just so I can
catch
feel
my hair.
and
I catch my hair on fire.
Well, you know, people who either they have been through these things and they're ashamed of them, or they haven't been through them. But at any rate, people do what you have to do to survive. What are you supposed to do? Because your water's shut off, you're supposed to quit living?
Yeah, you know, like, I mean, I'm not really sure. Like, I don't know why that water's on outside. I don't know whose account is under. I do, Gabby. I don't know whose account it's under, and I'm using the fuck out of it when I can. Hey, Tank. And, let's see, I always gotta run this too. Hey! Jill. I love you.
Hey, Jillian.
I love you for real. I know you didn't get to speak the other night, but it was just insane. And I didn't even get to speak that much, so if that makes you feel better. You know what makes me mad, Jane?
What?
G Mangoes makes me mad.
I have not listened to G in probably, well, since all that went down, where everyone said they weren't going to go back, and then you were over there, and then they were giving you help for it, and then they went back.
That's what all started everything.
Yeah, that's the last time I listened to them.
And even Shannon admitted that she started it all on Diane's panel.
Yeah.
You know, and she did. She started all that. So it's okay. It's okay. So I mean, like, I'm done with it. You know, like when Savage wanted to come up on my panel. I mean, really, why you want to come up on my panel? What you got to say that you hadn't already said in your videos about me, right?
Yeah, because she hasn't had enough time to talk about me yet.
What? Hey, Cal, how you doing, precious? Yeah, I know. You know, it's like So, like, when I shared that about the water hose, right? Like, I didn't want to do that because I knew that people would you know, take it and run with it. And the only reason I did is just to let people know that, you know, like, I got real life shit going on. Like, this YouTube shit really wasn't that important to me anymore. And it was making me miserable, and I was really upset about what was said, you know. And that's the only reason I showed it. Or I would have shown it.
I actually like when people are authentic and share the things.
You know, like, I just try to tell the truth. And every time I bring something about my real life to this forum, like, I have the receipts to show. It's just like my electric bill. Like, I got called a scammer over my electric bill by a friend that I thought was my friend. And come to find out, they're calling me a scammer and then she said it was before I showed the receipt. Well, I never brought it to the forum without that receipt, so I don't know when that happened. and I had given Uni a second chance, and we were friends, and we apologized to each other, and to know that she did that hurt me pretty good.
Well, and telling someone that you're and showing the proof that your electric bill is,
I mean, damn, $12 a day is
that's a scam. That's not a scam. How is that a scam?
I'm not sure. She said it was before I showed the proof, but I don't think I spoke on it before I showed the proof. Because I had the proof at the same time I was talking about it.
That's what you're her.
I mean, I'm not lying. Why would I? Like, I just wouldn't do that. I don't know why people think it's so easy for me just to go online. The Texas girl, I didn't find your video. It said it was removed. I've been struggling a lot since my dad died, and it's been a hard struggle for me, and people don't get it. And me even showing that I had those kind of emotions overnight was hard for me because I don't like to show that kind of stuff, I feel like it makes me weak. And people think I'm weak and they'll take advantage of that.
Well, the thing is that showing emotion is actually,
Yes, well.
That's someone who's strong. The people who don't show emotion, that's the truth.
Well, like it had all just gotten to be too much, and I was, what the fuck is what? I don't know. I can't tell what it is, but it's no problem. I'm not blocking people for that stuff, but like that was a shock to me, the other day when I found out that Uni was, doing that, and it hurt me.
Uni was doing something. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, Uni's the one that called me a scammer.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just thought you were saying a friend. I didn't know you meant.
And I thought we were friends, better friends than that, but I guess not. Like, I always seem to be kicked in the face about things like that,
Well, and I think people who are authentic do get kicked in the face because, we open ourselves up to be vulnerable, and they think that's an easy target. It's not, if you show the difficulties you're having, someone else out there in the world sees that and says, hey, you know what? If Mom can get through that, I can get through whatever it is. Right? If you can live as long as you have, doing what you need to do to go on with life without any water, well, then surely, if my water gets shut off for 2 or 3 days, I can get through it.
Yeah. Well, it's been since June.
Been a long time.
So, it's been a long time. And, like, there's no hope inside, apparently.
And the thing is, when you said it had been since June, this was like, what, at the beginning of this month or the end of September? And I was like, holy shit, I would have never guessed you've been living without water since June. You've held it together. Your hair always looks good. You always look clean. Your house is clean. Whatever. So you're doing a great job of using ingenuity.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna live nasty. I'm not gonna. No. I go and get bottled water, and like those big liter things of water too. On top of that, and
I can't say that if I had been without water that long that I would be trucking along like you are. I had to go without AC for almost a week just here recently, not even in the hottest part of Texas.
The thing is the landlord had just taken care of what if he would have taken care of what he should have, it would have never gotten to that. And that's my whole point. Like, I didn't have a stove for 6 months. It caught on fire in December, so I haven't been able to cook in 6 months.
Good gosh.
So I've had to use DoorDash, and like my microwave flips the breakers, so I can hardly use my microwave. So like my inheritance is gone because I've had to spend it on needless things that I shouldn't have had to spend it on. And still haven't got my stimulus checks or my tax refund. And my unemployment got taken. I mean, didn't get taken, but the governor stopped it, and I still haven't gotten my back pay. So, like, that's why I fell behind. It's not because I wasn't paying my bills, because I couldn't pay my bills. Well, the money coming in, so all the money that I do have coming in, which is not a lot, goes straight to my electric, because my electric is still stupid hot in this house during the day.
And knowing all that and you sharing all that, I'm just like, well, damn, you're rocking it. And I'm over here bitching because I didn't have AC for 5 or 6 days.
Well, it's like I don't even have AC all during the summer. He wouldn't fix it, and that's what the whole problem is that the AC is so old it can't keep up with the heat of this house, and there's no really insulation in this house, and and there's a broken window still that I had last year, and it's just crazy. So anyway, that's got a lot to do with it, and just a lot of different things I've gone through, and then to have to deal with people on YouTube, talking shit all the time, calling me this, calling me that. I shouldn't be buffering.
You're not buffering.
No, I'm not buffering.
It must just be a glitch in Gabby's internet or something. You're fine here.
I thought so. So, like, I'm going through all that, but, like, I didn't really want to bring all that here because, like, when you do try to talk about personal things, like, people run with it and do, like, fucked up things, and say fucked up things, so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I thought maybe, like, me showing the water hose would maybe make people understand that it's not really, this really on my agenda, first on my agenda to do,
Right.
And, but nobody would chill. Nobody would chill.
Well, I have 2 sets of advice for that. One of them is, don't share things because people are going to use it against you.
I mean, I don't, but that.
Well, but then my other advice is that share things like that because there are a lot of people out here, myself included, who when I hear something like that, I feel inspired. I feel like, look at what she's doing. I can do what I'm going through. And there are more people going through what you're going through than will admit it.
Yeah.
Okay. There are other people out there right now who are doing without water and they're listening and they're like, damn, Bomb can do it. I can do it.
Let me tell you, you don't even realize how much you use water until you don't have it.
I know, it's crazy. When our pipes were frozen up during the Texas snowstorm, when all the electricity went out and all that down here last year, we were without water for over a week. And I don't know how you've done it since June because I was just like, I gave up on everything during that week. I'm like, you can't clean if you don't have water. And we were.
Well, I buy bottled water, and that hose. Honestly, I don't know whose water I'm using. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Well, if I had got a hose to run through my window, I would have done it. But everyone's water was frozen up.
Yeah, so like I don't use it that much because I'm scared. So I fill up my tub with water to flush my toilet.
Yeah.
Because I can't stand that.
Yeah, we had to do that. We actually had to get down to where we were using our bottled water to flush the dang toilet.
I don't even know how you did that because it's not enough pressure for me to flush it.
We have a toilet that has
mine just doesn't. It's not enough pressure to flush it. I can't stand for anything to be in that toilet. So I mean, like that's a pee. I mean, that's really truly a pee. Like my toilet is probably the cleanest thing in this house, and that's stupid, I know, but it's real. I mean, like it's crazy. So I fill the tub with water, and I take a bath by filling it like not quite halfway with water, and then I fill pots with hot water, and I keep heating it up until I can get the water warm enough to take a bath so it won't be cold.
Yeah. Well, our toilet has one of those air bladders. It's an extremely low water flow, so it needs just like minimum water, and then a rush of air pushes everything down.
I have to take a big pot and dip it in the sink. Dip it in the bathtub and then pour it in the toilet.
Yeah.
And then, like when I have the hose in here, what I'll do is I'll put the hose in the like fill the back of the toilet up.
And you know what? All these things, you know what they say about you? They're not. They don't say you're a bad person. They don't say any of those things that they're laughing at and all that. What they say is that you're a survivor. And what it shows is that regardless of what life throws at you, you're going to survive.
It doesn't feel like I'm surviving all that well.
Well, and you're going to feel that way because you've been doing it for quite a while, and I'm sure it all feels overwhelming.
It does get overwhelming.
But you are surviving.
But the guy that came and bought me my stove the other day, they finally got me a new stove because I'm going to sue the fuck out of him. And he knows it, and I'm still going to do it. I don't care if he got me a stove or not. It's a little too late.
Yeah.
He took the hose off the back of the washing machine for me because I couldn't get it off. So I could plug up the water hose to my washing machine to wash clothes. I'm so excited I don't know what to do.
I would be excited too after that.
I am excited, for real. That's exciting for me.
Well, and hopefully it'll happen that now is fixed, and the next thing will get fixed, and eventually you'll feel like. Okay.
No, I feel like he should pay my water bill for everything that I've had to pay for that electric due to him not fixing the problem. And I just can't come up with that kind of money like all at once, and it's just hard, and everything's been hard. And like when I hurt myself and I was laid up for like almost a month, no joke. I couldn't even do furniture because I hurt my arm so bad.
Yeah.
When you rip a tendon away from your elbow, man, you feel that shit for a while. And even now, like I did do a desk yesterday, and a man's coming to get it at 8 o'clock this morning, but it's not enough to pay that bill. I wish to God it was, but like I could feel it in that elbow, and it's freaking, it's on fire. It's still on fire. Like it hurts so bad. And I know that I know something's really wrong, but I'm not going to the doctor. I don't care. It isn't. Like I don't use it that much because I can't. But it's just stuff like that. Like it stresses me out. It's like aging me, and I don't want to age that quick.
It does age you quickly.
Yeah, it's made like I can see it on my face. Like,
I don't know if you know, but because of a bunch of YouTube shit, someone turned me in and said I was working.
Yeah, I heard about that a while back, and I just can't even imagine somebody going to that extreme to hurt somebody. Their real life. I don't even know, but I can't understand it because Controller got my job. She got me fired from my job, so I get it.
Well, in the 27 months that I had to go without any income and any health care or anything, I've aged tremendously. I can feel it. I can see it in my face. I can feel it in my bones.
We gotta start this song again. Speaking of faces.
But as soon as I got my back pay, even though I could then breathe, because I'm like, I'm going to get a check every month again. They're reinstating all my medical benefits and all that. All that money that I got in back pay, I had to pay back to the people who helped me get through.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and then have a new
Like
base.
I owe somebody some money right now, and I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm going to do. Like,
I'm supposed to be here.
I owe one of my friends $18,500. So immediately, well, so let me tell you this: I had a panic attack, an anxiety attack, when I was shakedowning for $10,000. I'm like, oh my God, I can't do it.
Crazy.
And then I sent the rest of the mail to PayPal. But seeing those numbers on the screen and now pushing end count was like,
yeah. Like I didn't even know you were sitting that much to
seeing that kind of money walking out when you have anything coming in.
I would be super myself.
I was like,
that would make my hand shake. I remember when I had to pay my insurance tax and when I got in my car. I didn't get a whole lot, but I still got the money that they had given me. Man, my hand shook when I had to give him that. Man, but I was so like grateful to them for helping me, and so I paid back a couple of help.
And
Like they were retired. I mean, yeah, they had the money, but it wasn't for them to give me money as for a person like that. And other stupid shit that I did, you know, and just dumb shit. And so yeah, I paid them back because no kid of theirs should be that stupid. So you know, I paid it back. And I learned lessons from everything I ever did for you. And this is just another life lesson. But I'm tired of having to learn lessons at my age. I'm not married because I choose to not be married. I just chose that. I walked away from it. And the children, I didn't choose, but God saw it. God saw it. And I said when I was 17 that I would never bring a child into this world that I didn't support by myself. And I stuck to that. You know, like, even before that accident. I stuck to that. Like I didn't refuse to I know it was hard. I mean, I kept on trying. It was raising the word. I have so much respect for single moms because it's so hard. And I have friends that were young and had kids and don't have a family. And they don't have help and they do what they do. And I have so much respect for single moms because of that. But that also made me realize that I didn't have a child without being stable and secure. So I did. And then I had my accident. So I did raise 2 children. You know, I got them when they were older, but they were my fiance's sisters. She couldn't stay out of jail, and I got them through high school. I put one in the military, one in college, and I did my job. And I raised them right, and I raised them to be good, respectful people, and that's all you can ask for in life. And you know, so I did at least get to experience that. So it's, you know, I was blessed regardless.
Well, yeah, and you have to think that, you know, you're put where you need to be in the situation you need to be in. And so if you had had your own children, you may not have been able to help those children.
You know, that's all I ever wanted when I was a kid was to be a mom. That's all I ever wanted. I just knew by the age of 30, I was going to be a mom, a stay-at-home mom with a husband, a white picket fence, everything.
I use Grammarly on my work emails and also on my cooking
I was so far
Grammarly is a
off
game
the
changer
mark
for me at work. We also
with
run it for social media.
like so far off the mark with that.
My resume, cover
That
letter.
was just
I write superhero
vague
fan.
memory. It was
I got Grammarly to help me write better for work, but found that
people
I
don't
was
know a
using it
lot
just as
of
much
things
as
that, you
my
know, that
This was so
I've told
useful for school,
a
but
lot
it
of
might even
things
be more useful
on
as a
my
working
screens and
instrument.
stuff.
You install it for
I
free
don't
and
know
then
if
it's
people
just
just think
there
I'm
helping you
talking.
write better anywhere you type.
Imagine.
I don't know why
Everything
people
you wrote was
gave me as such a
a
liar.
better and you wrote it a little bit faster.
But
Give it a
I guess
try
that's
on
easy to
any
say
one
about
piece of
somebody
important writing,
who can't
whatever
record.
it is, and see for yourself.
I think people who go around just claiming that everyone who tells anything personal on here is a lie, I think those people are liars. They're liars, and so they think everyone is like them. So the ones who scream liar the loudest are probably the biggest liars.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know that I tell myself, hey Angie, baby. I tell myself that. But it bothers me because of that, because I know that I don't. And I know that I've no sin. And so when they don't watch my stream, they say, why do you watch the stream? So I wouldn't know that. You know, like, okay, you don't watch my stream, so that doesn't make me a liar. That just makes me not know what's wrong. You know, like, but also, I don't watch people that cheer me down either, so I mean, I get it.
I don't watch any of those people.
Well, I don't watch anybody that talks shit about me because I know
Well, that's exactly what happens when you give me one industry. I normally do not talk to myself because, like you just said, I know makeup and I know me and see what it did to me the other night.
Yeah, that was old shit.
I'm sorry, I just had a lot of shit that when I heard the same shit, and that's why I don't listen to it because I know my temper.
Yeah, but you know, like I can decipher. You know, there was also things that you didn't know and that I knew, and I was playing chess. I checked that. I knew what I was doing. I wasn't trying to do anything. I just didn't see how to do it. And I was like, and yeah, I know that I've hurt people. I know that I have my work. I know how short my tongue can be. I have always tried to find it. Like I've always tried to make sure that I apologize for things. Because I say things out of anger. That doesn't make it right. But it also makes me feel. We all have them. We all have our breakdowns. And they broke you, Kat, because that to me was really bad. Like it really bad to me. And I'm not really sure why. It just said he stopped. It got to me so that bad. I really don't know. I gotta take myself. So hold on a minute. But it flew all over me. But not only did it fly all over me, me thinking that anybody would ever think something like that of me, to even say something like that, it just blew my mind and it hurt me. But I also know that I've hurt people. You know, like I've said some things that I wish I could take it back, like before I even got the sentence out. Jill, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. And I just, you know, when they call me an e-beggar and it really bothers me because that's the last thing that I want to do. I kept all that. I did, Jill. Thank you so much. You know, like I help people customize and save at Liberty. I hate to even talk about my life like that because they do call me those things, and it just really bothers me because I kept it to myself for so long, and then when I got sick and then I fell out of the attic and I really hurt myself, I didn't come out for almost a month. So I just don't know that they get it. Really get it coming. It really upsets me, and I guess they know that. You know, because I voice it, but
If you look at they're bringing in way more money than you are, so, and they're doing it on your back, on Tammy's back, you know, all these other people's back, like just by getting people to think it's going to piss you or piss her off. That someone says
it's not that it pisses me off, it just hurts my feelings. Like I don't want anybody to be shot that way. I have my entire life. Since I was 15 years old, and until my father had his first stroke, I worked every day. And I was a waitress for 20 years. So nobody can tell me that I don't work. That I never worked. Because I worked for my money. Like I didn't have an office job. I still worked every day for 12 hours a day. My whole entire life. Even when I was in school, I did. So,
no, but you know
sit there, stop running your bed.
Hey everyone, my teacher.
Yeah, keep everybody entertained.
I Minty, I play, I hate chilling. James and Heather, everyone. Good to see you. I think the people who yell e-beggars are also the biggest e-beggars, just like the ones who are always yelling liar are probably the biggest liars. They can't think past their own understanding of those things, and so they think that because that's what they do, or they feel, that that's what everyone else does too. Love you too, Jilly. I don't see you around much. I do see you over at Holly sometimes. It's good when I see you. I agree, lady. And I also think it's that they can't stand to see money going to anyone else. They want it for themselves. Hey, Allie, it's great to see you. I love that her dog's name is Sadie. My baby, the dog that I had the longest. I had her for 20 years. Her name was Sadie, and her name is Sadie Grace. Mom's dog is. My baby was named Sadie May, but I used to call her Maisie Grace. Maisie Grace. So Grace was in there too. Right, change it up. You know, they expect their friends to lie for them, and they would lie for their friends. And listen, that whole thing about when she said you think it's worse to be a liar or a snitch, and she said it's worse to be a snitch, and I said it's worse to be a liar. I wasn't raised with like this whole, it seems like to me, a prison mentality. You know, people deserve justice, and if you know something, why aren't you gonna help them? Like, I know that the things that we're talking about here aren't as serious as things in life, but to use an example, like this Gabby Petito thing, everyone's so pissed off because they think that her Brian's parents should have been talking to the cops and helped him and everything. Well, those same people are the people who say you don't snitch. So, you know, do you think Gabby deserves justice, or do you think that Brian's parents shouldn't be snitching? You know, it's all. I just don't understand that whole I'd rather lie than, you know, snitch. You don't have to go tell them everything you know. But at the same time, you stop people from getting the natural consequences of their actions. You're hindering the ability for justice to happen in the world. So there's my little grandstanding thing. Bomb's back now.
Right, yeah. She got in this bushes, and all you could see was her ears. And I was scared to go in there. She was scared to enter. She was like, what and feel stupid shit like that. But anyway, my neighbor gave me heaters. You know, I don't have any gas, so I don't have any heat. So the gas bill's like $571. I try not to keep that damn money.
What all runs on gas?
Just my heater. I'm gonna get they got these little heater things. But I'm gonna go to Walmart. I want to get one of those standard ones, those little fireplace. One's like little stove. It's like $79. I'm gonna go get one of those.
Yeah, that's good. The best.
Yeah, because that's all I need.
The best space heater we ever used was one of those that looks like a little radiator, but it's electric. It's an oil-filled heater, and it takes a long time to heat up a room. But once that room is heated and once it's going, it keeps it so nice.
Well, that heater I went to look at it tonight. I was like, bad to get one of those. But I only knew like one, because this little one kept I don't know if I can wait that much. Hey Sam, it is in my bathroom. The other one is in my bedroom. I need one of those. So I need one to like use the living room and like the kitchen and stuff. But I think that'd be big enough to do that, you know, do those rooms with.
Yeah.
Because I can close off that door and then, or get two of those, one for the bed, like the back of the house and one for the front of the house, and I'll be okay.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't even know how the gas got that high. Like I really truly don't know why it's so high. But I had to pay another deposit with it because they took my deposit. So I don't really know why it's so high, honestly.
With the way you say your landlord does, there may be a gas leak and he might not even hear.
Well, he don't care about that.
Yeah.
He's a property manager. I don't even know I don't really knows about all this stuff, but there's more than that going on, you know, and like it's just a lot of stuff. Like outside there's old mulch there. So roaches have gotten into that old mulch, and I treated the yard, and you shouldn't have seen them, Jamie. It was like a fucking horror movie. And then they started crawling on my feet, and I lost my fucking mind. And that's when I went and downloaded forms to sue his ass. Like, I'm like, fuck you forever.
Yeah.
Like, I can't handle that. I can handle no water. I can handle no gas. I can't handle bugs, man. They freak me the fuck out.
Yeah, I don't like. I can't.
Okay, like that just makes me feel like I'm dirty, and I don't like that. Like I'm not. I'm like one of the cleanest people ever. And like I used to be like when I was living with my dad, like my room, no win situation. That's right. It is a no win situation. It is a deal breaker, like it is. And yeah, like gas is ridiculous. I don't even understand because listen, I didn't even turn the shit on until December. So I don't even know. It was only on for a few months. I don't know how it got so high because I don't use it that much because I don't get cold like that, you know. Like I would use it at night when it was freezing cold, but during the day I didn't turn it on until it got to be like 20, 30 degrees, and then I turned it on. I had to. I didn't have a choice, but I kept it on. I kept it on a reasonable, like I didn't, you know, like I kept it on like 72. Something like that. I don't know. But as long as it was like 71 in the house or 70 in the house, 70 to 72.
Kill your bitch.
Yeah, Jezebel, that's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It is. It is. It's just, I mean, it's like a vicious cycle, you know, and it's like, damn if I do and damn if you don't, because I have to live as well. You know, like it's like a catch-22. I didn't have internet. I've been using the neighbor's internet forever, and I finally was able to get internet Monday, and I had to pay that bill. They had that broadband thing that'll pay the bill, you know. So I at least have that because I can't do anything with no. I can't. Internet is the way of the world.
Yeah, it is.
Earwigs, I don't care. Do they fly? Because these fuckers fly. And they reproduce. They have the little roach sacks on them. Oh my.
Well, I think you're doing a good job. I really do.
Do they reproduce like roaches? Because they have the little sacks on the back of their. Oh gosh, no. I can't talk about roaches. So I had them flying in my house, right? Okay. I had them flying in my house. And so, like, one night I left the door open and I took Sadie out. I came back and I had 6 of those big toothbrushes in my house flying around. You want to talk about freaking the fuck out? You want to talk about freaking the fuck out? I freaked out. I called my landlord at midnight. I said, motherfucker, you going to do something about this shit. You're going to do something about it. Because I had wood roaches because there's mulch out there. And it's wet mulch. What is that mulch?
My phone. I'm getting.
Okay, that's you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I want to make sure it was you. Like, I was like, but, like, so that freaked me out. So I killed them all with spray. I had spray. Sadie went underneath the bed. Smartest person in the damn house. Or dog. Smartest dog ever. She went underneath the bed. I killed them all. I was like fucking damn MacGyver, climbing on things trying to get those son of a bitches. I said, if one of you motherfuckers lands on me, that's it. That's it. It was really actually. I've had birds in my house twice the other day, and Sadie's not having any part of that. So she got out of the front door. She went out the front door when I did, and she didn't have her leash. And then she goes across the street to yell at the damn neighbor. He pulls off his belt like he's about to hit her. I said, if you touch her, if she don't fucking kill you, I will. She's not gonna bite you. I called her back, and I got it. Got her under control of it. Like she went straight over there, like, "Who the fuck are you?" And he was in his yard. I was like, "You can't do that. Stop that." But it scared him, and I mean, I would be too if Sadie was coming at me.
Not again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned the game from Wesley Craven. You can never face me. Back to back, back to back like my movies made in the 1980s. And back to back like King James with the heat of Miami.
I don't know if I've ever seen it your way. I don't know whether you know what it was about.
Yeah, I'm breathing heavy. It's a conscious. Yeah, and fuck you about to become conscious. I'ma make you stop and have a fucking dance.
Yeah, no, that's not them.
You gon' let me go off on my fucking train. I hit your waist, Jason, with that match.
They have pictures on the back of
my favorite hat. I'm not sure what it was that made me mad, but I guess because you're killing kids that I could have had. I mean, whoa, you killed them kitties, but you saw us fuck. Scared of water, pussy can't even get it.
Listen, earwigs can use their forceps to grasp onto a finger if agitated. What? But they do not sting nor are they dangerous. They have no venom, so earwigs are not poisonous. Insects such as mosquitoes or bedbugs can eat your people by biting. There are no known injuries requiring emergency treatment. Not every single It looks like a roach, but they're peacher bugs. That's what they're called, peacher bugs. They peach. Fuck you. How about that? My God, I'd rather have a roach. Fuck.
I can picture you standing out by the mulch in the yard and by the mulch just yelling down at them.
My God, listen, when they started running for their life, when I started, okay, I will, thank you. When they started running for their life, when I was treating the yard, they started running towards me. I was like, oh, yeah, to the no. I started running. I was like, because I had to put the treatment on the end of the water hose, and you have to do it that way. It mixes with the water. So I was doing it for the mosquitoes and everything. I did not do a very good job because I still get thrown up by mosquitoes. And you want to know why? Because the ground is so wet. It stays so wet that earthworms that you can go fishing with are like the size of my fucking finger. It changes. Like those kind of worms my daddy would live for. Okay, that means the soil is so rich from it being moist all the time. But that's not good for it to be surrounding the home that way.
I would by going in the fridge, opening something that looks like a leftover potato, thinking I'm gonna find mashed potatoes and gravy or something, and it was big old fucking worm.
Yeah, my dad used to do that too. My dad used to do that. You can use the soil for potting soil. It's healthy soil, like I said. It contains high level organic material. It says it's healthy. Why is it healthy? Because it's constantly being like seriously, like these worms are huge.
Yep. And the worm poop is like really good for the soil.
Well, listen, they're big enough to take a big shit, okay? And I hate to be crass like that, but they've got to be taken. And then I have all these fire ants, and I'm allergic to anything with venom.
We
So-
get fire and it's terrible here.
Yeah, so they tear my ass up, Jack. I mean, like I was standing at my car one night, and I kept felt something like stick to me a little bit, and I looked down and my fucking foot was covered in fucking.
Yep, take that. Shabby.
I hadn't had a bat. I hadn't had a bat. If I ever have a bat, that's it for me. Y'all can just pick me up and take me to the corner. Y'all can beat me.
You know what though? You need that because they keep mosquitoes.
Okay, so well, apparently I don't have it.
No.
Because I get torn up. I get night crawls. That's exactly what they are.
So you need to get you some bat houses and have someone put them up. But then you wouldn't like having bat. But that's really good.
You don't want that. You don't want bats in your attic.
No, we put up bat
You
houses.
ever seen a bat infestation?
Yeah. Yeah, I used to live across the church.
And that poop, and all that poop and stuff. Like I watched Billy the Exterminator. I used to watch that show all the time. And he went into this attic one time, and they literally had a foot of rat pee, I mean of bat pee and poop. It wasn't even, and it was soaking through the ceiling. I'd die. I would die. They had so many bats in there. It was unreal.
My neighbors across the street put up 2 bat houses, and we have not had mosquitoes the last year. And the bats, I have never really seen anything like that. That's just why
They are. Look, I don't like bats. I don't know if they can hurt you or not. But I know that in the swimming pool that I used to go to all the time at night, bats would come down and swoop the fucking bed.
Yeah, when we used to go walking in.
And I don't know if that's because they're trying to get to the water or what. But like I don't know. But they swooped my head, and one got me one time. Never. Now I'm scared. Now I'm petrified of them now. And I'm scared of possums too because I saw the one that was crawling on the fence when my daddy took a damn broom to it. And that bitch played dead, fell off the fucking damn fence, came, crawled back up the damn fence and did it again like 10 times. The shit was the funniest shit I've ever seen. But it was also the ugliest shit I've ever seen in my life. That damn thing was so ugly, it scared the fuck out of me. Sadie was like, just let me get it. That's all I need. Just let me get it. Daddy was like, get away from it. Get away from it. He hit it with a bat, right? Then it acted like it was dead. So Daddy said, well, I guess I knocked it out. I said, it's playing dead. It's playing possum, Dad. You're from freaking South Alabama. You're the one who told me that. He goes, I know it. I'm going to act like I think it's dead. I'm going to come back and hit it again. So Daddy walked away with his underwear and everything. It was in his boxers. And I mean, like, I'm like, Dad. He said, I'm sick of that possum. He says, I'm sick of it. He said, they're just blood. He didn't like him at all. He hates possums out of everything. Listen, he would trap squirrels and take them off for eating his birthday. He wouldn't do it. Possums, he would kill that possum. That possum was, listen, that thing was huge. It was huge. And it was mean as hell, too. Like, it was like spitting at my dad. I mean, like, listen, they are aggressive. I don't know why people think they're not aggressive. They are aggressive. They are aggressive animals, and they will come for me. And my daddy said, they ain't going to come for me because I'm going to kill this damn brain. I said, yeah, we'll kill it. He tried to kill it with that damn broom, and I said, I can't believe you're trying to kill a possum with a broom. Damn it. I can't shoot it. I'm in the city. I said, well, you ain't going to kill it, okay? With a broom, with a stick of a broom. Well, listen, he must have done something to it because that thing wasn't around after that night. It never came back. Either he killed it and didn't tell me and threw it away or whatever, but in there, I never saw it again. Or Sadie got it. I don't know. But, like, that was the ugliest thing. That was like a huge wolf rat with this wiry black hair. Oh, my God, I can't. Just think about it. And so, you know, now because of the trash next door, and you know, he owns that property too, right? So he just lets the trash collect everywhere and they throw it anywhere. So now we have 5 raccoons, okay? 5. I looked out my window the other night and 2 of them were fighting.
Yeah, that's awful. We had a lot of raccoons because we have feral cats here. We have a little community of feral cats.
Yeah.
Raccoons love to come up and eat their food that we put out for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know, like.
And hearing raccoons fighting is awful.
Listen, I almost called the police. I was so scared. Like I really was. Like I had never heard raccoons fight like that. And my God. And so he's gone to the back of the property and he started clearing out this bamboo and stuff. He's left it like that for 2 months. It was like a 2-day place. You can't even walk back there at all. It's nothing but a mud pit. I'm so mad about that shit. I don't know what to do.
We've just started only putting food out for the cats now in the daytime because the raccoons don't come out during the day.
Oh, they do. They do.
So they will if they have babies. When they're
oh, well, that's great. That's great. That's nice to know. Because we got 2 of them that come out and get into the trash during the day. I mean, during the day.
Yep. And they've probably got babies then if they're coming out during the day.
Okay.
In your tent? Oh my God. Oh, she's shaking in your tent.
I would have died. God, did they spray? Oh my God, I have to get spray. That's a smell that you will never get out of your clothes, out of you got to throw everything away just about. You can't get that smell out. You can't, no matter what you do. You could put gas on your clothes and you won't get that smell out.
Yeah, it was bad when she typoed. It was sitting there, but then she said shitting and it got worse.
There's always a critic. What you talking about, Cass? 3 nights in a row, I would have moved. Okay, I would have moved. No, just fucking no. Like I'm scared of skunks, man. I'm scared of porcupines too, but I'm really scared of skunks because if they turn around and tag you with that smell, I mean, you'll never get it off. You'll never get it off.
I can't believe there are people who like this stuff. Have you
I've never heard that. No spray, just shit. I don't know. Listen, I'd rather smell shit because I can get the shit up. The skunk smell, you never get it up. I smelled it once. And never again. It's like almost decomposing away. She stinks so bad. My God.
I can't handle it, but I have a friend who loves like you are.
Really?
Yeah, you are one of the sick person. I don't know.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yes. Hell no.
She also used to get me to drive down gravel roads with her in the car so that she could stick her head out the window. She'd have me drive down the gravel road really fast and stop so that all the gravel dust would catch up with us so that she could stick her head out the window and look at the mountain. She loved the taste of gravel dust.
What?
Yes.
Who?
One of my best friends.
I had a friend that ate chalk. I'm like, chalk all the time. Ever since she got pregnant, and then she wouldn't stop eating chalk. And the doctor said that it's not going to hurt her.
That's what I told her. I'm like, you need to talk to your doctor about this. She's like, I crave it. Just drive down the ground.
Listen, yeah, she craves it. So let me tell you what that is. That's an iron deficiency in the body. I mean, honestly, like that kind of like gravel dust and chalk, you have a mineral deficiency in your body, so it's okay for you.
Well,
I'm like, what the fuck ever? How can you even eat fucking damn chalk? Like real chalk. How can you, especially when they're gravel? A lot of pregnant women are craving. There's no way I could do that. My God.
They roll it. They're so charming.
Why? That's so great. Listen, the other day I pulled up to this guy. It's pretty hot too. And next thing you know, that motherfucker was and I said, God, man, for real? I can't wait to get in my car.
People get in your car and forget that they're surrounded by people. We can see you. Just because you're alone in the car doesn't mean no.
Doesn't mean you're alone on the road, psycho. So now we know what you do in public. I mean, in private.
Exactly.
Listen, if listen, I've seen them sit at a red light and get their nose until I don't think they have nose, but they still and man, and then they put it in their mouth. That's when I just have to pull over. I have to pull over because I did not just see that fucking right there. I didn't see it. That's worse. It doesn't even matter. Like, why would you? Listen, y'all don't know how much people like fucked up. Like, they're really fucked up. Yeah, they are. Like, you know what I mean? It's like when you're making these readings and you're the biggest ones ever, and you go to their house and you realize how fucked up they truly are. And you can't make enough excuses to get the fuck out of their house. Yeah. I mean, I go through that daily. I'm like, I go back over there. Fuck you. Like my neighbor across the street has the most beautiful house on this block. He's had his Christmas tree up all year. And his Halloween lights up all year. I said, well, I mean, I guess that works, you know, because, I mean, you ain't got to fuck with nothing at Christmas. He's had the Christmas, and it's had it lit all year, okay?
Yeah.
It stayed lit all the way through the day, night, whatever. Never took it down. Still not going to take it down. And the Halloween lights are sat over there in the bushes, so then he's got orange lights outside, Christmas lights in the inside. And they got the prettiest house on this block. Okay, the prettiest house on this block. It's a beautiful old home. It's like a historic home, right? So he's got it like garden and everything. Well, he's got a pool in the backyard. He's got a above ground pool. Like, do you think that man asked me to come swimming in that pool? So I went over there. He asked me to come over one day to look at something. So I went over there. Orders to life. Like intervention would never got that. Like orders on TV, a man he didn't touch with that house.
Did you say drinking orders?
No, orders. They and it's him and an old lady. And that's his uncle's house. That house was given to him. Yeah, I mean, like, it pissed me off. I'm like, you're living in a house like this and living and doing shit like that to me. I'm over here with no water, living in hell, and you've got this beautiful home, and you're able to treat it the way. I just don't understand that. I almost said something to him about this. I didn't. But it grossed me out. Like, when I walked out of the kitchen, there was so much trash on the counter, I couldn't see. And I said, I can't imagine that.
I'll admit, I have a great appreciation of mail stacks up around like 3 feet.
Yeah, my
I think if I don't know, it's so much freaking mail.
Well, I mean, well, you know, older people don't have it and stuff like that.
I know, but
I guess. Hey, listen.
I don't even get any bills in my mail anymore because they're all electronic. Like
yeah, well, they can all keep being electronic. For me, I can't pay them. Yeah. not telling me anything that I can use to pay my water bill or my gas bill. Bitches. So you stop sending it to me, fucker.
And I should just.
They're sending me food coupons. They're sending me food coupons. Okay, I can't pay for water. Why do I have food coupons?
Right. You would think that I would just put it directly in the garbage, right? No, because.
Not me. I put it on my couch. I put it on my list.
Because there's food coupons in it, and I think I might get that. I'm
That's
never gonna
right.
use it.
I do coupon the food ones, right? But you can't use them for door gas.
Yeah, I'm never going to use it. But I'm afraid that as soon as I throw something like that away, I'm going to think, a Pizza Hut 2 for $15 would be really good right now. You know, and I just threw it all out.
I don't know what Bad Boy Breeze is talking about. Huh? She can't stop lying about stuff. By the way, she's the one that sent all the boxes to everybody. She showed the paperwork. How did she get the paperwork? Because she's the one that sent the box. What boxes?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I've seen the boxes. I wish I could be. I used to be an auto pay person. I love that. I never had a problem with it.
The only reason I don't do auto pay is for the exact reason that when they cut off my check, like right now, I thought I would be so overdrawn if anything ever happened like that I don't do auto pay. But
Here's the thing. Yeah, Bad Boy Breeze, you don't know how much I've gotten from Scientology in the last 6 months.
Lady BSC had a male problem, and Gabby does too.
I know who Gia Lovely is. No, I know who Gia Lovely is. I'll watch that crazy person.
Oh, no, that is.
Listen, Tony, you missed the whole train wreck over in that damn. Listen, you're going to watch a train wreck, and you want to be a psychologist, go over there. They really do need you over there. Feel like those motherfuckers are nuts. I'm like, shit, I'm as normal as the best of boy. How good. I talk about normal dramatic things. These women are out for cremation boxes. What? I know everybody, Gabby. What you talking about? I'm everywhere. That's your solution. 800 priority mailboxes for the post office to my house. What?
Did you want to have someone else on phone? Cremation boxes. Cremation.
I'm scared to ask. I'm also scared because I'm the screen forced toes to wash my clothes with. Surely it would leak and spray my dog and me. I know Crystal Ann is too. Like, there's a lot of crazy people. Like, I didn't know all the craziness until I started picturing out. And
it's that one girl you were talking about that I kind of remember.
Ashley Hatcher.
Yes.
There's no magic.
I looked and I just had to go with her. I was like, yeah, no, I'm gone.
You can't listen. The police department and I even called social services the next day. And I said, look, we've been trying for years and she doesn't want to help. And on top of that, like, we can't physically make the help.
And that's frustrating.
So, you know what? They said there's nothing. Eventually she'll die. And I hate that. And the way they are so nonchalant about it. That's what they have to do for so long. You know, that's sad. They're kind of like desensitized.
Yeah.
See, I'm not. So if I watch it, I flip out. You know.
Me too.
And they said that they get that reaction from anybody. I don't know why, honestly. What are you talking about, lady?
Like when you come in late. If you come into the stream late, you just
Oh yeah. We weren't talking about that. I mean, I was just talking about some things that happened, like on the panel and stuff, and like I just don't feel like I got across what I wanted to. You know, that's the only thing about
I
that.
want you to know that that's not my normal.
Yeah, that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and you know, I could tell.
Like, you know, like I couldn't, I just let it, you know, do what y'all did, because like, I mean, I started watching TikToks after a while. I tuned y'all out after so long. I was like, fuck.
What I really should have done is as soon as because I watch your streams all the time, even if I'm not watching, I'm usually watching.
Yeah.
As soon as she was up there, I should have just like muted it, because as soon as I hear, I can't let myself listen to them, because as soon as I hear,
I know that your heart was in the right place, and I know that she triggered you, and I know that you triggered her, and it is what it is. I don't hold anything against you. You know, like I wish it would have happened on another one, on another panel, not the first one I had to try to fix things. You know, it is what it is.
Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, it's okay. I was mad at you yesterday. I'm not mad at you today.
Well, you can be mad at me as long as
I'm not mad at you. I wasn't mad at you then. I was just disappointed that I didn't.
But the one thing I said in my stream that I did after that, where I was, you know, apologizing for what I did and all that, I said that, you know, because I do listen to you so long, one thing I've heard you say several times, and I think this is why I got so riled up when I heard her just downplaying everything you were trying to tell her hurt you. I've heard you say you feel like you're always over here fighting by yourself.
I do.
You know?
I do.
So it just hit me.
And I know that. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I mean, I've always been that way, and I've all, you know, like I appreciated what you did, though. At the same time, like, you know, nobody's. I mean, I've had people come up for me before, like if I've been on a panel, you know, when I'm getting dogpiled or things like that. But you know, I do appreciate what you did. I do appreciate you standing up for me. You know, I do, more than you even know, really. That was emotionally draining for me, you know. Like, I don't like people to see that side of me, because I feel like I don't have control, and I don't like to feel that way. I don't like to cry like that, you know.
I wanted you to feel like you had been hurt, and
That's really all that, you know. I feel like I'm over here all the time, like defending myself, you know, constantly.
Yeah. And she wasn't going to give you that, and so it just pissed me off.
Yeah, I mean, like I knew what was going on. You know, I can see, and but it wasn't going to end up like that. You know.
I know.
You know, Gabby, what you did though was make everybody shut up and listen, and I certainly appreciated that break, and like you did, and everyone was quiet, and I appreciated that, so you could get your thoughts out, and your thoughts were just fine. You weren't rude. You weren't ugly. You weren't out of line. You know, you were talking about on the outside looking in. You know? And a lot of times people really don't get it until like I lose it like that. And I didn't mean to cry. You know, like I don't like that.
There's no shame in crying, though. There isn't.
Like I know, but like I didn't want to be like that.
And I knew you had it, but it sounded.
I don't even know if I really had it or not, because I was emotional. Like I couldn't hardly even speak without like tears coming up in my mouth. You know, like so. Like I really wasn't even sure what I was trying to say. You know, like I was just.
And I didn't even have a problem being quiet.
I just don't want to fight. I just don't want to fight anymore. Like I'm really tired of it. You know. Like I want to be able to talk about who I want to talk about when I want to talk about.
Well, and you have every right to do that.
But you know, like, but I do cross lines. I will say that about myself. Like I know that I cross lines. And,
but then you admit it and you apologize and you let people.
But that doesn't make it okay.
No, it doesn't. But you let people have their feelings about it. You don't tell them that they can't feel the way they want to feel.
No, I don't. I mean, like I know why people say what they say. I know that I cross lines when I lose my temper is when I cross a line. You know that you have pissed me, triggered the fuck out of me if I'm doing shady fucking sketchy shit. And like in the beginning when I started YouTube, that's all I knew how to fight because that's how we fought over in my old community, right?
Yeah,
so
you
like,
pretty much that.
Yeah, right. Now that's doxing, okay?
Yeah.
What went on over there was truly doxing,
And I've seen the change in how you behave now.
And I wish that they knew me back then because they would totally see, like, even in the last 6 months, I've changed, like it just they have no idea who I used to be.
Well, of course not. This is the one chance. Oh. Carry on.
Why have you not published them so far? Because
I'm not the one who committed a crime.
Enough. I see no particular report today.
Sorry. I know first thing in the morning, cigarette's hard. I just lit it up.
But I wouldn't care to publish it. But now, can we move on to the time when you did eventually part company with Pratt? It was partly, I think, with the publication of your book.
Of course, they all lay on.
That was the real cause. But now, the final cause, because it had a long preparation. From the beginning, I had a reservation mentality.
Staying warm like a.
I couldn't
sleeping
by the
bag.
number of his ideas.
Yeah.
Which one in particular?
She is so sweet.
Well, chiefly his purely personal approach
Yes, she
and
loves
his
the cold.
disregard
None of
of
it bothers her.
the historical conditions of man. He
And all the fleas are off.
upon our history.
It's probably pretty close.
We are shaped through education, through the influence of the parents, which are by no means always personal. They were prejudiced or they were influenced by historical ideas or called dominance. And that is a very decisive in psychology. And we are not of today or of yesterday. We are of an immense age.
Was it not partly your observation, your clinical observation of psychotic cases, which led you to differ from Freud?
It was partially my experience with schizophrenic patients that led me to the idea of certain general historical conditions.
Is there any one case that you can now look back on and feel like perhaps it was a turning point of your thought?
Oh yes.
At least you have.
I made quite a number of experiences of that sort, and I went to Washington to study legal at the psychiatric clinic in order to find out whether they have the same type of treatments as we have.
Girl, boy thing.
And others lately then
I got those. I think I got the last couple I got.
That's how to, psychiatry.
Maybe.
I can tell you
Had a on the run.
we had
The other ones I got. Yeah, Hazelwood on the run.
was quiet but completely dissociated. Schizophrenic.
One right by Dark Road.
Yeah, coming to the neighbor as a matter of
On the run, right there, right up the street from the quick. I know quick trip don't have him.
And once
Wow.
I came to the board, but he was obviously excited and called me.
Tired going to quick trips.
He led me to the window. Dr.
That was supposed to be the
Now
big
look at
7-Eleven.
the sun and see how huge he must be on here like this, and then you will see the follows of the
Yeah,
sun.
now they've joined 66.
And
Right.
that's the origin of the
Yeah,
day.
they got bought out. Southland Corporation got
See
bought
how the
out.
sun moves as your head. Come on,
They own all these. They own they're big. They were a big company. They were a multi-conglomerate. They owned, Pepsi or Coke or nothing. They owned a lot of things.
That case remained online. And 4 years later,
I worked in
I
Far East
came across
on Chambers Spring Guard.
a paper
Across the street is where they parked the Head East Bank. That van, the Head East
Dietrich
bus.
who had dealt with
Across the street.
the so-called
We're
Litras
selling beer on Sunday.
the part of the
First place.
Parisian social
They were
affairs.
acting like
And there
the Head East guys were in a bunch of trouble because
produced
that was like their hangout.
part of the so-called literature.
The people that brought
It is said
the
that
Anglos here,
after the second grade, down in sea, how the east of the sun unfolds.
G-U-M
And
G-U-Y, it's that
hanging down
family name.
the tune, the
And
origin of the
supposedly
way.
Delay
And when we
was
moved
the
our face,
pretty girl that ran
the regions of the east,
for the
it became
Vietnamese.
there.
What's in? They're
And if
upstairs.
you
They're
move your
upstairs.
face to the regions of the
She
west,
told me that they brought her
And
over
into
on a
that,
boat when she
I
was
know,
little.
when you, now, this is it.
This
This
is
is the
on
real
shore.
But how could
No, the old ladies
recording
tore the chicken apart.
Oh, no. Why does
Seasoned it.
Because that thing was not
White meat and dark meat.
in a magic papaya.
Made it into a roast,
And it wasn't even butter.
wrapped string around
Only
it,
published 4 years later.
and meatloaf of the chicken.
And this you could
That's what they made
that
this
there
thing
was
called.
an unprocessed something
And everybody
with
ate
it.
it.
Everybody was a hit.
I don't really think they were killing dogs and cats so
Now, tell
much,
me
but
how does decide to start
often had those puppies.
types? Was that
Carol
also
got one.
some particular clinical
They
experience?
got one.
Less so, it was a very
My
personal
brother got
They
one.
went to do
And then
justice,
Teresa and Dennis took
psychology
one
of
with them.
life,
There was
also to that of art,
four puppies born.
and to find my own way out.
A 3-pound white furry dog.
That helped me to understand why they developed such theory.
Hey,
Oh, I out of develop this theory. It's powerful.
you got it. I had a couple of bed. It's all right. They're getting very few far in between.
And reach the conversion. Wait a minute. The type is
Joe,
it changed.
Trash cans in the middle of the driveway.
did you
But I will certainly
see the pole?
was characterized by the
I'm glad they're all white, dude. But I mean, really, it took a while.
I had a great deal of
It took a whole summer to do all that hard work.
and I had a
But I wanted
difficulty
to be
with
painted before Halloween.
And then next summer,
and my
next
relation to
spring,
reality
Yeah.
I want
was
to learn
not
how to
particularly
paint the wood.
was not
I
very
don't want that sheet metal underneath the,
now that is
Right.
to all the
even if I had to, I don't want it.
One of them is gonna be fine.
During the 1930s, when we were working in London,
Get some wood, get working on my back porch.
Second
I'd
World
like it to be a room edition, but
We're now looking at the
People look
work
at those
they
columns
should
and Carol
work.
knows how
I
you can make it.
we could do something with
have
those, yeah.
no definite
We just have to drive
indications
to her.
in that respect.
She's pissed right now
But
for a minute.
There
'Cause
are
I'm not
so
getting her
many
hair colored done while she's got
indications
COVID.
that one doesn't know what
I'm
one sees.
serious.
Is it
Melody
trees or is it
Is
the wood?
sick, and I know she can't get me sick.
It's very difficult to say
I've dealt with that.
because the dreams
Oh, Jeffrey
of people's dreams
was so
contain
tired.
apprehensions.
He's so worn out. He's
But
so.
it is very difficult to
Well,
say.
Bucky's gotta keep up with Tracy.
I know.
They
Her fan fan.
war
I know. I
because
know.
that idea is
And
uppermost
Jeff
in
and I
people's
are gonna
mind.
be friends to the
Formerly,
end.
you know, it has been much simpler. People didn't think of a
She's
war,
got that.
Just
and therefore it was harder. Clear
Yeah,
what
just
these
like me.
things meant.
Just trying to do
Nowadays,
it.
no
they're
one
not torturing.
We are so full of
Just
apprehensions.
trying to do it for everyone. Just trying to be the, I get it.
That one
I mean,
doesn't know
I'm not a
exactly
diva like
to what
Tracy.
points.
Tracy's a
One
swell
thing
ride.
is sure, a great change
Her
of
money and
our
she
psychological attitude
Yeah,
works.
that's mean.
She works and lives in these Ledoux families.
because we need more. We
No,
need
she's
more
like
psychology.
She's like
We
a
need
servant
more
girl too.
understanding
And she thinks
human
she's
nature,
running us
because
or
the
something.
only real danger that exists is man being
Hey, let me get a couple more diet pills.
We are
Okay. All right.
You know, I don't really like
We
sweet
know
like you know
nothing
that.
of man.
I got enough natural adrenaline and
I
cortisol.
liked it. I liked it too damn
Because
much.
I
we
know,
are
I
the
know.
origin of all coming people.
I never really liked it.
Well, that matter.
The ladders on the truck, and I was making a joke like, I'm just gonna throw
And the redeemer.
the green ladder.
That is
So
the
that-
definition of
I was
consequence.
just like, I'm gonna
This is
just
not
throw it up there and not put no margins or
Yeah.
nothing. See what happens.
Something. Well, I don't believe that man
We were all
ever
joking. It's like, that's not very nice. I bought a new brand new
from the original
It's broken
pattern
in
of the
half, that
scheme.
ladder. It's getting really bad.
There will always be such ideas.
It's going
For
to
instance,
I would hope so.
So I got a brand new one.
I
Brand
have to
new blue.
believe in a person and a redeemer.
That's the big one. That's an 8 foot, there's a 6 foot on the porch.
I know there was one or one that went
Then
in
it is an idea.
Yes, it's laying on the back porch, the extension ladder. It's Bob's, it's the one I use to clean my gutters. Cause it's a little lighter than my big long one.
I have the bottle and I use it right now.
Sentences which inspired me a little about death. Now, in particular, I remember you said that death is psychologically just as important as birth. And like it is an integral part of life, but surely it can't be like birth. It
This
is
is one of those
Yes, it is an end. And there we are
intelligent shots.
about this end. Because, you know, there are these peculiar faculties of the psyche that it isn't entirely confined to space and time. You can have dreams or visions of the future. You can see round corners and such things. Only ignorance deny these facts. You know, it's quite evident that they do exist and have existed always. Now, these facts people show that the psyche, in part at least, is not dependent upon these confinements. And then what? When the psyche is not under that obligation,
Oh, Steiner knows all about it.
live in time and space alone,
He's fine. They know each
and
other.
obviously it doesn't, then to that extent, the psyche is not submitted to those laws. And it's a practical continuation of life, of a sort of psychical existence beyond time and space.
Do you yourself believe that death is part of the end, or do you believe?
Well, I can't say. You see, the word belief is not
He's a Florida guy. He lives right over
I
the
don't
coast.
feel it.
He's the
I must have a
Florida
reason
that lives on Hudson.
for a certain
He's all right.
hypothesis. Either I know a thing,
I did
and
not
then I
get
know
up early.
I don't need to
Also,
believe
I
it.
cannot move.
If I don't allow myself, for instance, to believe a thing
Correct.
just for the sake of believing it. I can't believe it.
I ran him like an electric mayor
When
yesterday.
there are sufficient
What should I do? Give me that board. Get that thing. Come on, man.
I shall
I was like, I thought we were gonna get both sides of
That would
it
say,
done today. He's
I
like,
think that the possibility of
it's only like 8 sheets of plywood. Here, cut me one. And then handed the sheets up.
Yes,
To the roof.
yes, yes.
Yeah, I can't.
What advice would you give to people and they don't have been able to do this when most of them must impact that death is the end of everything?
Let's go.
Well, you see, I've dated many old people, and it's quite interesting to watch what the unconscious is doing with the fact that it is apparently threatened with a complete end.
I gotta see.
It disregards it. Life behaves as if it were going on. And so I think it is better for old people to live on, to look forward to the next day. as if he had to spend centuries. And then he lives forever. But when he is afraid, when he doesn't look forward, he looks back, he petrifies, he gets stiff and he dies before his time. But when he is living on, looking forward to the great adventure that is ahead, then he lives. And that is about what the unconscious is intending to do. Because it's quite obvious that we are all going to die, and this is the sad finale of everything. But nevertheless, there is something in us that doesn't believe it, apparently. But this is really a fact, a psychological fact. Doesn't mean to me that it proves something. It is simply so. For instance, I may not know why we need salt, but we love to eat salt because you feel better. And so when you think in a certain way, you may feel considerably better. And I think that if you think along the lines of nature, then you think overall.
That they use at rallies.
And this leads me to the last question.
Some sheets of black.
As the world becomes more technically efficient, it seems increasingly necessary for people to behave commonly and collectively. Now, do you think it's possible that the highest development of man may be to submerge his own individuality in a kind of collective consciousness?
That's hardly possible. I think there will be a reaction. A reaction will set in against this communal dissociation. You know, man doesn't stand forever his nullification. Once there will be a reaction, and I see it setting in. You know, when I think of my patients, they all seek their own existence and to assure their existence against that complete atomization into nothingness or into meaninglessness. Man cannot stand a meaningless life.
Where do these built-ins go? Okay. By the sump pump. Right. Okay. Oh yeah. So we can practice for Webster Groves.
When you observe yourself today, you see
both bottoms. Shit.
the world generally.
Yes. Yeah. But then we got this plastic tub in this guy's garage. It's like, oh, we're free. We're free.
With existing determinants that never move to the whole life, and that give the child his character already in the earliest childhood. A mother recognizes an individuality of her child, and so if you observe carefully, you see that tremendous difference, even in very small.
You were there after me,
and
so
these peculiarities express themselves in every way. So if first, the peculiarities express themselves in all childish activities, in the way how it plays, in the things it is interested in. Interested in all.
Like I was trying to tell, I was Tracy, trying to tell Tracy.
All the things
if you hold that thing up at an angle and you put the corner in front of the sponge in it, you just see it in the line, light and hold it flat. I mean, they motherfuckers, it'll take shit off. I remember it during the night with a crappy sponge, but it just scratches the fuck out of it. I mean, holy crap. Yeah, you can't see. Seriously, you can't fucking see. For like standing right in front of them.
Which are still the same, but it doesn't come from the fact that they once have done such and such a thing in childhood.
I can't. It's so big, seriously, like 4 letters fit on the screen. I don't know how to read text like that, like trying to push it to the screen around to get that A-L-S-O. Also, we are. Oh my God, dude. That's terrible. All right, I'll see you there.
Biological order of our mental functioning sequences, our biological or physiological function follows a pattern. Or the behavior of any bird or insect follows a pattern. And that is.
Yeah, we get some primer on it. That's great. I mean, like I said, I'm excited about that back.
Man has a certain
cabinets first.
That is makes him specifically human. And no man is born without it. We are only deeply unconscious of these facts because we live all by our senses and outside of ourselves. If a man could look into it himself,
I mean, yeah, they're all in the garage.
And when a man discovers it, nowadays, he thinks it's crazy. I think it is
hard to get one wall, but whatever. All right, see you.
You can't see it, Tracy.
Tracy. There's fucking, every time I look at him, I was like, get the text message. Hey, Rick's texting us something. And,
relax. I see.
Yeah, the Kindle that started all, they started all with that shit. No pages to turn. Yeah, no pages to turn. No fucking.
Here's my next mission. Kenzie wants the room in her house to look just like that. I said, so is the boy's name Hudson? She goes, I don't know, but I sure like it. Hudson. She's been looking at that picture. I said it, I like it. She wants a wall of barnwood on the back. We'll probably get right on that. Find some barnwood, otherwise we'll get some old pallets and cut them down and attach it to the wall and get it.
A draft, that means she'll stick her neck out. It's about your head.
Where's your boy? Where's your boy? My bullet case will be in front of the thing.
I saw that.
I don't hear no crying. I don't hear nothing. He comes up here and walks right up that. For 5 minutes and then fail at jumping twice and then finally made it. He walked right up and I was thinking about getting a piece of plywood, like put some carpet or some after or something on it. And just like, something about this wide, just setting it on one side of the front of the stuff.
But even those people would be capable of knowing what is going on.
Instead of like trying on the steps or whatever, but he still goes all the way up there and gets up on my bed every night.
All the time, a mist is clear there. A mist that extends over centuries. Maybe archetypal ideas, a stream of archetypal ideas that goes on through one individual, through the centuries.
It's been a year.
It continues like a continuous stream, and that comes into the daylight of the great humans.
Fall up against my chest like you want me to hold. You want me to hold.
For instance, in the time before Reformation, people dreamt of the great change, and that's the reason why such great transformations could be predicted. If somebody has been clever enough to see what there is going on in people's mind, in the unconscious mind, would be able to predict it. For instance, I have predicted the Nazi rising in Germany through the observation of my German patients. They had dreams in which the whole thing was anticipated. And with considerable detail in the years before Hitler came in the beginning of let's say the year 1919, I was sure that something was happening, something very big, very catastrophic. And I only knew it through the observation of the when you observe the world, you see houses, you see the sky, you see tangible objects. But when you observe yourself within, you see moving images. A world.
I'm just telling Kevin, you can go get your hair done down the street, but you're going to get it cheaper. Like, you're not going to pay $200 for that color. She's not going to charge you that. I know she doesn't charge the big shop charge. But what I was saying to her, you know, now that you guys moved back or whatever, I was trying to get maybe some of her friends or something, but I was saying, we need to pay for each other. Let's keep as much of the money in our family as we can.
Everything was fantasy to begin with.
Guys want your hair down,
fantasy has a proper reality. It is that is not to be forgotten. Fantasy is not nothing. It is of course not a tangible object, but it is a fact. It is
everybody. Every place you go, nobody's saying a fucking thing because it's all politically high.
It is a manifestation.
Nobody has the balls to be themselves.
And that is a reality. That is just a reality aspirations
so
to be
like just wants to be on the fence and
or
that.
something like that.
What-
It is no more.
But it's his business and he's got to keep both sides of it happy. I get it.
It has been a fact.
I told him deep down
And
inside.
so, the
You like-
psychic elements
You like the comments I
are
made that
realities.
somebody
And
like,
when you observe the stream of images within,
I just don't.
you observe an aspect of the world within. And so, you see, the man who is going by
All
the
right.
external
I
world,
hope I'm making you
by the
money.
influence
You got anybody else that wants to show up every day in your life
perceptions,
and do
sense
something that you
perceptions,
ask?
thinks that he is
I've
more
been a good
valid.
employee.
This is valid, this is real. And
I've
the
been
man
his
who goes by
partner.
the subject is not valid because subject
Not an employee.
No,
I
that
don't even
man
get
just acts
insurance or
well
fucking
based
workman's comp.
because he is based himself upon the world.
They all know.
And so he's quite right, even if he says, oh, there's nothing but my fantasy, you know. And because that is the introvert, that's the introvert is always afraid of the external world. He will tell you when you ask
Spend a
him,
lot of time on that computer right now with the bids and all that. You know.
of course, yes, I told you, I fantasies. And he has always a resentment. And that's the world in general, particularly America is extroverted like hell. The introvert has no place.
Tracy said, you happen to be busy.
Because he doesn't know that he beholds the world from within. And that gives him dignity, and that gives him certainty. Because it is nowadays particularly the world hangs on
My lighter don't work.
No, dear, I
There's fucking
I know.
six of them.
assume that
I was so busy yesterday.
fellows in Bosnia, Princeton, or the common sense, Bobby,
My lighter don't work.
and the whole
Sitting over
world
there, sitting over there, sitting.
on flames.
What the fuck is she?
It is nowadays we are not threatened by elemental
What is shit?
catastrophes.
My own one.
There is no such thing as an H-bomb. That is all man's doing. We are the great danger. Psyche is the great danger. What if something goes wrong with the psyche? See? And so it is demonstrated to us nowadays what the power of psyche is. No matter how important it is to know something about it, but we know nothing about it.
I'm excessive. In a healthy way. Unlike other people. I'm supposed to teach the excessive weirdos how to deal with their lives.
Look at the size of that fucking boulder there.
That's a nice one.
Right? Bloody ripper. But the women are so unattractive. The women are so unattractive. I just don't. I just can't. Like, I don't mind an English woman. I don't mind an English woman, but those Australian women, straight away, bloody ripple, you got. It's just like, I don't even like the sound coming out of your mouth. It's all down it. Like there's no, hi, could you be? They do something, and I'm like, I don't even like the women. You're not I don't like that. Oh, that's a boy grandma. You need to work on your grandma.
Born with grandma functioning.
Yeah. And they're greedy.
They're fucking
Nasty.
They're so weird. Eat flies. I still would love to go to Australia. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Maybe I go and be like New Orleans. Some people either love it or you fucking can't stand it.
Right. And that is expressed in the form.
My cousin's in New Orleans again. They try to go every fucking year.
The way in which a man should behave.
They get all drunk up with the rest of the people there, and it's fucking great.
Therefore, you see, the primitives tell them stories. A great deal of education goes through storytelling. You see, if you are unconscious,
It's one of the dirtiest fucking
about certain things that
smells like fucking
then you're
urine and trash.
And
I
if
don't.
you are a man who's left
I'm not a
and
fan.
knows what the right is doing, I would counter that. So it diffused because I
go to a concert. It
I'll
just
bet you
doesn't
that is happened all over the place.
crappy drinks.
Well, you know when they say shit runs downhill? New Orleans is at the bottom of the hill. So,
Get flushed into the ocean.
You have to pacify your unconscious.
old, like the footage you see, like Katrina, like a lot of stuff is new now, but it's old. You know, like all the same house and they don't.
A bit of moral rebellion in
Houses are old, things are old, it's old, it's broken. That was one of those ones though, that big giant bug, that's one of those ones, so this will fuck your eyeballs up. Oh my gosh, I fucking smell that. That's one of those, that's one of those Afghanistan bugs that just got broke up.
From nature. In a way, that accounts for this. I noticed my patients, particularly.
Knew it was a bloody ripper. Knew it was a bloody ripper.
That they have a certain way of presenting themselves.
And all the fucking gold
For
shit.
instance, take the doctor.
Every time they find a nugget,
has
they're
a
all
certain way.
fucking.
For instance, he has good bedside manners, and he behaves as one
It's been around for a while.
Behaves.
It's
He may even
if they find it,
identify
it's got
himself
spikes
with it.
all over it. It's from a reef.
That he
It's from
is
reef gold.
what he appears to be. That's all that he's a professor. He's also supposed to behave in a certain way so that it is plausible that he is a professor. You know? So the persona is a sort of complicated system of behavior, which is partially dictated by society and partially dictated by the expectations of the wishes. One nurses once had. Now, this is not the real personality, despite of the fact that people will assure me that is all quite real and
They're
quite
all about that.
honest. Yet it is
They're
not.
all about watering the fucking plants.
Now, such a performance, say, the performance of the persona is quite all right as long as you know that you are not identical with the way in which you appear. But if you are unconscious of this fact, then you get into sometimes very disagreeable conflicts. Namely, people can't help noticing that at home, for instance, you are quite different from what you appear to be in public. And people who don't know it stumble over it in the end. They deny that they are like that, but they are like that. They are. And if they don't know, now which is the real man? Is he the man as he is at home or in intimate relations? Or is he the man that appears in public? It is a question of check and tide.
It's the hair.
Often.
That's
It is
how
such
you know him and Adam Sandler.
occasionally there is
Rob
such a
Schneider.
difference that you would always be
Look at their hair.
able to
They're all
speak
Jews.
over
They're all Jews.
double personality.
But they're all Jews.
And
They all have
the
Jewish
more
hair.
that is pronounced, the more people are neurotic.
Black,
They get neurotic
dark,
because they have two
wiry,
different ways they are
fucked
conducting
up hair.
themselves all the time. And then there's as much as they are
That's
conscious of
Jewish.
themselves. They don't know it. They think they're all one. Everybody sees that they are two. And some know him only from one side, some others know him only from the other side. And then there are situations that clash because the way you are creates certain situations with people in your relations. And these two situations don't chime. They are just discerns. But take a singer who is absolutely controlling his voice, suddenly can't sing. Or any other, don't take a man who writes fluently, suddenly makes a ridiculous mistake. They are having that maybe you know that on your podcast, and it's so that prefers not to listen. And in most cases, people would prefer to listen about it if they could admit the things. Inconvenient or something of the sort. So there is always a certain amount of depression. When in treatment, for instance, in the treatment of neurosis, you have to do with that personal and then only dreams come that show the collective consciousness. Now, as long as there is material for personal nature, you have to deal with the personal. But when you get to say to a question, a problem, which is no more merely rational, but also collective.
Have you been there? I've been how many probably really been to the show. Have you ever get to
Oh yeah, I've been out show business for a while. I do the smoking nightclubs, and recently I was at a place in New Jersey that said, "Hey, would you mind going to this hospital to entertain, orderlies, people in the hospital? That'd be a nice thing to do, that'd be a great deal nice thing." So that's how I do. I have this guy here.
I'm sorry.
That's my child.
Very special. And Jews like 13 birthdays. Yes, it is. Show me the man for that. I'm ready to cut the skin off your dick. That's a brisket. What? What are you doing on that window? How the fuck? She goes from the porch. How fucking. What are you doing?
Oh, God.
You know you're all wet. It's like demons here.
No, no. Stay over there. No.
Come here.
Over there.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Where's she smell it? You can smell it? Spider. She's already hurt. I said don't bite her. She's on me. She's already hurt. I need water off. She's a good girl. He's a good boy. Right? Nice. Okay. Remember, right here in the lap, because I'm always smoking in the morning. Get up there and start breathing. Get back on my lap. So.
Treat the patient as he is in the patient moment, irrespective of the process and there are cases who know just as much about their own diseases as I know about it in a way. In such cases, I can start right away with posing the problem. For instance, there is a case, a professor of philosophy, and he imagines that he has cancer. He shows me several dozen X-ray plates that prove that there is no cancer. He says, of course, I have no cancer, but nevertheless, I'm afraid I could have one. I have consulted so many surgeons, and they all assure me there is none. And I know there is none, but I might have one. See, and that's enough. Now, you see, such a case can stop from one moment to the other. Stops thinking about yourself.
Something I gotta do.
But that is exactly what you have to do. If you know it is nonsense, and why should you think it? Or what for do you think it? And what is that power that makes you think such a thing? It's like a possession. Exactly. Like a demon came in, that rapes and things like that. In spite of the fact that he doesn't want it. Then you have the problem. That is the problem for the intellectual man. And then I say, now, you see, you don't know. You have no answer. I have no answer. Now what are we going to do? Okay, now we're going to see what you do. Because the dream is a manifestation of the unconscious side. Now you never have heard of the unconscious side. So I must explain to him that he has an unconscious. And that the dream is a manifestation of it. I think he fixes. You might get an idea about that power that makes him think like that.
He's sick. He used to always go to the doctor and always talk about being sick. And then being completely fucking Bill health. Healthy as fuck. Never has that.
It's my simplicity of the phenomenology, symptomatology.
Right.
In all cases, after the preliminaries, as it were, history of the family, the medical analysis, etc. We come to that question. What is it in your unconscious that makes you home? That hinders you to think normally. And then we are there where we can begin with the observation. Then day by day, one goes on by the data. We discuss the and that gives a new surface to the whole problem.
And we will have another room, and the next week, again an answer, because your country is in a compensated relation to consciousness. And after the fact, and if you have the full picture, and has the more stamina, the way but in the end, the water, I have drive.
No, I'm working next to a little Catholic school. One of the little kids, I mean, screaming and fucking angry, he says, Tracy's like, get into Catholic school. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. He's like, can't they exercise that little bastard? I said, yeah, because they're just exercising his mouth right now. It's like,
It is an age-old that goes right back into
Iowa
history.
He grew up in
And it's all over there. And either accessibility or the south.
Somewhere in that area.
And
This is, I don't think it might be Denver, but it's somewhere in there. His dad owned a floor.
It doesn't mean that I didn't go to society, but the society is there. I did that statement. It's a psychological relation.
New Jersey, Illinois, I make a living at it.
It is a very important archetype. It's the archetype of the inner to and
Came to work
is
for
always used in that sense. Even to make the arrangement of the many
started doing
aspects of
small.
universe, world,
Started doing small jobs. Became a contractor, Andy or whatever.
and it expresses the fact that there was a sense of and it tries to embrace the whole. It's a symbol of wholeness. So it's in a moment where
talk shit.
They're harassing me.
The thing is like a cat.
It's like there's several of them.
The monster's fucking licking her own crotch.
This is what everything is. As a compensator, bringing all of it, showing
No, that's
and it is a center which is not concentrated in the ego, but with the wholeness, with this wholeness. We are wholeness. I call the sound. Yeah, this term of wholeness. And I not whole in my ego. My ego is a happen. But my personality. So the center of the mandala is not the ego. It is the whole personality. The center of the whole personality. And there's a little bit more in the stories. But in the village, it's not good. It has been lost as a mere allegorical decorative motive. But as a matter of fact, it is highly important and highly autonomous symbol.
Oh, John knew Steiner. Knows him still. Steiner freaked everybody out.
We should say that the main archetype. I had a case that was
a little.
Oh, Charlie! I don't want to wrap these two items in my truck.
I can do some with them. What do you want done?
Well, one could expect easily that you would see and the authority
Everybody
But
that
she was
sees me with this hat,
actually unable to get out of this
they're always wanting to buy it. Right then and there.
in such a case, what
You know
always
what?
has recourse to the dreams.
That's fucking ignorant.
It's just that
They know
people
you
would
love
ask, you know, what
That's
what
sway.
she says. She says that
That's sway.
she says,
And
you
see
know,
through
conscious of
the
God,
trucker
my
ideas,
father.
that's bad
I
to the
just
fucking
feel
bone
like that,
right
it's
there.
just like that.
Do you know
I
how many
depend upon
hats
you. And
you have in the
and I
basement
said,
all
now
over
you
the
know,
nice?
other focus for
Then there's these ones that hang over the top like an overflow.
really assume
It's
the
because
word,
she
the
gets
whole.
stuck.
You know, she was the little infant, she was sitting on my knees, I held her in my arms, I was a very tender part of the little girl, you know. And the last thing of that series was,
We can throw those hats away.
was that I was out in nature. I stood in a field of wheat, you know, wheat of wheat that was ripe for harvest. I was a child, and I held her in my arms like a baby. And the wind was blowing over the heap of wheat. Now you know when the wind is blowing over the waves, the wind there. And with these waves, I swayed like that.
About for me, it didn't fit me. Like, I'll give it to you.
And she felt I was feeling the arms of the body.
That would be those kind of shoes.
So now the harvest is fighting. And
They
I
don't
was
like
and I told her,
have you heard the ski boots are?
what you want and what you project into
They don't
because you
move.
are not conscious of it is you have the idea of a deity.
I mean, even with one of those, you could
You
tell.
don't possess.
They're
Therefore, you
like
see
it don't do this.
that
It's just your foot.
because you know she had a
Ski.
order.
It's all about, it's all about not breaking your ankles.
Of course, it's all back and suddenly
So,
disappeared.
you bend your knees, when you bend your knees on a snowboard,
and
that's all.
that religious conception of the world
So much fun.
non-existent at all. And
I didn't mind
she
skiing.
suddenly
It's a lot
became
higher
aware
on your knees, but
of an entirely heathen image
turn this way, turn that.
that comes fresh from the archetype. She
So,
had not the idea of a Christian God or of an Old Testament Yahweh. It was a heathen God. You see, a God of nature, of vegetation. He was the wind himself, the spirit of the wind, the spirit of the wind. And she was in the arms of that
down the hill at 35 miles an hour. Doing
that
22
is
curve
really
to curve. Or missing a car. I don't say
and instantly it fit.
But whatever.
He saw
Okay, folks.
what she really was missing, that missing value
Sand drywall.
was in the form of a protection in myself and made myself indispensable to her. And that is a religious experience. And
It's about
that.
It's about
that
having that fan on there, and then you get to a point to where like
an archetypal experience
what's
that
happening
gives
is
them
there's water in the
an
tank to keep it
incorruptible value.
hard.
See,
And
they
then
depend upon other conditions,
water
they
starts
depend
to
upon their
evaporate out.
desires, depend upon
There's
other
chemicals
people,
in there to make it.
because they have no value in themselves,
If
they
there's
have
high
nothing in
humidity,
themselves, they are only rational. And
you paint something that's been
that
raining
they are not
outside
in the
for 2
possession
days,
of
you're
a
gonna
type
pick it up, it'll still be
that
wet.
would make them independent.
And
But
sometimes
when that
paint
girl
separates on
can
things.
hold
There's a level of water and
it's
air that
then
allows
she
you to
doesn't
do a beautiful
depend
paint job.
on
I'm
them.
just saying, it gets worse as time goes on. Me and Rick did that whole outside of that, whole back side of that huge garage when it was all, oh, it's good, it's wet and rainy. That shit was wet.
In as much as you
4
can
days,
realize
you know.
such a religious experience, she
Of course, David,
is
I'm sure
able
you
to
missed it now.
continue her path Well, the acorn can become an oak. I'm not a dumb. Of course. She will become that which she is.
Like re-wet. It wasn't in the water, but it was so wet outside. Here I tell her you only look you change the certain. But so is the rest of the house. So that was temporary.
It is a procedure that has many stages with or levels. If you take an ordinary case of neurosis, it may only go as far as healing the symptoms, or giving the patient such an attitude that he can deal with his neurosis. Sometimes it takes you a week, sometimes a few days, sometimes it is just one consultation in which I clean up a case. It is of course always the question to know where or what.
He's got a moral responsibility.
He needs a good deal of experience, but other cases take very long, and you couldn't send them away because they wouldn't. They want to know more. They make when they make their own process of development. They that goes from stage to stage, a widening out of the mental horizon. You cannot imagine how one-sided people are nowadays, and so it needs no end of work to get people rounded out or mentally more developed, more conscious, and they are so keen on it that for nothing in the world they would quit, and they are not shy of spending money on it. As each plant, each tree grows from a seed and becomes in the end, say, an oak tree, so man becomes what he is meant to be. At least he ought to get there. But most get stuck. They could get much further if they had heard proper things, or if they had spent the necessary time on themselves. But this is not popular, to spend time on oneself, because our point of view is entirely extroverted.
can't do this anymore. I can't keep vlogging my life away.
Vlogging? That's not
this is my last vlog. I really mean it this time. So working out and vlogging, I've got to find something else, but I don't want to do this anymore. I want to let the past go, and I think that every time I vlog, I talk about the past. So, yeah, it's decided. I've decided. No, it hit me like a lightning bolt of thought. I'm an idiot, you know. I was being a bobblehead. My pre-workout had me all amped up, and you know, my moment of clarity is that, like, I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm not any of those things. I just can't do this act of a dickhead anymore. Like, it only solidifies people's perception of me in a way that is negative, and I don't like negativity. I just don't want to, I don't know. Now I'm not done with life. I'm done with YouTube. I had a bad day, and I acted dumb in the tub. Oh, hey girl. Hey, everybody says, girl, don't go. You're the only authentic one here. This is the only channel I watch. That's really sweet of you to say that. Someone needs to call the police. Don't call the police on me. I said I'm done with YouTube. Why would you do that? Well, I'm in a bathrobe, so whoever you send to my house. Trisha, if you need to stop to better your mental health, and you totally should, I will support you no matter what. Well, I took some pre-workout. I had this really, like, amped up workout, so I was being a bobblehead idiot in the tub. And then my moment of clarity happened when I, like, lied down here. Like, okay, so I'm not used to all of this stuff. I'm not used to it. All of this freedom to be an idiot and things like that. And I'm not proud of arguing with some troll online. Like, that's so 2017, 2018, whatever. Thank you, baby. And I just feel, like, incredibly awful. I just don't want to do this anymore. Like, I get on to, like, the trolls about, why don't you have something to do with your life? I don't have a job. I don't have a purpose, really, you know? So what am I doing? I feel shamed, yes. My story isn't important. Nothing I say matters.
You're literally going to use P to power your phone. Yes. This is Shut It Off.
That's not going to
ASAP,
change anything.
a new YouTube series about exploring sustainability and off-grid living. Streaming now.
I'm
only
deeply
on YouTube.
scarred. I'm honest, you guys. No, and I mean, I can't do this anymore. I don't want to be on YouTube anymore. I'm good with my life. I'm just deeply scarred that something really hurt me. And I'm trying to get past it. And vlogging about it is not. How are they fake? How am I being fake? All you want is just. All you want are people fighting. All you want are people fighting. And I don't want to fight. I wanted to share my life. My life was great, and it's not like it was, and I have to get over it, and I don't really know how, and I've tried, and I'm going to therapy. Oh, totally fake. It hurts a lot. But I don't want to vlog this anymore. I made my bed. I did make my bed, and I'm lying in it right now. You don't have to tell me what I already know. Every day, I do this. Every day. Every day I do this. And I put myself out there to be criticized and judged. And I don't need to prove myself to anyone anymore. And I don't need any of this to the degree of which I must love it. I must love the hurt that I get from these people. But thank you, Shahid. And the challenging thing to me is, hey, Steve Billings, really nice to see you. My marriage does not hurt me as falling in love and having my heart broken. And yes, I'm remunerating on it because a year ago today, I thought I was like, well, I mean, all the time. I don't know. It's the seasonal depression. It's something I'm struggling with. I went to the gym and don't know. I put myself in the fire. I am not sure. Why it hurts again. I don't know what. I can't shake it. But I know that YouTube isn't helping.
Hi, it's me, Ed Sheeran. And
Who sits here and talks about their problems all the time because I have no one else that'll listen,
14 songs,
right?
14 shows.
So I pushed everyone away. Nobody gives a shit. I shouldn't give a shit. I feel really sick. There was a couple big parts of my life, like, I don't know. It says Melissa Frenchman, who wanted me to fart in my tub. And my phone is about to die, too. I'm sorry to a lot of the people who I've said awful things. But I'm I don't think YouTube is the thing for me anymore. This is not my place. I don't know. Damn. I'm experiencing like a read something like, look, I'm not crying because I want the person back. I'm crying because it hurts. That's why. I'm crying because it hurts. But okay, you've already been shot. You're not crying because you got shot. But the pain is still there because it hasn't healed yet. I'm not healed. It's already done. The shot happened. There's no fatal attraction, you idiot.
Climate change doesn't affect.
It wasn't a one-night stand.
I'm gathering stories on my journey to COP26 in Glasgow, where I'll show them to world leaders. Never been a more important time to take action. YouTube Originals present Seat at the Table. Watch now.
Metaphorically speaking. Oh no, like ever since I got the vaccination, a few things have been just weird. Just don't want to do YouTube. I don't want my exes back. I'm not trying to do anything to get them back. I have not healed. And I've been pushing myself to be healed. I'm not healed. It still feels like I just got shot. Today I overworked it in the gym. I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm not any of those things. I don't know exactly what triggered me. Like they would come back. Why are you so cruel? I don't want to do YouTube anymore. Oh, I'm so sick. I think you're mad because I was never heartbroken over my ex-husband. Because I went out that week when I kicked his ass out. I started dating the week he was gone, if y'all don't remember. Do you guys remember that? I vlogged about it. Oh, if you're so sick of hearing me whine, then why are you watching? That's what I'm saying. I just don't want to do this anymore. I'm not healed. Okay, let me articulate this enough. I got triggered by something that has been bothering me for a little while now, and I don't want to do YouTube anymore. You know the whole script. Oh, right on. Today is the day I'm making the decision that I'm absolutely done. And tomorrow I'm deleting my channel. That's it. That's it. I don't want to remember. I don't want to go back to that. Because I keep watching my vlogs. Where was I then? Oh, stop talking about the past. But all my vlogs are the past. A year ago, I rolled in the hay, drinking my favorite whiskey with my favorite person. Today, I'm not. So I don't want to, I don't need this channel anymore because it's all the past.
YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month.
You are now about to witness the strength of great knowledge.
It's all the past, and I don't think that I should do this anymore. Oh, so fake. I'm so fake. I'm an emotional nightmare. I'm an emotional wreck. I'm an emotional nut job because I show emotions. That's my fatal flaw, y'all, because I'm an emotional person. I'm empathetic. I'm not a damn sociopath. I just want to delete my channel. I want to be done. So whatever you have to say it now. Because I don't want this channel anymore. I don't want to live this life anymore with the YouTube. I'm not suicidal. I'm not any of those things. I'm dealing with a tremendous amount of stuff. I want a fresh start. I can't keep going back to the past. I can't. Can't. So I really have to say I'm done with YouTube. This is it. It hurts too much to look at all the videos with Lily and I'm not healing. I'm not healing. I'm not healing when I keep looking at these videos to hear his voice. I saw the video when I was in the heat and I heard his voice. That was sad. I don't want to. Really, it's just all too much. And I can't forget. I don't want. And I'm not abandoning you guys. This is just too much. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But I can't be on YouTube anymore. I don't want to see these videos. I don't want to be reminded of the past. And that's all I am doing. Instagram. They win. The trolls win. No, I'm not giving these trolls the satisfaction of any of this anymore. I love Foodie Beauty.
Introducing the shorter side of YouTube. Watch and create your
And
own
if
short
nobody
videos.
likes that person, then they don't have to watch them. I don't know if it's the vaccine that's made me so super, super, super emotional, but you bet me $1,000 I'll be back. No, I'm not coming back to YouTube anymore. I don't want to be reminded of what love used to be, what life used to be a year ago. It's the holidays coming up. I don't want it. I'm not celebrating the holidays this year. I just need to just be done with this. That's it. How many times have I said it? Because you tell me I live in the past, but all of the videos are my past. They were memories that I shared with you of the greatest times of my life at times and the worst times of my life. Then I look back. Oh, Trisha, forget the past, but it was right there. Deleting all of it, and I'm just gonna start over. I don't want to be here during the holidays. I don't want to celebrate the holidays this year. I don't want any of it. It really hurts me. Well, listen, let me make this very clear. I don't want an ex back. I don't want to break up another relationship. I don't want that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not healed. My boundaries, my trust, and I can't properly date another person. I can't be with another person. I wasn't healed after my divorce. I'm sorry for I'm sorry for all the things. I can't take it back. I can't go back. Fix it. I can't change anything. It just hurts so much. And all you want well, I quit. I'm done looking back and I'm embarrassed. Why didn't I see that? Like, why didn't I see that? Why didn't I know better? I thought I was in love. And it took me months and months and months to try to get over it. Anxiety sucks. Depression sucks. And it really hurts. But I can't. I cannot show myself to you like this anymore. I'm not weak. I'm not broken. It just hurts. This time last year, I remember where I was and what I was doing. Who I was with. It hurt so much. I pretended that I was okay. I pretended that I was doing all right. It really hurts. Why does it hurt so bad again? Why does it feel just as bad? Hi, Harvard Chicky. Oh, I love you. Thank you for being here. I'm having a really hard time. I've accepted everything else. I don't know how this is healing. It just grips me. Thank you. I'm not obsessed. Y'all are obsessed with me. I wasn't having a really hard time for a while. Like, I thought I was okay. I was okay. I don't know what that means. Like, why? Fatal, tail, attention. What is that? Oh, it's the worst. It really hurts. It really hurts right here. Exactly right here. I'm not going on no Jerry Springer. I'm not fighting for somebody to come back. I'm just saying that it left me with this thing. It left me with this, like, I'm not a good writer. I'm not a good writer. I gotta go. I'm sorry, I just want it. I just don't want to do this YouTuber. I really need it this time. I'm not mukbanger. I'm not any of those things. I need to let it all go. I let go. I donated all the wigs. I donated all the sequin dresses because of the house. We were going to move it together. We were going to get. I got rid of all the paintings that I need, the other ones. Okay. It just hurts. I don't need you to. It just hurts.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt from Americans, your boy, the Rappin' Freddy.
Hey guys, it's Jake from Taco Truck. I played Michael Myers in the latest Slash Street Boys music video.
I'm sorry, guys.
You guys made possible, so thank you to all of our executive producers. No executive producers, no video.
Hey, everybody, it's Ryan from the
It's real.
Hey guys,
I wasn't. He knew in the beginning who I was. And you don't spend 8 months with someone. But no, it's not how it works. Because I can't even stand spending a day with someone that, you know.
You already know what it is. Uma
But
fan,
I'm too emotional.
Uma fan, Jen Sorantolo. I'm probably gonna mess some of these names up. I'm sorry. Jasmine Martinez, Elvis Girl 04, Matthew Hamlin, Miss Bellatrixa.
Just having a moment.
John Peel Duelist 69.
I'm not coming back to YouTube.
Adair Ranieri, Destiny Turner.
Thank you, Elvis Girl. The picture you sent me, near and dear to my heart. Beautiful. Thank you.
I'm trying to get some of these. Asame, Wait. Marie, Asame, Wait. Destiny Turner.
Oh, really? Then why don't I make more money for better rent then? Why don't I live in a bigger house with a bigger closet and a bigger tub?
Matthew Hamlin.
If my breakdowns are so profitable, I dance on the roof half naked, howling to the moon.
Josh Cole.
Totally, I make so much money off of YouTube. Look at my beautiful home.
Dysentery and croup.
Marie. Wow, beautiful Marie.
So
over
much.
There. Asane. Another big stack spender. Another Asane. Love you.
I'm hanging my paper back up.
Yeah, you could totally buy a house.
Say goodbye to your home-based beauty care.
But you live with your husband. Wow.
Adair Ranieri. If that's right, I tried my best. I suck at pronouncing names, but
I just
Josh Cole, aka Dirty Hillbilly, Toki War, and Barbara Edsby. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it very much, and thank you, to all the executive producers. Thank all of you for helping make this video possible. Big thank you.
Josh Cole, aka my dog, Dirty Hillbilly. Toki Ward, okay?
I appreciate you guys a lot.
Thank you guys for everything you always do, all your support. We don't keep on doing this. This list was in no way any order whatsoever. We love you all equally. But the final one is the man, the myth, the legend. Toki War. Boy, we love you. Thank you all for making this stuff happen. From the bottom of our hearts, the Merkelos forever. I'm Matt, and I'm out.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't do this YouTube anymore. I love you guys a lot. I'm sorry. I it hurts a lot. I love you all with my heart. I'm trying to. I tried. I tried. Tried to get over it. It affected me really deeply. I tried to get over it all. I was hurt pretty bad. I never had a relationship like that. I never loved someone like that. So I don't know how. I don't discard people. Y'all don't know what it was like. All I ever wanted was to be loved. Someone was like me. Someone was like me. I just don't want to do YouTube anymore. That's all. I'm sorry I let you guys down. My life, I wanted to share all the good stuff, like all the things. I don't like dating guys who it's ridiculous. Wasting all that time. When you don't matter to someone and when you matter to someone. that's really hard. How do you how do you get over the hurt? How do you get over the hurt? Wow. Okay, how is it you could be going on with life and then something out of the blue gets you right here? Like, just, I don't know what happened. Then all of a sudden, I saw the vlog. When I rolled in the hay, and I remembered I was studying Vincent van Gogh. The haystacks. The haystacks. Fucking haystacks. Got me. Then I saw, then actually have gone there and touched one. And I live in Eastern North Carolina. I didn't see no damn Midwestern haystacks. Meanwhile, nobody else is heartbroken over me. They're laughing at me, probably. Okay, look, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm done with YouTube. I'm done with the past. And in order for me to heal and to move on, I have to let it all go. And I'm letting it all go. I don't want YouTube anymore. I don't want to be reminded of the past anymore. I want to start over. I want a new beginning. So, I'm gonna go now. I'm okay. I'm not suicidal. I'm not any of those crazy things. I just have, my heart really hurts. It really fucking hurts. It's been 6 months since I saw that man. April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 6 months. And all of a sudden I'm wrecked again. What the hell? I'm happy that he's moved on and is with someone else. That's not even it. I don't want this anymore. So I have to go, okay? That's it. I'm gonna survive this heartbreak. I'm gonna be alright. I'm gonna heal from this. I love you guys. This is the end of Truthfully Trisha. The character, personality. I'm done with it on YouTube. That's it. So I have to go. Those of you who know me know how to reach me. I is. Or I don't want to be reminded of the past tomorrow. I'm deleting the channel. So there's that. I'll keep Instagram because I don't have to vlog. Goodbye. Truthfully, Trisha is no longer on YouTube anymore. I really did love him. And I wish him the best.
Senator Holy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Garland, on October 4th, you issued an unprecedented memo that involves the Department of Justice and the FBI and local school districts, local school boards, nothing like it in our country's history. It was based, you've testified, on this letter from the National School Board Association that we now know the White House was involved in writing. They've retracted the letter. They've apologized for the letter. They say they regret the letter, but you won't retract the memo and said earlier that you have no regrets. And you've defended yourself repeatedly today before this committee by saying, well, you're focused on violence. But now, of course, we've seen the memo from your own Justice Department advising state and local and other prosecutors about all of the different federal causes of action that they can bring against parents that are not about violence, they're about harassment and intimidation. I'm looking here at this memo. It identifies no fewer than 13 possible federal crimes involving harassment and intimidation, including making annoying phone calls. You think a parent who makes a phone call to a school board member that she has elected, that school board member deems annoying, should be prosecuted, General Garland?
No, I don't. And the Supreme Court has made quite clear that the word intimidation with respect to the constitutional protection is one that directs a threat to a person with the intent of placing the victim in fear of bodily harm or death. Prosecutors who investigate these cases know the Supreme Court's. This is a very famous leading case.
Prosecutors do, but parents don't, General Garland. Do you think that a parent who looks at the 13 different federal crimes that your Justice Department has identified they might be subject to and prosecuted for, like making annoying phone calls, do you think that they're going to feel that they're welcome to speak up at a school board meeting? How about this one? They could be prosecuted for using the internet, I guess that would be Facebook, in a way that might cause emotional distress to a victim. Is that a crime of violence?
Senator, I haven't seen the memo that you're
Why
talking
haven't
about,
you?
and I don't, even from the description, it doesn't sound like it was addressed to parents. But if you
No, it wasn't addressed to parents. It was addressed to prosecutors. That's the problem. Why haven't you seen the memo?
I don't know why I haven't. I don't look at every. I do not get every memo that every U.S. attorney sends out. But if you're
Wait a minute. I just want to be sure I understand this. This is a memorandum that collects 13 different federal crimes parents could be charged with. It has United States Department of Justice on the top of it, and you're telling me you haven't seen it?
Who's the memo from, Senator?
The United States Department of Justice, United States Attorney for the District of Montana.
I have not seen a memo from the District of Montana.
Not high enough priority for you?
That's not the question. I don't.
It is the question. Answer my question. Is it not a high enough priority for you when you're threatening parents with 13 different federal crimes? These aren't crimes of violence. You've testified today. You're focused on violence. That's not what your U.S. attorneys, they work for you. That's not what they're saying. You haven't seen it because it's not a high enough priority, or what?
Question of priority. No one has sent me that memo, so I haven't seen it.
What do you mean no one has sent you the memo? You run the United States Department of Justice, do you not?
There are 115,000 employees of the Department of Justice.
Indeed, and you are in charge of every one of them. And this was a sufficiently important case that you issued a memo. You, over your signature, issued a memo involving the FBI and the Department of Justice in local school boards, local school districts. Your U.S. attorneys are now threatening prosecution with 13 different crimes, but it's not a high enough priority for you. It got lost in the mix.
I'll send again. I've never seen that memo.
That's what concerns me, General Garland.
Well, it wasn't sent to me. I hope you will assure your constituents that what we are concerned about here is violence and threats of violence.
That only leads me to conclude, General Garland, all I can conclude from this is either that you're not in control of your own department, or that more likely what I think to be the case is that you knew full well that this is exactly the kind of thing that would happen. When you issued your memo, when you involved the Department of Justice and all of its resources, and the FBI and all of its resources, and local school boards and local school districts, you knew that federal prosecutors would start collecting crimes that they could use against parents. You knew they would advise state and local officials that these are all of the ways parents might be prosecuted. You knew that that was the likely outcome. And that's exactly what's happened. And we're talking about parents like Scott Smith, who's behind me over my shoulder. This is a father from Loudoun County, Virginia. Here he is at a school board meeting. He was forcibly restrained. He was assaulted. He was arrested. Why? Because he went to an elected school board meeting. He's a voter, by the way. He went to an elected school board meeting to raise the fact that his daughter was assaulted, sexually assaulted, in a girl's restroom by a boy. This is what happened to him. Now, you testified last week before the House that you didn't know anything about this case. I find that extraordinary because the letter that you put so much weight on, the letter that's now been retracted, it cites this case. It cites Mr. Scott's case directly. There's a news article cited in the letter. It's discussed in the letter, but you testified you just couldn't remember it. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Do you think people like Scott Smith, do you think parents who show up to complain about their children being assaulted ought to be treated like this man right here?
Parents who show up to complain about school boards are protected by the First Amendment.
Do you think that they ought to be prosecuted in the different ways that your U.S. attorneys are identifying?
If what they're doing is complaining about what the school board is doing, policies, curriculum, anything else that they want to, as long as they're not committing threats of violence, then they should not be prosecuted, and they can't be.
Let me ask you about this. Several of my Democrat colleagues have today, just today in this hearing, multiple times have compared parents who show up at school board meetings, like Mr. Smith here, have compared them to criminal rioters. You think that's right? You think that a parent who shows up at a school board meeting, who has a complaint, who wants to voice that complaint, and maybe she doesn't use exactly the right grammar, you think they're akin to criminal rioters? Do you agree with that?
I do not, and I do not remember any senator here making that comparison.
Oh, really? These people are just like the folks who came here on January 6th and in the riot at the Capitol?
I don't think they were referring to the picture that you're showing there.
Well, I certainly would hope not. They were referring to parents who go to school board meetings. Mr. Smith is a parent who went to a school board meeting. I'll leave it at this, General Garland. You have weaponized the FBI and the Department of Justice. Your U.S. attorneys are now collecting and cataloging all the ways that they might prosecute parents like Mr. Smith because they want to be involved in their children's education and they want to have a say in their elected officials. It's wrong. It is unprecedented, to my knowledge, in the history of this country. And I call on you to resign. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz. If you're over the age of 35, this is how much earwax is trapped in your ears right now. For some, it's old age, But for most people, it's because of these. There's even a warning on the box telling you not to put these inside your ears. That's why doctors recommend Q-Grips, the world's first high-tech cotton swab that costs just $80 and lasts a lifetime. Its patented spiraling design gently collects and removes earwax instead of jamming the wax in deeper like standard cotton swabs that causes blockages, infections, hearing, and memory loss. Especially if you put these in your ears. Those harmful alternatives are why Dr. Paul Kemper created Q-Grips in the first place. The story began a little over a year ago when Dr. Kemper's practice saw a spike in relatively young patients experiencing both hearing and memory loss. He discovered the connection between earwax and memory loss and began performing in-office extractions, recording his patients' shocked reactions as he removed decades of earwax, racking up millions of views overnight. His videos attracted patients from all over the world who wanted to book an office visit with him. But his schedule became so busy, he had to turn away 95% of the people waiting to see him. He set out to create a safe, fun-effective alternative that anyone could use in their own home without a doctor. That's when the doctor came up with Q-Grips, a revolutionary new tool that removes as much earwax as an in-office extraction, but for 1/10 of the price. Its patented spiraling design and soft silicone tips bury deep into your earwax so you can pull it out all at once. Unlike cotton swabs, the spiral design and soft silicone tips were carefully designed to make it impossible to penetrate too deep into the ear canal and injure yourself, making it safe and foolproof for anyone to use. It also comes with 16 replaceable tips to give you that same soothing sensation as traditional cotton swabs, removing 8 times more earwax on average. After seeing the product on TV and social media, Big Pharma came knocking and offered him $12 million for the patent. But he turned it down, knowing that all they would care about is profit. That was never his motivation. Instead, he wanted to keep prices as low as possible to get his product in the hands of everyone that needs it. Since launching last
Ready?
Good morning, Jenna.
This is Shut It Off ASAP. Streaming now, only on YouTube.
General, I'm looking at this letter from one of your U.S. attorneys in October this year, where he wrote to the Montana Attorney General, all the county attorneys, and all the sheriffs in his jurisdiction, suggesting ways that parents could be prosecuted at school board for appearing at school board meetings in accordance with your directive. And one of the suggestions made by your U.S. attorney is parents can be prosecuted for repeated telephone calls. Not threatening anyone, just on the theory that repeated telephone calls could be harassment. Really?
Well, I haven't seen that memorandum. I've tried to express as clearly as I can here.
I heard you, General, but this is one of your U.S. attorneys.
Again, I haven't seen.
Isn't that special? General, you're just a vessel. Well, let me tell you what I'm talking about. With respect to the National School Boards Association letter, you're just a vessel, aren't you?
So what you mean by that? That I signed this memorandum, I worked on this memorandum is my memorandum.
Well, let me tell you what I mean. We know that the National School Board Association is upset because parents were coming to school board meetings to object to the teaching of critical race theory. We know that in drafting the letter, the National School Board Association collaborated with the White House for several weeks. They worked on it together. And we know that the National School Board Association, once the White House and the association were happy with the letter, the National School Board Association sent the letter to the White House, and the White House promptly called you and said, sick the FBI on parents at school board hearings. And that's what I mean. The White House is the prophet here. Yours is the vessel. Isn't that correct?
I did not speak with anyone from the White House while I worked on this memorandum. This memorandum reflects my views that we need to protect public officials from violence and threats of violence, while at the same time protecting parents' ability to object to policy.
I get that. I heard your testimony. Were you worried that you would be fired if you didn't issue the memorandum?
I'm not. I decided on this memorandum on my own. I don't care. I said from the very beginning, I've taken this job to protect the Department of Justice, to make independent determinations with respect to prosecutions and investigations, and I will do that.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt, General, but I don't have much time. Now, when you got the letter from the White House that prompted your memorandum to give the FBI new duties and making sure our parents aren't dangerous domestic terrorists, you didn't investigate before you issued your memorandum the incidences cited in the letter, did you?
I took a statement by the National Association, which represents thousands of school board members, when they said that they were facing violence and threats of violence. And when I saw in the news media reports.
Yeah, but you didn't investigate the incidents in the letter, did you?
No, this is the first step. This is an assessment step. It comes before investigations.
Right. Before you issued your memo, you didn't investigate the incident.
The memo is intended to begin assessments. It is intended.
And in fact, most of the incidents in the letter did not involve threats of violence, did they?
I think that's correct. Most of them did not.
Yeah.
They would not be covered by either federal or state law. I agree with that. And they would be protected by the First Amendment. But threats of violence are not covered by the
Can we agree that we have thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of kids growing up today who are more likely to commit a crime than and go to jail than own a home and get married?
I don't know about the comparative statistics. I do know there are too many people who are committing crime.
And one of the reasons for that is lack of parental involvement, isn't it?
I think parental involvement is essential. I think it's key both to bringing up good kids.
So why do you want to issue a memorandum listing incidents that you didn't investigate, that anybody who has any fair-minded knowledge of the world knows is going to have a chilling effect on parental involvement with respect to what their kids are learning at school?
I just want to be clear again, Senator. My memorandum did not list any of those incidents.
Come on, General. We both know this have a chilling effect. You don't think there are parents out there in the real world that said, oh my God, maybe we shouldn't go to the school board meeting. There'll be FBI agents there. We live in this isn't law my land.
I tried to make clear as I could, and now I have subsequently made clear in every public statement on the matter.
Your actions made it clear, General. Let me ask you one last question. When men follow a United States senator who happens to be a female into a women's room to harass her about her beliefs, why is that just part of the process, as President Biden says? But when a parent goes to a school board meeting to protest that her child is being taught that babies can be white supremacists is subject to FBI prosecution.
Description that you just gave, that parent is not subject to FBI investigation. There's nothing in this memorandum that suggests this. We protect United States senators against threats of violence.
You did a good job with Senator Sinema.
In the last month, we have indicted somebody who made threats of violence against both Alaska U.S. senators. Recently, we just indicted somebody else who made threats.
Can I ask one more, Ms. Osborne?
Can you wrap up, please, Senator Kennedy?
I'm sorry?
Could you wrap up? I am chairman.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I will. I'm just going to ask one last one. What led you to conclude before you issued your memorandum seeking the FBI on parents that law enforcement at the state and local level couldn't handle it?
Senator, we did not seek the FBI on parents. That's not what this memorandum is about. Nor did we conclude that local law enforcement is unable to deal with the problem. The purpose of this memorandum is for federal law enforcement to engage with state and local and determine whether they need assistance.
And you don't think this had any chilling effect whatsoever on parents out there?
The memorandum expressly says at the beginning that it is aimed at violence and threats of violence, and expressly says that robust public debate about school policies are
right. Well, I'm like you, General.
Thank you.
On this issue, you turned into someone you said you wouldn't.
I recognize Senator Booker.
Omaha's not a state. I'm sorry. Where are you from, sir? We used to be able to beat Stanford in football, and we will return. Gentlemen, yeah, thank you. Sorry, Corey's not as funny as I thought he would be there. Attorney General, I know you're tired of talking about the memo, but did you say you're not?
I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
I think most of us and most of the American people are just sort of flabbergasted. If your answer is you have no regrets about this memo, is that what you're telling us? You think this was wise?
Senator, the obligation of the Justice Department is to protect the American people against violence, including threats of violence, and that particularly includes public officials. I think that is still a concern for the department. This memo doesn't do anything more than ask our law enforcement to consult with state and local law enforcement to determine whether they need assistance in this regard and whether there are any federal jurisdictional issues involved.
General,
recognize
you and I both know that it is political hackery that brought that topic to your desk, not reality. I am strongly against all violence against everyone in public life and all threats of violence. You've not at any point here given us any data that show why this would in any way be a federal priority at this time. The chairman, not here right now, but Chairman Durbin has repeatedly talked about how this morning he Googled it and is pretty convinced there must be lots of threats. Can you help us understand why so many states are disconnecting their organizations from the National Association of School Boards? You are aware that the National Association of School Boards has recanted of the memo, correct? You know they've rejected their own letter to you, or you're aware of that?
I read their letter. Their letter doesn't recant their concerns about safety. It recants some of the language in their letter.
We're all for safety.
Which I did not adopt. The language that they have recanted, I never adopted and never would adopt.
Why did the Ohio School Boards Association sever their relationship with the National School Boards Association?
I don't know.
Why did the Missouri School Boards Association sever their relationship with the National School Boards Association? Why did the Pennsylvania School Boards Association sever their relationship with the National School Boards Association? Because this was political hackery. The kind of stuff you told us when you were seeking confirmation that you would be against. And you had the audacity to begin your opening statement today by telling us one of your big three priorities was to make sure communications between the White House and the Justice Department were not politicized. The last three administrations in a row have politicized the Department of Justice, the three including you now. You told us one of your priorities in running DOJ was to reject the kinds of politicization we saw in the Trump DOJ and the Obama DOJ. You told us that was one of your priorities. You wrote a memo here that came from political staffers who've been rejected by their own organization, coordinating with the White House to try to exaggerate a threat so that they could make sure parents felt intimidated. You've told us, I wouldn't use the exact language, Senator Kennedy, about that you were a vessel. Either you were just a vessel of political comm staffers at the White House, or you yourself are in favor of politicizing the DOJ. You told one of my colleagues a minute ago that you've not read the memo from the U.S. Attorney for Montana. I'll read it to you if you want, or I'll bring it to you and you can read it. This is one of your direct reports. It's an insane letter. The U.S. Attorney for Montana takes as predicate for why he's doing what he's doing your memo. And on October 14th, he sends a list of all the counterterrorism statutes that should be considered to be used against parents who are upset about things that might be happening at their school boards. Maybe there's lots of specific evidence of violence being threatened against school board members in Montana. But his memo, or his response to your memo, includes a letter where he says that anonymous telecommunications harassment, repeated telephone calls, or repeated harassing communications should be things that are potentially brought up as the basis for federal charges against parents. Do you agree with this letter of October 14th?
This is aimed at violence and threats of violence. I don't care whether they come from the left or from the right or from up or from down. I don't care if they're in favor of curriculum or against the particular kinds of curriculum. You can imagine this, all these kind of these arguments against school boards coming from either the left or the right. It doesn't matter. Arguments against school boards are protected by the First Amendment. Threats are not protected by the First Amendment. And we received a letter from the National Association of School Boards. No reason to believe
you didn't receive an anonymous letter. White House political staff co-wrote it with this organization, which is why the organization has rejected it. You know these facts now to be true, and yet you still won't disavow your memo. Why? You didn't receive some objective, neutral letter because all these people were being threatened. You are responding to a political campaign to politicize the Department of Justice. How big is the threat that American parents pose right now? When you lead a big organization, you have 100,000 plus employees. You have a lot of violence to go after. Are parents at school boards one of the top 3 concerns you face right now?
This memorandum is not about parents at school boards. It doesn't matter whether they're parents or anyone else. It has to do with threats against public school teachers, public school officials. It is not political.
I'm against all those threats. I want to know what the data is.
I don't need data in order to assess.
To respond to a political staffer's campaign out of the White House.
The purpose of this memorandum is to get our law enforcement to assess the extent of the problem. And if there is no problem, if states and local law enforcement are capable of handling the problem, then there is no need for our involvement. If this memo does not say to begin prosecuting anybody, it says to make assessments. That's what we do in the Justice Department. It has nothing to do with politics.
Will you report back to this committee with what you find about these threats? Because what you just said, I completely agree with. We are against violence against public officials. You and I agree. We are against threats of violence against public officials. You and I agree. We are for local police powers investigating local crimes. And there are definitely yokels and idiots that make threats against lots of people in public life. I don't minimize it. You shouldn't minimize it. You're not minimizing it. But we both believe, and in your heart of hearts, I'm pretty sure you believe, that local law enforcement is more than able to handle some one idiot or 12 idiots at school board meetings. But you made it a federal issue. And I don't have any idea why. And at no point today have you offered us a shred of data. So my question is, will you pledge you will report back to this committee with the results of your investigation about how big a threat the American parent class is to school boards in the country?
I would be happy to get a report back to you, but if this is not about the American parent.
I know, it's about the politicization of DOJ, and you decided to submit as a vessel, and you know better.
sorry, but I don't agree with that. Thank you, Senator Morrow. Welcome to our committee, Mr. Attorney General, and let me just begin by thanking you.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. This committee has a constitutional obligation to ensure that the department complies with the laws that we write and execute those laws according to our. In the performance of our constitutional duty, we write letters seeking answers and records from the department and its component agencies to better understand what they're doing. Likewise, the entire executive branch, not just DOJ, has an obligation to respond to congressional oversight requests. Today, I can say with confidence that under General Garland's leadership, the department has failed across the board to comply with this committee's Republican oversight request, and I appreciate very much Chairman Durbin pointing out a letter that he and I wrote 5 months after we received an answer. If my name being on that letter has any reason it is to respond to, I'll take my name off that letter. In contrast, General Garland, you provided Democrat colleagues with thousands of pages of material. Moreover, President Biden has politicized and inserted himself into the department policy making, notably directing the end of compulsory process for reporter records in criminal legal investigations, and most recently inserting himself when he said the department should prosecute anyone who defies compulsory process from the January 6th committee. At your confirmation hearing, I read to you what I told Senator Sessions at his confirmation hearing for being Attorney General of this. Quote, if Senator Feinstein, who then was a ranking member, if Senator Feinstein contacts you, do not use this excuse, as so many people use, that if you are not a chair of a committee, you do not have to answer the question. I want her questions answered just like you would answer my question. In the quote that I gave to Senator Sessions. So you said to me at your hearing, quote, I will not use any excuse to not answer your questions, Senator, end of quote. You have failed to satisfy that statement. Example, I've asked the Department for records relating to Hunter Biden's October 2018 firearm incident, where his gun ended up in a trash can near a school. Now that's a firearm incident. Your ATF used the Federal Freedom of Information Act to refuse producing those records when that law doesn't even apply to the Congress. I've also asked for information relating to Chinese nationals linked to the communist Chinese regime that are connected to the Biden family. One individual, Patrick Ho, was not just linked to Chinese regime, he was apparently connected to that country's intelligence service. Hunter Biden reportedly represented him for $1 million. Now, even though the department already made public in court filings that DOJ possesses FISA information relating to Patrick Ho, in response, you stated, quote, unfortunately, under the circumstances described in your letter, we are not in a position to confirm the existence of the information that is sought if it exists in the department's possession. Well, let me emphasize, well, you already made it public in a court filing. So you're telling me you can't even confirm its existence. Now, with respect to the criminal investigation of Hunter Biden, Senator Johnson and I wrote to you twice this year regarding a person named Nicholas McQuaid. Mr. McQuaid was employed at a law firm until January 20th, 2021. when he was hired to be then acting Assistant Attorney General for the Department's Criminal Division. Before he was hired, he worked with Christopher Clark, who Hunter Biden reportedly hired to work on his federal criminal case a month before President Biden's inauguration. Now, the department hasn't disputed any of these facts. However, you refuse to confirm whether Mr. McQuaid recused from the Hunter Biden case. That seems to be a pretty simple thing to say one way or the other. The son of the President of the United States is under criminal investigation for financial matters. A senior attorney under your command has apparent conflicts with that matter. Your refusal to answer just threshold questions cast a very public cloud over the entire investigation. A cloud that you should easily do away with if you just were just a little bit transparent. When I placed hold on your nominees for the department's failure to comply with Republican oversight request, I said either you run the Department of Justice or the department runs you. Right now, it looks like the Department of Justice is running you. Since your confirmation, in less than a year, the department has moved as far left as it can go. You politicized the department in ways it shouldn't be. Case in point, the infamous school board. You publicly issued this memo nearly 5 days after the National School Board Association wrote a letter to President Biden. Now, incredible. They asked the department to use the anti-terrorist Patriot Act against parents speaking their minds to local school officials. The School Board Association has since apologized for that letter, but not before the department relied on their letter to mobilize federal law enforcement in state and local matters. Meanwhile, actual violent crime is on the rise. Your memo treats parents speaking freely to be worthy of the department's heavy investigative and prosecutorial hand. You've created a task force, that includes the department's criminal division and national security division to potentially weaponize it against parents. Your memo also creates a special training and guidance for local school boards and school administrators to recognize threats against them. According to your memo, these threats include an undefined category of quote-unquote other forms of intimidation and harassment. So now, the last thing the Justice Department and FBI need is a very vague memo to unleash their power, especially when they've shown zero interest in holding their own accountable.
Okay, who sat at my desk?
Don't.
This camp has a death curse.
This is Police Chief Michael Kelly. When you don't hold your own accountable, let's not forget about Obama-Biden administration FISA abuse during Crossfire Hurricane. Abuses that the Department of the FBI for years denied even to be possible. And then you allowed a disgraced former FBI official off the hook, paying him hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxpayers' money. When the Inspector General determined that he lied to investigators 7 times, yes, 7 times, over the course of 3 different occasions. Or the FBI's and the department's total failure to protect hundreds of kids from abuse by Larry Nassar and then covered up when we had a bipartisan hearing to learn about those courageous survivors. your Deputy Attorney General didn't even show up. So getting back to the National School Board Association matter, these parents are trying to protect their children. They're worried about divisive and harmful curricula based upon critical race theory. They're speaking their minds about mass mandates. This is the very core of constitutionally protected speech, and free speech is deadly to the tyranny of government and is the lifeblood of a constitutional republic. To say your policies are outside the mainstream would be an understatement. Mothers and fathers have a vested interest in how schools educate their children. They are not, as the Biden Justice Department apparently believes them to be, national security threats. What is a national security threat? It's things like MS-13. What is a national security threat is like our open southern border. What is a national security threat is the federal government failing to adequately vet individuals from Afghanistan. I suggest that you quickly change your course because you're losing credibility to the American people and with this senator in particular.
President Biden is soaring off to Scotland to be part of the World Climate Summit, and at the same time, energy prices are soaring here at home. He'll be overseas for Halloween, but people all across America will be suffering through the nightmare of high energy costs. And you say, why are they so high? Well, it's because of policies of this administration. One bad policy after another, driving up the cost of energy. How bad is it up? Well, the price at the pump now is about $1 a gallon more than it was when Joe Biden took office. So we have a picture here. You can take a look at what the average prices are now, but I know you'll be hearing from other members about how it's a lot higher in some of their states. So prices are much higher now by $1 a gallon than they were when Joe Biden became president. So what does that translate into? Well, it's about $25 every time you fill up your tank. And for a family, for somebody living on a fixed income, that's a pretty big bite, a painful bite out of somebody's paycheck. And that's just the gasoline component of that. That's a 7-year high. We also know that natural gas is now at a 7-year high, and half of the homes in America are heated with natural gas. So all of those people are going to be paying a lot more to heat their homes this winter. So it's really a double gut punch. They say, what kind of policies could this administration and the Democrats have done to cause all these things? Well, Joe Biden bragged about the fact that, number one, in office, he killed the Keystone XL pipeline. He then put a moratorium on oil and gas leases on public lands, which affect many of our states. And then he went after Alaska. That's the reason that people are paying so much more for energy. It's these policies. So what's the administration decided to do about it? Astonishingly, they're asking OPEC plus Russia to produce and sell us more energy. Hard to believe, but it's on the White House website. The National Security Advisor put it on the website, asking Russia and OPEC to produce more and sell more energy to America. So right now, today, the United States is using more energy from Vladimir Putin's Russia than we are from Alaska. But this is a huge financial jackpot for Putin's Russia, for Iran, as well as from Saudi Arabia. And for what purpose? Well, to me, it's so that Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi and John Kerry and apparently about 4 plane loads of Democrats can head over to Scotland and wave the white flag of surrender to take us from being a nation that is energy dominant and energy wealthy to a nation of energy weakness and dependence. And now we'll hear from Senator Capito.
Well, thank you all for being here today. I think you're going to hear a lot of similarities that we see across our states. One of the things that is influencing this high price of energy, both at the pump or at your home heating, is the inflation. We've seen inflation go up over 5.4%, which is the most it's gone up in 13 years. And many of you are probably too young to have lived through the misery years of the late 70s and early 80s when mortgage interest rates were in the teens, and when the price, we had to stand in line to get gas on an even or an odd day. So, you know, when somebody goes to fill up their tank, as Senator Barrasso said, it's more at the tank, and it's not because their tanks are getting any bigger. In my state, the price of gasoline is more than $1 more per gallon. The White House says they're working on it. Yeah, they better be working on it. But what they're doing for that person who drives to school, drops their kid off, drives to work, goes to the grocery store, goes to visit their parents, maybe goes to an evening activity, they're feeling it every single day. The White House needs to begin to work on it. The president is going to Scotland, as we know, and we know he's going to bring forward the energy plan that he brought forward when he canceled that pipeline on the first day of office. And that's not America first, it's America last. We're going to be behind the line there of the other nations that are going to be there. So as we see coming through my EPW committee, and as John sees in the energy committee, it's regulation upon regulation, stifling any kind of production of oil and natural gas, which would alleviate some of this issue. So let's just talk about home heating. We're getting ready to go into the winter months. It's predicted by independent analysis that the cost of home heating will jump 54% this year. So, you know, when I think about my fellow West Virginians, many who are on fixed incomes, when they have to make a choice, and they're going to have to make these choices on how warm they can stay and whether they can either go out or what type of, if they could go to a restaurant or if they can buy enough food really in their own home, they're going to have to make these choices because of the rise, and people have problems paying their bills in those cold winter months anyway. It's predicted that natural gas bills will go up 30%. Most of our state is heated by natural gas, but we're also heated by propane. Propane, the EIA just projected a 54% increase in the cost of propane. So it's going to hurt everywhere. And it's time for the administration to stop selling us talking points and talking to the international community about how we're going to lead when we're leaving so many people behind here at home through the cost of high energy. So thank you. And next is Senator Langford.
As the president leaves and heads to Scotland to be able to hang out with other world leaders, I'm sure the topic of conversation is going to be how high the energy prices have become in Europe at this point. As European leaders gather together to drink champagne and eat caviar and to chit-chat about the future of the world, what's happening back at home, both in the United States and in Europe and in multiple other spots, are rapidly advancing prices for energy. What we're seeing in Oklahoma is more than $1 a gallon increase for gasoline. That hits home. The typical truck is costing about $30 more per fill up just to be able to fill up now than what they were just a few months ago. Home heating costs with the price of natural gas is dramatically increasing. Now, for states like mine that produce a lot of natural gas and a lot of crude oil, you would think, well, you'd be excited about it. Well, I would tell you there's a lot of production that's coming back online and some jobs that are coming back in, and we're grateful to be able to see that. But they're also families as well, and they're also consumers as well. And even those in the energy market will tell you there is a price that's a better price point to be able to actually do production and to not hurt the consumers the same way, and we're well in excess of that right now. Cause of that's pretty straightforward. The Biden policies that he's put in place and the continual challenge on the capital markets to literally threaten out companies and banks to say, if you do loans to these, we can't tell you how the permitting is going to go. They're literally scaring capital away from pipeline projects, investment projects, additional drilling, while he does his green energy bit to say, we won't produce it here in the United States so we can show a better green energy score in the United States, but he'll quietly go to Russia and to OPEC and to say, we want you to produce more to bring the price down, but we want to still show the world, quote unquote, we're leading by producing less here. That's absurd, and our consumers are feeling it. For the folks that are driving their vehicles, for the folks that just want to be able to get to work back and forth, get to school back and forth, and not have their pocketbooks hurt even more, they want policies in place that will, yes, focus on the future of how we're going to be good stewards of the world that God gave us. But they also want to know how I'm going to be able to feed my family and how I'm going to be able to get back to work without having to be able to cut back even more on this. That's what we need to be in dialogue about. Currently, we've got a crisis on our southern border. We've got problems with Afghanistan and all the debris field that is around that at this point. There's so many different issues with the vaccine mandates. And in the middle of all this crisis here, he's taken off and heading to Scotland. And I'm afraid we'll bring back another crisis when he returns back in a few days.
In North Dakota, we're seeing inflation across the board like the rest of the country. So, for example, a gallon of gas since January has gone from $2.27 a gallon to $3.19 a gallon. So more than a 50% increase, almost a dollar increase in the price per gallon. Natural gas has tripled, and you can only imagine what that's going to do to home heating costs with winter coming on. So there's no question that people are feeling this across the board now, and they're going to feel it even more as we go into the winter months. And it's kind of amazing when you think about the fact that North Dakota is an energy powerhouse. We produce an incredible amount of energy, both traditional sources and renewable sources, going back to our Empower North Dakota Energy Plan, which we implemented back in 2001. We produce energy from wind, from solar, from biofuels, and then also coal-fired electric. I think we provide energy to about 8 different states throughout the Midwest, natural gas, and of course oil. And we have gone from 1.5 million barrels a day of oil, now we're at 1.1 million barrels a day of oil. So that's almost 500,000 barrels a day less here of light sweet crude production in the United States. Why is that? Well, certainly COVID has had, an impact, but it's the policies of this administration and the Democrats that are really impacting our ability to produce more energy here at home. Examples are, first day in office, the president comes in and he cancels a Keystone and makes it harder for us to get pipelines to move energy around our country. And then at the same time, he's taking sanctions off Nord Stream 2 so that Russia can supply gas to Germany and to Europe. Makes no sense whatsoever. This administration puts a moratorium on energy production on federal lands. And even when the court says, nope, you can't do that, they slow roll taking it off. And they put up a regulatory blizzard that makes it harder to produce energy in our country. And so then when our energy production goes down, what does the administration do? What's the solution? You ask Putin and Russia for more energy. You ask OPEC for more energy, our adversaries. And that makes sense. That defies common sense. That does not serve the American people. The American people know it. Not producing that energy here at home means fewer good jobs here at home. It means less energy security, which is a national security issue. It means that our adversaries are strengthened. And it's amazing because think of the irony here. So instead of producing that energy here at home where we have better environmental stewardship, we're getting it from Russia and OPEC where they have worse environmental stewardship. So it even defeats this idea that we're going to somehow do better in terms of CO2 emissions and those kind of things, when the Democrats and this administration ask our adversaries to provide us with energy, rather than empowering our industry here at home to not only provide that energy, but do it with the best environmental stewardship. Senator Ernst.
Oh, folks, thanks for coming today. I really appreciate it. I've been hearing from Iowans just all across the state, and they are very, very concerned with a number of issues, as some of my colleagues have already outlined. We have the rising inflation, which has impacted our consumers all across Iowa. And of course, not only gasoline prices, as many of the folks that live in rural areas like I do have to drive a considerable distance to their jobs. They're paying more at the pump. But now in Iowa and many of these other states, we're moving into our cold season. And the cost of their energy is going up radically. So I've heard from a few folks, and I'm going to highlight a couple of those today. So Marlon is from Urbandale, Iowa, and he told me gas is approaching.
Did anyone at the FBI express any doubt, disagreement, hesitation with your decision to issue that memo? No one expressed that. No one.
express that to me. No.
A lot of them have contacted us. They said they didn't, Judge. A lot of FBI officials have contacted my office and said that they oppose it. All right. Judge, you've repeatedly dissembled this morning about that directive. For instance, about the National Security Division. Chuck Grassley asked you a very simple question, why you would stick the National Security Division of the Department of Justice on parents. John Cornyn asked you the same thing. You said it wasn't in your October 4th memorandum, it was in another office's memorandum. It was another office's memorandum, Judge. It was in a press release from your office, right here in front of you, October 4th, 2021, for immediate release. You're going to create a task force that includes the National Security Division. What on earth does the National Security Division have to do with parents who are expressing disagreements at school boards?
The quiet memorandum is about parents expressing disagreements with their school boards and parents are entitled to be protected by the First Amendment to diversity.
Okay, so even in that case, what is the National Security Division? These are the people that are supposed to be chasing jihadists and Chinese spies. What does the National Security Division have to do with parents at school boards?
Again, about parents at school boards. It's about threats and violence.
Okay, let me turn to that because you said that phrase repeatedly throughout the morning. Threats or violence and threats of violence. Violence and threats of violence. We've heard it a dozen times this morning. As Senator Lee pointed out, the very first line in your October 4th memorandum refers to harassment and intimidation. Why do you continue to dissemble in front of this committee that you are only talking about violence and threats of violence when your memo says harassment and intimidation?
I said in my testimony that it involved other kinds of criminal conduct, and I explained to Senator Lee that the statutory definitions of those terms and the constitutional definition of those terms involve threats of violence.
Okay, well, let's look at one of those statutes you cited, Section 223. That statute covers the use of not just telephones, but telecommunications devices to annoy someone. So are you going to sick your U.S. attorneys and the FBI on a parents group if they post on Facebook something that annoys a school board member?
That is no division that I was particularly
I'm gonna get a pop.
I wasn't talking about 2260.
No, I'm gonna go get a polar pop with more cigarettes.
That's what I mean. Okay, Judge, you also told Senator
No,
Klobuchar
you like how?
about meetings and coordination. Meetings and coordination. Well, I have my hand right here that I'll submit to the record. A letter from one of your U.S. attorneys.
Sorry, guys.
All
I'm back.
county attorneys, attorney generals, sheriffs, the school board association of this state, where she talks about federal investigation and prosecution. Not about meetings, not about coordination, about federal investigation and prosecution. Did you direct your U.S. attorneys to issue such a letter?
I've not seen that letter.
It's got 3 pages. It's got 3 pages. A spreadsheet about all the federal crimes that a parent can be charged with. Did Maine Justice make the spreadsheet, Judge?
There's a dog here blowing all throughout my chest. My stomach hurts.
Judge, we've all read your memorandum. We've also heard you dissemble about your memorandum. I have in record shows your U.S. attorneys sending out a letter about federal prosecution investigation and listing in detail the federal statutes which you can prosecute. Judge, you talked a lot about intimidation and harassment. Have you issued a memorandum like your October 4th memorandum about Black Lives Matter riots and my summer?
In the summer of 2020,
There are a lot of crimes committed. People haven't
there were a lot of crimes. Labor under the previous administration.
Okay, Judge, what about this? It is no doubt, even though parents and school boards aren't within federal jurisdictions, there's no doubt that federal officials are. You keep saying senators. Have you started an investigation into the harassment of Senator Kirsten Sinema in a bathroom where she won't go along with the Democratic Party's big tax agenda? That is a sitting United States senator being harassed in that. you cited as the basis for that directive the National School Board Association's letter of September 29th. Was that directive being prepared before September 29th, before the School Board Association letter was issued? So it was only prepared after that.
I think it's sausage.
So you're citing the school board
I've
letter,
noticed
news reports.
at times
One of the news
I can
reports
handle
cited
sausage like breakfast sausage.
is from
Fine, like if it's in a burrito or something like that. But
Well,
just to
if
have
you
like
keep
a
citing
sausage
news reports,
patty,
and that's the most prominent news report that anyone
it doesn't work for
me. That refers to Scott's
evidently neither
whose
sausage
15-year-old daughter was raped.
and ever since I took
She
a
was
couple of those bites,
raped
I felt
in
nothing.
the bathroom allowed the county school board to cover it up because it interfered with the transgender policy during the fight. And that made Scott Smith, as he went to his school board and tried to defend his daughter's rights, was condemned internationally. Do you apologize to Scott Smith, his 15-year-old daughter, Judge?
Anyone whose child was raped as the most horrific crime I can imagine, and is certainly entitled, protected by the First Amendment,
We're out there talking
to
or whatever.
protest to their school board.
But he was cited by the school board
And she said,
association. It's fine.
why is your eyebrow
We
twitching?
now know that letter.
She's like, why are you shaking?
This is.
I was like, I don't even notice that I think like, we all just get that out of the way. Like, yes, call it shaky. Shaky baby.
Thank God you're not.
Shaky baby.
It's not in disgrace, Judge.
I shake my eyebrows twitch. I don't know why. Well, let's just be real. I'm a fucking alcoholic. I think that's where it comes from. If I go a couple days without drinking, it gets real bad shit. By day 2, my eyebrows twitch. I know. It's alcohol, I guess.
Yeah, there is nothing in this memorandum about which Congress will quote my words. This memorandum is not about parents being able to object in their school boards. They are protected by the First Amendment. As long as there are no threats of violence, they are protected. So parents can object to their parents about treatment of their children, their policies, and all of that is 100% protection of the First Amendment. There's nothing in this memorandum that we are only trying to prevent violence against
Senator Grono.
I'd like to,
Mr. Attorney General, we have a 5-minute break at 11:30. You can take a break now, or have Senator.
Maybe that's why I'm not feeling good. I've been not drinking like I should. Not like I should. You guys know what I mean.
Chairman, thank you, Attorney General Garland. Mr. Attorney General, I've been concerned in recent weeks by some steps that have been taken by the Biden administration.
Crazy.
Steps that I fear represent a significant amount of
Check with my phone. Hey, Aaron.
7 weeks ago, you had President Biden
Oh,
giving
yeah,
a speech
I got it.
in which promised to enlist the assistance of corporate America, all of corporate America, with more than 99 employees, in firing people who don't get vaccinated. Vaccinated at this point. Everyone close to me to get vaccinated. I don't think it's the role of the federal government to do that. It's threatening to cripple employers by imposing absolutely punishing fines on them. Dirty work, even before this act of overreach has been reduced to an order that could be litigated. Litigation that I believe and to say the same way Youngstown Shoe versus Sawyer. And now, about a month after that, we have your October 4th memorandum, which it directs the Department of Justice and the FBI intervening, as far as I can tell, it's a state and local issue. It is a series of issues involving how parents advocate for their children with their local school boards. And I also believe that doing that through the Department of Justice, doing it in the way that you did it, directing the assistance, enlisting the help of all 94 U.S. attorneys, therefore every satellite office of the Department of Justice nationwide, do it in a way that I think has a natural tendency to chill free speech in this area. I question seriously the role of the
federal government in protecting people at local school board meetings from their neighbors. It is, after all, most of the time, state law, not federal, that take play when there is criminal activity. Federal crimes are a subset of crimes generally. So you've referenced several times today that your letter covered only violence and threats of violence, and yet the very opening line of your memo says, in recent months, there's been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, school board members, teachers, and staff who participate in the vital work of running public schools. You refer to this over and over again, and it's a pretty broad statement. I believe this has a tendency to chill free speech that is exercised at the state and local level, typically by neighbors, by parents, through local school boards. In hindsight, would you agree that a natural consequence of your memo would be chilling free speech, protected speech by parents protesting local school board policies?
Memo is aimed only at violence and threats of violence. It states on its face that vigorous debate is protected. That is what this is about. That is all this is about.
What about harassment and intimidation? Are those federal crimes?
They are federal crimes.
Are you referring to like witness tampering, intimidation under 18 U.S.C. 1512? Or what?
U.S.C. 2261A, which makes it a crime to injure, harass, or intimidate, placing a person in reasonable fear of serious bodily injury through communications over the internet. Likewise, 47 U.S.C. 2223A, making telephone calls with intention to harass. Now, I want to be clear that those only are the what is permitted by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has been clear about that too. In the Virginia versus Pratt case, the court explained when intimidation is not protected in the Constitution. And that is when it is made with the intention of placing the victim in bodily harm. That's what we're concerned about.
Well, one of the things that concerns me is we've got 17 attorneys general, led by Attorney General Todd Rokita in Nevada, joined by a total of 17 attorneys general, including Sean Reyes, Attorney General in the state of Utah. They've weighed in and they've said there is not a barrage of accusations, no unusual flood of accusations of threats of violence against school board members. Nothing unusual, nothing that they can't handle at the state and local level. But normally, things like this against state and local officials involving state and local government entities like school boards are not federal. Now, in response to a series of questions before the House Judiciary Committee, including some questions asked by Congressman Jim Jordan from Ohio, you were asked your factual predicate for your October 4th for conclusion. You answered before that committee that your factual predicate for that was the October 22nd memorandum from the National School Board Association. The National School Board Association has since withdrawn that memorandum, yet you said that was the factual predicate. Given that that was the factual predicate, and that it rescinded its memo saying that there was no justification for some of the language that they used in that, will you rescind your memo?
I think this is my recollection. I said this for the letter for my memorandum was after that.
Hopefully this helps me. It says peppermint Tom's ultra strength 1,000.
Subsequently, more news reports in the state.
Congressman Chip Roy of Texas said that raised in that same hearing the issue of 14-year-old girl in a school bathroom being sexually assaulted in Loudoun County. And you indicated in response to that you weren't aware of that And in the 6 days before you testified before the House Judiciary, have you become familiar with the publicly reported details of that case?
Yes, I have read about it.
If you were unfamiliar with the supposed instances of threats of violence and intimidation, the National School Board Association cited in the letter, how did you determine that intervention by the FBI and the DOJ was necessary?
The approach in the letter is to meet with local law enforcement. What we've asked for is to meet, to assess the situation, see what their needs are, strategize, and over the lines of communication. I'm hopeful that many areas of local law enforcement will be well able to handle this. This is what the Justice Department does every day. Consult with our local state department and see whether assistance is necessary. Of course, we continue to have our own federal responsibilities with respect to communication by the internet, social media, telephone, but I'm hopeful that we will not be needed in this area, that our state and local partners will be able to handle these threats.
My time expired. I just want to state for the record as I close that my staff and I went through every news source raised by the National School Board Association. There's no explicit death threat. And I choose here to reiterate my concern that not every outburst or expression of concern by neighbors, among neighbors at a local school board meeting.
My stomach's just queasy today. I don't know why.
94 U.S. attorney.
I mean, I don't know why.
In a way that
So I just
intimidates and
shoot up some times.
the chill. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Morning, Mr. Attorney General. On September the 29th, 2021, as you know, the National School Board Association
Say
wrote a
something.
letter to the
Pain in the
president
ass, Katie Rowley.
asking him to address
Miss Thumbs Up.
disruptions, confrontations that we've seen at local school boards across the country.
Well, tag next to him,
Parents
Rams,
expressing their
Governor.
concern about not only the curriculum, but also just generally the education of their children in
I mean, if you're on
public
the boat.
schools. Would you agree that parents have a fundamental right to be
But to treat their kids as bad as they were treated? No.
their children's education?
It's the job of the parents to be involved. It's the role of the First Amendment to protect their ability to be involved.
To control it?
It's, I say, respect the right to spirited debate about curriculum, about school policies, about anything like that.
So it's not just a good idea. It's actually protected by the Constitution of the United States. On October 4th, a few days later, less than a week later, after the National School Board Association wrote this letter, the Justice Department issued the memo that has already been discussed. Why did this rise to the level of a
Peppermint usually helps my stomach. I figured peppermint Tums, huh?
Rises out of repeated reports of violence and threats of violence, not only with respect to school boards and school officials and teachers, as I mentioned earlier, also with respect to secretaries of state and election administrators, judges, prosecutors, senators, members of Congress. The Justice Department has two roles here: assist state and local law enforcement in all ways, and enforce federal laws which prohibit threats of violence by telephone, email.
Well, you as a longtime federal judge with a distinguished legal career, you understand that not every crime, assuming it is a crime, is a federal crime, correct? And some of these things, unless there's some nexus to their state Congress, they're largely within the purview of the state.
She don't like to be on hand. So when she comes over, I gotta go. Just like yesterday.
Right.
One of my friends would really rather not.
Somebody says to the school board member, if you do that, I'm going to meet you outside and punch you in the nose.
Because they see what
Is that a federal offense?
you know.
That's not a federal offense.
I agree. I agree. And
It's sad that there are people out there like
why
that.
in the world would you say
Pathetic,
the
in fact.
National Security Division in this memo as being one of the
Go out of your way to try to hurt somebody else. I can't relate.
Prosecute.
I don't think I hate anyone that much.
Memo itself doesn't mention the national
I really don't. I don't hate anyone. Even if I end up getting over it. Like,
Security Division, like all the other law enforcement components, cooperates with and is involved in discussions about how to go forward on different
in
kinds
real
of
life,
things. They were
I'm
involved,
very,
for
very,
example,
I don't think I have to take
elections. They were involved in the threats against judges and prosecutors. They're involved in hate crimes, threats cases.
It is.
So a natural part of our internal analysis.
Let me ask you, did you see the National School Board Association letter to President Biden before you issued your memorandum on October 4th?
Yes, I did. And that was part of the reason their expression at the beginning of that memorandum.
And they raised some of the concerns that you voiced here today, correct?
They some of them, they raised others that I don't agree with and were not included in my memo.
I got more lovers than I do haters. Believe it or not, just the haters are so fucking extreme.
School Board Association apologized.
And what they do, I think, what they're trying to do is get people to hate me. But then they see how
And it
ridiculous
said that went on to say
it is. And then people end up coming to my side.
No
I can tell you how many people started off being a hater.
letter.
And now we're here.
The voices of parents
073.
should be and must continue to be
Zero
heard
seventy
when it
three.
comes to
Me and her
decisions about their
did
children's
not get along at
education,
first.
health and safety. You did not apologize for your memorandum of October the 4th, even though the National School Board Association.
Think of
did.
another one.
Why didn't you rescind that memorandum and apologize for your
there's been a
for the
few.
memorandum?
I'm gonna run this over to my boss.
Responsibility of the Justice Department, as I said in my opening, is protecting Americans from violence and threats of violence.
But you just said not every act of violence is a federal crime, correct?
Right, and not every bit of street crime and the kind of violence that we've been talking about earlier today is also a federal crime. But we assist state and locals to help them in their investigations of these kind of matters. Every single day, non-federal matters, we are partnered with our state and local partners.
Well, Mr. Attorney General, you've acknowledged that parents have a right, constitutional right, to be heard on the education of their children in public schools. Can you imagine the sort of intimidation, the sort of bullying impact that a memorandum from the Department of Justice would have, and how that would chill the willingness of parents to exercise their rights under threat of federal prosecution? Did you consider the chilling impact your memorandum would have on parents exercising their constitutional rights?
This memorandum is about violence and threats of violence, and it opens with a statement.
But my question is, did you consider the chilling effect this would have on parents' constitutional rights?
Saying the Justice Department is against violence and threats of violence.
Did you consider the chilling effect your memorandum might have on parents exercising their constitutional rights? I think you can answer that yes or no.
I consider, which I wanted the memorandum to assure people that we recognize the right spirit of debate.
Mr. Attorney General, you're a very intelligent, accomplished lawyer, judge. You can answer the question. Did you consider the chilling effect that this sort of threat of federal prosecution would have on parents exercising their constitutional rights to be involved in their children's education?
If it's reasonable to read this memorandum as chilling everyone's rights, it's about threats of violence and expressly recognizes the constitutional right to make arguments about poor children.
Sarah,
let the record reflect the Attorney General refused to answer the question. That's it. I'm trying to.
Yeah, my bad, guys. I left the keys in the car. I didn't realize it was sitting there. Gonna do that. Right? I didn't realize. Bryson, you guys have seen Bryson before. B, he always says, "I apologize." And guess what? B and Kyle are a thing. That's why, you know, when your friend gets a new boyfriend and then they're all about them, I don't mind it. I like them both together. I won't. People will do. Well, I'm gonna go show my neighbor the flowers stuff.
John Kerry's going to countries in Asia saying, don't buy American LNG. You can't make this stuff up. And then just 2 days ago in the Washington Post,
Oh my God, it smells so good. I love flowers.
The President Biden said we got to be softer on China so we can get that maybe get a promise we'll never keep. Scott, make this up. Let's be soft. The Chinese are mad about us raising issues about Hong Kong and Taiwan. John Kerry said, we can calm that down to get the Communist Party of China to agree to some empty promises on Hong Kong. Can't make this up. So what we're seeing, Madam President, is spiking energy prices at the pump, the working families. And here's the question everybody should be asking. I hope our friends in the media ask it, certainly in the Biden administration. Is this intentional? Are you really trying to drive up energy prices that's hurting working families? Well, my view is I think the answer is yes. The president had a town hall last week. He seemed to not have a clue about a bunch of issues, but particularly on energy prices. And then just yesterday, there was an article about how Gina McCarthy was quoted as saying there will be opportunities with these high energy prices. Quote, soaring commodity prices stemming from a surge in energy demand and limited supply should accelerate the move to renewables around the world. This is a senior Biden administration official saying, hey, we're actually trying to drive these prices up. Sorry, working families in America. Winter's coming. You're really going to be hurt. So maybe the world will move to renewables. You can't make this up. To me, this is one of the biggest betrayals of working families and working men and women in U.S. history. An administration coming in on purpose to drive up energy prices. Gina McCarthy says so. Knowing it's going to hurt working families. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if President Biden is calling on our citizens to wear a Jimmy Carter-style cardigan soon. What they're doing is building back better to the 1970s. High inflation, gas lines, high energy prices, empty shelves, lack of workers, energy producing adversaries like Russia empowered, begging OPEC to produce more oil. That is literally what's going on. Madam President, we have a much better plan. And in the next few weeks, some of my colleagues, Senator Kramer, Senator Lummis, a number of others, we're going to be putting forward a plan on what's working. We need to build on what's working in America. And let me give you a couple of statistics that matter. Since 2005, the United States has produced...
Guys, you know what I need? Do you guys, and I know you squats have some. I need more crosses for my wall. And you guys have them in fucking cabinets somewhere and in your garages and you're not using them. Throw them in the mail. I need to fill this wall up. Some can get expensive. You know I paid $20 fucking for Haha. Thank you, Pink Lagoon. Everyone hashtag Pink Lagoon. Painter told Roll. Did you say like it was like you guys? $17 on Amazon, and I thought it was going to be about that size. I get that thing, I was like, "You're fucking kidding me with this." I painted that one, remember?
to Korea, to Japan. That could have
If you got any crosses you don't want that look cool, send them my way. I want to fill up that wall.
So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be working with others.
That's what I need to do is look at yard sales.
To join this common sense approach. The American Energy Jobs
You always see that kind
and
of shit
Climate
at yard
Plan
sales.
that's focused on
I'll go grab my cigarettes and talk.
all of the above energy, using technology, yes, building out the renewable sector in conjunction with our other energy that we currently have, empowering American workers, not giving him and her pink slips, which is the Biden way, enacting reform, knowing that we need other resources like critical minerals that we have in abundance in Alaska and America for the renewable sector.
Yes.
All energy.
Thank you so much for helping me struggle. The struggle is fucking real.
Nuclear. All of the above. That's the power. And of course, using our resources to leverage our foreign policy advantage over our allies. Madam President,
When is the
we start
21st?
rolling out our plans.
The next
We
Tuesday?
need to compare
What
it
is
with the
today's date?
Biden Green New Deal. We need to compare it with the Biden Green New Deal.
Rolf, why did you lose this channel? What happened?
What are we doing over here in the blue with our plan? And what the president and his team, no offense to some of my colleagues, led by a number of them on the Green New Deal. We'll create millions of jobs. They're putting people out of work.
Next Wednesday?
We have the ability
Sweet.
to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. They're going to China to get empty promises from dictators. Not going to work, no matter how much John Kerry kowtowed to the communists. We're going to restore energy dominance. They want to crush it. We want to invest in manufacturing and other elements that will produce millions of jobs for working class Americans. Right now, they want to rely on China to source everything we have in America.
It's got to be more than that.
And of course,
I've been mass flat.
reasonable energy prices.
And my channel said he had to have done something.
Gina McCarthy and others are trying to drive up American energy costs on Americans' backs. So they can go to Europe, drink a glass of wine, and tell them how well they're doing.
I didn't even know who he was until he came into the damn chat here.
Our
Like
plan
what,
was
maybe
supported by the
3 weeks ago or so?
Not this crazy Green New Deal
On a
policy
serious note,
that's hurting
people can
men and
be
women,
fucking mean and shit, but dude going as far as getting someone's channel taken down
energy
is
sector
ridiculous.
workers, more than any other policy of any administration in the history of the country. I'm glad a number of my colleagues are down here to continue this discussion, and I look forward to participating. Madam President.
Senator. That's a good idea, Stacy girl.
Madam President.
The senator from Wyoming.
Well, thank you, Madam President. First, let me commend my colleague, former governor of North Dakota, now the senior senator from North Dakota, for his very thoughtful comments, of which I agree. Because I come to the floor today as well to talk about energy prices, which we know are spiking all across the country. And as the president is soaring off to a climate conference in Scotland,
That's how I feel about Walmart. Walmart don't have it, you don't need
soaring
it.
here at home. This year alone, we have seen energy costs spiking for families all across this country. Energy prices have gone up, not just a little, they've gone up a lot. The cost of filling your tank of gas is up about $1 a gallon today compared to the day that
I'm surprised. This is so random, just a random thought. Why hasn't Walmart gotten into the car selling business?
Every time than they would have done in January when Joe Biden came in. And it's not just gasoline prices that are up on cars and trucks. It's natural gas prices are way up a 7-year high for gas at the pump, a 7-year high for natural gas. And all of these things are impacting people, especially as winter is coming. People use natural gas to heat their homes, cool their homes, they use natural gas to cook. Well, you know, Madam President, it really shouldn't be this way when we see these skyrocketing prices. Because in America, we have the largest energy resources in the world. Much of them are in my home state of Wyoming. Under the last presidential administration, America became the largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world. Yet, what we have seen on the first day of his administration, President Biden declared war on American energy. When energy produced here at home in America. When that very first day in office, he killed the Keystone XL pipeline. That action immediately ended the jobs of thousands of individuals at the height of a pandemic. President Biden didn't stop there. He went further and he shut down exploration of oil and gas in the Arctic. He banned oil and gas leasing on federal lands and waters. It was ruled illegal, and he did it anyway. President Biden's radical anti-American energy agenda is hurting our economy, and people in every state of the union are paying the price and feeling the pain today.
That little
They're feeling it with higher energy.
thing that you get from the store that you create, it keeps breaking on.
They're paying more.
So quit doing it.
So what do the Democrats want to do about this? Well, it's pretty obvious.
And then I sit there and I taste them like little granules.
Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are pushing a $3.5 trillion reckless tax and spending spree. Last month, in the Energy Committee, which I'm the ranking member, one commissioner of the FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, had something to say about this. He said it would be, this is a $3.5 trillion spending bill. He said it would be like an H-bomb. An H-bomb on America's electric utilities. That's because the bill the Democrats are trying to push through on a party line ballot is actually just a disastrous Green New Deal with a new name. So what's in this bill? Well, it would effectively kill coal, oil, natural gas permitting on federal lands. It would replicate California's unreliable electric grid, and it would do it on a national scale. The result would be what they've seen in California, rolling blackouts.
It's going to sit with my dad.
Service is less reliable, and costs are even higher. The Democrat bill would impose punishing new taxes.
Starting to get hot, Dad.
What happens to them? Well, of course, these fees would be passed along to the consumer. Where do they see it? Well, in their
Yeah, now it's not a problem, but in the mornings it makes my feet wet. And at night,
how much dirt they use. Democrats literally in their legislation with 40 different taxes on it now have a dirt tax. The bill would waste $27 billion on a slush fund for environmental activists.
oh, thank you, Judge Jenny.
It's not clear exactly what else $27,000
Oh, I forgot.
billion dollars for.
Hashtag Judge Jenny.
But we can be sure
Rent money, honey.
the taxpayers won't be getting anything. Taxpayers will never
Judge Jenny.
How they actually dish out the
Say
money.
thank you, Judge Jenny.
But what we do know is it will be used to hire environmental activists, armies of lawyers and mobs to protest. Because their goal is to shut down the industry, the energy economy.
The Mexican girl.
Throwing people out of work. And then finally, this large bill would give huge tax breaks to rich people who want to buy electric vehicles. Democrats spending
Oh no, I do kind of like the white.
$12,500 for married couples to make as much as $800,000 a year. They get a tax break. All they need to do is buy electric. You know, Madam President, the American people are already paying high energy prices. Doing it because President Biden is blocking American energy. You know, there isn't enough supply to meet the demand that the Democrats have complained about. So how do they make the situation worse? Well, they impose punishing fees. They waste billions of taxpayer dollars. They shut down the abundant and affordable energy sources that fuel our economy. Of course, all these are good things. American families can't afford the Democrats' breakfast taxes. So here we are today with the president. He'll be there for Halloween. People around this country are suffering the nightmare of high energy costs. Not that long ago, we were a nation of energy wealth, energy dominance. This president and this administration has changed it. Us a nation of energy weakness. Nation, we are now dependent on others. The American people wouldn't believe that we are today using more energy, more oil from Russia.
You forgot about the trash?
That's what this president has brought. A jackpot.
My trash is due. You know, I don't get paid till next week, so I brought mine over the years.
Thank you.
Yeah, they went and fucking charged it. Isn't that wild?
Commit ourselves to using this opportunity to create thoughtful policies that will empower women entrepreneurs for
$75
generations.
every 3 months, so it's $25.
With that, let me yield to the ranking Republican member, Senator Paul.
No,
Thank you,
unless
Mr.
I have the
Chairman. The
barrel.
chairman makes a great point that women are doing very
That
well.
goes in with the
And,
cost. I think it'd be
small
like
business
$20
across
a month
America.
without the barrel.
I think in every way have shown themselves to be the equal of men, if not often the superior to men. But it's also, I think, inadvertently an argument for why we don't need special set-asides, for women. I think they can compete on their own 2 feet just with men. When I took over as ranking member of this committee, I believe that our charge would be to create an environment in which all small
I
businesses
don't
can
think so
flourish.
yet. I think it's
Instead of work here, though, it's focused almost
It's like
exclusively
towards
on
the end
which
of
side of the scale the heavy hand of government should place its thumb.
I don't
Well,
understand
some
why
businesses
they
may have just been too large to
bring
qualify as
such a
small
thing out
businesses
to
and were ineligible for the Paycheck
predominantly
Protection
white
Plan.
county.
The Biden administration has continued to violate the law
it's
to
like
pay
they're
back
fucking
with
trying to
taxpayer dollars their political ally, Planned
But it's
Parenthood.
not the actual expo.
Then came the Restaurant Revitalization Fund,
The
whose
concerts are
race
gonna
and
be
gender
over
preferences
here.
were struck down by the Sixth Circuit for violating
Yeah.
the 14th Amendment's
I don't know
guarantee
why
of
we're
equal
doing that
protection
this year,
under the
too.
law. It's simply galling that after Democrat governors shut restaurants down, shut the economy down, that Congress would insist that before owners receive assistance, they are first asked whether they are a man or a woman, black or white, Pakistani or Iraqi, and that the answers to these questions determine whether you go to the front of the line or the back of the line. Which brings us to today's attempts by the Biden administration to favor one set of races and genders over others. Rather, we should embrace the words written by Justice John Marshall Harlan in his dissenting opinion in Plessy versus Ferguson. He said, "Our Constitution is colorblind and neither knows nor tolerates classes among its citizens." The free enterprise system is consistent with those words. Free enterprise empowers those who innovate, who take risks, who work hard, including women. In other words, free enterprise is the great equalizer. The facts demonstrate that women entrepreneurs do not need government handouts. While just shy of 60% of Small Business Administration's microloans go to women-owned or women-led businesses, a majority of women entrepreneurs use private and sources of funding to start their own businesses, compared to just 20% who use SBA loans. Moreover, women-owned businesses have a
It's
nearly
already,
70% success rate with
I didn't
crowdfunding,
repost it.
outstripping male-owned businesses by nearly 10%.
Yeah.
The history of women in business is a great one. Private tech companies led by women achieve a 35% higher return on investment than similar companies led by men. Look around. Women are succeeding like never before. Whether it be in academics or business, women have proven themselves to be the equals of men. Frankly, it is insulting to think that women need affirmative action. A century of economic history demonstrates beyond a doubt that the best way to promote economic growth and upward mobility for all is to adhere to free market principles. Those are the policies that should be on the agenda today, but they're not. If the Biden administration and most of my Democrat colleagues in the Senate were truly interested in discussing the issues facing female entrepreneurs today, we would be here to discuss the impact of rising inflation, growing supply chain crisis, inflation throughout the system, all these effects and all they're having on American small businesses. Instead, Democrats are planning to exacerbate these issues by spending trillions more of American dollars, money that we don't have, in their attempt to remake America. At a time when 86% of small businesses today say they are concerned about inflation,
and 74% say inflation hurt their businesses. Congress is now, led by the Democrats, doubling down on failed big government socialist policies in precisely the wrong prescription, making it harder on small business. Rather, we ought to rediscover old economic truths that all entrepreneurs thrive when they're encouraged to innovate and compete in a marketplace. This committee should work to end discriminatory and patronizing programs and instead focus on policies which all small business owners, no matter their race or gender, are most likely to thrive.
Kim texted me on 4th of July and said, you and your parents
Thank
can
you,
come over. Because her parents had their little coffee stand set up. They got good tea.
I bet they do. They got a good coffee there.
I love chai tea, and they have a good one.
Next hour. And it's going to be one of those presentations that's always a little on the difficult side, because we're going to talk about things a lot of this place and a lot of the country doesn't want to hear. But we call it math. And the first premise, I need to ask all of us, if I were to walk into a room of Democrats, people on the left or people on the right, and say, what's the biggest threat over the next couple decades that is facing your country? You'd hear all sorts of things. You know, a couple of years ago with the Democrats, it was Russia. Today, it may be this and that. I'm going to argue it's demographics. You go, huh? We're going to do almost 38 boards here and walking through the national debt, deficit, spending priorities, and the reality of all where there's revenues, taxes, what we call receipts. And then you have to ask yourself, does the next generation after that, do they have the right to live in a country where there's some prosperity? Or has Washington, D.C. decided to just destroy those who are heading towards retirement, those who are heading towards elementary school in the future? So let's actually sort of walk through some of the realities of the math. Okay, and I'm not going to even bother with 1965 and what the mix was. You got to understand, in 2021, 77% of all the spending in this place, 77% of all the spending was what we call mandatory, formula, Social Security, Medicare, formula. Only 10% was defense, and 13% was everything else in government. So if you like to think that, well, you got lots of pro-defense Democrats and obviously pro-defense Republicans, and then mandatory is a formula that you don't even vote on here. You're electing members of Congress to come and vote on 13% of the spending in this budget cycle. This is how out of whack it is. And we're going to walk through how much of this mandatory is demographics. And look, getting older is not Republican or Democrat. But it is math. It is going to happen. So let's actually walk through a couple of the realities here. And I just threw this chart. I know it's impossible to read on a camera and those things, but the point is simple. Today, Social Security is 23% of all the spending. National defense is 15. Medicare is 14. In a couple of years, all those change. I can even show you some charts that if interest rates tick up even a little bit, defense actually starts to fall to 4th very, very soon. And to give you an idea, when you actually get up in front of audiences, and for conservative audiences, the folklore a decade ago was, well, waste and fraud, foreign aid, and then you'd pull up the charts and show that it's a fraction of a percent. Fine, maybe we should do something different in foreign aid. And yes, the spending from this year has massive fraud in it. But the long-term impacts of those.
Hashtag anonymous. Anonymous says liquid Pepto-Bismol is better than Tums chewables.
Medicare and Social Security. What's going
Right on, anonymous. I like Pepto-Bismol too, but I didn't see any at the gas station. I have some here. I drink that like crazy.
So let's actually start to walk through how fast it's eroding.
Hashtag anonymous. Thank you so much.
2019,
Helping the
2031. 2031 is
Let's go into cat food. You gotta get you some cat food.
actually 9 budget cycles from now.
Yes.
We will have double.
You're almost
We
out.
will have double the debt. You gotta understand how fast this is eroding.
You Pepto-Bismol.
And the more current numbers.
I love it.
slide
That stuff works
done
like a charm
a year or
usually.
two ago. It's actually much
Those
worse.
Tums did. My stomach finally calmed down.
So let's actually start to also walk through what we need to understand. Social Security, healthcare entitlements, interest costs drive 90% of the 2008 to
Pepto-Bismol.
2031.
Pepto-Bismol. And I don't know whatever you call it.
So
Pepto.
let's get that back. Let's back that up. If you take a look at Social Security, Medicare, and then the interest attached to those. That's what drives those. Remember earlier comment, it's our demographics. And this place is unwilling to actually have honest conversations of how we are
This
going to
attention-seeking behavior needs to cease.
access to those earned benefits. Because the numbers are so
Where I
big,
go,
so
who's that?
scary. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have here even today?
Dude, this cat,
Number after
she's so
number.
ridiculous. I open my eyes in the morning, first thing she does is go, "Rah."
But if you're under 50,
and then don't shut up all day long. She talks.
it's already
Okay, so do I.
It's dangerous.
She knows, I think she thinks I'm talking to her when I'm talking to you guys.
So let's actually walk
I'm not sure.
what the slides look like. Rising Social Security and Medicare shortfalls drive nearly entire 2019 to 2031 non-pandemic. So this is before the pandemic. And you start to understand that this is before the pandemic calculations. We were heading towards about $2.2 trillion a year in borrowing before the pandemic. That's the baseline number. When you actually start to really understand that this is the general revenues, and when you start to add up all the shortfalls, we're heading towards a time where functionally a third of your government is living on borrowed money. So let's actually do a little bit more. You've all seen this slide. Lots of people like to use it. You know, the national debt is set to match World War II peak within a decade. Well, guess what? We're pretty much there. We pretty much now have hit at what they call the percentage of GDP. Why do we use that? Because there's this theory that says the size of the economy is what allows you to borrow money. And as long as you don't borrow too much money, or you start to, the interest costs start to burden the availability of what they call capital stock, the economy to grow, the economy to have new investments. And the fear is,
I don't like these very much. I don't
remember,
like these
it wasn't
eyelashes.
that long
that
ago,
much
we
at
used
all.
to talk about, well, when we hit 100% of GDP, you know, that means the borrowing, the publicly borrowed money will be the size of the economy. Guess what? We've already surpassed that. We've done it. You're going to see some boards here that should
Now from the other
terrify
side.
you.
Dude, she don't stop. Happy
Long-term
birthday,
baseline.
Google girl.
These are all that. Now, I got to give credit where credit's due. Manhattan Institute, Brian Riddell, basically what he does is he takes the CBO numbers and I think some from joint tax and tries to make them digestible. He also lays out what the short term, which is 10-year, 20 and 30-year layouts are. And you could go right now to that website and download these same charts for yourself. But the long-term baseline shows absolutely unsustainable debt. And this side has gotten worse since last year when we printed it, because it actually had in 2050, so functionally less than 30 years, we were approaching up to 195% of debt, borrowed money, the size of the total economy. So functionally twice the
Everybody
size.
say happy birthday to Goomba.
That number has actually now gotten much worse because of what we've done in the pandemic financing. And a whole bunch of the other promises that have come in and the other spending that's happened during unified government from the left. So once again, trying to actually demonstrate it's not falling revenues. And we have dozens of charts. I only brought a couple of them, but on the slide deck that makes it very clear when you look at
They're out
this
there
red line
wrestling.
is, well,
They do this every
noisy
day.
ones we would call receipts.
I
Most
can
people think
tell
it
what
is
they're doing.
extracts. It's basically where.
What time
goes
is
at.
it?
If you actually go
Oh,
back
it's their nap time.
70s, it was about 17.3%.
It's noon.
Of GDP came in as revenues, as taxes. Now we're actually heading towards the time where it's about 18.5%. So it's actually
We've been up
higher.
since 6.
But what's this line here?
Time
You
for
see
them to
this
come
5
take a
number,
rest
that's
because it's
September.
hot out.
But then you get back to trend line. Why is the trend line exploding in that direction? We're 31.8%
No, I'm not seeing
more spending.
Kaboomba.
It's demographics. Healthcare.
I know what this is all about. They're ready to take a nap.
Let's actually do another one. Medicare Part A and Social Security trust funds face bankruptcy. The Medicare trust fund is gone in about 6 years. And remember, the post-tax cut reform. When we reformed the tax code, because the economy was growing so fast and so many people were working, we actually, I think that time went from 4 years left in the Part A trust fund of Medicare. Remember, only the hospital portion of Medicare has a trust fund. Everything else comes out of the general fund.
Whoa! Stop!
We actually added it last year because there were so many people working and therefore paying their FICA tax. But does this concern anyone that Social Security trust fund is gone? Medicare, the hospital portion of the trust fund is gone in 5 years. Is anyone paying attention?
All right, come on. Nap time. Dinner baby. Stop! 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 Stop!
Here's the slide. I have done a version of this slide for decades. And I've been booed in front of audiences for telling them the truth.
Nap time.
And there's something wrong in our psyche. We're so used to politicians lying to us that we almost want them to, don't tell me the truth, it hurts too much. Now, I've been on this floor dozens and dozens and dozens of times saying there is a path. The future doesn't have to be this dystopian, debt-laden financial collapse. There is a path. But you have to have a revolution in the cost of healthcare, economic growth. There's a series of things, and you have to do all of them together. And the thing that terrifies me the most is how many times you have anyone come behind these microphones and talk about the scale of the debt that's coming or solutions to it. And the fact of the matter is, I don't know if our public votes on this. God knows you don't raise money telling people the truth about what's going on. But I have a 6-year-old daughter. Doesn't she deserve to live in a prosperous country? This is going to crush prosperity for everyone, and it's going to wipe out lots of people in retirement. So once again, you've got to understand this chart. This is congressional budget office numbers. Say in about 29 years, we have $112 trillion of borrowing, debt. And this is an inflation-adjusted number. So this is in constant dollars. And you're going to notice the entire 30-year debt comes from Medicare and Social Security. The rest of the budget is actually imbalanced.
People are praying for everybody. Prayers. May the Lord be with
This
us.
place isn't willing to have a revolution in the cost of living healthcare for our brothers and sisters and our seniors.
May the Lord be with you. Where did I do with my fucking eyebrow?
And gotta understand, there's a fraud around here. You'll get people from the left say, well, we should do Medicare for all. Medicare for all is a financing bill. It does nothing to the cost of healthcare. Obamacare, the ACA, was a financing bill. It was about who got subsidized and who had to pay. The Republican alternative was a financing bill. It was about who got to pay and who got subsidized. None of them are doing things that change the cost of healthcare. I didn't bring this slide here because I did it just 2 weeks ago. That shows 31% of Medicare
Okay, that's
spending
getting annoying.
is just diabetes.
When people fuck, oh, now I'm irritated.
The single most powerful thing you could do to help the United States in its sovereign debt and to end misery in our minority communities and my tribal communities out in Arizona is do an Operation Warp Speed, go after type 2 diabetes. Isn't that something Republicans and Democrats could agree upon? And guess what? It has amazing economic impact. We're working on a math problem right now. We actually believe solving diabetes could be one of the single biggest things you could do to income inequality. Because you take a look at some of our urban minority populations that suffer from diabetes. And
are you ever praying sometimes and realize you're like cussing?
And if you normalize,
you gotta be like,
saying,
sorry,
what would happen-
God,
what would
I didn't
this
mean all
population's
that.
Income,
I do that all the
look
time. I'm like, ooh, I shouldn't be cussing.
diabetes, that income inequality
like,
number shrinks dramatically. It's not a bunch
I guess
of
God
transfer
knows I
payments.
cuss.
It's solving people's misery. But it's a little hard campaigning on something that's complicated, isn't it? So this is the slide out of everything I'm going to show that I actually see
when I was younger and I'd be in church,
really bothers
service or whatever.
because I don't have really elegant ways to explain.
Man, I never
how
paid the fuck
dystopian
attention.
this number
You couldn't
is.
even. First of all, I'm
Projected
ADD. We all know that.
2051
boring the
budget
house,
deficits
man.
are
I
entirely
think about
driven
anything,
Social
mainly
Security,
about
Medicare.
what we were going to need after
But you
church,
see this
and then
number
I'd
here,
start like my mind would
basically
wander,
saying
and then sometimes I
almost
start having dirty thoughts. And I'm like, oh God,
of the
what's wrong with me? I'm supposed to be listening to the message here, and I'm over here having fucking
will be outlays
sex with
for
this
Social
hot
Security,
dude in my
Medicare.
head. I'm no
But
good.
revenues
No good. At least
will
I
only
don't.
be 6%. This gap here is solely living on borrowed money. This over here is the rest of the budget. Turns out the rest of the budget revenues actually are outpacing the rest of spending. And that's all of the government. That's defense, that's environment, that's everything. Education.
Good night, Roxy.
This gap right here is what brings us to that what was that number before? $112 trillion of borrowing in the next few
Hello,
years.
eyebrow.
And you got to get your head
That was
around
always
this.
high.
That's assuming the CBO numbers.
Oh, I don't
there's
believe that
no
bullshit where
recession.
people say they talk in tongues.
There's no economic
That's
slowdowns. There's no
ridiculous.
major terrorist attacks that slow down the economy. There's not another pandemic. That's a baseline number. Do you understand how fragile we've made this economy because we're unwilling to tell the truth about these numbers? I had a political consultant once tell me, Schweikert, you can't tell the truth about the debt financing because it'll get you unelected. I'm incredibly blessed. I represent North Maricopa County, so Scottsdale, Carefree, Cave Creek, Town of Paradise Valley, Fountain Hills. I represent a bunch of really smart people. And they're not happy when I show them this, but they understand it's math.
Sisters, not twins.
And I don't get my head around how this becomes partisan because you're going to see, if you take a look at the pieces of legislation the left drops, they're trying to expand the programs at the same time they're collapsing. I mean, the lunacy.
This one is just,
Let's
it's
take a
weird.
look.
This
Let's do
one
the
seems
same
down
thing
low.
trying to
Always
get our
has.
heads around.
If you look at my
Remember,
mom's
this
pictures,
slide
which
was
I'm sure you
done
can see them
before
online,
the pandemic
she has the same
scale of
thing.
borrowing.
Merrick does
So
too.
which we're going to be paying
We-
interest on
we
that
all
for
have that
decades and
eyebrow.
decades and decades because we
Yeah.
never pay it off.
Looks like you've got a fucking expression.
Social
all the time.
Security faces functionally $35 trillion shortfall over the next 30 years. Now it's 29 years. 32 trillion if you include the trust fund balances. So functionally, just Social Security has a $32 trillion shortfall over the next 29 years. Okay? Oddly enough, we could sit down around the table and that $32 trillion shortfall on Social Security, we can figure that out. Because it's being a defined benefit system as it is, the math, you have about 2 dozen levers where you could say, we're going to stop subsidizing really, really, really rich people. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to allow. There's ways to deal with that. The one that's just brutal math-wise is this one. So Social Security is 32 trillion short. Medicare is 78 trillion. Medicare is $78 trillion short. And this one is much more difficult. And yet the solution around here is, well, we'll just subsidize more people and borrow the money. There is a path, but you got to be willing to function, legalize technology, disrupt the cost of healthcare. And there's some amazing good things happening. You actually, with the messenger RNA, there's so many diseases that if we invest in, we could actually cure misery today and reap the benefits in the future. And I've only come to the floor dozens of times trying to share that math. So once again, let's take a look. This is also something that is disharmonious to what a lot of people believe.
Good night, Roxy.
But the typical retirement,
Let him
couple,
rest.
this is before pandemic, will receive $3 in Medicare for every dollar they paid in. Now, Social Security, you functionally get really close to what you paid in, put into it. Social Security is a fairly square deal. Medicare, we have a problem. That typical retiring couple, 2 years ago when we were doing this math, or Brian Riddell was doing this math, would put in about $161,000 in a lifetime, and they were taking out and receiving benefits of about $522,000.
I know. I don't. I constantly, like if I'm doing it here,
Gap right there is almost
constantly looking in the
sole
viewfinder
primary
too to see what I look
driver
like.
of most
Okay.
of the U.S. sovereign debt over the next 30 years. If we're willing to actually have an honest conversation of what do we do to keep our brothers and sisters healthy, provide access and resources, but do it in a modern way. And
thank you.
Then this cost differential here, because if we do that, remember, we were just talking a moment ago, 31% of this is just diabetes in our seniors. If you took that on, that's the single greatest thing you could do to bending this curve and saving the economic future of this society.
I still can't believe that denial. I'm just like.
And we also need to deal with a bit of the folklore. Now, this is folklore, it comes from the left. You do realize the tax code has already been getting more progressive. You do realize the 2017 tax reform was more progressive than the tax code before 2017. And look, you actually go back to the 80s, 90s, the top 20% at that time were all paying about 60% of all federal income taxes. Today, they're paying 70%. This is the top 20%. So it's folklore. Now, it's good political folklore. It's good campaign folklore. We're going to make the rich pay their fair share. Fine. Stop subsidizing them. We've already done a demonstration here repeatedly that we come up with $1 trillion, $1.4 trillion over 10 years of direct subsidies to the really, really, really rich. So the absurdity that's in the current tax plan being offered by the Democrats is, let's do this. Let's raise their taxes. Oh, by the way, wink, wink, nod, nod. You make $800,000 a year. We're going to give you tax credits of $118,000 if you buy what Democrats tell you to buy. Okay, well, why not go further? Why not remove the $1 trillion, $1.4 trillion in direct subsidies that we give to the rich, and then put that towards balancing some of these, well, actually slowing the erosion, because you're not going to balance this. Any politician that gets up and says, we're going to balance the budget, we're going to pay off the debt and deficits. Our job is just to stabilize it at this point, because the numbers are so large. If you get someone who comes behind these microphones and throws out the rhetoric of, well, it's foreign aid, it's waste and fraud. Well, we're going to, eliminate the budget by doing this. Buy them batteries for their calculator. But they obviously don't have one. And this comes back to dealing with the reality. No defense cuts, taxing millionaires cannot finance current deficits. The progressive wish list, if you actually go, the proposals that the left has proposed this year, functionally, the free college, the job guarantees, the Medicare for all, you start to add that up, and if you start
I think it's just stress, my
everything
nerves.
else,
That's the only thing I can think of.
functionally just blown up the deficit by another 34%.
It's got to be the nerves.
The math just doesn't work. So let's actually sort of walk through. This is important. President Biden promised in his campaign $11 trillion of new spending over the 10 years. 11 trillion in new spending. And these, look, they're all cited. They're either CBO or Committee for Responsible Budget. But you start to look at, this is just the campaign promises of $11 trillion of new spending. On
I don't know. I
top
figured
of
I'd put my
what
face
is the
on, maybe it'd make me
$4+
feel a little
trillion
better.
baseline
I looked at
budget
myself in the
of
camera and I was like,
$1
God
trillion
damn, Katie.
last year. And now you have, what was it? The original scoring of the Build Back Better plan was what? It claimed 3.5, but it really scored out to 5.5 trillion. This is the lunacy we're at. And yet, if you come and add up every potential tax hike the left talks about, you know, get rid of any changes we did in tax reform that created the great growth. You actually start to take all income over $200,000 and just take 50%.
I know you're here.
You make $200,000 in your household, we take 50% of it. You do all the tax hikes on the entire list of the Democrats.
Be quiet.
Over a decade, you functionally raise $12 trillion.
All right, guys, I gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow.
The deficit's already projected before the pandemic was going to be over 13 trillion at that time. So you can do everything, and you got to, and that's not assuming you just blew up the economy, you slowed down growth.
I want tobacco, sugar.
Everything we thought we knew about the world might turn out to be completely wrong.
I know this is a lot of boards, but in some ways you need it to try to drill in, because this is talking about this.
They should be the most innocent
I
members
will
of
start to do
society.
these presentations even with my
Children can be capable of the most sadistic, premeditated, and brutal murders.
The progressive program overwhelmingly benefits the rich.
Drive
This
these
is one of
kids
my
to kill
conversations
men,
here, because I think
women,
this is something that left and those of the right
families.
could actually come to an
She
agreement
was
to.
determined that her mother
Let's stop
had to die.
subsidizing the
Even
rich.
their teachers.
This was
You
the
actually start
first
to
occasion
walk
on which a
over
teacher being killed in class in
families
course of
with
conducting
high
this.
incomes. And you
Could they be born evil?
He did have a weird, dark sense of
we
humour.
actually brought
It was a little bit different to most of the other kids, but he was aggressive, threatening, and dangerous.
Or are they victims of their environment?
So that's the
There was a lot of gangs, there was a lot of violence, a lot of drug abuse.
Want to text the rich, but we're going to turn on
With exceptional access to real police tapes.
if it's my fourth house
You need to make a sacrifice, or they're going to come
and I happen to buy it on a beach, should I be getting
And
subsidized
interviews with those closest to the victims and the perpetrators.
A red mist had simply descended.
So the Biden budget proposal would add $8.8 trillion in
We
debt
reveal
over the
what
next
made
decade.
them such
And
savage
that's with the
killers.
Biden tax hikes. And that's how CBO already scores it.
On the 24th of October 2010,
Even
the body of
eliminate
teenager Rebecca
all
Aylward
defense
was found
spending.
lying in Woodland in South Wales. She had suffered violent and repeated blows to the head.
It was a severe frenzied attack.
And the baseline
As a mother, as a parent,
to sit
it's a
around
worse
now
nightmare.
for the future
Rebecca had
decades.
last been seen en route to meet her ex-boyfriend, 15-year-old Joshua Davies.
If you start taking a look, we go up to
I
that
have no doubt
2050
about that.
number.
She would have been open.
We're at
to it.
almost 16%
For her, there was romance in
of
the air.
GDP. The
But
size
at the
of the
very same
economy
time,
will
Davis supposed
just
to kill her.
be the spending on Social Security Medicare.
That same day, Davies was arrested and less than a year later was convicted of her murder.
This wasn't a crime of passion. This was not impulsive. This was a murder he had planned for months.
Throughout his trial, and even after his conviction, Joshua Davies maintained his innocence.
He blamed his friend blamed him.
But in 2018, 8 years after Rebecca's death, Davies finally admitted to killing her.
Isn't Republican or Democrat, it's Democrat.
That means he's just sat there knowing
We
that
as a
for 8
society
years.
made lots
What
of promises.
caused a 15-year-old boy,
them, we need to
often
tell the
described
truth
as
now.
charming and intelligent, to ferociously bludgeon his ex-girlfriend to death?
And
Turns
why
out
has it taken him so long
growth
to
in the
finally
economy
admit to
is
her murder?
crucial. Even with my most optimistic man, when we come here and said, we
Rebecca
have
Aylward
a
was
revolution
born on the 28th of February, 1995, and lived in Mystad, South Wales.
And you actually take a look
As a teenager,
when President
she
Obama
attended Archbishop
oversaw
McGrath
about
Catholic School,
$500 billion
where she
in
met one of her
taxes
closest friends, Irving Smith.
functionally lost
Through school,
$3.2
back
trillion
then,
economic
best friends with each
expansion.
other. We'd go over her house and just stay over.
If you're going to raise taxes, you've got to think it through in a way that what's the economic
Rebecca
growth effect at
was
the
a
end of the
gorgeous
decade?
girl.
The next
She had
decade,
everything.
the
She
decade
was
after that.
kind.
Because we don't
She was a
keep
lovely
growing
big sister.
The size of this economy.
She was
That ratio
intelligent. She was
of
funny.
borrowing,
She was just really
because
happy
the
person.
borrowing's
She's really
exploding.
always laughing things.
You don't are growing
really
the economy
energetic.
as fast. There's a
She was
technical economic
5'3", petite,
screw.
really attractive, wonderful girl.
Rebecca's number one ambition
Even
was to be a
100%
barrister.
tax rate
She
on
felt that
small
would be a
businesses
fine
and
and fulfilling
upper
job.
income
It was all about
families
doing
would not
something
come close
worthwhile.
to
Rebecca,
balancing the long-term
or Becca
budget.
as she was known,
Take
was
everything.
incredibly close to her mother Sonia
Take all
and her
the
younger
money
siblings
from upper
Jessica
income. Take
and
all
Jack.
the money from small businesses, and you
Obviously,
still
the
don't
one
get
who
close to
the other two
balancing.
looked up to. She was a kind of great role model.
Rebecca's parents were divorced, so
We
it
don't
was
know
just
this. Why
Sonia
is
and
it
the
so
three children
incapable of
living
this
in their
place
house, which
telling
they
the truth?
literally
Are
just
we
moved
that
into.
addicted to the spending?
And
Our-
like
our
many teenage
constituents, our
girls,
voters, our contributors,
Rebecca was falling in
that
love.
addicted to us handing them checks. But this is the basic
Rebecca
chart.
and
It
Josh
makes it
met
very,
in
very clear.
secondary school. He got on really well with the family, so he used to be up there a lot. Beck's
budget.
family really, really liked him a
Even if
lot.
you go out and confiscate 100%,
He was almost part of their family, and they welcomed him with open arms. He was that kind of boy. He was
Here's where
witty.
the
He was
reality
personable.
should be terrifying.
He was great fun to
National
be
debt is
around.
projected
He
to
was
be
always coming round.
200%.
You know, they'd known him for a long time. Becca's and Joshua Davies' relationship, though,
28%
wasn't
of GDP,
always a smooth
depending
one.
on
They had an on and off relationship. It was always them two, but it was just
you start taking a look
a lot of the time they were broken up, but then some of the times they were together.
trillion
She would
dollars of
spar
borrowing
with him,
in 28
and
years.
I think
29
this
years.
may have been one of the things that attracted him
You
to
get
her,
this
the
sort
fact
of
that she
number
would
if
take him
the
on.
Biden proposal
She had the
passed
intelligence to do so,
and interest
and I
rates go
think
up by
he was used to
1%.
having a little coterie of people around him who adored him
You gotta understand how
and looked
fragile
up to
we
him
are.
and hung off his every word.
Is there anyone
She
around
wasn't
here
that.
that's a fan of Taleb? You know, the guy who wrote Black Swan, Anti-Fragile,
We know
talks
that
about,
Rebecca
you
was
know, that
supporting
you
her
can
mum
see
through
these
her
things coming,
divorce
do things not to
and
make
had
things up
quite
because
a
there are
negative
going to be other
relationship with
economic
her
black
father.
swans.
And that may have
We
been
have
why
made this
Rebecca
country
was so
incredibly
keen to
economically
be loved
fragile.
and supported
These
by
numbers are coming.
Joshua.
Now, this one happens to come at the Biden
On the 23rd of October
administration, the Democrats are giving their
2010,
proposals.
the
But even
bright
if they
and
don't,
conscientious schoolgirl disappeared.
you're still well over 200% of
Obviously,
debt
I
to
mean, a missing
GDP
young
is the
person is an
baseline.
extremely urgent call.
It was highly unusual for Becca not
The
to be in
share of
touch
federal
with her
tax
mum.
revenue
She was a
spent on
responsible
interest
girl. She
on the
always
national
kept in
debt
touch with her
is
mum, always
projected
let her know where she
to
was.
surge. Okay.
At the
Here's
time
the
of her
simple thought
disappearance, Rebecca and Joshua
Today,
Davies were
interest
split up
with our
again.
incredibly low interest
But
rates
she had
is
gone to
about
meet him that day.
9%
People
of
like them back together.
GDP.
I have no doubt about that.
If we get
She would have
2
been
points
open.
interest rate hike,
She was a young girl that was actually in love. Unfortunately, in Mr. Davis's mind,
2051
was
is
something
100%
considerably
of
more
GDP is
sinister.
just interest.
The next morning, police discovered
Does
her
this terrify
lifeless
anyone
body
else?
in neglected woodland.
I can't be
Joshua
alone
Davies
looking at these
was
numbers
arrested
and
on
just
suspicion
panic for
of
my
murder.
society, for my country, my daughter.
The absolute tragic part of this case is that Rebecca
Since
shared
1990,
things with her
non-defense
mum.
discretionary
She didn't
spending
hide,
has
she
grown
didn't sneak
4
around,
times
she didn't
faster
meet
than
Joshua
defense.
in secret.
This is
She
important
told her mum where she
because
was
we
going
keep
to be.
seeing
Sonia
people come behind
still
these
couldn't
microphones
protect her from
talking
Joshua
about the
Davies.
skyrocketing cost of defense. Non-discretionary is going 4
What the
times faster.
subsequent investigation revealed would be
Over the last
shocking.
20 years, 4
It
times
lured
faster.
Rebecca into a violent and deadly
You
trap.
saw it in the opening slide.
It's
that basically
impossible to
said
imagine
70% of
knowing
all of our
that
spending is
your
mandatory.
child has
today.
been murdered,
10%
brutally murdered.
defense. Everything else
Why
is
did Joshua Davies,
what we really
an
get to vote on.
intelligent and well-liked schoolboy, commit such a horrific crime?
This is a 15-year-old. Where did it go wrong?
Coronavirus, and we're all guilty guilty on this. Democrats substantially
On the
more
morning
guilty,
of the
but we're all
24th of
guilty.
October
Push the
2010,
20 and 21 federal
15-year-old
spending
Rebecca
past
Aylward
$50,000
was
per
found
household.
violently bludgeoned to death.
So if you're a household out there during this
Rebecca's
pandemic
on-off
cycle,
boyfriend,
do you feel that you got
Joshua
$50,000
Davies, who
worth
was
of
also
value
15,
because you're going
was
to pay
arrested
for
for
it
her
for
murder.
the rest of your life, the rest of your kids'
Why
life, the
would
rest of your
this
grandkids'
clever,
life, with
popular
lots of
schoolboy
interest.
want to
Functionally,
commit
this
murder?
spike you see here
This is not a career criminal at the
was
end of his
$50,000
career.
per house.
This is a 15-year-old
That's what we
boy.
did during
Where
this.
did it go wrong?
Davies grew up in a
gotta
small town
understand,
of Aberkenfig, a
we've had an
well-behaved young
incredible
boy.
free
He
ride
was the eldest
the
of
last
3
couple years.
brothers and had
The
a loving
Federal Reserve
relationship with his parents.
is functionally financed.
Irving Smith was
Our
at
debt.
school with Joshua Davies
And now
and
we're
knew his
financing
family.
our own
Josh
inflation.
Davis has
I'm
two
sure some
younger
of you have been to a
brothers.
grocery
His,
store, filled up your
father's
gas
been in
tank.
the
Welcome to
community
what
for
happens when you do
absolute ages.
Keynesian economics.
They are really normal,
But here's a
nice
reality.
family.
You see the little
They're
line
just
down
really
here?
like
This is
nice, great
China.
people.
This is Japan.
As he grew up,
The rest
he
of the
became a
world.
model
This is the
student
Federal
and was never in
Reserve.
trouble with the police or at
The
school.
Federal Reserve is functionally about 5 times more financing our debt than
Joshua
China and
Davis
Japan
was quite a
together.
catch. He was
We're
a very,
playing a
very
shell
popular
game
boy in school.
ourselves.
He had
We're
a big
financing our own
following,
debt.
bit of a top dog, especially as you
And you
approach
wonder why you
year
have
11. It's quite a big deal. He was physically very strong, very sporty,
and we've all been in
and
this
he
body,
was
and
bright.
this I know
Davis
there's
and his
always
friends
angst
would
when we
meet in a
get
local
near
cafe for breakfast every
the
Saturday
debt
morning.
ceiling. But
It
the
was the
fact of
thing
the
they
matter is,
always
if you
did.
take a look at the last
They
40
rugby
years,
training.
almost the only
It
times
was a
we've
little
actually
regular
had
in their
any
lives.
attempt
He
to
was
bend
the
the
alpha
spending
male
curve,
of the
bend the
group.
borrowing curve,
And we
bend the
see
debt
that
curve,
type of behavior
have
in
come
lots
out
of
of
young men and
negotiations
boys.
to
We
raise
see
the debt
boys that are
ceiling.
fighting for that alpha male position. It may
Budget
be being
deals,
better at sports.
we've had
It
a
may be
number of
being
them.
top of the
Remember
class.
the Budget
It may
Control
be
Act,
having more
some of the
girlfriends than
others.
everybody
Now,
else.
the problem is,
But not everyone was
had some
enamored
of
with
these
Joshua
where we
Davies'
set
domineering
baselines,
personality.
and they were actually sort of working.
Just came across
And then this place
as
all
very
runs away
arrogant,
from
but
them.
a lot of people within his own
But there's a
year
fraud
really did like him.
in those, and
I
that was they
found
were
him
always
completely
tied to
unlikable.
discretionary
In school,
spending,
he was
not
known for being arrogant.
mandatory.
He was known
That's
for being
functionally driving
the
the
one that thought he was better than everybody else.
And look, some of
And
my
at
brothers and
home,
sisters on the
we
left,
know that he was
I
put on
said,
a
well, it
pedestal.
was
He was
tax
looked
reform.
up to by his younger brothers.
It's just
And
not
he
true.
seemed to be
You
somebody
actually
who
look at the
liked
contributors
that
that
attention,
if
liked
everything
to be
from
in
tax
control.
reform was extended permanently,
Unsurprisingly, as the alpha male of his peer group, Davies had no problem attracting
and that's
girls
assuming
and was in an
without
on-off
CBO.
relationship
Remember,
with
CBO
another
wasn't
pupil at
giving
school,
us the
Rebecca
value for
Aylward.
all the economic growth we particularly had in 2018.
To the outside world, they seemed like any normal
That's
teenage
not bad.
couple. But as police began to discover, Josh's
And the 6
behavior
major
towards
deficit
Becca exhibited
reduction deals that
disturbing
we've had
signs of
since
abuse.
1983. If you take a look
Becca
at
kept diaries. She'd kept diaries for a long time,
all of
and
it was
he was obsessed
undiscretionary.
with seeing what she
He'd
might have
saved
written
us
in
some
them.
money,
So
then
much
to
so
generate
that
some more
she had
tax,
taken to
we did a little bit in
letting
the
her mom
early
look after him
80s
in her
under
bedroom,
Ronald Reagan
so that Joshua
on
couldn't get his hands on them.
mandatory
Josh was
Social
making
Security.
rumors about her.
But you take a look at them, and they
There
had
was one
pretty
where
darn
he
impressive
told
effect.
people that she was pregnant,
Remember the
and then
surpluses
took
in
her
the late
aside and
90s?
said, "You're going to say, yeah, you are," when she wasn't.
But today we've let it get
I
away.
always thought it was about control, making her say things going on in her
When you
life.
take a
that just
look at
aren't
what
happening.
became
What is
of the
probably alarming for
1.7
people to hear
billion in
is the
promise.
controlling
Remember
aspect of
2013
Rebecca and Joshua's
till
relationship
this year,
is
there was
actually quite
supposed to be
common.
about
In
1.7
adolescent relationships, they haven't got the life
trillion
experience. They haven't got the
in
previous
functionally
relationships
reductions
to
in
draw
spending.
on.
Remember the
They
Budget
don't know
Control
what
Act,
is appropriate behavior.
except
And young people often describe that they think
Well,
it's that somebody
time after
really
time
loves
after
them. So they have a very
both Republicans and
skewed
Democrats came
view
here and
of
whittled
what a
it
healthy
away. We
relationship
wanted to spend
is.
more money. And we lost
He
much
was
of the value.
very obsessed
So we
with
did getting
knowing
about
what people
$1
were
trillion
thinking about him
in
and
savings
saying
over
about
those
him.
10 years.
But it was this
this element
double that.
of constantly checking out what other people were thinking of him
constantly wanting to know where he stood,
last thing-
whether his status was intact.
And I hope our brothers and sisters
Because of his
will
age, Joshua Davis
actually
cannot
step
be
up and help
described
us
as
on
somebody
this one.
with narcissistic personality
We look-
disorder because you
the
can only
current number
diagnose
is
that at
actually
least the age of
substantially higher
18.
than this, 'cause this slide
However, we
now
can
is
certainly
a
say
couple months
that he
old.
has narcissistic
We think we've
traits.
identified
What this means is that he would have been
billion
very
dollars
full of himself. He would have thought
Potentially
himself as
mis- and
superior to
fraudulent
others and also put
claims
his
and
own needs above the needs of everybody else.
In
during the
January
pandemic.
2010,
You know,
the
we've
pair
seen
split
some of
up
the
yet again.
crazy stories
After a seemingly
of
lovely
how much
weekend
fraud there's
together,
been in unemployment
Joshua
in
Davies
California.
broke up with Becca via text message.
We need to tell the truth about
Joshua
the
and
healthcare
Becca's
costs,
final breakup was
Medicare
came as a
driving,
complete shock
our debt.
to Becca. She didn't really understand
But I
why
believe
it
in a
happened,
holistic
why he
theory.
wanted to
You
finish
need to
with
go
the way
after
he did.
everything. You need to go after what we know is
Joshua
the fraud
Davis
from the
describes
last
this
few years.
weekend
We also
as
need to
the
tell
best
the
weekend
truth
he's
about
had.
bending the curve
He's
of delivering
spent time
healthcare.
laughing and joking
And
and
there's ways to
having
do
his
it.
nails painted by Rebecca.
Place just needs to
It's a
stop being so
weekend of
fearful.
fun. But it's
Telling the
almost
truth
like
about
he's
debt and
building
debt.
her up. He's
Because
making her have a
don't
perfect weekend.
grow up
So she's the happiest she can
and
be.
take this head
So
on.
he can then just let her
It's going to take our
crash
head off.
by ending
And
the
with that, Madam
relationship.
Speaker, I get that.
It's something we call the push-pull effect. You push somebody away and that makes them want you more.
He wanted to make her suffer.
That's
And
all
in
we
fact, the opposite happened. After the breakup with Josh, Becca was going from strength to strength. As the months wore on, Becca began to move on with her life. But even then, Davies still tried to exert control over
All right, are we ready?
at school.
Well, thank
he
you
would say
everybody
things
for
to her
coming
like,
today. As
you
I think
know,
you very well
your mum
know,
loves
the
me the
reason we
best, so
are
you can't
here
go out with anybody else.
is to raise concern
She did in
about the
fact start
proposal
seeing
that
another
is
boy,
now
another boy
being
called
moved
Josh,
forward aggressively
and he clearly didn't like this at all.
by the administration and in the House and in the
Maybe
Senate.
that was part of the
To
reason
have
he
the
became
IRS
so
be given
antagonistic towards her, that
to,
she was putting him in a smaller
look
box
into the financial
than maybe he
transactions of
felt he
Americans
deserved.
on a scale that is
Furious that
broader than
Rebecca
we
had
have
not
ever seen in
crumbled
this
as Davies
country
had expected.
and totally
He began a
unnecessary.
ruthless campaign against
I want to
her.
hit a couple of things. I know that in response to the
After
concerns we've
Becca
already
and
been raising,
Davis's final
there's been a
split,
suggestion that
things
we'll
were
fix that by
markedly different.
changing the income limit
There
from
seemed to be
600 or the
a
trigger
bigger
from
rift this
$600 to $10,000. I just want to read to you what the average American runs through their account in the United States during a year. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The total is the average American runs over $61,000 through their account.
This
On
would have isolated
housing,
Rebecca. This would have
$20,000,
made her feel
transportation,
absolutely devastated.
$9,000,
What we can see by this
personal
behavior
insurance,
from
and
Joshua,
etc.,
it's very
$7,000. The
narcissistic
list goes on.
nature.
Healthcare,
It's
groceries,
wanting people to look up to
restaurants,
him,
entertainment,
whilst the person that he
cash
has got rid of,
contributions, apparel,
people to
clothing,
lean and turn
education,
away from.
personal
The
care.
power
The average
that would
American
give him, the
runs
sense of control
$61,000 through
that
their
would
account.
give him would be
The
intoxicating.
average American will be picked up by
Rebecca's
this plan.
relationship with Joshua Davies
And
appeared to be
I think
over
virtually
for good.
every small business,
However,
think about a credit
9
card
months
account.
after their
By
breakup,
the way, the proposal
Davies
doesn't
suddenly
include just
contacted
banks
Becca
and
out of
credit
the blue
unions.
and
It
asked to meet
includes
up.
financial institutions.
It had thrown
That'll be
her into the
Venmo,
usual
PayPal,
teenage maelstrom of
name it.
emotions,
And the
excited,
scope of the
nervous,
IRS ability to
every
dive into these
emotion in
accounts
between. But it was
will be
clearly
the
a very big
biggest
deal for
violation of
her.
individual
She
privacy
clearly
that I
had
think this
strong
country
feelings
has
for
ever
him.
seen.
They've been quite
I
radical.
got more to say, but I got guys
After
behind
this
me who
visit,
want to talk.
They've said some
Let me
very
throw
bad
it to you.
things
That
to
too.
the friends.
Thank you very much, Senator
But that seemed
Crapo.
to,
Yeah, this is a breathtakingly terrible
they were on the way
idea.
to getting
We're going to
together
give
with
all
boyfriend
kinds of personal, private information about American citizens
So
to the same
even though
IRS
Rebecca
that
knew that his
famously
behavior was
discriminated
wrong,
against conservative
she was cruel
organizations
to him.
seeking
She loved
a
him.
tax
And
exempt
also,
charter
because
that
of the
very
amount of time she'd
recently
been with him,
leaked
her
massive
self-esteem
amounts of
would have been
completely
affected by
private, personal
So
tax
she would have
information. Now
started
we're
to
going to give
believe
transaction
that
information.
she had
I
to
just
be with
came
him.
from a hearing in the banking committee where some of our Democratic colleagues suggested that the opposition to this
She was very
is
excited. She'd been shopping for
exclusively
new clothing.
well-paid lobbyists and multi-gazillionaires. This proposal is going to affect almost every single American, not just the average American.
Josh Davis.
The vast majority of Americans have accounts account
So the
that will
original
go
plan
through
had been
$600
that Becca
a
would
year.
be
And
dropped
if they
off
raise it to
in,
$10,000, it'll still capture
by her
everybody.
auntie Linda,
And every
and
small
she'd
business.
pick her up later.
And you have
And the
to
plan had
ask
been
yourself,
that he'd
for
meet
what
her at Salm
purpose?
Station.
It tells you
He then
nothing
proceeded
about
to send
taxable
her
income.
on this mad, wild
That's a
goose
complicated
chase.
Alternative set of rules. This will tell you nothing. So what will happen if they actually implement this? Americans will lose their privacy. Private information is going to be provided about them. The IRS won't know what to do with it. They'll just get flooded with massive number
So
of
she's wandering around,
individual and small business
nervous,
accounts for which it'll have a dollar
generally
amount that means
anxious,
nothing.
certainly nervous of going
So how long is it going to take for them to say, well, you know, we need
and just feeling vulnerable.
because we really can't make much.
It felt
of
like
this.
he was playing a
Then
game.
they're going to want individual
sophisticated game,
transactions.
a very
And who knows
dreadful
what
game, but he
else?
was playing a
This is a
game
terrible
with her
idea.
feelings.
It should never see the light of day.
That's what Senator Grassley.
My two
As
colleagues
Davies'
have said
directions
they're very
became more
concerned
and more
about this.
erratic, Becca
It's a
decided to
stupid
call her
idea
mum.
that I hear from Iowans all the time.
Sonia's
That they don't
anxious,
want
and
the peering eyes
Becca's getting anxious
of the
because Josh
IRS
isn't where he's supposed to be,
snooping
and
on
not
them.
answering messages.
The middle
All
class
Sonia's instincts
is going
by
to be
now are
hurt as a
screaming
result of
out,
this. It isn't going
"This
to be
isn't
the
right. He's
billionaires.
messing her about."
This
She
is
had
a
by
large
then got to the
scale
point of saying,
fishing
"Just come home."
expedition
But at that
that
very moment,
has
Rebecca
no
told her
motive
mum
other than
that she
to
had
make the
spotted him.
private lives of
So
individuals
Sonia had said, "I'll stay on the
public
phone
to
until
the
I know they're
IRS.
safe
And
with
once
Josh."
it's public to the IRS, as
And
we
when she
learned from
finally met him,
ProPublica,
that was the end
as
of the
Senator Toomey's
conversation.
already
And
inferred
she said,
or
"Mum, I
stated,
love you."
that they can't even control their own
They were the last
information
words
without
she said
getting
to
all this
Sonia
information
on her
out
mobile phone
from Iowans all over the
on the
place
day of her death.
to
Unknown to Rebecca, though,
not be secure.
Joshua Davies didn't
And
intend
the
to get back
compliance
together.
costs
He
are
decided
going up.
to
The
kill her.
cost of banking for the middle class American and the small business American as well. So we don't need this large breach of privacy that we've seen with ProPublica again.
For me, it's significant that Joshua selected
Chairman Toomey,
strangulation
Chairman Crakel,
as
thank
the
you very
method
much.
to kill Rebecca.
Chairman to be perhaps.
This is a
Thank you very much
very
for the opportunity to
intimate
express
way of murdering somebody.
this
You are literally
amazing
feeling them die.
dissatisfaction with what
You are
this
having their
proposal
life
means
in
to
your
Kansas.
hands.
I
But
spent
think
most
what
of the week
happens, we
last week in Kansas. This is a topic
the
of
strength
conversation
it
in
takes
almost
to
every
strangle
circumstance. So many
And
times
because
Kansans
she
bring to
wasn't
me
dying,
this something
we
they've
had to
read, something they've
resort
heard,
to using
something
a
they've
rock
seen on the
to hit
internet.
her.
And I used to wonder, could this be true? This is so far-fetched.
Within hours
This
of Rebecca's
can't be
body being
the real
discovered,
circumstance.
Joshua Davies
Only
was
to know that in
arrested.
Washington, D.C., in this
But
circumstance, it
astonishingly,
is for real.
he
Only
wasn't
to
the
know
only
that it's so
suspect.
important that the Secretary
One
of
of
the
Davies'
Treasury is
best friends,
testifying in front of our
another
banking
boy from the
committee in
cafe,
favor of it.
was also taken
And the
into
reaction by
custody.
Kansans is exactly the right one. This is a terrible intrusion into the privacy of our lives and our families' lives and our business. Kansans will pay their fair share of taxes. They'll pay what they're legally entitled to, but they do not expect, do not want the federal government to have more information to intrude upon their privacy in this circumstance. So
On the
to
24th
begin
of
with,
October,
privacy is
2010,
hugely important to Kansas.
15-year-old
This
Joshua
is
Davies
a
was
terrible
arrested on
mistake in
suspicion
this
of Rebecca
intrusion.
Aylward's
Secondly,
murder.
our financial institutions, credit unions
Initially,
and banks.
police have been
Kansas
unable
has
to find
lots of
Rebecca
small
when she'd
institutions
been
across our
reported
state.
missing.
The reality
But
is
no
this is an
receipts from the
expensive
court
proposition,
confirmation
record
from one
keeping
of Davies'
costs.
friends who
In
hung out
fact,
with him
a
in the
couple of
local
financial
cafe.
institutions, the banker in
The
Paola
reason the
tells me
police had
it's
found
not even law
Rebecca's
yet,
body was
and I've
because
had
they'd had
customers
a
closing
phone
their
call from
accounts.
one of the boys who
The
was
reaction
in
to
the
this
cafe
is
the
a
day
loss of
before.
business for those financial institutions, but
He was
also the
becoming
cost of
increasingly
complying
anxious that
means
actually
that our
Josh
small
had killed
institutions
Becca.
will once again
He
have
then
the
told
burden
his
of more
father
regulations,
what he thought had happened.
not less. And a
With
banker in
Davies in
Overbrook
custody,
says this
the
means
police now
further
began to look at
consolidation of
possible
small community
motives
banks
for the murder.
at the cost of such a program would be impossible for a
To
smaller
gain
bank
more
to bear,
insight into
and
Rebecca
thus
and
they would be
Joshua's
forced to sell
relationship,
the bank.
police interviewed
Terrible,
their friends
terrible
and
privacy
were
policy,
shocked
protect
by what they
Americans'
uncovered.
privacy, protect Kansas' privacy, and make sure our financial institutions that are so important to the lives of the
Clearly, there was
well-being
some
of
sort of hate
Kansas and
campaign going
Americans
on.
don't have one more burden
Social
they
media
can't
at this
afford to
time
comply
was
with. Thank you.
coming into its own and was a big factor, cyberbullying and that sort of thing.
Thanks, Mike.
It was
As you know,
certainly a
we've
very
been saying for some
unpleasant
time
for Becca
now,
in school, I think.
we have been
Joshua
criticizing and
was,
pointing
in
out
his own world,
what a
top
terrible
dog at
idea
school,
the
and he didn't seem to have too much
Democrats'
trouble getting other
tax
people
and spending
behind
spree
him
is for the
to
country.
join in with this hate campaign
What
against
a
Becca.
horrible vision that is
When
for
we
the
look at
future of
Joshua
America. And
Davies,
today we want to focus on one particular element of that, and that is how it's paid for. And in particular, this proposal, which would double the size of the IRS, literally double the size of the IRS, and allow them to snoop into every
People
Americans'
liked Joshua.
transactions,
He was a
bank
likable
transactions.
person.
And as has already
As
been
the
pointed out,
investigation
this is
progressed,
something that is
police
so
soon
sweeping.
discovered
We've
that
never seen
Davies'
anything
hatred
like
for
it
Becca
before.
wasn't just confined
Where
to
you're
the
literally
internet.
talking about an IRS dragnet across the bank accounts of
Davies and
every
his
single
friends were
American,
meeting a local
or at
Catholic
least every
breakfast
single
every Saturday
American who
morning.
banks, because as has been pointed out,
At these meetings, he
any
would
American who
often,
uses a bank account
make
probably at
reference to
some point
Becca
is going to,
and
with in
obviously
deposits
say
and
not very
withdrawals
nice things
exceed
about her.
$600. Even if it's $10,000, it's still going to capture thousands, millions of Americans with this. And so this is one of
then started,
many really
saying to
bad
his
ideas
friends
in the
that
Democrat
he
proposal.
wanted to kill
But this one in particular needs to be killed for all the reasons that have been
Joshua
mentioned,
made no
not the
secret
least
of
of
the
which
fact that
is
he
the
wanted to
huge
see Rebecca
invasion
dead and
into
that he wanted
Americans'
to be the person
privacy,
to kill
and
her.
something that,
He
as
told
Senator Rand
friends
pointed
what he
out,
planned
I've
to
heard
do,
from
and
lots
they
of
dismissed
South
it
Dakotans,
as
thousands of
teenage
South
talk.
Dakotans already
Of course, looking
about
back,
this particular proposal.
those statements were far more sinister
But
than
secondly, because it
It was
will
this
double the
ability
size
to
of the
make people
IRS, an
like him
agency which, as
that
has been
made
pointed out,
people
has had
unsure
problems
of
keeping
what he was really
information
saying.
secret.
It made
Huge
them think,
leaks
oh,
of
he's not really
massive
serious.
amounts and
He's
volumes
just joking.
of
Because
individual
this
private
likable
taxpayer
guy
information.
couldn't
And so
possibly
it's
be the
it's got
person
that
that's going to
component,
commit murder.
historic in
With
terms
his
of its
friends
sweep and
engaging what
invasion
they
of
assumed to be
of,
Joshua's jokes about
people's
killing
privacy
Becca,
in this country, the
Davies
shakedown that
began
it
to
would represent
embellish his threats.
of American
We had several
taxpayers.
plans to see
And
the
finally,
death come
if
about.
successful,
One, for
who
example,
ends up
was to
paying
invite
for
her
it?
to
Well,
take a
the
stroll
Joint Committee on
along the river
Taxation,
bank.
which does the distributional analysis of all these
He knew that she
proposals,
couldn't swim. He
has
could.
said in their
He would put her
analysis
in.
that
He would
about
then jump into the river,
75%
apparently to say
of the revenue raised
we
under
use
this
that as an
proposal would be
opportunity to
generated
make
by
sure that
people
she
making
had
less than $100,000 a year.
Okay,
Only
the
5 to
second plan,
10% of that
this one would
revenue will
involve
be
poisoning
paid
her.
by those
He
making
in
more
fact
than
researched the
$500,000
subject.
a year. So in other words,
Decided upon
the Democrats' suggestion that this proposal,
He
the
actually got
tax
hold of the
increases included in their
substances,
plan,
mixed them together.
won't hit lower income Americans. It's just false.
This concoction
I mean, this is a proposal
his arrest.
that will shake down
Teenagers will
average
say,
Americans in a way that
I'd
they've never
kill
been
her.
shaken down
I
before.
wish she was dead. I wish he was dead.
And the burden
But to go
of
from that
compliance
to
with this
specific
is going
plans,
to be borne
to
by people in
actual
lower income categories.
detailed
The tax
ways in
revenues
which you
raised, and
like
the
to
Democrats are
murder
assuming
somebody,
literally
it
hundreds of
takes
billions
it
of
to another
dollars
level.
in tax revenues as a result of this.
That
The
is
majority of that, up to 75%, borne by those making less than $100,000 a year.
Suspicion arose
Bad
that
idea. It
Davies
should
may
be
have
destined
already
for the
tried to
ashes of
carry
the
out
ash
his
heap of
plan to
history,
poison Rebecca,
and I hope the
but had been
Democrats
unsuccessful.
will hear from their
Thoughts
constituents
were,
like we have and
that
come to the conclusion
Josh
that
Davis
doubling
had
the size of
poisoned
the IRS and allowing them to literally go out and shake
Becca was
down
actually
millions of
hospitalized with a very strange,
and
mysterious
protect lower
stomach
income
complaint.
Americans with
She
bigger
collapsed a
tax
couple of
bills
times,
is a great
and she
balance.
was suffering from a very painful stomach to the extent that
Joe
she was
Biden wants to
actually
give
having
the
to stay off
IRS
school.
more
The
power to
cause was
spy
never
on
found.
Americans.
She underwent
That's what he's
various
asking for.
tests.
Just listen to the testimony of the
nobody got to the
Secretary
bottom of it.
of Treasury who comes to Congress and
He
says
had
she
been
wants to look
planning
into
to
the
poison her
checking accounts,
or push her
banking
over the
accounts of
cliff
anybody
or
with deposits
strangle
or
her.
withdrawals of
This shows us
$600.
that he was
Republicans are
really
committed to stopping
enjoying
this.
planning
Just
different
stop.
ways to murder her. He
Joe
was
Biden
getting
wants to
enjoyment
increase
from
the size of the
actual
IRS budget
planning,
by
not
$80
just the murder
billion.
itself,
The Secretary of
but the
Treasury
how
wants
he
to
was
hire
going to
with
do
that
it.
money an
And
army of
that adds to his
IRS
risk.
agents to look into the
Back at the
banking and the
cafe,
checking
Davies'
of
friends were still
Americans,
unaware
and
of his true
basically
designs
everyone
on
will be
Becca's
caught in
life
that dragnet.
and began to
Now, why do
tire
they want to
of
do
his
this?
constant
Well,
threats.
because they want to squeeze more
His friends
dollars
became
out of hardworking
annoyed and a little bit
taxpayers
fed up
in order
of
to
all his
pay for
boasting
their
about what
reckless
all his threats about
$3.5
what he's
trillion
going to do to
tax
Rebecca.
and spending
One
proposal.
jokingly said that
It is
if
the
he
number
didn't
one
really
thing that
care,
I heard
then
about
he
in
might
Wyoming
regret
last week. It's the number one thing that I heard about in letters in the last couple of weeks since this proposal proposal was announced by the Secretary of Treasury and this Biden administration.
Something else.
First, it's an invasion
I think that
of the
tells us
privacy
that
of the
he's
American
so
people.
sure of himself.
And second, when I
He's
talk to
so
the people that
sure
work
that
for the
he
banks and the
also
credit
controls
unions,
his
they say this would de
friends. This
facto
tells me a
turn
lot
them into
about Joshua Davis.
employees or
adds to
agents
those
of the
narcissistic traits.
IRS. They
It
don't
adds
want
that
anything to do with it.
level of
I hear
manipulation.
from people all around Wyoming that the IRS
one
is already
person who
the
had
least
no
accountable
idea
and most
about
powerful
Davies' deadly
agency of the
intentions
government.
was Becca,
They point
who,
out that the
despite being
IRS is
ostracized,
incapable of
still
keeping
carried a torch
their
for Joshua
records
Davies.
that they turn over to the IRS, keeping those private as they should be. The IRS does have a track record
I don't know whether it was
of targeting specific groups that they don't like politically, and Republicans are committed
She
to
really
stopping
was
this very
from-
scary proposal dead in its tracks.
Senator, you have
On the day of her death, Becca had gone to meet Davies in the hopes of rekindling their relationship.
At a time when
That
the
was to be
American
the last
people
time she was ever
lost so
seen
much
alive.
trust in
For
the
her,
leaders
there
of
was
our major
romantic there.
institutions,
But at
of
the
the
very same time,
institutions
Davis
themselves,
supposed
including government. I couldn't think of a worse idea for our national Democrats to embrace and to put forward than their scheme for ensuring that private banking information is provided to the IRS. Nancy Pelosi was asked whether she intends to include this in Democrats' $3.5 trillion
Within hours of Rebecca's
partisan
body being
boom
discovered,
the other day, and her
Davies was
response was
arrested,
yes,
as was his
yes,
best friend.
yes, yes.
It would become
Well, I've
clear
consulted with
that
so many
Davies had
people
attempted
as I
to
travel the
create an
highways and
alibi for
byways of
himself.
Indiana, and what I am
The police are
consistently
faced with the
hearing
dilemma.
is no, 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 no.
Only 2 people were at the scene.
You see, Hoosiers remember. Hoosiers
they
remember
trained each other.
that the IRS just not many years ago used
Davis's
political
story
information.
was that he and
They
Rebecca
used
had
personal
played a joke
identifying
on his phone.
information
That he
from
invited his friend
individuals
to the scene.
through the IRS
Rebecca pretended to be
to
dead.
target people based on their
Strangled the
political
arm,
beliefs.
and then
It's understandable
Rebecca
they don't trust the
took that
IRS.
friend
The
and they
IRS
tracked
has been weaponized in other periods throughout
But his friend became so
American
angry at
history.
this that it
As a
was his friend
practical
who
matter, the $600 threshold
With a
would
promising
sweep
young
in
girl brutally murdered
even children
and
who
2
have
boys in
a
custody,
modestly successful
police needed
lemonade
to be
stand
sure
over the
the
course
right
of a year.
person was
You think about
prosecuted.
$600 inflows and
An
outflows
important piece
over
of
the course of
evidence
a year.
was Rebecca's
Even if
last
that
known phone
threshold were to be
conversation
raised, as
with her
some
mum,
have intimated,
Sonia.
say to $100,000,
Sonia
that
said, "I'll
still
stay on the phone
would sweep
until I
in
know you're safe
more than
with
half of
Josh."
Hoosier households.
And
So I don't
once she
think that
finally
this
met
scheme
him,
is
that
workable.
was the end of the conversation.
It's certainly not something that is
almost a
designed to
timeline
build trust.
of putting
It would double the size of the
Rebecca with
IRS.
Joshua Davis.
Hoosiers don't want
They
it. The
had
American
Davis's
people don't
constant
want it.
threats towards Rebecca.
It is the wrong answer,
to
one of
drown
many
her.
wrong answers in this $3.5 trillion partisan bill.
They had his text messages redirecting her to various locations on the day immediately prior to the actual murder.
Thinking about the proposal this morning in my banking hearing,
The
with
police now
Assistant
had a
Secretary of
clear
Treasury
picture
and
of the
asking the
events
question
leading up
about
to
this
Rebecca's
very
murder,
concept
and
of
through forensic
finding a
evidence,
way to have
they were able
access
to ascertain
into
how she
nearly
died.
every banking account
The
in
statements of the
America.
other
His
boy they had
response was,
arrested
the goal
and the second
is to
friend
make sure that
told
folks,
them of
millionaires
Davies'
and
actions
billionaires, are not
immediately
finding
after
their way
Becca's
around
death.
paying the taxes that they owe.
The next thing he did
My
was to
response
invite
was to
his
shake my
friends to
head
come and
because I
view the
cannot
body.
imagine how it is
Two
that
of his friends came.
$600
One had a broken
transactions
leg in
close.
plaster and couldn't
But
get
literally
to the scene.
help us find
One went
folks
to
who
meet
are
Davis,
millionaires and billionaires
and there was
cheating on
Rebecca
their
lying
taxes.
dead.
More importantly,
If
think
he was
about
able to
the
say
fact
that
that there are
Joshua
7
Davis took
million
me to the
Americans
scene
who
where
are
I
unbanked
viewed
and
Rebecca's
maybe a
body,
little suspicious
that is extremely
of
good
the government.
evidence in a prosecution case.
This proposal
The evidence
will
stacked
keep
against
those
Davies,
good
the
Americans
CPS took
from
decision
being
that
able
he
to
alone would
engage
stand
and get
trial,
involved in the
and the
financial
boys he'd
systems of our
invited to see
country.
the body would
I
become
can't think of
star
anything
witnesses against
more
their best
wrong
friend.
directed than this proposal. There's a lot of targets
Less
within
than a
this
year after the
reconciliation
brutal
package,
killing
this
of Rebecca
taxing and
Aylward,
spending
her
package target.
ex-boyfriend, 15-year-old
This
Joshua
one
Davies, was on
puts
trial for her
burdens
murder.
on working class Americans,
The papers would soon be awash with headlines
hardworking,
that Becca had been
paycheck to
killed
paycheck
for the
Americans
promise of a free
who will now
breakfast.
have more to fear from the IRS. 3 letters
Joshua
no
Davis's
American
trial for the
household
murder of Becca
wants to
Aylward
see in their mailboxes.
began on Monday, the 20th of June, 2011,
Yes.
at Swansea Crown Court.
Sends shivers down the spine. So for That's those such Americans
good
who are
trial.
concerned that
So I
somehow
needed to see
the
him
government
go
is
away
too
'cause
big,
we were all dreading
too
that
onerous,
maybe he
too
actually
burdensome,
wouldn't.
this
I
only
don't think
adds more fuel to
anybody
that
could have
fire.
been prepared
This is not only
for
a bad
the
direction,
relaxed way
it's
he
wrong
was.
for everyday
He had this massive
working
smile on his
class,
face.
paycheck
And he
to
was
paycheck
so
Americans.
smug and confident.
We're shaking their head.
And yeah, he
Is
remained that
there
way for
not
basically the whole
more
trial.
He
Washington
seemed to
to
take very
focus
little
on?
interest in the proceedings. He was interested when witnesses were talking about him, describing him, saying that he'd done what he'd said. But when the evidence was of a different nature,
Whether
he didn't
it's
take any real interest in what was going on.
$600 or
convinced that he's going going to get away with what he's done? In addition to
Under
that,
this
he's got
proposal,
his
the
parents
intimate
demeaning him.
financial details
And that is just going
Of
to
everyone in
enhance
this
his
room.
narcissistic traits that I'm going to get away
Well,
with
at
this
a
if my
minimum of
parents
every
believe me.
American
I've
who
got
has
this.
a job will be turned over
But
on a
during the
daily
5-week
basis
trial,
to the
the jury
IRS.
had evidence about Davies and
What could
Rebecca's
possibly go
turbulent
wrong?
relationship.
Republicans aren't perfect.
Threats of violence.
This
She was
stuff's
going to kill
crazy.
her or was going to ruin her life.
President
Davies'
Xi
torrent
would
of
be
abuse
proud.
towards Rebecca and his
Now, Secretary
fantasies and
Yellen,
plots
who's one
to
of
kill
the
her,
leading proponents
culminating in a bet
of
to
this
take her life
squid-brained
in
idea,
return for a cooked
says
breakfast.
we need to do it to catch rich tax cheats.
It was also well established
She
that
knows
Davies
that.
was the last known person to see
Why
Becca
throw
alive.
that so wide?
Why hadn't he met
This
her where he
proposal,
said
like
he
a
would?
lot of proposals in my
As the trial
Democratic
progressed, as the
friends'
police
bill,
managed to establish
it's not
that
about
there was method in
public
his madness,
policy, and
he
it's not
had
about taxes.
devised a route that meant
It's
avoiding
about
CCTV
control.
cameras, basically, to
There
get
are
her
too
away
many
to the woods
people in
on
charge
his own
right now
without
in
being
Washington,
seen.
D.C.
It also appeared that
We
Davies had a
just
backup
don't
plan
trust
in the event that
Americans
Becca
to
was
know
seen
what's
in
best
person.
for themselves.
And astoundingly, it
They
involved the
just
other boy
don't
Becca had
trust
briefly dated.
Americans to make decisions.
One of the areas was outside
Their
David
attitude
Josh's
seems to be
house. Then you can say,
um,
yeah, she'd actually gone there.
do what you're told.
The
Just do
prosecution
what
submitted
you're told.
forensic
And if you
evidence,
do that,
which proved that
we
sometime
might
after
let you
Davies did
eat the
eventually
meat
meet up with
occasionally.
Becca, he smashed her skull.
This
with
is
a rock.
another step in that direction.
The
And I
prosecution
hope
were
my
also
Democrat
able to obtain
friends,
copies of text message
rethink
conversations
this.
between Davies and his friends.
Last week, Senator Kramer.
Could be
Josh,
reached too. You
what
never
would
know.
you do if I actually did kill her?
Well, it's hard to improve on what Senator Kennedy
Oh,
just
I'd
said,
buy you
but I'm
breakfast,
going to
mate.
do my best to at least add to it.
Josh,
Obviously,
don't say anything, but you may
I've heard
just owe
from
me
bankers,
breakfast.
community bankers and credit union
Best
presidents who are
text I've ever
concerned
had,
about
mate.
this. But
Seriously,
I have literally
if it
heard
is
from
true, I'm
thousands,
happy to buy you
thousands
breakfast.
of North Dakotans who
Josh,
bank
I hope
with
by
great
then we'll be
concern,
done
and in
and
many
dusted.
cases, it's a phone call from somebody who
I want
just
all
wants
the
to know if
details.
it's true.
Smiley face.
And if it's true, do I
Josh,
know about it?
large breakfast
They're
with
so
extras of
frightened
everything.
for very good reasons, for all the reasons you've heard.
Sick,
I mean,
sick
here
boy.
are talking about some of the most private
In
of
addition,
information
Davies' friends were
being
also
shared.
cross-examined.
Turning bank
Their
presidents,
account of the
bankers,
events
community
immediately
bankers,
after
credit
Rebecca's
union,
murder was not only
lenders and
harrowing, but also
tellers
damning.
into spies for the IRS.
Josh Davis's friend said,
it sends
"I still
shivers.
Rebecca."
But here's what bothers me so
She
much.
said,
It shouldn't,
define with.
it should surprise us, but it doesn't. That this administration, who has gone from
That statement
incremental
of
steps toward
define
socialism to
with,
vast leaps
that shows that he's
to
enjoying
socialism.
the moment.
I mean, Marx is
He's
on our
not
doorstep
regretting what he's just done.
right now.
He's reveling in the
It
fact
shouldn't
that he's
surprise
just
us that
taken
they've
somebody's
got
life.
the boldness to do this. But here's what
And a
bothers me. as much as
15-year-old boy,
this proposal
That is
is
really
built on
shocking.
the premise that there are a bunch of guilty people.
Despite all the evidence stacked
There's a
against him,
presumption of
Joshua
guilt.
Davies continued to
Why
proclaim
else would
his
you need
innocence.
more agents to
His
go
friend's
after
presence at the scene became
people
vital
that,
to Davies'
that
defense.
buy a car?
And throughout the trial, he
And that's
maintained
bothersome.
that
The
it was
premise
this
of that in
friend
our
who had committed
free
the
system
murder.
is bothersome to me. But I think one of the craziest parts of the whole thing, even if for a moment you were going to buy into the notion that there are a whole bunch of people not paying their fair share. That's the other one. Like it came from the same banking hearing and several of the other billionaires just aren't paying their fair share. So we have to get all of the transaction information
However,
from
the
everyone.
boys that Davies had invited to the
fair
scene
share.
instead
This
testified
proposal doesn't
against
even
him.
accomplish what they
Joshua
claim
Davies'
they want to
plan to
accomplish
pin
by
Rebecca's murder
the
on his
proposal.
friend
So what
backfired.
is the real motive?
he
I
obviously
think it gets back to
believed
that.
that
what I
they
said
would
earlier.
keep his secret.
They've always
So
been
when
about incremental
they
steps
actually
toward
informed the
socialism.
police,
And now they've
when
decided
they
to take a
testified
great big leap
against
while they
him,
can hold all three levers
this
of
would
power
have
in this
really
town.
angered Joshua.
And we, as
Davies'
Republicans,
former
will do
friends
everything
were
we can.
also able to tell the court what had happened on the evening
Thank
of
you. Before we
Rebecca's
throw
death.
it open for questions, I just want to
The
make
same
two other
evening,
points
she
that
had
my
gone
colleagues
missing.
will not be able to think about. First of all, we got some information from the Treasury Department today, which you probably all got too.
Joshua
saying, well, wait a minute,
and
we're not going
one of his
to audit
friends
anybody
went
who makes
to
less
his
than
grandmother's house.
$400,000. I think they sent that out because
He
they
changed his clothes. They then sat down and
But that's all they
watched a
did. They
very
just said,
violent
well,
movie,
we're not
which they
going
also
to,
popped on
we're not going
Facebook
to
as a status
go after
update.
anybody who makes less than $400,000. So the Green Book, which lays out
I
this
imagine
proposal,
it was
in addition
designed
to
to make
details you've
everything
already heard about,
normal.
says very
It's really
specifically
concerning that after the murder,
that the
Joshua
secretary, meaning the
Davis,
Secretary of
as
Treasury,
well as his
will be
friends,
given
were able
broad
to act as
authority
if
to
nothing
issue
had happened.
regulations
Were
necessary
his
to
friends
implement this proposal,
terrified? Were they scared
which
of what he
says that
would
the
do?
IRS will be given
Or
broad
did they
rulemaking
still
authority
not
to
believe
get the
the
data it
absolute
wants.
horror of it? I
Now, the
think that
IRS, in
his
the very
friends were
thing they sent
probably in a
out
state of
today,
shock.
trying to say,
And
well, we
that's
aren't going to
evidenced
go
by the
after
fact
anybody
that one
who
of them
makes
did go
less than
home later
$400,000.
and inform his parents what had
Said,
happened.
you know, we already have
During that
the
evening, Davies received a
paycheck
call from
information
Rebecca's
on
mother,
folks,
who
and
by
we
now
already have
was becoming
the
increasingly
interest
worried
income
about her
information on
whereabouts.
folks. But we need
pretended to
the
have
rest.
Rebecca. He sent to
That's the point of all this. Why did they start out at $600? That's not to get the wealthy. That's to get everybody. It's to create a total dragnet. And I just want to conclude with the data that Senator Thune referenced generally. If you just, we asked Joint Tax to
It's
look at
my
this and tell us
data.
what the distributional effect of raising
That's
all
where
these
you're
hundreds of
a
billions of dollars that this proposal proposes to do is. And Joint Tax said, you know, they haven't even put out enough details for us to give you a specific answer.
Right, it's none of
But
your
if you look
business.
at the tax code
You've caused more harm
and
than
see
good.
where it is that there is the available
Shut the
money
fuck
that's
up
not
when you're
being
talking to
reported.
him.
It's primarily in Schedule C and Schedule E. That picks up all small businesses,
Crap code.
all individuals, everybody. And so they said, we will analyze the tax gap in Schedules C and E and tell you where it looks like the lost revenue is to be found. And when they did that, they found that it was most
Your cat can do
in those
amazing
making less
things,
than
but they can't sign up for
$500,000.
pet insurance. Good thing you can. Meet Lemonade, the 21st century pet insurance that starts at just $10 a month. Sign up in seconds online or in our app.
Another 21% is those making between 50 and $100,000.
How goes it? How goes it? What's the hippity happy skippity stoppies?
Another 6% is those making $200,000 to $500,000. And when you get to those making $500,000, not $400,000, but $500,000 or more, that only accounts for 4% to 9% of the expected recoveries that can come from analyzing these schedules. So I don't know what the IRS is trying to say here.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Really not going to
Oops.
master those
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Now here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. That screen cap is legitimate. In other words, I pulled that right off of one of the exchanges, and it's reading 8,500, man, for real. I was like, blew me mind, man, for sure. Now, for the people that know, a couple of days ago, somebody asked Elon Musk if he held any Shiba Inu, and he said none. The market dropped about 40%, maybe, but only for a couple of hours, and then rebounded. And all day long, in the last 24 hours, it has just, you just don't even know. You can't even fathom what's going on. In other words, what I'm trying to say is it has now surpassed 1,000% since the video that we put out in late September. 1,000%. It's over that. It's like 1,250% over initially what it was. I think the guy in this room here last night made mention that he got it at 689. 689. Well, good for you, buddy. Now here's the thing. This is what I think is going on. I think it's my opinion that the reason why it is. And another thing too. From what I understand, it has flipped Doge, meaning the value of Shiba is more than Doge. In other words, as far as popularity, that sort of thing. It is out of this world, dude. It is out of this world.
Really good question.
So I don't understand what's going on. I think that, and usually, this is what doesn't make any sense to me. This part doesn't make any sense.
When I was a tax collector.
The amount of coin that they have is 394 trillion. That doesn't make sense, does it? You would think that everybody would stay away from that because there's a glut of
And the
coins, right?
constitutionality of it was.
But if somebody would like to get up on their
in our
calculator,
branch
if
decided
you didn't
to
mind,
strike a balance.
please get up on your calculator and divide 7.8 billion by 394 trillion. And what do you come up with?
And the way you do that is through.
And no, I know they started with 1 quadrillion. I know that. But quadrillion is, let's see, 15 zeros.
Any of you have tax questions? Don't call the IRS this afternoon.
They're burning coins, that's what I understand. That's right, they burned half of them or something like that. All I'm just trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is my opinion, the reason why it is so on fire is because the average Joe can afford it. Even a guy that would be considered worth a popsicle stick and a shoestring like myself could easily afford it because it's not even a penny yet, right? And this particular coin is going to generate more millionaires than all coins combined in the shortest amount of time, is what I'm saying. So I'm just saying, if you were one of the ones that started out when it was like, started out at 1, 1, right? And then this afternoon, you'd be looking at being worth over $3 million. Can you imagine? It's just crazy. So I think that's the reason why that's happening. Is because somebody back then, when they had put down, I don't know, maybe $1,000.
Well, first of all,
they'd be worth about $3.5 million this afternoon. And how long would they have had to have waited? Not very long. What, a year? Or 8 months or something ridiculous?
What should we do?
I mean, it's
That's
not.
a tough question to answer. A lot of the changes.
So I think that's the reason why so many people are jumping in on this. Now, there's 300,000 signatures for Robin Hood to list Inu, and they haven't done it yet. Well, maybe that's why Robin Hood's stock is down. Because when the people say they want something to happen and then you don't do it, then they go somewhere else. And then other outfits.
That's literally true. They don't have rewards anymore. They don't have technology.
Yeah, it is a little bright, isn't it?
Taxpayer service that allows honest taxpayers to.
It's all an illusion. That's what I'm saying. And why is, and that's the thing, that's the thing that freaks me out. That's the part that freaks me out. What makes cryptocurrency valuable? How is it valuable? How is cryptocurrency valuable? It's because you said it was valuable. That's the only reason why. And why is the dollar valuable? Because millions and billions of other people said it was valuable. That's the only reason why it's valuable. In other words, if an alien came down from Mars or whatever, or from outer space, he picked up a dollar bill, they would say, "Oh wow, I got something. I got a prize here." They wouldn't care. Probably set of the plane, keep on.
The question is,
right? Or any other thing on the planet.
Where the people of America have to give up their
so what makes when the federal government, when the United States federal government sits there and tells you all day long that cryptocurrency, there's no value in it at all. Well, there's no value in the dollar at all. The dollar's not backed by anything, it's backed by confidence. So what's the difference? There's no difference, none. The only thing is, the US dollar, even though you have currency trades that happen.
I think
You know, you can trade against the yen against the dollar against the euro against the one against the loony against the. It just empty. So what? Now more and more and more, all of these governments are using cryptocurrency because they're creating their own, like China did, and then outlawing the rest of them. That's probably what's going to happen in the United States. They will probably have 20 or so darlings, like the Bitcoin, the Ethereum, maybe Chainlink, Monero, Solano, Stellar, XRP, that sort of thing. They'll probably have their little darlings, and then the rest of the cryptocurrencies will just flatten out, or they'll just say we're not going to acknowledge it.
I had a round table on
That's just my opinion. Well, XRP, in my opinion, is going to be the last one standing. In other words, XRP is working directly with the Federal Reserve, the World Bank, and all these other international banks. Yes, they are. I mean, this is when the leadership of XRP is sitting down having lunch and tea with the members of the World Bank.
But he said, I got a small business. And he said,
yeah, Houston, we got a problem. You know what I mean? When the leadership of XRP are swapping spit with the Federal Reserve, you know something's up.
My small business account, you'll have more than $1 million.
Exactly. I mean, I really believe this entire lawsuit through the SEC is all BS alert, which is my opinion.
Remember what I said about the IRS?
What is that?
A lot of authority to issue the rules.
Is it really?
From
what I understand,
that means they're going to dig deeper.
Well, let me go check. I understand that earlier today, Coinbase went down.
My point is,
and it wasn't working properly.
Every small business in America is going to be hit.
So, you know, who's to say what's going on over there? Here's the thing: Coinbase isn't the only exchange in the world.
Yes, and
I think there's 54 others. Coinbase is down. I wouldn't doubt it. Shiba, probably broke because of them.
Right.
So it's still not working for you.
Yes, it will. I mean,
yeah, I noticed that 6 hours. It's been going down and up all day. Well, I don't know. I just woke up from that. And then when I checked, Shiba, what was going on, it was trending on the figures. And then I checked the actual market, and it said, I couldn't believe it. I about fell over. Where it said 8,500. Yeah. So I don't know where it stands now because I'm not sure. Yes, you can. Rob, you can. You can get Shiba on Coinbase.
I suppose you could probably find one, but it would have to be one
yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
So high that small businesses weren't pulled in to the
so
and
see the day I did that video,
and
I decided to
approach this instead of saying, well, we'll increase the.
Let's see, I believe it was September 27th.
Just gonna
September 29th. But as soon as I got done with that video, I went over to Coinbase and lit it up. Sure did. And I'm glad I did. I sure am glad I did.
I would start getting into the zone of at least
yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
About what they were trying to do.
What is that? Hold on a second. Who's it?
Allow any audits of people who
James D. Is that you? Really? James D. said he got 24 million on Webull.
So there's things that could make this.
When did you do that? Did you do it like early in the game, or did you do it today?
But there's a lot of.
Is that what it is right now? 77, 67. That could be. It's been jumping around all day. The highest I've seen it was 8,500. What? Like holy smokes! I think the reason why it's going up the way it's going up is because the average person can't afford $100 or $50 or whatever the deal it is. And you gotta remember, it's not even any. Oh, 2 weeks ago? Well, if you got 24 million 2 weeks ago, we already know where you're sitting, buddy. Yeah, we do.
The point is,
Yeah.
state your question.
Well, if you look at it,
Yes.
the whole thing with the
Yes, and my answer to that is,
cryptocurrency.
yes, I've said all along that the
Uh,
IRS.
Yeah, that's right.
needs
I'll
to be
agree with that there, Jake.
In the 21st
Yeah,
century,
that's
as far
right.
as technology.
It's
They've got to
been-
have a phone
is
system
it
that
still
works.
down?
They've
Well,
got
I'm
to
sure
have
they're
people
working on it.
operating the phones, and I'm
For every minute that
I mean,
for
on
every
a
minute
regular
that
basis.
website is down or any other website exchange,
Do
they're losing
taxpayers
literally millions of dollars for every
taxpayers.
single minute they demand amount.
And if they just get that ability. if
How
they
do you
can
go about converting
upgrade the IP and give them the
back
ability
into dollars?
to more personnel
Well, what
operate
you have to
the
do
IP
on that, I haven't done it yet myself.
part of the IRS. I think
I don't plan on doing it for whatever. I'm one of the long
All
haulers.
right, thank you all for coming.
But from what I understand, what you do is you have to go through a process to verify it's you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This whole nonsense that, it's decentralized. Newsflash for you, ladies and gentlemen. France and England. Excuse me, I'm sorry. France and, yeah, maybe it is England. I know France for sure. France is going to be requiring a digital identification to get online. Yeah, they are. Now, the reason why is they want to blame the household hacker for them doing that. I disagree. I think that's been in the works for a very long time. And matter of fact, back in 2016, there was talk in the United States in the state of Pennsylvania to create exactly that, a digital ID for people that would be doing blogging. And that was quickly knocked down by the online community. But now I truly believe that all countries will inherit the same sort of idea and state, okay, well, if you want to get online, you're going to have to present your credentials. Well, see, the reason why that does not hold water is because your IP address is your credentials, technically. But here's the problem with that. You can get tens of thousands, if not millions, of IP addresses and do what you want with them at any given time. And there's so many mechanisms out there these days, programs where you can bounce off of this one and jump out of that one and go into an intranet and then do an internet and then you know what I mean, to where it's harder and harder to get caught. So what's the point in having everybody sign up with their digital identification? It's all BS, Lord, it's what it is. Because if everybody else has their digital identification and your household hacker does not, what good did you do by requiring that everybody else have it? Doesn't even make sense. Right? So, I think a lot of this is going to be, well, the cryptocurrency end of it is definitely part of their electronic panopticon. That there's going to be no escape. In other words, so many industries, MasterCard, like I was saying the other day, has made it where if you have a crypto wallet, that they will essentially make it where it's interchangeable between their credit card service and the integration of your cryptocurrency, whoever you hold or whatever you hold. Now that's kind of crazy. You got to remember PayPal last year. They said, sorry, not last year. I think it was this year or the early part of this year. PayPal made it where you could trade Litecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin on their platform, but they only had 4. So it's going more and more into the digital currencies, whether you like it or not. And like I said before, and I've always maintained this, I don't believe in any of them. I think they're all BS alerts. I think they're the funniest thing ever invented. But when I really used my head, well, so was the US dollar. Because when the US dollar was taken off the gold standard in 1971, the United States ripped off all of these countries. Yes, we did. We ripped them off because of the stroke of the pen. Look at all of the other countries that had confidence in the US dollar because it was backed by gold, which is the international standard. It was back then. And then just one day, you say, well, we're not going to back ourselves by gold anymore. Look at all the people that would hold your currencies. Look at how many people you would rob just by signing with a pen. Wow. So from that point on, it has all been based on, in my opinion, the dollar. The only reason why the dollar made it once we came off the gold standard is because of the deals that were cut in the 40s, suggesting that all countries must purchase US dollars in order to buy the oil. In other words, the petrodollar. It's the only reason why the United States purchased that again. If the United States did not have that, treaty with all the other countries, who knows what would have happened? Who knows what would have happened? But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. The United States government is telling you and everybody else that it's going to get rid of oil. They don't want you to have the cars, gasoline vehicles. They want you to be on the electric avenue. They want you to have the electric cars. They don't want you to have gas-powered cars. The state of California has stated that you cannot have a lawnmower by 2024. The goal here, ladies and gentlemen, is 2025. That's the goal right there. Because by 2025, you'll see more and more, if their plan comes together, you'll see more and more of the flying cars. All it would be is an apparatus hooked up to a drone system that flies you one point to the other. You'll have the self-driving. The self-driving will be hooked up to the 5G network, as you know. And then all of the other BS with the IoT, IoT integration. They're all about this, zero carbon garbage. But China, they don't care about that. They're going to continue on, and they're going to maintain their the hold on the rest of the world as far as oil and gas exploration. So why has the members of the Paris Accord not got it on China? Because China will tell them to go pound sand. That's why. See how that works? So it sure is funny that all of the Paris Accord nations, or the people involved in that mess, it sure is funny how they want all of the countries to abide by and bend the knee for their plans, but when it comes to China, they look the other way. That's how you know it's BS alert. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Elon Musk, I wonder what he's thinking right now. How much you want to bet, Elon Musk? I wouldn't doubt it if he dumped a couple of $1 million into the market this morning. I wouldn't doubt it. He had to have got word of what's going on. He had to. Right? In other words, even Elon Musk had absolutely phased nothing. Like I said, last week it dropped about 40%, and then it bounced right back. And now, can somebody check what Shiba Inu is at this very second? I'm kind of busy running my mouth. Who's? That's very funny for you guys. Is it? Okay, 73.50. You see, look at the swings. Look how it's swinging around like that. In other words, when you look at the United States, thank you very much there, Ferguson. If you look at the swings when it comes to volatility between the stock market, which is old news, to the crypto sphere, it's night and day. All right, this is the stock market. This is exactly what the stock market looks like right now. Well, not right now, but let's say during trading. This trading's over, I think. But or close to being over. This is what it is in the US stock market. It's like watching paint dry in January. It's like walking uphill barefooted in January during the blizzard. Right? Only with a walker. Okay? It's so boring. Oh, I bought General Electric today and it moved 39 cents. Oh, goody. Whereas, if somebody goes into the cryptocurrencies and purchases Bitcoin, Ethereum, any one of them, doesn't even matter, you can have a swing or a volume swing of $2,500 in one day. See what I mean? I mean, it just, in other words, when I look at the stock market, I think of pretty much an old folks home. That's what I think of when I look at the United States stock market. It's so boring. When you look at the crypto markets, man, it's popping. All right, Mula says it's now bumped back up to 8,034. So if James D picked up 24 million, all right, come on, you guys, help me do this math. If James D picked up 24 million 2 weeks ago, well, 2 weeks ago it was at about. Well, I can find out what it would be 2 weeks ago. Hold on, let me just be right there. I can find out exactly what it would be 2 weeks ago because I keep record of everything. Let's see. Let's go do that. Hold on. Let's go find out. All right, let's see. Let's go to. All right, so 2 weeks ago would be. Let's see. Today's the 20. Okay, almost to the end. It'll be about the 13th. 23. Yeah, that'll be about the 13th. Let's find out. Let's see. Let's go here. All right, it was sitting at about 26. It was at about 2,600 2 weeks ago. See how that was? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So if it was at 2,600, and that dude picked up 24 million, and now it's creeping in the 8,000s. Wow, dude, really? Holy smokes. You had 20 million shares. You had 20 million. At 1 penny, you'll have $200,000. That's right. That's right. Johnny Crypto, what'd you start out as, Johnny? You didn't mind sharing with the class. You know what? As far as I'm concerned. But here's the thing. I think the reason why it's so popular is because, if the average Joe put in $10, right, back in, let's say, September 27th, and they put in $10, I know a guy that did this. This morning, you would have $170 from $10. So even if it went backwards tomorrow or tonight or whatever, that's another thing about the cryptocurrency exchanges. They go 24/7. They don't care what time it is. It's not like the U.S. Stock Exchange where it opens up at what, 9 o'clock and then closes at 4:30, or it opens up at what, 9:30 and closes at 4:30. Oh, okay, all right. Here, let me get my stroller. Hold on a second. Let me go there. make a donate or a donation in some stock, whatever, is going to move 46 cents in a day. Oh yeah. In mid-June. Is that right? You got 23 million in mid-June? Wow. Woo! Holy smokes. Yep. I mean, that's something else, isn't it? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Let's see here. Let's go. So even if it went all the way backwards, if a dude started out with $10, what is he going to care if it goes backwards? What is he going to care? I mean, most people, what is $10? In a lot of states, you can't even buy a pack of cigarettes for $10. What's $10? Really? I think that's what it is. But here's another thing that is quite possible. We've already seen this happen. Is the fact that on August 10th of this year, the crypto markets got hacked. That's what they say. $611 million worth of hacking went on in that day. And they rebounded from all that. And then somehow, some way, it's so bizarre, the entire world is looking for that hacker. And they found that hacker quickly. And that hacker supposedly was stating that they are a white hat and they were looking at different vulnerabilities. Sure. And somehow, some way, that supposed hacker gave back the money. So it was a nothing burger. No, it's not a nothing burger. If you go and you rob a bank and you give it all back the next day, you're still going to jail. Okay? For real. Cigarette in Chicago downtown is $18 a pack. Who would spend that? I'm glad I quit smoking back in 2017 cigarettes. Holy smokes. I can't imagine it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's 705 people in the room. I need a state report. If you didn't mind, list your state and then a pack of cigarettes, the average pack of cigarettes. Like, Arkansas, 6, California, 10, New York, 18, Chicago, whatever. If you didn't mind, list your city and then the amount. Let's see what you got going on. North Carolina, $7 a pack. Arizona, 10. Holy smokes. North Nevada, $8. Michigan, $9. Canada, what is Canada? Canada is what? $18. What? Oh my goodness, you guys are hurting. Hawaii, 7. Minnesota, $8.50. New York is $10.80 is the cheap ones. Alabama is 6. Saudi Arabia is 4. Are you joking me? That's outrageous, ladies and gentlemen. That is outrageous. Holy smokes. Well, here's the other thing too. A lot of people are equating the crypto sphere as far as a lot of these cryptocurrencies with penny stocks, because technically that's what it could be. I mean, look at Luke. Luke is what? Or Rally. They're only in cents, the cents department. But when you have Shiba Inu clobbering all of these other big cryptocurrencies that have been around a while, it's like, what? It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't matter. Because again, it hasn't even hit 1 penny yet. And as soon as it hits 1 penny, it's going to generate more millionaires than you could ever imagine. It sure will. It sure will. 1 penny. Wow. Holy smokes. 1 penny. Can you imagine? Now, there's people running around, but you're going to be rich if it's a penny? Okay, Autotron. All you people that did it back in the day, you don't have to say how much. Just if you didn't mind sharing with the class, if it hits a penny, how many dirty socks are you gonna give me? How many? You gonna give me like 2 dirty socks? Are they gonna be yellow ones? Are they gonna be green ones? Which ones are? Oh, that's hilarious. You're gonna give me 1,000 dirty socks? Is that right? Holy smokes. That's right, and that's the thing. The stock market is way down right now, except for Shiba. Shiba Inu is like the one that's stomping it. I think 1 inch is also doing well. Its margins are over 50% in the last 24 hours. My P.O. box would be full. Is that right there, Stop? Stop in the name of socks. What is it? 500 million sheep for $5,000. Is that right? 500 million for 5,000. Okay, what is this? Brain TV. If it hits 1 penny, I got 18,000 dirty socks for you. Wow, that's amazing. This is now. Hold on a second. Speaking about people not going back to work, I read an article this morning suggesting that California is going to be starting with the universal income. What? I don't have to go read that story the entire. Actually, I didn't read the whole story. I just saw the headline of it, a little excerpt. I was thinking, wait a minute. How in the hell is that even possible? Now, for the people that don't know what universal income is, or basic or universal basic income, I guess it's called, that's where essentially the state and or the municipality pays you a certain amount of money, and that certain amount of money would depend on a plethora of different factors. In other words, you wouldn't have to go to work for it. They would just pay you that money so you can pay your rent, pay for your food, and it would just sustain you. So it's not like you're going to get ahead. It's right up there, if you want to really think about it, it's right up there with communism. This is dangerous stuff, buddy. It's dangerous. You can sit there and laugh all day long. Hey, I got a couple of $1,000 a month from the state, and I don't have to do anything for it. But what you're not understanding is that's a financial vessel for control. It is really dangerous stuff, buddy. Real dangerous. And if you're only getting by, you're not advancing yourself, then that's not good for you psychologically or physically. It's not good for you because it puts you in this weird rut where you're just sustaining life. You're not advancing yourself. You're not wanting to become independent or financially independent or to do such a thing as far as, innovative creations or whatever you want to call it. What is this, Randy's text? 10,000 Justin Castro sauce. Oh, really? So I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the leadership of Canada. I know exactly what you just said. 10,000. Now, would those be yellow socks? That's what I need to know. That is the nuclear option. You're just sustaining. Sustaining that's not good. If the state or municipality is paying you to simply sustain your financial life, and you're not helping yourself, in other words, you're not getting that raise or you're getting that bonus, well, that means that municipality can control every facet of your life. All they have to do is say, well, hey, listen here, Bobby, if you decide that you're not going to do the things that we want you to do, we're going to turn off your sustainability. We're not going to give you that money every month. What do you think of that? See what I mean? It's bad news, buddy. Bad news. That's right. Never sleeping forever. Absolutely, positively. Now, here's the thing that I was thinking of just a couple of minutes ago, and I got distracted. Here's another way that not all of them, but a lot of the cryptocurrencies could just disappear. And all they'd have to do is whoever they would be would fall under the markets were hacked again, right? And wipe out all of the exchanges. Then what? Or put ransomware on one of the largest exchanges in the world, Binance, right? Kraken, Uphold, Coinbase, whatever they would be. Then what are you going to do about it? You're not insured by the federal government at all. You go to a bank, buddy, and somebody wipes out $250,000 of your account. Well, guess what? They have this thing called FDIC insurance. Yes, they do. And every account, individualized account, is covered up to $250,000. So if somebody goes in there and robs a bank, so to speak, well, as long as you can prove that it was your account under your name, under your account number, routing, all that BS, then it takes a while, but you get your money back. If that happens on the exchanges, you just have luck. Who are you going to go to? You're going to go to nobody. You're going to file a lawsuit against the individuals that run the exchanges or own the exchanges, and then what? You and 5 billion other people are going to file a lawsuit. They're going to claim bankruptcy, and then what do you have? You have nothing. So that's something you have to keep in mind, that all this cryptocurrency nonsense could just disappear in 5 seconds if they wanted it to. Who's they? Whoever they may be. Again, most of the hacks in the United States or around the world is being done by the NSA because they don't want to pull the paperwork or the necessary paperwork in order to pull information through a subpoena. They're lazy. So what do? They go there and they just hack something and accuse some hackers because they wanted information on 4 guys over here. And then rather than filing for a federal warrant, they just hack it. And, they were hacked. 20 million people's stuff was hacked, and they just wanted 4. Whatever. NSA did not create Bitcoin. Who created Bitcoin is the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. What is this, 6R? If it goes to a penny, hold on a second. If it goes to a penny, every shot in North Florida Walmarts by Saturday, I'm out. Jennifer Lopez, Shakara Fund. Wink.
I'll show you this. It's almost as though it was imaged on there, or I don't want to say,
Really?
But it's quite fascinating.
Jennifer Lopez, Shakara Fund. Wink.
And finally, we have cases where we have 2 different voter IDs having the
Really?
same address, same phone, same name, with matching signatures. So let's go look at it.
Okay. You got me thinking on that one. I don't know if you're speaking in code or what's going on. You're speaking in code. I got what you said, but we'll see.
Didn't really like math. I thought I'd make it a little more tutorial. So this
Is a tracking tool? Well, of course it is. All of this electronic nonsense is a tracking tool. Have you gone over to Venmo lately? Venmo, I guess it's called. I mean, they're essentially now, because nobody's using it, or they're not using it very much, they're trying to pay you to use their service, which is ridiculous. Right? In other words, a lot of these different companies, they're going to be sorry that they charge these people all these massive fees, right? Did they release the algo breaking? I don't know. Nighthawk says, Monograph, did you see the crypto flash crashes? Did they release the algo breaking? I don't know. All I know is all of the crypto markets are down. Can somebody go check the Shiba if they didn't mind? Can somebody go check and see what it is now? XRP will be the standard. That's right. Yep, they will. XRP will be the last coin standing. Sure will be. And it makes me wonder why. I know Coinbase is down. I know that. What is it? It is down to 69? No way. I don't believe that. All right, Halo Man said it's 7077. Right?
Just to restate, the scribbles are very, very
7077. See, it's going down again. It's quite volatile. Spiro says it's 7,194. Is that right? Coinbase is now working. Let's go check. All right, let's go check. Let's go check. No, Coinbase is not working. It's down. Wrong. Fail. 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 Coinbase is still down. I think what's going on is it's possible that the exchanges are getting clobbered. I just checked. Coinbase is still down. I just checked just now. Let me check it again. Nope, still down. Hold on a second. Let me check something else. Nope, still down. I'm getting an error of 115. That was bizarre. It only flashed for a second. See the 115 is error 115. If you're experiencing error code 115 off the company by the following messages, typically points to a network connectivity issues that is preventing your device from reaching the service. Huh. Easy fix. Okay, I know how to fix that. That's okay. I know how to fix that. Let me go fix that right now. See how that works. Let me fix that real quick. I should have fixed it that quick. All right. Yep. And what is that there, Matthew? Matthew says everything that the T-Man said, if the Dems took over, would happen. We are headed into the greatest depression ever. You think so? Does everybody think that that's the case? Do you think the United States will be in a depression with the world? Well, they keep monkeying around with all of the supply chain issues. It certainly would be. All their disciples, how have you been? Does seem possible. And that's the thing. Here's the thing. When these guys keep talking about or hounding about how the meats are becoming less and less available, the best thing to do is go to your local butcher, because your local butchers deal with other local butchers. You got me? They don't rely on the big box, grocery chains. They deal specifically with the local butchers. That's who you go to. You're gonna pay a heavier price, but big deal. Guess what? You got it. And that's my issue with the people that are rich or super rich. You can have all the money you want, buddy, but if the beef is not available, you get nothing. So stop whining. You go on the right in the classification as everyone else. You can have all the money in the world, but if the product is not there, you get nothing. Now what? Go get on your little Lear jet. Maybe you can fly into El Salvador and get yourself a steak. But again, if you have all the money in the world and the product is not available, then pout, cry, whine. That's what you get. The man with the food always wins. Yes, that is true. Well, I know that's happened actually right now there, Anna Banana. And that's a screen name here in the chat log. Crossbow is out and ready to catch the wabbit. And that's actually going on right now on the screen. Sure, it's something else, isn't it? So, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I just thought I'd have a little chitty chat here and share with the class for the people that didn't know about what was going on with all this stuff. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Mm-hmm. Yes, there is, ma'am. So anyway, what was that? I saw that, Spiro. I saw that. Did you guys hear that? I'll go ahead and chime in about that. Did you guys hear that no, I do not vape. I do not vape. I don't do any smoking products. I don't. I did cigars for a little while and then I quit and then I did it again and then I quit. So I don't do any tobacco at all. No, I don't. Not even right now. No. And I got this damn cold, see? Or cough I'm carrying on. So anyway, like I was stating is, Spiro had made mention that now that some of the agencies are suggesting that the immunocompromised should get a fourth roll-up sleeper. So what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's never going to stop. Once you put your ass up in the air, it stays in the air. And people aren't going to get it. They're going to get it when they're on number 5, number 6. They'll be like, wait a minute. I didn't sign up for this. Oh, too late. All right, we got 774 people in the room. How many never sleepers we got in here? Y'all don't mind chiming in. I mean, you got to remember the machine is scraping your thoughts anyway. So if you're a never sleeper, it's going to know anyway. So there you go. This is to let all the other people know who the never sleepers are. Well, why not? Who cares? I'll advertise all day long. I'm a proud never sleeper. All right, let's go ahead and read the comments. Here we go. We got Denise as a never sleeper. Karen Burns, Autotron, T.O. Slim. Can't we all just get along? Spiro, of course, 2006. Chris is, Ruth is. Look at all the never sleepers coming in. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You see how that works? That's how that works. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. That's exactly how that works. Proud never sleeper. We ain't gonna allow you to do. Oh, hell no, dude. Forget it. Come on now. No, sir, no, ma'am. That's right. And chances are, last time I checked, out of the 770 people in the room right now, if I'm not mistaken, every last one of them tested positive for freedom. Oh, unbelievable. Oh, they hate that too. What are they going to do about it? You might have to go in quarantine. Sure might. Can't have that. We don't want you spreading that freedom around. Oh, hell no. See how that works? That's how that works. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the big ball of wax. I'm going to go ahead and call it a day because I got to get out of here and get things done. I got to go to work. That thing called work. You believe it? Anyway, that is the hippity happy, skippity, stoppity, nippity nappity, noop noops. I'm monogrammed and can't speak freely or simply not free. And thanks to all the people who hooked me up with the donos. And then, of course, the mod squad keep my room nice and clean from all patrol sergeants and spammers. And then everybody in between that chimed in and the chat log. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tonight. Not really sure. Later.
Did Maricopa receive any duplicates? Again, I've gone through. We have in our possession 34,448 images representing 17 duplicates from 17,126 unique voters, 2 copy, 3 copy, 4 copy. The word duplicate does not show up as a keyword in their report. That would be interesting to know if duplicates exist. The second one, is there a reason that EchoMail has no signatures than reported by Maricopa? Is it because we solely analyze only the signature region? And if not, why? The next question is, why did EchoMail detect more scribbles than Maricopa's reporting capacity? Again, this comes to the point which I probably emphasize enough here. But if our scribbles at that less than 1%, 0.1 to 1% pixel density were considered bad signatures, that is significantly more, 3 to 4 times more than the Maricopa's 587 bad signatures. And the other question of the date stamps in the directories that we have, the date on which the EDD return envelopes were received by Maricopa officials. We had assumed that when we did our time temporal charts. And then finally, why does the approval stamp, verified and approved, appear to exist only on a small subset of the EDD return envelopes? Out of all the 1.9 million, that verified and approved, we find most of them exist after 11/4, after election day, but very few sprinkled. So out of all those envelopes, our initial supervised review reveals maybe 10% have this stamp on it. The other thing is, did Maricopa stamp some EDB return envelopes as EDB approved, even though signature is blank, since they found a signature elsewhere? And that would be good to know, but how did they do that? What is the adjudication process? Finally, all of this leads to a very important set of things from an engineering standpoint. What is a standard operating procedure? We call it an SOP for the EDD processing. If in any engineering system, you have the SOPs. Because again, we're relying on this very, very important process of the signature and its verification. What is the SOP for the signature verification? And what is the SOP for curing of questionable signatures? And finally, what is the chain of custody? Talk a little bit more about that. And the last set of questions is, why was there a sudden surge of duplicates during 1104 to 1109, which is incongruent with the trend we were seeing with the early voting ballot return envelope counts? Finally, why is a verified and approved stamp envelope appearing behind the printed envelope triangle? How does that happen? Is there some imaging that's done? Are the envelopes printed? I mean, I just have a question from an imaging standpoint. And the other question is, can two different voter IDs be associated with the same person, the same address with matching signatures? Is that allowed? And then finally, why are blanks being stamped as verified and approved? And then more importantly, why is a stamp verified and approved appearing in a blank signature? So those are our questions. In conclusion, as I started this conversation, the EDD return envelope is a container of the ballot. It's a very important thing. When you think about the human body as a system, your skin is what contains you. That envelope is what contains these ballots, a very, very important part. So there's significant opportunities to enhance precision, verifiability, reliability, auditability, and reproducibility. In the world of engineering systems, we call these properties. And these anomalies give us a wonderful opportunity to enhance at least these 5 attributes. So we believe what needs to happen is that our conclusion is a signature verification process, no pun intended, is unverifiable. Okay, we can't really verify this process. And there's a lack of systems integration and reporting. For example, the ED33s, which should have all the early voting ballots, just on the duplicates issue, we haven't had time to do a full systems integration. That wasn't the scope. But even on the ballots, we have far more duplicates than what are even in the system. And currently, to us, because we haven't been able to get access to the standard operating procedures, that is opaque and not transparent. So the future research we believe that is absolutely necessary is we need to do full signature verification audit, which means do the full 27-point analysis. We have the capability right now. We have everything imaged. If we have if we acquire Maricopa's SOP for signature verification, if we can
get their 27-point analysis algorithm. We can replicate all of this, and using the algorithm that they have, define an actual false positive, false negative error rate. What I mean by this is this would be a profound opportunity for improving US election processes because this has not been done. You read literature on the left or the right, everyone complains that the signature verification process has significant issues. We have an opportunity right now with this data and the opportunity here to do a 27-point analysis and really come up with an actual rate, which would give us a scientific metric of the confidence value of the entire EDD system. And finally, we need to review the chain of custody. Today, what happens when a signature is, there's a question of a signature. People call the person, they contact them, and then they have some conversation, which is then verified. Where are those conversation records? Are those tickets stored anywhere? And do we have access to them? That's it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. I'll take questions if there are.
Dr. Shiva, just before you get off here, I think it's really important to know your credentials. You kind of just breezed through that slide. Can you go back to that real quick and just go over your credentials for everybody? So we, that's important for us as we're moving forward.
I appreciate the opportunity to share that. Let me just give you a little bit about my background. I have 4 degrees from MIT, a PhD in biological theory, physical computation system biology, which is all about computation recognizing patterns. My master's is also from the MIT Department of Chemistry, where I did computation wave propagation. So look at a very important area of pattern recognition called non-destructive testing, where you're looking, you don't want to actually open up a bridge, or you don't want to open up an aircraft, and you're sending signals in and you're classifying them. My other degrees from the MIT Media Lab in scientific visualization. My master's were also using same techniques to do some of the earliest complex visualizations for classification. And my bachelor's is in electrical and computer science, also from MIT. One of the first cardiology systems for doing pattern analysis, cardiology signals. But beyond that, my focus for 40 plus years has been in this field. Classification, medicine, engineering, aeronautics, civil, electrical, banking, finance, military, across a range of areas, handwriting recognition, bank checks, email analysis. In fact, as a graduate student, I was the only graduate student asked to participate. I won the White House competition of automatically categorizing the White House's emails in 1993 when emails were a consumer application. Prior, it was a business application. In 1993, when email actually became a consumer application, the White House automatically analyze it. I have left MIT to contender. I hate this. I can help with pattern analysis recognition. Emails. For the law of work, for many years of undergraduate, helping deaf blind analysis of signature pattern analysis there. Currently, I work in a cytosol where we're looking at analysis of signals, biomarker signals, to figure out what combinations of medicines that company actually got a combination therapy allowed by the FDA for pancreatic cancer. I've written a number of patents, books. If anyone wants to go to VHU with my biography over there. I published in the leading journals in the world. Nature Neuroscience, one of the eminent journals in the world. Cell Biophysical Journal, IEEE. These are high impact peer reviewed journals. The U.S. Copyright Office first copyright for the initial email, Fulbright Scholar, and also the MIT finalist. I won the earliest Westinghouse Science Honors Award, was a nominee for the National Medal of Technology Innovation. And I've been invited to give distinguished lectures at the National Science Foundation, NIH, FDA. In fact, in November 19, I delivered the prestige lecture on the immune system, an invited lecture at the NSF where we discussed the immune system. And several years ago,
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. Your report was extremely insightful, and considering the fact that we only got the envelopes just a few short weeks ago, we appreciate you dropping everything, all of your other responsibilities, and jumped on this right away so that this could be accomplished by today's hearing date. So we appreciate that very, very much.
And I also want to thank Doug Applegate and Phil Evans, two of my colleagues at EchoMail and the EchoMail team, in particular all the stakeholders. And again, I want to thank the courage of the leadership of the Arizona State Senate. This will go down in history as one of the most important engineering events, not just an election event. It will go down as a very important engineering event for the engineering systems of election voting systems. I really appreciate the opportunity and I'm very honored to support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. And for everyone in TV land or whatever, these reports all will be made available in their entirety. They'll be uploaded on the website as soon as we can get them uploaded so you can see all of these. And the personal, just make sure that the redaction that you saw was any personal information. We tried very hard to make sure we complied with the court order and make sure anybody's names, addresses, that were on there was not available to the public. However, the unredacted version will go to the Attorney General's office so he can seek further investigation on these anomalies. Thank you, Dr. Shiva.
Thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much. And just also a note, it was interesting, we had received a lot of emails, affidavits, you name it, from people that actually worked in tech and at the polls, and that they had told us that when it all started, 27 or 29 points of signature verification, 27, thank you, that's what you're supposed to do is 27 points of signature verification. And at some point it went to 20, it went to 10. And towards the last few weeks, we were told that they were told to stop checking signatures. We've got to get this done. So what he's showing us here does in some sense correlate with the things that people had told us. So for what it's worth. Okay, let's go to Doug Logan, Cyber Ninjas. You are going to give us your report. And would you please give us just a tad of your background?
Sure. So I'm Doug Logan. I'm the CEO of Cyber Ninjas. I have done cybersecurity work for a lot of major organizations, including Bank of America, JPMorgan Chase. Done a decent amount of work in the federal government as well. I hold the Certified Information Systems Security Professionals, or CISSP. I also am GX Web Application Penetration Tester and GX Certified Incident Handler. I am listed as I am actually an expert on the Antrim election case associated. I have a report that's actually published associated with that. It's publicly available on the Colonel's website. I've, of course, been running this audit for the last roughly 5 months.
Mr. Look, can you pull the mic or get a little bit closer to the mic?
Is that better? Awesome. So I just want to start with an overview of what we actually accomplished here, because this is an audit like we've never had before. It involved, as you mentioned earlier, Madam President, involved over 1,500 people. And based on our calculations, it was actually more than 100,000 hours put in place. As you can see up on the photo right now, this is an example. This actually happened in the evening, one of the days. So this isn't even a full group of everybody. We're going to go through each role that was out there, but the functions they were performing. But you'll notice that everyone is located based on colors. That helped us keep track of where people were and make sure no one was out of place, and help us make sure that we both secured and maintained custody of all the ballots at all times. 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 Over 1,500 people and like 100,000 hours. The security was something that was extremely important with everything that we did here. We had multiple layers of security. We actually had an external perimeter that was maintained by the Arizona Rangers. So as you came in, they would validate that you're on a list of individuals in order to be able to get in. We also had an interior checks, so that as you walked through the door, you came up to a desk where the both checked for COVID, and validated you on the list, made sure you had a badge, and and all those things to make sure that you were someone that was supposed to be there to even be in the building. All the ballots and election equipment were stored beside within these cages, and anytime they ever left a cage, they were actually signed out by an individual. So we have a complete signed record of every individual that came and picked up every box. So someone took over custody of that box. We actually had individuals called runners, and they would run it from the ballot corral, and they take it over to whatever table they need to go to. And that individual would then sign the box over to the table manager at the table that would then utilize it to process it. So at no time was a box of ballots or individual ballots outside of the care of someone's specific authorized care who has to sign off on it. In fact, we actually had 24/7 video surveillance on everything at all times. In addition, you'll see this lovely police officer. They were actually there 24/7 as well, and they were always within sight of the ballot corrals or where we had the election equipment stored. We had police officers at both locations, always maintaining and always making sure that the ballots and the equipment was 100% secure, and that nothing could happen to them. So this is one of our tallying tables. What you can see in the middle is actually a lazy Susan. You'll notice that there's 3 counters around the table. There's someone who's actually at this table they're loading and someone who's unloading. So all counters were Maricopa residents who specifically voted in the last election. We wanted to make sure that if anyone was involved in this very important action, that they had skin in the game, and they were local. We didn't use anyone out of state for any functions having to do with the actual tallying of the ballots. Or I should say actually tallying the ballots. Some of the table managers were from out of state. The people actually counting the ballots were all Maricopa residents. There were other functions where we had volunteers from other states. Though as much as possible, we tried to keep everybody local in Maricopa County. We think it's very important for our local community to take ownership for their election process, and we wanted to facilitate that as much as possible. All these individuals were background checked and validated. We had one individual that had slipped through the process because he'd been on the ballot versus specifically that doesn't have something that shows up in standard background check. So we started doing additional checks, comparing everything on things to make sure that never happened again. It was very important to us to make sure that we always had things that were going to make sure that were beyond reproach. Transparency in everything we did was very, very important. Now, all 3 counters were blind. That means they were not allowed to talk to each other. As that ballot went around and was in front of them, they would tally on a sheet of paper and they put a little mark based on whether for both the presidential and the Senate race, they put a mark to see whatever it was. Roughly every 50 ballots, they would compare the numbers with each other. Actually, the table managers can compare them, and if 2 out of 3 of them agreed, and the third person was no more than 1 count off for the race, they would proceed and they would move on. If there was any more discrepancies beyond that, they actually had to stop. They had to find the ballots in question. That they're in question, they had to recount them. So there was absolutely no way to have speed here without having accuracy. And we found that when we had a brand new table, it was relatively slow. But as soon as they'd been doing it for about 2 shifts or so, their speed greatly increased, and it was amazing how quickly they could count ballots. In the very beginning of the process, in the first 3 weeks, our fastest, I think that our most ballots we ever counted was roughly 30,000. When we came back and had more of a full shot, I think at our peak we did over 150,000 ballots in a day, and we're routinely doing over 100,000. So the speed, like I said, greatly increased, especially as we worked. So the way the ballots would actually work is we had a ballot corral where the ballots were originally in. They would be signed out of that ballot corral and they'd be taken to a tally table. After they were tallied, they'd go back to a ballot corral which was specific to being in progress. And then when we had our paper examination tables, they were ready for a box of ballots. That's where it came out of the in progress. So at the paper examination tables, we had DSLR cameras. Those DSLR cameras took pictures on the front and the back of these ballots, and they gave us very high definition images that allowed us to see all sorts of intricacies of the paper and what's going on. After it was done with DSLR, actually, go back. So once we went into the microscope stands, we have 4 microscopes that are taking images of the magnified image. And that was over a number of different places. That included the presidential oval to take a look at how that was filled out. And with the way we had the lights, we could actually see when it was filled out with a ballpoint pen, you could actually see the ridges of the person pressing down on it. So you could tell the difference between something that was filled out with a Sharpie, you could tell something was printed out by a pen, or you could tell actually if something was computer printed. You could tell the difference between all. We also had a microscope over certain parts of the ballot that would allow us to look at paper fibers to help determine what type of paper was utilized. Now, when we were done with this, we actually had over 140 terabytes of data just from the paper examination alone. So we had massive amounts of data. In fact, with our camera footage and everything that ran the operation, we ended up with close to 2 petabytes of data. To give you a comparison, that is vastly more data than your average large 1,000-person company has. So we were running a very impressive network here that was completely air-gapped, wasn't connected to anything outside of the floor in order to support this, in order to have all the data requirements associated with it. It was a very complicated operation. So just want to give a high-level status of where we are right now. So first of all, we completed the hand counting of all federal races. We've done all the image and microscope capture of all the ballots. We reviewed and did a comparison of official results. We've done analysis of the voter rolls. We've done the vast majority of the analysis of the actual voting machines and voting equipment. In progress right now, we are hopeful to soon, with the settlement that the Senate put together, to be reviewing the spun logs of routers based on the settlement terms. We're also hoping that the completion of the paper analysis that's being done will be very shortly. Now, from a scope standpoint, so no longer in scope was the canvassing. That was decided that was removed. We have the tabular configuration, the check internet configuration was something that was not provided. We believe with the other information we have, we'll be able to get similar data, but it will not be the same exact data. We requested review the voter roll system, but a lot of the systems are used for checking in for the cycle system were not provided as part of the equipment that was given us. We had hoped to look at the review of the ICX devices, but again, those had not been provided. We had wanted to look at the provisional ballots, the ones that had not been counted, to count the sealed envelopes to make sure they matched up with everything and made sense. And those, again, were not provided. We'd also hoped to take a look at the undeliverable ballots to see how many of them were bounced back and what happened to them. And again, those were not things that were provided. And so there were some things that no longer in scope that we're not able to take a look at. Okay, so now we'll get into the fun part and get more into the actual tallies and results. In order to understand some of these findings, I want to make sure that everyone has a clear picture as to how this process works. So if we have ballots that are actually damaged or otherwise can't be run through the tabulators, for example, the Braille ballots won't fit through the tabulators, some of the Yucava ones are in formats that can, they need to go through what's called the duplication process. Now, this is a different thing than what Dr. Shiva was talking about when he talked about duplicates. When he talked about duplicates, he was talking about more than one envelope going to the same person. So we're going to talk about the word duplicates here, but we're actually talking about when there was an original ballot, they couldn't be run through the scanner, and they created a copy of it, which was run through the scanner and counted. So when you have duplicates, when you have the originals and you have the duplicates, only one of those counted, and it should only be the duplicates. Now, specifically, the originals are often referred to as damage sent to duplication, or DSD. We're going to use that notation throughout things. So DSD means the original ballots, whereas the actual duplicates are referred to as dupes. So there should be one DSD per dupe, and there should be a unique serial number on every single DSD and every single dupe to match them up, so that you will know for sure that this ballot right here was duplicated to this other ballot. If you want to compare and make sure the duplication process was done correctly and that it actually represented the voter intent, you'd be able to easily match them up, and it'd be easier to handle from an audit standpoint. Duplicate ballots also should be stored separately from the original ballots, so there's not confusion, they don't get mixed up. So let's talk a little bit about those findings. So our duplicate ballots were commingled with the original ballots, not all of them. There were in at least one box case. which is something that they are not supposed to do according to the EPM. Duplicate ballots had incorrect and missing serial numbers. If you take a look at this table that's showing up, you notice the serial number on the left is what was actually on the ballot, from the duplicate ballot. And the serial number, the board 1 hand dupe 2118 on 2114 on the right, is what was actually on the original damage. You'll notice the numbers are actually differing. On the left-hand side, this is dupe board 3, hand 0 to 114. On the right, this is board 1, hand dupe 2 on 114. We were able to match these up because of the ballot characteristics and the precinct that it came from, but it's a very painful process, and it has to be done manually in order to figure out what matches them up. What else when they're not actually stamped with the same exact serial number. We also had a number of serial numbers that were printed like this one that you see on the screen, where you can't really read it, it's not legible, so it theoretically has a serial number on it, but there's no way to match it up because you cannot read what the value is on it. In addition to having ballots that flat out did not have a serial number anywhere on them whatsoever, so there was no way to match them up. Now, we also had duplicate ballots that reuse serial numbers. You would expect that a serial number, in order to match it up, would end up being unique. But you'll notice there's 2 examples up here of 2 different pairs that are not associated with each other, but had the same exact serial number utilized. In this case, it's we've got a large print and a standard damage pad. We also have a few others here. Again, same exact serial number, but these were not the same ballots. And specifically, if you ever take a look at a large print ballot, they're huge. They're very, very large. So it's not just as something was photocopied or anything like that. They literally use the same serial number on otherwise unrelated ballots. And this is probably one of the more interesting parts, is that we had more duplicates than original ballots. So according to our counts from our audit, we had 26,965 original ballots, and then we had 29,557 that were duplicate ballots, and those numbers should be the same. Based on the numbers received from Maricopa County, we should have had 27,869 of both originals and duplicates. They should have matched up perfectly. Now, these extra duplicates did appear to favor Trump and Jorgensen. If you take a look at the original ballots, we've got Trump as 995,404, and if you take a look at the duplicates, there's some number more of them. So if you take a look at the percentage all the way over to the right, the expected percentage per candidate, and that's based on if we take the originals and assume the duplicates should be at the same exact percentage. So we had 48% of the originals were Trump, 50% of the originals were Biden, and 2% of the originals were Jorgensen. You can see what they actually have a difference. In reality, Trump had 58% of the duplicates, 33 and 3. So both Trump and Jorgensen gained slightly with the duplicate process. Same thing when you take a look at the Senate race, it favors slightly to McSally, not necessarily as much as it does in the other case. Both of these percentages are within the realm of error, of just human error making mistakes. So if we take a look at our final tally results, and we look at the Senate race, it does look like Kelly still shows up as ahead. We actually run into that we have 541 less for McSally and 60 less for Kelly in the ballot totals. If we take a look at the presidential race, Trump actually loses 261 votes from the official votes. Biden gains 99, and Jorgensen loses 204 votes. And again, these are all very small numbers when we're talking about 2.1 million ballots. These are very small discrepancies. So we can say that the ballots that were provided to us to count in the Coliseum very accurately correlate with the official campus numbers that came through. So we did have at least a batch of 50 ballots that was run through the tabulators twice. This is specifically when we took the Dominion tabulators, they had the same batch and it was run through more than one time. We found this because for various counts, we had very clear confirmations of how many ballots were supposed to be in a box. And when we compared our results against the cast vote records, we were roughly 50 off, and that made us go take a look at community images. And when we compared to nearby ballots, we actually found that there was a set of 50 ballots that had been run through, I said, again, twice. As far as we could tell, would have only happened once. There's no indication as to whether that, no indication whether it was human error or whether it was intentional. We assume that's human error because it was happening in very small frequency. This is an example of a ballot from two different batches. It's probably relatively small text for people to read, but if you read all the way down to the bottom, it'll tell you that it's tabulated. On the left-hand picture, tabulated 6004, UTC, which is the batch 288, and that's the image 154. And then the right-hand side, we have, again, same tabulated, but batch number 287. We found something similar from the UCAVA, where the UCAVA, for those who don't know, the UCAVA ballots are for military overseas personnel. It's a way that they can actually cast votes even though they're not physically here. Those ballots get turned in either via an online portal, they can be submitted via email, they can be mailed in, I think they can fax them in. There's a whole bunch of different ways these can come in. As a result, they're in a lot of different formats, and there's a lot of variance among them. But on the left-hand picture, you can actually see it's board number 573 is what approved it. On the right-hand side,
What kind of trouble y'all getting in?
It's probably too small.
Free up space? No, they stole my space. No can do. Everybody doesn't want to hear Billy Joel. I don't know what's wrong with them. That's right. Fucking with my computer. Oh yeah. They're all crying. Look at that live stream go viral. They're always shoving this one on me like I don't listen. He's poking my bear. He did a lot of coke and got a lot of bad perms. It's okay.
She can do as she pleases, she's nobody's fool. She can be convicted, she's earned her degree.
That's right.
All she will
Do is throw shadows at you.
but she's always
Uh-oh, incoming CME X-Flare, October 30, 31st. Ready, Billy? We're live with Dan Sote.
their product has 0,000%. Just notice that just a little while ago. How have you been on here? 30 seconds, 104 in the room already. My goodness.
3:49 p.m. Central
I
Standard.
think you were. Yes, you were. Everybody's on that dirty sock. What's going on? Who got it?
Participants.
Got the 5 dirty socks. That's Johnny Crypto got the 5. Kevin got 3. And
I don't need to read them because they're reading them.
Pulls up the rears.
I just bring it up.
Now we're at 177, 52 seconds.
Emojis make
All right,
money.
so
No
I'm sure a lot of
emojis.
people know by now that
Emojis
there is
blocked
a
first.
Flare.
How much money they make in crypto?
Let's go ahead and get started, and let's go ahead and talk about the business of the day, shall we? Yes, we shall.
Oh, let's go brand them.
All right, let's do that.
Tag Nexium, trafficked people, and
Here's the link. You can read along.
fucking burning people's flesh with hot pokey things.
I'll leave a link
Oh,
in the description.
K33P
No, not in
repeating.
the description. There it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and read what Space.
33 seconds behind you, trying to crucify Jesus.
Earth orbiting satellites have just detected an X.
You're going to PX42. PX41, whichever's got room. Oh, if you're a sodomist, you're going to PX42.
On October
Period.
28th, created a massive tsunami of plasma in the sun's atmosphere. The blast also hurled a
The great
CME
live
into
forever.
space.
Taggart.
Photograph images are not yet available, but evidence for a CME is under persuasive. Is already
Oh, we're
persuasive, I'm sorry.
protected.
United States
Not
Air Force
you.
reports strong type 2, type 4 radio emissions.
Ray Stevens is here, the
generated by
white
the
one.
CME plowing through the sun's atmosphere. In addition,
Whatever.
energetic
What's the phone number? Oh, Lord have mercy. It's public. Pussy.
Earth. When will the CME itself arrive?
Toggle the
Assuming
timestamp.
that it's Earth directed.
Be careful with her. God talks to her. Mary Jean, Mary Jane.
Will also be more precise.
Mary Callahan Weir.
So please stay tuned. And then, of course, that is the
Toggle it again.
the graph where it says where you're going to have most of the problems.
Hubbub.
Most of
Hey,
the
Wall.
problems will be generated, it appears.
Through cell phones? Say it isn't so.
Or most of all of South America.
You're
right?
stupid as hell.
So there you have it. And now a lot of people
He's
are also
mocking.
probably
Poking the
well
bear. No rosaries.
that the
I'm not Catholic.
on November 1st.
Sure he's in Germany.
All of the professionals will be able to emergencies.
But then you're a caution smoker. I see you. NYC is crazy. Sam Jam. Sam I am. Son of Sam. I'm going and getting Ray Stevens. Just hang on there, McConaughey. Hold tight. Kill the enemy. Whoa! Who's the enemy? God separating them? What's up? You playing voodoo, mama? I love this song.
Situation, if you can imagine.
I love all the music that speaks to me. That's right. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Great song. Video game.
Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, baby. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, my baby. Johnny said the charity to rewind. It's that so I'm sitting with his back to the bar. Now we're walking down the fast cars. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, my baby. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, my baby. Moving on in the trails, take up the time, try to stay together. Say we're alive, find out the prince, so they faces in my life, some will last, some will death, we never live. Living a series of love, goodbyes, I'm afraid, I'm goodbye. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, my baby. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, my baby.
y'all know what is top 26? Well,
Hey, Billy. I know you know that we know that this guy thinks he's Rod Stewart. That's why you guys had to recreate him. Tag it. Well, he said he'd play the piano for Sophia someday. Thinks he's got amnesia.
what they
He's miles ahead of you.
a picture postcard, a folded stub. This is what they're going to be talking about. Accelerate things out of coal. Curtail deforestation. Speed up the switch to electric vehicles. Encourage investment. That is their goal. Your mementos. There has been an attack on coal the last few years. That's the price. Absolute attack on oil, natural gas.
Oh, it's not a joke.
Mayor
They don't take their lives seriously, Mr. Joel.
certain contractual agreements dealing with gas-powered plants. Okay, first of all, let's figure it out here. Last time I checked, which has more power, ladies and gentlemen? A vehicle that has a V8 or a vehicle that is powered by electricity? And which one is safe?
Are you in the Matrix or in the free world? Right, he won't answer.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about sickness.
Did not start in the year 2000. Might well be the one. Oh, the price that you pay? Oh, Lord have mercy. Top of them timestamps. Big thumbs down. 353 bots like this piece of fuck.
when it comes to your program. He is. But he did not invent the internet. Sorry, the first word over there at CERN. I should call up Al Gore Rhythm and see if he wants to dance with me. And ask him about his scale prediction in 2013. He made it 10 years prior. See what he thinks about that. So again, ladies and gentlemen, somehow, someway, it's all your fault. Everything that happens on this earth, you're responsible because of it. And because of that, we're going to need to give you what's called carbon tax. Don't you know this is all of you are going to have to pay for this. That's okay because it's all your fault. Here's the thing: all of the countries have to pay taxes on, in other words, repair. Sure, as you do. And if you don't pay the tax on it, then it's going to be. But it's all about you have to pay carbon tax. But guess who doesn't have to pay the carbon tax? Guess who is not involved in these calls?
My mom was with
Guess
you.
who's not invited to
You're on the wrong girl.
Very on the outs. So you can see it's Renee. China.
Vagina?
No.
Yeah.
They told every court to take your sickness and shove it.
Oh, God's a sickness?
Why hasn't the rest of the world placed?
You know why Billy is Catholic, Dan? Because they merged Ed Tabacini in with Scott and made Billy Joel to kick your ass. It's perfect. You set Ed up to go to prison. And then your punk ass dies and gets to come back like another bullshit artist?
By 2025
No way.
is their year.
Ed is Catholic.
2025 is their
You're just a dummy.
By
Talking head.
2025,
Ed's a good man.
they have the RFID in the hand for real. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. That's not my opinion. That is not conjecture. They have stated it out of their own mouths. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. They don't want to be dealing around with paper and QR codes and any of that garbage. Anybody wants to call me out and say, no, you're full of it, BS alert, you go ahead and call me out. Get on video with your face and your voice, and I'll absolutely show you.
Start the show off this evening by giving
That's
the
exactly what they want to do. They want to eliminate all gasoline.
We know
all
that.
coal, give you the RFID in your hand. They're going to set up a financial capitalism that even if you own your own home, and they mean it when they say that you will own nothing. Yes, they mean it. It's not a joke. The social score, the social credit score is to be introduced into the program. There is just units. And seeing that you is one of the 5 highest nations that your ass is going to break into.
Hey, remember Dan? Ed took me to New York. Who do you think I went there with? The postman? We ate at a nice restaurant called Moss's. You don't think we're going to have Moss's? Oh, not out in St. Peter's either. Ed didn't want to live in Cave Springs. You did. Old St. Charles. Ed likes the city.
Such a waste of time. That's what it's all about.
You better thank Scott for saving your ass. Oh, who wrote your lyrics? Not Ed. You're not Everybody Loves Raymond either. And there's not a pinch of Shane in you. Daniel, have you said sorry to Ed yet? How much did you scam? Ed probably thought he was doing something good for all I know. Daniel, I think he just pooped his pants. The video's unavailable, Billy. All right, so for real, I've still got the comments section up. It's 4:07 p.m. Central Standard Time, St. Louis, Missouri. And Ed and Dan have a complicated relationship, so they got yoked together too. It's tragic. But I've been wondering about the story with what happened to him. And of course, I'm going to say I know who everybody is. And then they're going to tell me I'm stupid because I trusted people. And that's not Ed. He wouldn't have said that. All right. Yeah. Okay. Awake Soul says, when is the wave supposed to hit the East Coast? Wrong answer. You know why? Then if you don't need to. I said, block that stupid thing. Now, see, they got me blocked from blocking it. No matter how much I click to oppose this, because these aren't souls, they're unique entities. All right, that's enough. When is the wave supposed to hit the East Coast? Already did. Okay. Awake Souls. Bombing La Palma. Oh, the Palm? Is a bad idea. It could set off a landslide that creates an East Coast tsunami. It already did. See, so this is a lost soul, they think, at sea, but they're not a soul. So that person really can't stand up and prove themselves. But what I'm saying about Ed will be proven. And Scott, and Billy Joel, and Shane, and anybody else I say. Because it's my ass in the sling. Arrow 422 says, call Alex Jones home. See, he's from Missouri and he's pissy. And that's a different story, and it's okay. But they're bitching at me because they can't say my name. Their head will blow off their shoulders. They already know. Nicole Lenman says for the snack fund, $3. What a crock of shit. Oh, look, you can't oppose any of these. La Palma, landslide tsunami. Oh, it's Melanie Vermees, Katie Roby, the Ms. Fucking Wonderful brand. That's who it is. All right. See you later, Monty says. William McNeely. And then it's unable to connect to the chat. So let's zip over and double check what he says. And this video was 52 minutes and 46 seconds, but it wasn't, because he said he was 33 seconds in, and I've been talking this long, and Kathy's not down here, and that's 20 minutes. So this is deceit and detonation time, so we're going back in. Here she comes.
Hey, Suze.
Come on.
Okay, want me to just come down?
Yeah, come on.
No, I don't know the name of my account.
Wow. I do the best I can. They know that. Tell me about it. We could have a crying contest over it. I already gave it to him.
How goes it? How goes it? What's the hippity happy skippity stoppies? Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oops.
I'm coming. I'll be right there. I got something I gotta do.
How goes it? How goes it?
4:13 p.m. toggle. Play plasma superheroes. Oh no, that's one of your memes. It's a bomb. Oh, are you first? That makes you super stupid.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oops. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Now here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Now this app is right off of our screens. It's keep in mind, the people that know a couple of days ago, somebody asked Elon Musk if he said no.
I can't really believe it.
About 40% maybe, but only for a couple of hours. And all day long, the last 24 hours, it's just can't even fathom what's going on. In other words, what I'm trying to say
Tried
is
to mother you.
it has now surpassed 1,000% since the video that we put out in late September. 1,000%. It's over that. It's like 1,250% over initially what it was. I think the guy in this room here last night that made mention that he got it at 689. 689. Well, good for you, buddy. I tell you what, man, something else. Now here's the thing. This is what I think is going on. I think it's my opinion that the reason why it is, and another thing too, what I understand, it has flipped Dogecoin, meaning the value of Shiba is more than Doge. In other words, as far as popularity, that sort of thing, it is out of this world. It is out of this world. So I don't understand what's going on. I think that and here's this is what doesn't make any sense to me. This part doesn't make any sense to me. The amount of coin that they have is 394 trillion. That doesn't even make sense, does it? You would think that everybody would stay away from that because there's a lot of complaints, right? But if somebody would like to get up on their calculator, if you didn't mind, please get up on your calculator and divide 7.8 billion by 394 trillion. And what do you come up with? No, I know they started with one quadrillion. I know that. The quadrillion is, let's see, 15 zeros. Yeah. They're burning coins. That's what I understand. That's right. They burn half of them or something like that. All I'm just trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is my opinion. The reason why it is so on fire is because the average Joe can afford it. Even a guy that would be considered worth a possible stick in a shoestring like myself could easily afford it because it's not even a penny yet, right? And this particular coin is going to generate more millionaires than all coins combined in the shortest amount of time, is what I'm saying. So I'm just saying, if you were one of the ones that started out when it was like, started out at 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, right? And then this afternoon, you'd be looking at being worth over $3 million. Can you imagine? It's just crazy. So I think that's the reason why that's happening. Is because somebody back then, when they had put down, I don't know, maybe $1,000, they'd be worth about $3.5 million this afternoon. And how long would they have had to wait? Not very long. What, a year or 8 months or something ridiculous? I mean, it's nothing. So I think that's the reason why so many people are jumping in on this. Now, there's 300,000 signatures for Robin Hood to list Shiba Inu, and they haven't done it yet. Well, maybe that's why Robin Hood's stock is down. Because when the people say they want something to happen and then you don't do it, then they go somewhere else. And then other outfits reap the rewards. Yeah, it is a little fire, isn't it? No. It's all an illusion. That's what I'm saying. And why is it? And that's the thing. That's the thing that freaks me out. That's the part that freaks me out. What makes cryptocurrency valuable? How is it valuable? How is cryptocurrency valuable? It's because you said it was valuable. That's the only reason why. And why is the dollar valuable? Because millions and millions of other people said it was valuable. That's the only reason why it's valuable. In other words, if an alien came down from Mars, whatever, or from outer space, picked up a dollar bill, and you can say, "Oh wow, I got a prize here." They wouldn't care. Probably set in the plane, keep going, right? Or any other thing on the plane. And so what makes when the federal government, when the United States federal government sits there and tells you all day long that cryptocurrency, there's no value in it at all. Well, there's no value in the dollar at all. The dollar's not backed by anything. It's backed by confidence. So what's the difference? There is no difference. None. The only thing is, the U.S. dollar, even though you have currency trades that happen, you can trade against the yen against the dollar against the euro against the won against the loonie against the... It just hit me. So what? Now, more and more and more, all of these governments are using cryptocurrency, whether they're creating their own like China did, and then outlawing the rest of them. That's probably what's going to happen in the United States. They will probably have 20 or so darlings, like the Bitcoin, the Ethereum, maybe Chainlink, Monero, Solana, Stellar, XRP, that sort of thing. They'll probably have their little darlings. And then the rest of the cryptocurrencies will just flatten out, or they'll just say we're not going to acknowledge it. That's just my opinion. Well, XRP, in my opinion, is going to be the last one standing. In other words, XRP is working directly with the Federal Reserve, the World Bank, and all these other international banks. Yes, they are. I mean, listen, when the leadership of XRP is sitting down having lunch and tea with the members of the World Bank, yeah, Houston, we got a problem. You know what I mean? When the leadership of XRP are swapping spit with the Federal Reserve, you know something's up, right? Exactly. I mean, I really believe this entire lawsuit through the SEC is all BS alert, which is my opinion. What is that? Is it really? From what I understand, well, let me go check. I understand that earlier today, Coinbase went down, and it wasn't working properly. So, you know, who's to say what's going on over there? Here's the thing. Coinbase isn't the only exchange in the world. I think there's 54 others. Coinbase is down. I wouldn't doubt it. Shiba, you know, probably broke because of them. So, it's still not working for you. Yeah, I noticed that, 6 Cyrus. It's been going down and up all day. Well, I don't know. I just woke up from a nap. And then when I checked what was going on, it was trending on the figures. And then I checked the actual market, and then it said, I couldn't believe it. I about fell over where it said 8,500. Yeah. So I don't know where it stands now because I'm not sure. Yes, you can. Rob, you can. You can get Shiba on Coinbase. You sure can. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So, see the day I did that video, I decided to.
This is one of those new songs that I can order.
Let's see. I believe it was September 27th.
It's about a guy who's driving himself crazy.
But as soon as I got done with that video, I went over to Coinbase and lit it up. Sure did. And I'm glad I did. I sure am glad I did.
It's called All for Later.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. What is that? Hold on a second. Who is this? James D. Is that you? Really? James D. said he got 24 million on eBay. When did you do that? Did you do it like early in the game, or did you do it today? Is that what it is right now? 77, 67? That could be. It's been jumping around all day. The highest I seen it was 8,500. What? Well, holy smokes. I think the reason why it's going up the way it's going up is because the average person can't afford $100. You got to remember, it's not even cheap. Oh, 2 weeks ago? Well, if you got 24 million 2 weeks ago, we already know what you're saying, buddy. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Well, if you look at it, the whole thing with the cryptocurrency, Yeah, that's right. I'll agree with that. Yeah, that's right. It's been, is it still there? Well, I'm sure they're working on it. For every minute that website is down, every website is changed, they're losing literally millions of dollars for every single minute. How do you go about converting back into dollars? Well, what you have to do on that, I haven't done it yet myself. I don't plan on doing it for whatever. I'm one of the long hours. But from what I understand, what you do is you have to go through a process to verify it's you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This whole nonsense that, it's decentralized. Newsflash for you, ladies and gentlemen. France and England. Excuse me, I'm sorry. France and, yeah, it is England. I know France for sure. France is going to be requiring a digital identification online. Yeah, they are. Now, the reason why is they want to blame the household hacker for them doing that. I disagree. I think that's been in the works for a very long time. And matter of fact, back in 2016, there was talk in the United States in the state of Pennsylvania to create exactly that, a digital ID for people that would be logging. And that was quickly knocked down by the army. But now I truly believe that all countries will inherit the same sort of idea and state, okay, well, if you want to get online, you're going to have to present your credentials. Well, see, the reason why that does not hold water is because your IP address is your credentials, technically. But here's the problem with that. You can get tens of thousands, if not millions, of IP addresses and do what you want with them at any given time. And, there's so many mechanisms out there these days, programs where you can, bounce off of this one and jump out of that one and go into the internet and then do internet. And then, you know what I mean? To where it's harder and harder to get caught. So what's the point in having everybody sign up with their digital identification? It's all BS alert what it is. Because if everybody else has their digital identification and your household hacker does not, what good did you do by requiring that everybody else had it? Doesn't even make sense. Right? So, I think a lot of this is going to be, well, the cryptocurrency end of it is definitely part of their electronic panopticon. There's going to be no escape. In other words, so many industries, MasterCard, like I was saying the other day, has made it where if you have a crypto wallet, that they will essentially make it where it's interchangeable between the credit card service and the integration of your cryptocurrency or whatever. Now that's kind of crazy. You got to remember PayPal last year. They said, sorry, not last year. I think it was this year or the early part of this year. PayPal made it where you could trade Litecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin on their platform, but they only had 4. So it's going more and more into the digital currencies, whether you like it or not. And like I said before, and I've always maintained this, I don't believe in any of them. I think they're all BS alerts. I think they're the funniest thing ever invented. But when I really used my head, so was the U.S. dollar. Because when the U.S. dollar was taken off the gold standard in 1971, the United States ripped off all of these countries. Yes, we did. We ripped them off because of the stroke of the hand. Look at all of the countries countries that had confidence in the US dollar because it was backed by gold, which is the international standard. It was back then. And then just one day, you say, well, we're not going to back ourselves by gold anymore. Look at all the people that hold your currencies. Look at how many people you would rob just by signing the event. Wow. So from that point on, it has all been based on, in my opinion, the dollar. The only reason why the dollar made it once we came off the gold standard is because of the deals that were cut in the 40s, suggesting that all countries must purchase U.S. dollars in order to buy the gold. In other words, the petrodollar. So is one of the United States purchased it. The United States did not have that, treaty with all the other countries. Who knows what would happen? Who knows what would happen? But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. The United States government is telling you and everybody else that it's going to get rid of oil. They don't want you to have the cars, gasoline vehicles. They want you to be on the electric avenue. They want you to have the electric cars. They don't want you to have the gas-powered cars. The state of California has stated that you cannot have a lawnmower by 2024. The goal here, ladies and gentlemen, is 2025. That's the goal right there. Because by 2025, you'll see more and more, if their plan comes together, you'll see more and more of the flying cars. All it would be is an apparatus hooked up to a drone system that flies you when it comes together. They'll have the self-driving. Self-driving works on the 5G network, and then all of the other BS with the IoT, IoT integration. They're all about this, zero carbon garbage. But China, they don't care about that. They're going to continue on, and they're going to maintain their the hold on the rest of the world as far as oil and gas exploration. So why has the members of the Paris Accord not got it on China? Because China will tell them to go down something. That's why. See how that works? So it sure is funny that all of the Paris Accord nations, the people involved in that mess, it sure is funny how they want all of the countries to abide by and bend the knee for their plans, but when it comes to China, they look the other way. That's how you know it's BS learning. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Elon Musk, I wonder what he's saying right now. How much you want to bet Elon Musk? I wouldn't doubt it if he knocked a couple $1 million into the market this morning. I wouldn't doubt it. He had to have gotten word of what's going on. He had to. Right? In other words, even Elon Musk had absolutely phased nothing. Like I said, last week it dropped about 40%, and then it bounced right back. And now, can somebody check what Shiba Inu is at this very second? I'm kind of busy running my mouth. Who's? That's very funny, Three Eyes. Is it? Okay, 73.50. You see, look at the swings. Look how it's swinging around like that. In other words, when you look at the United States, thank you very much there, Ferguson. If you look at the swings when it comes to volatility between the stock market, which is old news, to the crypto sphere, it's night and day. All right, this is the stock market. This is exactly what the stock market looks like right now. Well, not right now, but let's say during trading. This trade is over. but are close to it. This is what it is in the U.S. stock market. It's like watching paint dry in January. It's like walking uphill barefooted in January during a blizzard, right? Only with a walker. Okay, it's so boring. Oh, I bought General Electric today. It moved 39 cents. Oh, goody. Whereas if somebody goes into the cryptocurrencies and purchases Bitcoin, Ethereum, any one of them, doesn't even matter, you can have a swing or a volume swing of $2,500 in one day. See what I mean? I mean, it just. In other words, when I look at the stock market, I think of pretty much an old folks home. That's what I think of when I look at the United States stock market. It's so boring. When you look at the crypto markets, man, it's fun. All right, Mula says it's now bumped back up to 8,034. So if James D picked up 24 million, all right, come on, you guys, help me do this math. If James D picked up 24 million 2 weeks ago, well, 2 weeks ago it was at about. Well, I could find out what it was 2 weeks ago. Hold on. Right there. I can find out exactly what it was 2 weeks ago because I keep writing everything. Let's see. Let's go do that. No. Let's go find out. All right, let's see. Let's go to. All right, so 2 weeks ago would be. Let's see. Today's okay, almost to the end. About the 13th. 20th. Yeah, that'll be about the 13th. Let's find out. Let's see. Let's go here. All right, it was sitting at about 26. It was at about 2,600 2 weeks ago. See how that was? Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. So if it was at 2,600, that dude picked up 24 million, and now he's creeping in the 8,000s. Wow, dude, really? Holy smokes. You had 20 million shares. You had 20 million. At 1 penny, you'll have $200,000. That's right. That's right. Johnny Crypto, what'd you start out as, Johnny? You didn't mind sharing with the class. You know what? As far as I'm concerned. But here's the thing. I think the reason why it's so popular is because, if the average Joe put in $10, right, back in, let's say, September 27th, and they put in $10. I know a guy that did this. This morning, you would have $170 from $10. So even if it went backwards tomorrow or tonight or whatever, that's another thing. A lot of the cryptocurrency exchanges, they go 24/7. They don't care what time it is. It's not like the U.S. stock exchange where it opens up at what, 9 o'clock and then closes at 4:30, or it opens up at 9:30 and closes at 4:30. Oh, okay, all right. Here, let me get my stroller. Hold on a second. Let me go there. Make a donation or a donation to some stock, whatever. It's going to move 46 cents in a day. Oh, yeah. In mid-June? Is that right? You got 23 million in mid-June? Wow. Woo! Holy smokes. Yeah. I mean, that's something else, isn't it? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Let's see here. Let's go. So even if it went all the way backwards, if a dude started out with $10, what is he going to care about that? I mean, most people will post $10. In a lot of states, you're getting bypass cigarettes for $10. What's $10? I think that's what it is. But here's another thing that is quite possible. We've already seen this happen. Is the fact that on August 10th of this year, the crypto markets got hacked. That's what you're saying. $611 million worth of hacking went on in that day. And they rebounded from all that. And then, somehow, some way, it's so bizarre, the entire world is looking for that hacker. And they found that hacker quickly. And that hacker supposedly was stating that they are a white hat and they were looking at different vulnerabilities. Sure. And somehow, some way, that supposed hacker gave back the money. So it was a nothing burger. No, it's not a nothing burger. If you go and you rob a bank and you give it all back the next day, you're still going to jail. Okay? For real. Cigarette in Chicago downtown is $18 a pack. Who would spend that? I'm glad I quit smoking back in 2017. Cigarettes. Holy smokes. I can't imagine it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's 705 people in the room. I need a state report. If you didn't mind, list your state and then a pack of cigarettes, the average pack of cigarettes. Like, Arkansas, 6. California, 10. New York, 18. Chicago, whatever. If you didn't mind, list your city and then the amount. Let's see what you got going on. North Carolina, $7 a pack. Arizona, 10. Holy smokes. North Nevada, $8. Michigan, $9. Canada, what is Canada? Canada is what? $18. What? Oh my goodness, you guys are hurting. Hawaii, 7. Minnesota, $8.50. New York is $10.80 is a cheap one. Alabama is 6. Saudi Arabia is 4. Are you joking me? That's outrageous, ladies and gentlemen. That is outrageous. Holy smokes. Well, here's the other thing too. A lot of people are equating the crypto sphere as far as a lot of these cryptocurrencies with penny stocks, because technically that's what it could be. I mean, look at Loop. Loop is what? Or Rally. They're only in cents, the cents department. But when you have Shiba Inu clobbering all of these other big cryptocurrencies that have been around a while, it's like, what? It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't matter. Because again, it hasn't even hit 1 penny yet. And as soon as it hits 1 penny, it's going to generate more millionaires than you could ever imagine. It sure will. It sure will. 1 penny. Wow. Holy smokes. 1 penny. Can you imagine? Now, there's people running around with, you're going to be rich if it hits a penny? Okay, Autotron. All you people that did it back in the day, You don't have to say how much. Just if you didn't mind sharing with the class. If it hits a penny, how many dirty socks are you gonna give me? How many? You gonna give me like 2 dirty socks? Are they gonna be yellow ones? Are they gonna be green ones? Which ones? Oh, that's hilarious. You're gonna give me 1,000 dirty socks? Is that right? Holy smokes. That's right, and that's the thing. The stock market is way down right now, except for Shiba. Shiba Inu is like the one that's stomping it. I think 1 inch is also doing well. Its margins are over 50% in the last 24 hours. My PO box would be full. Is that right there, Stop? Stop in the name of socks. What is it? 500 million sheep for $5,000. Is that right? 500 million for 5,000. Okay, what it says? Brain TV. If it hits 1 penny, I got 18,000 dirty socks. Wow, that's amazing. This is now. Hold on a second. Speaking about people not going back to work, I read an article this morning suggesting that California is going to be starting with the universal income. What? I'll have to go read that story again. The entire story. Thinking, wait a minute. How the hell is that even possible? Now, for the people that don't know, universal income is a basic or universal basic income, I guess it's called. That's where essentially the state and or the municipality pays you